How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We got Brian Alvarez here. We're also going to have Joe Silva up at the top of the next hour. He's Vice President of Talent Relations for the Ultimate Fighting Championship, and we'll talk a little bit at the top of the hour about the UFC pay-per-view, which is coming up on Friday. So we can look forward to that as well. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty good.
How's the issue coming along?
Every week I say the same thing, that it's going to be done early tonight. And every Wednesday I have to say that it didn't end up being done early, but tonight I swear it will be done early. Easy night. And then we'll put a lot of feedback up on the site.
Why do you say that? You don't know what's going to happen tonight.
Huh?
I got 17 pages done right now.
That's about where I'm at. Not quite 17, but
yeah,
my equivalent of 17.
I got just about everything done, barring any news. So, by the way, did you get the ratings for last night? Because I have not got them yet.
I haven't got anything yet.
Okay, we'll probably get them during the show. Hopefully we'll get them any minute now, as a matter of fact. But anyway, that's that. I guess we'll start with last night's Raw. What were your thoughts of the show?
I think there were a couple of things on the show that were all right. In fact, I thought the Benoit Kurt Angle thing at the beginning of the show was awesome. I thought Regal was great. But overall, as a show, I thought it was really disappointing. It was back to the deal where you got two main events on the show. It was Hunter and Test, and then Undertaker and Steve Austin. And you had a DQ finish in both of them. And I thought, if you're going to do a DQ in the main event, at the very least you can do a clean finish, or at least a finish in the semi-main event, or vice versa. But they did neither. So clearly they're setting those up, or actually I guess they're setting up Kane and Hunter, and then Austin and Undertaker. And I guess they wanted to tease the matches on this show and then promise them for the pay-per-view. I guess hoping that would make people want to actually see the matches. But the one thing was, I don't think Austin and Undertaker, what they showed last night, was horrible. But I remember 2 years ago when they'd done this feud, about 16 million matches, and at the end of it I just thought, I don't ever want to see this match again. And last night, 2 years later, I still didn't want to see it.
The other thing that was I thought was really bad about the main event, and really bad, is even if they wanted to do a DQ, they did not have to do a 57-second match. And, yeah. You could hear when they did, both DQs, but especially in that second DQ, you just hear that crowd groan, and that's like... it was that
that's a heat we always talk about. There's good heat and bad heat, and that's bad heat.
Yeah. I'm watching this. I was watching the show, and then when that thing was over, and we got calls and emails about it all night long. It's the weirdest feeling. It's like we all know what WCW did wrong. We all know what shouldn't be done, and somehow or other that's what they're doing. And I don't get it. Last night's show actually boggled my mind as far as. It wasn't so much the DQs and the run-ins and leaving with the heat and all that, because that's okay to do. But they had gone in there and they had Linda McMahon in this silly, totally defies logic that she will stop divorce proceedings temporarily if Undertaker would get a title shot. So if anything, they're promising more than a usual main event, because if it's if you're going to stop your divorce proceedings over it, you expect something more than say 57 seconds and then a run-in DQ. And then they did that short match, like a non-match, and that was one of the things that people complained about when Nitro started falling apart was the obvious predictable run and finish by the heels, and the short match, so you really don't get a match anyway. And there they did both of them. Mm-hmm. And if you look at that last hour of the show, between that and the China match, and it was horrible. The China Lita mic work, which had all kinds of problems, that wasn't their fault, as I found out that it was some time cues that were, or some cues that were messed up that was not their fault. That's why the music played and things like that. Nevertheless, when China and Lita were done talking, boy, I sure didn't want to watch them wrestle.
No.
I didn't even want to ever see China again when that thing was over.
She's obviously going to do the heel turn, but, it's going to be an easy heel turn, I'll tell you that, and I don't know why,
So what?
Can you imagine that match? Lita's big thing is her high flying. Her mat wrestling is not too good, and Chyna's pretty much horrible. To think of those two in there having a match together, it's not looking good.
Yeah. All right, well, we got Joe Silva. I thought Joe Silva was going to top the second hour, but we got Joe Silva here right now. Joe, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're doing really good. Joe, might as well talk about... bring up the show for Friday and everything. It's from was it Trump Toss from Hall and everything. How's ticket sales going?
It's going really well. Expect to sell out, definitely.
Okay. Looking at this show, I guess we'll talk about this more.
By the way, tickets gone on sale for the June show yet?
I believe they go on sale today.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, that's going to be very interesting. Do you have a lot of pub going into the ticket sales for New York?
Yeah, we're going to. I mean, this show will be very, very heavily hyped. There's already been an ad in one of the New York Post or something. One of the papers there had an ad with Elvis versus Tito.
So you've announced that match officially?
Yes.
Okay. Well, before we get ahead of ourselves and talk about the June show, why don't we run down the matches on this show, and then we'll start talking a little bit about the June show. This is the show, of course, this Friday night. Why don't you run through the matches?
All right. We've got, in the prelim fights, we've got Tony D'Souza's undefeated John Lewis fighter taking on Steve Berger. That's in the welterweight category. Steve Berger's beaten Shoney Carter, who's undefeated in our show twice. Another prelim, we've got Joey Gilbert, who's done very well at Abu Dhabi. He's fought in Shudo. He's taking on B.J. Penn. B.J. Penn is amazing. I don't know that I've ever heard so much hype about anybody from so many different camps. I've got John Lewis saying he's untouchable, Frank Shamrock, Matt Hume. Everybody's ever rolled with this guy. They really think he's going to be the next big thing. So they're fighting in our lightweight division, which is 155. We've got at welterweight, we've got Shoney Carter, won twice in our show, taking on Matt the Terra Serra, who's one of Renzo Gracie's top students, just did really well in Abu Dhabi, beat the highly favored Jean-Jacques Machado, went all the way to the finals. And Shoney Carter has got a whole lot of experience versus a kid who is, known as a phenomenal athlete. That's going to be really interesting.
But before you get going, what did you hear about Jean-Jacques Machado? Because as far as Abu Dhabi, I mean, after losing to Matt Serra, he came back in that absolute. And, I mean, he submitted some great people that were much bigger than him.
Jean-Jacques Machado is a bad dude. In that sport, the sport of submission wrestling, pound for pound, there's probably nobody better overall. I mean, and that shows you how good Matt Serra was. And apparently, he had it down, and Matt showed how good he was and beat Jean-Jacques, but Jean-Jacques came back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
Another Renzo Gracie student we have at light heavyweights can be Ricardo Big Dog Almeida. He had just fought in Pride and won. He's taken on undefeated Olympic silver medalist Matt the Law Lindland.
Now, I think that's a really... This match I'm real intrigued by because I've seen Ricardo Almeida fight, and he's a really well-rounded guy. I mean, he's the real deal. He can strike. He's in great condition and excellent grappler. Matt Lindland, Olympic silver medalist, so he's going to probably have, of course it's Greco, but he's going to probably have an advantage in the pure wrestling, and he's a real mentally tough guy. In fact, Matt Lindland just won the Nationals a couple weeks ago.
I just saw him win it. It was in Vegas, and I got to see it live, and I tell you what, he went up in weight class, and he's just got away. I was with Jeff Blatnick there, and he was just saying he really likes Matt Lindland because he's such an intelligent fighter. He always finds a way to win, and he was down in that match. I pretty much thought it was over. I think there was something like 30 seconds left, like time's running out, and he body lifted the guy and got the win. So he always seems to pull out victory one way or another. So that should be a good fight. We've got light heavyweight. What I think is for all the insiders, this is one of the most interesting matches on the card is Kevin Randleman going down, light heavyweight, and fighting Chuck Liddell.
Now, just to make this clear, because I'm actually not sure of myself, is light heavyweight 205 or 200?
It's 205.
Okay.
It's 204.9 is the max.
So he's really not going down much because he was fighting at 210 anyway.
Right. So, but the thing is now he'll get to fight people who are closer to his size. So that's a big advantage for Kevin.
Yeah. Liddell is the kind of an opponent who could give him problems because standing up, Liddell's going to be tougher than Kevin. Kevin's the better wrestler, but if he can't take Liddell down, he could be in trouble. That's the way I read the fight.
Yeah, Kevin is so explosive with his takedowns. I think early on Kevin will get them, but Chuck is very good at weathering the storm, and as the wrestler gets more tired, absorbs some leg kicks, it could get a lot more difficult later for Kevin to take him down. Chuck is very good, and he showed what he can do against a decent wrestler in Monson, but Kevin is a much higher level wrestler, so it'll be interesting to see. Chuck's got a good wrestling background himself. and that's why his takedown defense is so good.
Yeah.
Then we've got a heavyweight Pete Williams from Lions Den coming back to the UFC and taking on the nearly 7-foot-tall Semi Schilt, current king of Pancrase.
I thought you were going to say Gan McGee, but I knew
That's
it
what I
was
was hoping he was going to say.
Brian loves that name. But Semi Schilt is actually, Semi Schilt, having seen both of them, is far better than Gan McGee.
Yes. You know, and Schilt, you just got to watch those knees. I put together a little, when I was telling my guys who he was, I put together a little highlight tape, and it's just him knocking guys out left and right with knee after knee after knee. Guy Metzger and Funaki and Suzuki. It'll be interesting. Just he is the king of Pancrase, and I give Pancrase a lot of respect. But most of the people he fights there are smaller.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what he does with the good real heavy.
You know, I mean, he did standing up get hammered pretty good by Gilbert Yvel when they fought.
I agree, and I always say, I'm the one who was telling people, if you go, you know what the rules of a fight are, and you enter into it, and it's a win or a loss. But I really feel those rules severely hampered Semi Schilt. Schilt would get him down to the ground, work for submission, and they'd stand him up.
Yeah.
Over and over again.
Gilbert Yvel is the greatest fighter in the world if the rules are tailored to him.
Exactly. You know.
But if they're not tailored to him, any good wrestler's going to beat him.
I think that if the last Pride show was a good example too. If you change the rules, you change the fight.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, different people are going to win. So that's what will be interesting to see. What will he do under UFC rules? He'll have 5 minutes to work, and I don't know that he wants to be on the ground with Pete. He wanted to be on the ground with Gilbert because Gilbert has no submissions.
Yeah.
Pete does. So I would think that he would try the knee standing up, try to use his reach, and, you know, either guy, I think they both want to start standing off, and whoever's getting the better of it, the other guy's going to then try to take it to the ground.
I think Pete shouldn't want to stand with this guy. He's giving up so much reach.
He is.
I mean, that's the one thing when you're fighting a guy who's like 6'10", 6'11", or legit. That's a legitimate height.
Gilbert Yvel gave up the reach, too. But sometimes, I mean...
But Gilbert Yvel is a better stand-up fighter than Pete, I think.
Pete just came off of like a 5-second knockout over Roger Neff, and he did, you know, knock out Mark Coleman. So sometimes even if you can say it's not in the fighter's best interest to strike, sometimes that's not what's in their head.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, sometimes they feel like, no, I'm a striker now, and, you know, you don't know what they're going to do till they get in there.
He's an experienced fighter.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting.
Okay.
And we've got for the UFC World Welterweight Championship, Pat, the Croatian sensation, undefeated in our show, 7-0. He's taken on Carlos Newton, dropping down to that weight division for the first time. I think it's going to be a really interesting match. Carlos Newton is almost always a very entertaining fighter. He's an excellent athlete, you know, and he's really good with submissions. He's been working on his stand-up. Pat, on the other hand, he's had some lackluster performances. He'd been hampered by injuries, but he tells me this is the healthiest he's felt in years.
I was going to ask about that.
Huh?
Yeah, because he's been banged up a lot in the last couple of years.
He really has, but he apparently went and got some good rehab, and he feels that, you know, injuries are not going to be a problem for him here, that he's 100%. I think he also sees this is his opportunity. He's gotten some flack for it. He's taken on some subpar opponents, which is not his fault. But now he's got a name opponent that people have respect for, so this is his chance to shine. And I think that he knows that. So, you know, hopefully we'll see the best Pat Miletich, you know, that he can be. You know, then for our UFC World Heavyweight Championship, we've got the champion, Randy the Natural Couture, also undefeated in UFC, taking on Pedro the Rock Izzo, 6-1 in the UFC. And I think it's going to be a hell of a fight. I think it's going to be really tough. Once again, Randy's one of those guys, one way or another, in the UFC, he always finds a way to pull it out.
Well, I think that the variable here, I think we both know what Randy can and can't do. The variable is Pedro Izzo, because Pedro Izzo is either the toughest guy in the world or the most boring fighter in the world. You know what I'm saying? It just depends on if he's going to get aggressive with the guy and if his head's in it, because he's had some bad matches and he's had some spectacular performances.
Pedro generally does better if you bring the fight to him. If you make him fight, you knock somebody out. Where he's been in trouble is where he's had people who've backed off of him, and then he hasn't wanted to come forward, and they just get into a staring match, which is not good. But I do know that since the Kevin Randleman fight, he was, really yelled at by his mentor, Marco Huas, who he just idolizes. And Huas, felt like that, he embarrassed himself in the group. And since then, I think Pedro has he knows he needs to be more aggressive. Also, this is his second shot at a world title, and he knows that. So I think that he's going to give it everything he's got. He knows if he loses again, he's really going to have to go through some people and all to ever earn another title shot. It's not like it could be any kind of automatic thing. So I think that's really going to push him to perform to the top that he can. So it's going to be interesting. I think that's going to be a really good match. And I think I certainly think that the winner of that would be, have to be considered, if not the number one, maybe the number two heavyweight in the world.
Now, now, how readily available is the show going to be, and are there any breakthroughs as far as cable? One of the big questions we've had, it's been on the show actually the other day, regarding with WCW and ECW going out of business. There's a lot less marquee events on your pay-per-view calendar, and UFC and Pride are what I would call the obvious, answers to that, because they both run regular shows. And I don't know if the cable companies have figured that out, but somewhere 6-9 months down the road, I think that they may look at those ledgers and go, God, we're not taking in as much money on pay-per-view as our budget says we're supposed to. And then we've got these two events that are out there that can do, decent numbers, and we're not carrying them for political reasons that no longer hold water. I think you would think that makes sense. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to happen.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you could just apply logic to everything, we would have been on TV a long time ago. But there are a lot of things that are going well for us, in that my take on it is that simply the cable companies do need programming, but certain programming is not worth the flack that it will get, is being seen with wrestling now. Where, yes, maybe they have decent ratings, but for the negative associations that they feel out there being associated with wrestling is not worth it to them. But for our sport, being that we are now approved by the New Jersey State Athletic Commission, we're trying to get approved by Las Vegas and New York, that if we can get those things to happen, I think it takes away that stigma. They want programming, and if now they could have something to point to and go, oh, well, the sport has changed and it's safe now, and these people who it's their job to say that this is a safe sport, say that it is a safe and legitimate sport, I don't see why they would have a problem showing it then.
Now, what about free TV, like weekly television, which we've talked about many times?
I mean, that would certainly be the ideal situation, and down the road, if we get on pay-per-view, I would hope and think logically that would be something we'd look to do. If you can, I think that's one of the things that's really hurt boxing, is there was a time when you could see boxing on all the major networks and see fighters on the way up and get to know them and learn them, and then it was worth you paying money to see them on a pay-per-view or a live event. And, I think that's necessary, to get the sport as big as it can be, but that's still a ways down the road. Real quick, I just wanted to go through, because it's confusing. We did change our weight classes. Mm-hmm. Right now, we're currently looking, there's like a total of 9 that the New Jersey Athletic Commission set down. From the moment we have plans to use about 5 that we'll be using. In the future, you have more shows and all that, then we can bring in people of the other weight classes. But right now, starting from the smallest, we have the lightweight category, who the current champion is Jens Pulver, and that weight is 145 to 154.9. We have welterweight, and the champion is Pat Miletich. That weight is 155 to 169.9. We have middleweight, the new class, which is now currently vacant, and that weight is 170 to 184.9. We have light heavyweight, which is 185 to 204.9, and the current champion is Tito Ortiz. And our heavyweight is from 205 to 264.9 with the current champion, Randy Couture.
After the show, your next show is going to be at the Continental Airlines Arena on June 29th. It'll also be a pay-per-view. It'll be the biggest undertaking, as far as biggest arena that UFC has ever been held in the United States. hopefully the biggest crowd that you'll have ever drawn. I think the record's probably Cobo Arena with Dan Severn and Ken Shamrock, which sold out. So it's a little over about 10,000 people. The main event is Tito Ortiz and Elvis Sinisic, and there's been already some criticism of that because of the size of the venue and of Elvis. And I know, I know this is your match, so you guys got to defend it.
Hi, here's the defense. A lot of people who criticize it, they don't have any clue about how, what is actually possible. If you look at, let's just say, for example, I'll pick there's an Underground Forum Top 10. It's a huge forum that's got thousands of our fans that go on it, and they vote a top 10 for each weight class. At light heavyweight, they have Tito Ortiz ranked number 1. Under Tito Ortiz, number 2, you have Vanderlei Silva. Well, Tito beat Vanderlei Silva, and Vanderlei Silva is currently on contract to Pride. Number 3 is Vitor Belfort. Vitor Belfort is under contract to Pride. Kevin Randleman, they have ranked number 4, and Kevin is fighting on this show. There's no way to know if he's going to win or not, so there's no way that he can be in that slot. Number 5 is Guy Metzger, who Tito Ortiz has also beaten and is under contract to Pride. And number 6 is Elvis Sinisic. So as far as just from a straight who are the best fighters in that weight class thing, you see Elvis is actually like the highest rated contender who would be available to do it. Also, Elvis defeated Jeremy Horn, who was going to get the title shot, who was seen as a top contender, in the world, and he beat him, very convincingly. So there's a certain logic to people who saw that show and all that, know who Elvis is. He's been in the UFC, he won his fight over a top contender, so there's a logical progression to it. Obviously, to try and sell at a big place like that, you'd like to have some sort of maybe, stunt matchmaking to pull people in. But the fact of the matter is UFC has not been on cable in years, and there's nobody that you can really pull in. Some of the names that people throw around as names that are going to drive tickets, they have no clue. They have no understanding that it wouldn't drive tickets for the average people. The only people, in my opinion, who would drive tickets right now are Hoist Gracie, Ken Shamrock, people like that. And that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, it's just out of the price range. Is that the deal? What is the deal as far as like a potential Hoist Gracie?
That has nothing to do with price. I mean, obviously the price would be very high, but Hoist Gracie doesn't want to fight, I think, top people.
Under the rules?
Top people, and especially under these rules. I mean, you saw Pride, even for as much money as they offer, they had to bend, to every crazy rule that he wanted, and he still lost.
Yeah. But he's still a name that, for whatever reason, he was the pioneer, so it's still.
Yep.
He's still
I agree, and we're in a tough situation too. Of you need a balance. You've got to make marketable fights, but this is a legitimate sport, and there's got to be some kind of logic to it. Is there any way logically that you could give Hoist Gracie, if he would do it, a world title shot?
Well, I think that him fighting, it doesn't really matter if the title would be up. I'm just saying if you could, put it this way, you can't get the fight, but if you could get the fight, Hoist Gracie versus Frank Shamrock at 185, that would be bigger than the title fight anyway.
Oh, yes, it would, but it's an impossible fight to get.
Yeah, I know.
If Frank can't fight anyways till at least November.
Is that how long it's going to be with the shoulder?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
He says he does want to come back and fight, but it won't be till November. He's rehabbing his shoulder after shoulder surgery. So, yes, that would be a big fight, but Frank is not available.
Okay, and he's going to be announcing, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what other stuff can you talk about as far as the June 29th show? I know that the Pele Dave Monet match has been out on the internet. I don't know what other matches have been out on the internet. I know that you have certainly a tentative card booked. You're booked way ahead of time, so. Yeah,
it's just a matter of contracts are all been sent out, but it's now you got to wait for them to get signed. A lot of things can happen between the sending out of a contract and them actually getting it done. Like Dave Monet and Pele, those aren't signed yet. The rumors out there on the internet, and I'd love to do that fight, but you got to get both guys signed. I know that Pele is most likely going to fight in Pride on May the 27th.
Now, what matches are you hearing about Pride May 27th? Because I think the only official match is Fujita Takayama, and I just watched Takayama wrestle in 2 matches last night, and I'm very scared for his safety if it's a shoot.
Yeah.
Because he's not in good shape, and the only thing with him is...
That match has gotten serious criticism, certainly from American fans.
Well, that's because American fans don't understand the box office. And Pride is still driven by, for better or for worse, it's driven a lot by those pro wrestlers.
Right.
As far as ticket sales.
Very different. We're looking at 2 very different kinds of audiences, and that's why for the American audience, what I'm trying to do is, I don't book so much for just one huge fight. I mean, you want all the huge fights you can get, but it's such a toss of the dice, and that you could put together the best match on paper, but it's up to the fighters themselves, and that match may actually turn out to be crummy. You don't know till they fight. And sometimes a match that doesn't seem as interesting on paper can be a great fight. Like, I don't think anybody expected Pedro Hizzo and Josh Barnett to be so good.
Oh, no.
But they just surprise you. So what I try to do instead is just top to bottom have, a very solid card with all serious contenders, all real names, and then hope out of those that you get some really good fights. But there's no way people think that they can predict. People have tried in this sport to predict what's going to be an exciting fight, and you're wrong as many times as you're right. So to me, it's more important, let's just get the best guys in the world and put them against each other. But I want to bring make it more legitimate in that you're not having total no-name guys who nobody's ever heard of coming in for championship matches or things like that.
Now, getting back, before we get back on the Pride thing, I want to ask you about one of your favorite fighters, and a name that someone asked me about just this morning, and that is Ruma Sato and also Hayato Sakurai. Being that you've got Uno, and I know you're trying to get Uno back for a future show, as far as getting those guys in as well.
It does look like, because they are both under contract, it does look like for the Meadowlands show we'll have Karu Uno versus Fabiano Iha.
Okay.
But Iha down to 155.
What about Sato or Sakurai?
I'm just not interested in Ruma Sato. He's just not that exciting to me.
Yeah, okay, right.
Dave knows I'm a huge Ruma Sato fan. I'm certainly doing my best and trying to communicate with the Shudo organization. I know that Sakurai has done magazine articles where he said it's very important for him to fight in the UFC, so it's something we'd like to do, but there are certain difficulties in it, and I understand them, that if the show came to us right now and went, hey, you know what, we'd like to use Tito Ortiz, and be like, yeah, I'm sure you would, but it's not going to happen. Those are 2 of Shudo's biggest stars. And do they, want them to go fight somewhere else? I don't know.
Now, what are you hearing as far as the Pride show coming up on the 27th?
Just all kinds of rumors. Nothing confirmed. Originally, one of the rumors that was strong was Vitor Belfort versus Guy Metzger. Now I'm hearing that will not happen. Mm-hmm. People, apparently Guy Metzger has said on the internet or whatever that he considers him and Vitor friends and he'd rather fight somebody else. So I don't know what's going to happen with that.
That's an interesting statement, isn't it?
Yeah.
What do you think that sounds like?
It makes things very difficult. There's some controversy because I have this unwritten rule, but I'm trying to stick with it in the show of not putting multiple fighters in the same weight class from the same camp. Right,
the Matt Hughes rule.
Well, that's how I keep Matt Hughes out. Anyways, Matt Hughes lost twice in a row. I think he's a talented fighter. But right now, here's the mathematical thing that people don't understand about this show. Let's say that, right now we do about 6 shows a year. And I have 6 TV matches a show. That's 36 fights for an entire year. Now I have 5 weight classes to divide those between. So that's 7 matches?
Yeah.
7
roughly.
matches in a weight class for a year. Now, people are winning, people are your champions, you guarantee them 3 fights. So just mathematically, how many people can I have in a division? You know, that's the toughest thing. There's a lot of good people I like to bring in the show, and there's just not really much space. You can't sign up everybody because you would not be able to get them all the fights that they require. So what I'm trying to do now is only really bring in the very, very top people, top prospects, champions of other organizations, top-rated guys of other organizations, people who have beaten names, you know, to get in the show. You will not see a situation where here's a guy and he's never done anything and it's his first fight and he's in the UFC.
I want to take you, what are your thoughts, and I don't think this match will ever happen, although it was front page news today in Japan, about Rickson Gracie and Riki Choshu. By the way, there's a front page, there's a front page story in, I think it was Honichi, one of the Japanese newspapers, you know, said that was going to happen. I've checked since that story came out in Japan, and nobody believes that it's a done deal, nor does anyone believe that Rickson Gracie is going to do a pro wrestling match. But New Japan, of course, has wanted that specific match for some time now, for all year. Everyone wants Rickson Gracie on the show because Rickson Gracie, until he loses his first match, is a ticket seller, and realistically, I think Rickson probably only has about one match left because he's almost 42 years old. Yep.
And we've never seen what he can really do against, you know, a top-level opponent.
Well, at his age, realistically, you would think a top-level guy of his size should be able to beat him. Just by the fact, with nothing else, just by saying that he's 42.
Well, they want him to do a pro match and do a job?
Oh, I'm sure that's what they would want.
I don't see that happening.
You know what I mean? I'm sure that's but I don't see that end up happening.
All I would say is that Rickson Gracie has a black belt in business. You know, and I don't hold it against the guy.
I don't either.
The guy knows how to get maximum money for minimum risk, and hey, good for him. You know, it irritates me more as the drones or the people who want to believe he's the greatest fighter in the world when he hasn't beaten a top 10 guy to prove it. But for him, you know, hey, that's smart.
No, and you know, he books himself against big-name pro wrestlers, makes huge paydays, draws huge crowds, you know, and what can you say? That's business.
Yeah, I mean, if Mike Tyson can make more money than he can in boxing, fighting safe pro wrestlers, don't you think he would do it?
Or Foreman or any of them.
Yeah, I think anybody would. You know, fighting is a very tough sport, and if there's a way to maximize your money and minimize your risk, I think most people would do it. So that's what he's good at.
I remember when Lennox Lewis won the title, which is kind of a funny story too. But when Lennox Lewis won the title, they were talking about, you know, the big money fight with Tyson, and then people were going, but what about like David Tua or some other names that were considered more legitimate contenders, but no marquee value? And George Foreman goes, hey, wait a minute. You know, you go, if there's a lot more money in Tyson, you know, you don't fight David Tua, although he ended up fighting David Tua anyway. But I mean, you know, that was the basic thing. Is like, if there's a big money fight, even if you know and all the insiders know that maybe the guy is not the toughest guy, but there's more money in it, I mean, that's the better fight to take because, you know, fighting is not, you know what I mean? I mean, that macho thing will only get you so far. If you always want to fight the top guy every single fight, you're not going to be unbeaten.
You know what is? There's a little thing, though, that kind of counteracts that in a way. The people, it's even more in our sport than boxing, but a fight that just happened really proves it. People take these safe fights.
And then they don't train hard.
Safe.
Yeah, well, that's because they relax. So Frank Shamrock, Jeremy Horn, same thing.
Well, the thing is that you just had Lennox Lewis lose, you know, taking a safe fight, you know, building up for a Mike Tyson fight. And that happened to him before. Both Riddick Bowe and Lennox Lewis, who had fought in the Olympics, were kept apart from each other because, like, we're going to build it. We'll fight some safer guys, and we'll build it up, and it'll be a big money fight. And they both lost before they ever got there. And that's what I have to stress to people in this sport. It's better. People are like, how are you getting people to fight such tough fights in the UFC? Because there's no tomato can fights in the UFC anymore. And it's because, well, it's been proven. If you go out there and you fight another guy who's considered to be a top guy, a really tough guy, somebody that people have respect for, if you lose, it doesn't hurt you that bad. A great example of that is Tito Ortiz and Frank Shamrock. Tito Ortiz's stock went up after that fight, not down.
Yeah.
But
or Josh Barnett and Pedro Hizzo.
Exactly. Josh won on the show before, and nobody wanted to see him back. Josh lost on his next showing of the show, and everybody wants to see him back.
Before we go, because this is actually the first show that you guys have put together. Like, I mean, the last show you had like 3 weeks' notice. The thing changed. The ownership changed hands, and you had 3 weeks to put together a show. As far as the pyro and all that type of stuff, what's your thoughts on that? Where does that stand as far as the overall show? What are we going to see on this show that we haven't seen before in UFC as far as not the fights?
I think that people were impressed with the last one and what we did on short notice. I expect this to be a lot better. I expect to see, better graphics, to see better fighter pieces, better fighter entrances. Also, we should have, for the two prelims, which are really good matches, I expect to see at least highlights and recaps of the prelims. Okay.
And anything else you learned from watching WrestleMania?
Don't trust Stone Cold, I guess.
That's a hell of a show, though, wasn't it?
That was an excellent show. It's very good.
Yeah, and you're lucky that's the one you saw, not the one Sunday.
Cool. You guys take care.
Okay, thanks a bunch, Joe. We'll be talking to you later in the week. Okay, and of course the UFC is taking place Friday night from Atlantic City at the Trump Taj Mahal with Randy Couture and Pedro Hizzo in the main event. And then there'll be a follow-up pay-per-view on June 29th from the Meadowlands. I want to mention two things real quick. Sources at CNN pretty much confirmed that June 16th is going to be the start-up date for the TV show, for the WCW show. It's not finalized, but that is the date that everyone is targeting right now, so it's the most likely date. And also, for those of you in Canada, starting Thursday, SmackDown is going to air an hour earlier on the Score. It's going to air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, so those of you who live in the U.S. border, if you can get Score, and I don't know if you can actually do that. I guess if you had a dish, you probably could. You could actually get SmackDown an hour earlier. The reason they did it was because a lot of the cities on the border, the feeling from the Score, which is partially owned by WWF, is that they were losing some viewership to the UPN stations in border cities. So they're actually going to get it first by an hour. They also have a replay.
An hour early?
Yeah, SmackDown will air from 7 to 9 Eastern Time in Canada. And,
does that mean they'll have to bleep ass in both hours?
Theoretically, I guess it would mean that. Oh, that stuff is so... Isn't it like the stupidest thing in the world?
The first hour.
Yeah. But the whole time thing. I mean, if there was a demographic difference in the audience in various hours, that's a hell of an argument for, like, different standards. But when the audience is exactly the same... that's one of those arguments that ignorant people make that don't know what they're talking about, and that
Vince just makes it because he knows that nobody's going to look at it.
Right, exactly.
Vince knows Bob Costas doesn't know, how many kids are watching during each hour.
Yeah.
So he says it.
Yeah, and it sounds good. It sounds good from the outside, Anyway, here's our poll on Backlash. This is a scary poll, by the way. Thumbs up 16%, thumbs down 12, in the middle 25. So it's basically a thumbs in the middle show, which has kind of been the consensus. Didn't see the show 47, which is about where WCW was, about halfway down the swirl. That was pretty scary there. By the way, I don't think there's going to be any ratings today. I think that we'll have them for the show tomorrow. Let me go through a couple of emails here, and then we will start with phone calls. Any other news to talk about, Brian, before we get to emails?
I don't think so.
Okay. It's from Tom Green, not the Tom Green, Vince Russo's favorite actor. In your opinion, what was the best war games of all time? There were so many awesome ones. I mean, I saw some house show war games, in the 80s.
How about the one where Warrior appeared in smoke?
How about the one with Harlem Heat when they first came in? With the Shockmaster, remember that one?
Oh, my God.
No, I think the first one, maybe, and the Phoenix one are the ones that stand out in my mind, but they did 4-star matches and 4.5-star matches in war games at house shows. I mean, I remember seeing one in L.A. and one in Oakland, and I think it was Oakland or San Francisco, whichever city it was. That was just incredible, like 25 minutes of great excitement. And that damn JJ, we got to get JJ on and get the technique of always picking that coin toss. Let's see. This is, do you think Paul Heyman's influence on WF has contributed to the recent questionable booking issues? It seems that ever since he arrived, fans and insiders have been concerned with the direction of the WF. Is it just timing or is there correlation? It's just timing. Actually, believe it or not, I have a pretty decent idea of what he wants to do and some of what he gets, and I don't want to get him in trouble, so I'll just leave it at that. But I think that There is a correlation as far as timing that a lot of people have been kind of disgruntled with WWF product, but they were even leading up to it. I think a lot of it also is that with no WCW, when we see these patterns, it's kind of scarier because WCW really did go out of business.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What was worse, the Crash Holly vignette or the Lita China interview? I think the Lita China interview to me was worse. I don't know. What did you think?
Yeah. Lita China.
Yeah.
The crashing was just, I felt sorry for the guy to have to do something like that. China and Lita was like, I was watching it going, I hope I never have to see this again.
And you will. But the thing with Crash reminded me so much of that's the stuff that Russo used to do.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, like with Hawk's drugs.
There was a lot of that on the show last night. In fact, there was. I think it was during the card game. I just thought to myself, Vince Russo's got to be back because I'm like writing the report as I'm watching the show, and I just keep writing about these vignettes, and I'm just writing a vignette after vignette after vignette, and I'm not writing about any matches. And it was at that point I just realized there have been about 600 vignettes on the show and about 2 matches so far, and this is just straight out of Russo's book. And then Crash gets drunk like Hawk.
Yeah, well, Hawk. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. How long do you think it's going to be, if it even gets off the ground, before Eric Bischoff sees that nobody's watching Matt Rass and tries to bring in Hogan and Nash to increase viewership? It will never happen.
To squash them.
Yes, just don't even think about that. It will not happen. By the way, we should probably work on getting Bischoff on the show sometime soon. He goes, I can honestly see Hogan going into the ring and beating the crap out of 15 teenagers because they'll never draw money. Let's see. I also got a chance to check out the website. They
wouldn't even have to have Hogan wrestle. Just during the middle of these matches, cut to backstage, and he could be cutting a promo.
Yeah. He goes, I got to check out their website. I'm surprised they don't have a link for interested investors the way Dave McClain's WOW website does. Oh my God, I didn't even know that they did. Let's see, this is someone who goes, I've noticed that China has lost a lot of muscle. Must be trying to get a softer, girly look, but now she's suddenly squashing everyone. It seems backwards to me. Is this how the WWF
I remembered her book when she said she would never lose her muscle mass no matter what. No matter what anybody told her to do, she would never lose her muscle. That's what made her China, she said. And now she's lost her muscle.
Let's see. I read on the Observer site.
When you really think about it, though, what does she have left now? I was just thinking about this last night. She doesn't have the monster body. She doesn't have the face. What has she got left?
Well, the face is more attractive than the original face.
It is?
Yes, I will say that. It is, yes.
I didn't think either were attractive.
We can do a poll. No, well, I just watched Beyond the Mat about a week ago and saw the original face. Oh, my God. And, when you see Beyond the Mat, we talked about this before. When you see Beyond the Mat, and then, you think about the China that you're watching every week, it's like 2 different people. I mean, this is when she was all muscled up and the different face and whatever.
Quiet.
Everyone liked her. Remember that? Remember when China's the nicest person? God. Oh, well. I just read on the Observer site that Kevin Nash wants to team with Scott Hall on the Pillman show. Do you think they'll let Scott Hall attend after he stiffed Melanie Pillman on the donation he promised her? I think they'll let him attend. That is my strong prediction. That they just will.
Maybe they'll frisk him at the door for that $10,000.
Maybe they should at least have like a, what's it called? Like a sobriety test or something like that. Let's see. Yesterday,
wait, did Hall? I thought Nash was the one that shorted her.
Nash, yeah.
Okay, another person said Hall.
No. Nash is the one who had drank way too much and said that he was going to, write a check for $20,000, and then he never did. When he drank so much, and it was just like, he was getting in the spirit of giving. It was like it wasn't Christmas.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, he woke up from that. That
would have been almost a whole week's pay for Nash.
I know it. More than a week.
Come on now.
Well, actually, what am I saying? It's not a week's pay, Brian. It's like 4 days' pay.
Yeah, it's $30,000 a week, right? It's almost a full week.
$31,000 a week, and he was going to give away 4 days' pay. Maybe 5 days. I don't know. I don't have my calculator in front of me.
Can't ask a guy to do sacrifices like that.
I know, especially when you're making 1.6, huh?
Yeah.
So anyway, he woke up and goes, "What did I do?" And then he just kind of that was it. This is from D.L. Burrell, who said, yesterday you and Brian at one point discussed the new survey which indicated that wrestling fans are more violent than the general populace. We didn't say that. But the survey didn't say that at all. The survey said that among teenagers, especially teenage women, the teenage girls that watch wrestling are more violent across the board than the general public. Yes, but it's just high school students. It would be very significant to know if those numbers for the United States would be significantly different from a similar study of Japan if one has ever been done. What I could tell you is, I can't tell you for sure. I don't know one hasn't been done, but I would seriously doubt that correlation would hold true for Japan, although I don't know. Clearly, Japan is the home of such small-scale violent idiocies as Big Japan and FMW, but the predominant promotions have always been All Japan and New Japan. New Japan and All Japan clearly have kept athleticism as the focus of the wrestling. The biggest stars of the decade worked matches that never insulted your suspension of disbelief, whether it was Hashimoto's kicks, Tenryu's chops, Liger's Shota, that's the palm deal, or Muto's moonsault. The moves evoked athleticism and dramatic competition. No one ran around shaking the ropes and beating their chests unless you were in a comedy match. Seldom do you see someone swinging a chair, breaking a table, or pile-driving a woman. I don't remember anyone pile-driving a woman in All Japan or New Japan, that's for sure. Some chairs. A few tables, not a lot. When
Mrs. Baba never took a pile driver through a table?
No, she never did. When Masahiro Chono started using chairs in his matches in the middle of the decade, it was because his neck was trashed and it was not the norm. It helped him become one of the hottest guys in the country. Masao and Kawada had matches that will forever be classics, often going an hour, a couple of hours, leaving fans breathless time and time again. How many times did they go through Fukazawa's table? I don't remember them ever doing that. How many times did they do the finish where Kawada hits Masao with the title belt for the pin? I don't remember that one either. They didn't need to. The focus on their athletic abilities of athletes and the craftsmanship they used to make the incredibly dramatic roller coaster ride of their matches.
How about Kawada coming through the mat?
I don't remember that one either. In the U.S., WCW and WF emphasized a product heavily on entertainment as opposed to sport. As the decade progressed, the ECW influence fomented a trend toward more violence and spectacular stunts. Mick Foley, the Hardys, even Public Enemy made violence in wrestling not only standard but passé. We got not only hardcore title matches, but commentators laughing their way through them. Yeah, that was Tony Schiavone. While wrestlers were giving each other concussions, all for that coveted mid-card status. Mick Foley took a bump off the top of a cell and became a legend. A few years later, Chris Kanyon took an even crazier bump. Not only does no one remember it, but he's not even employed anymore. Yeah, but he will be in a week. Elegance and craftsmanship have little place in American wrestling. Even Steve Regal, perhaps the most elegant wrestler out there. I don't know about the word elegant.
Elegant?
Anyway. Yeah. Elegant's not really a good word. I don't know if Steve Regal would even like being called elegant. Spends his time getting pummeled with trash cans and playing a comedy player instead of working a flawless 10 to 15-minute match. Triple H is undisputedly one of the best the U.S. has to offer. Does he know 20 moves? I bet he does. Even in his matches, he's guilty as anyone of the frame, grab you by the head, and lead you over here for our next series of punch-kick, table-breaking spots maneuvers. I'm so convinced this survey doesn't reflect the effect of wrestling so much as the ascendancy of sports entertainment. I have no idea if All Japan of the early or mid-'90s could draw in the United States. I think in the early or mid-'90s, that style would have worked in the United States, but the countries have gone in separate directions, and I think now it wouldn't. But again, it would require education, and if you had really super charismatic guys and a promotion that was logically built with guys like that, that were, that you could get over, it might. Today, like if you started it tomorrow and you just had guys that nobody knew doing it, of course it wouldn't work. Anyway, so that's much for that. Let's see, it's from Chris who goes, how bad was the China Lita interview? First of all, I don't know if the laughing was intentional, but it seemed like they both didn't take it seriously. Yeah, I know. China spanking any other female is a thought that doesn't strike me as appealing. Third, Lita, and I don't like the girl despite her not being, I like the girl despite her not being the best of workers, but she needs a whole lot of work on her promo. She sounded like Ahmed Johnson. I also fear, with Lita being as over as she is, China versus Lita may turn into a Jeff Hardy versus Triple H situation. It will not. She does not have that pull. It will not. So anyway, that's the deal. Let's see. That's more about China. A lot of China stuff. Let's see. Last night was so strange.
You think in the end it'll end up with Stephanie and Test finally getting married?
No.
You don't think so?
No, I do not.
Sometimes in the back of my mind I think that.
I don't think it at all.
It's like a storyline they've been dragging on forever.
I just think that they have no idea what to do with Test, so they keep bringing up the one thing everyone remembers, that he got jilted at the altar. And
killed by Hunter. Again.
And he got killed again last night in 57 seconds, or whatever it was. Could you explain? That's another China one. God, lots of China letters. Could you explain to me one thing? China totally destroyed Trish, Molly, Holly, and Ivory, but Lita, on a Lita had well-contested, evenly matched matches with Molly and Trish, and even lost to Ivory. Now we're supposed to believe it's going to be an even match, because it will. Actually, China will probably squash for the whole match, and Lita will sneak over, is what I'm guessing. The only good
China
thing in
will
that
kill her
segment,
afterwards.
Yeah. The only good thing in that segment, maybe in the entire last hour, was Trish's facial expression of pure disgust during Chyna's lame spanking speech. I think Trish was acting. Anyway, let's go to Todd. Todd, what's happening?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Dave?
Doing really good.
How you doing, Brian?
Hey.
Hey, I got my first issue of Figure 4 today, so I wanted to praise you. I was enjoying it very immensely.
Oh, cool.
Although, unfortunately, it isn't as fun to read in class because I can't keep from bursting out in laughter.
Oh, no, you can't read Figure 4 in class.
Yeah, I've observed for years. It's black and white, and, it just blends in with your paper.
It's not that funny.
Yeah. Anyway. Want to discuss two things. First of all, the booking of last night's show, which I thought was absolutely atrocious.
Did you? So did I.
Yeah, the thing was, it went to the point where it just made me angry, because in the past weeks it seems like they didn't have any ideas, and this week it just seemed like they didn't care. They were like, okay, let's throw out a couple matches here, we won't really have a conclusion to them, but they didn't really have any interest in even making the viewer feel fulfilled of, staying up to watch it. I mean, the DQs were just horrible. It really, there was no purpose to the matches. It was the same thing we've seen over and over again with Taker, Triple H, and Austin Taker. And what's worse is the Angle Benoit feud, which I think goes across well. It's sort of becoming like those WCW feuds in '97, where there are these two guys, and they have great matches, and it's a pretty good storyline. But the crowd doesn't care because they know that when the storyline ends, they're just going to go on to two other random guys, and no one's going to get elevated from it. It's just a mid-card feud, and that stigma is going to make it really difficult to get over feuds if they don't sort of diversify the card pretty quickly.
I just don't like the fact that Hunter and Austin are being pushed as these guys that are so far above everybody else that nobody can even compete. So how can you take anybody seriously?
It's just like with the Test thing. They could have done that Hunter Test match with the same end result, you know what I mean? But given Test 5 minutes of offense, and then at the end Hunter leaves him laying and gets DQ'd, and that would be fine. But by doing it so quickly, it was like, you don't build him up before you take him down, you just take him down.
The other thing that annoys me is, I was just reading the recap of Hunter on Bite This, and he's talking about how he's all about the people and all about helping the younger stars, this and that, and that's great. And you can tell from watching his matches that he just watches a ton of Ric Flair. But then when you actually see the way that he treats these people, it's like he doesn't watch any Ric Flair at all. When would Ric Flair have ever gone in there and done what he did at Test?
Yeah, that's right, never.
Yeah.
Ric Flair would have, even if the end result was
or
the same.
Jeff Hardy.
Yeah, Ric Flair would have sold them. I mean, Ric Flair, remember Ric Flair, and it was a horrible match, but remember Ric Flair with Rey Mysterio? He gave him 80% of the match.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And he's a whole lot smaller than
Ray
Test.
had the win at the end.
Yeah, on a DQ, although their style clash was just abhorrent. I mean, it was one of the worst Ric Flair matches I ever saw, but
although Ric Flair
nevertheless...
did the best job in the history of the business selling the top rope Frankensteiner. He was just Ted.
Yeah, I remember the same thing with Eddie Guerrero in WCW at one of the August pay-per-views. Flair just bumped all around the ring for him. I don't think Guerrero was ever as over in WCW as he was then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, so...
Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to discuss was this survey that come out, and it seems like a lot of people just are completely unwilling to look at what the survey is, and sort of the thrust of the survey isn't.
Which survey? Because there's been two. No, we've had two of them in 2 weeks.
The more recent. Anyway, the sort of a lot of people have, with all these emails, are sort of criticizing the survey and sort of its basis. But I mean, if you're going to accept the survey as scientifically accurate, and it seems scientifically, the methodology is good, and moreover, it seems intuitively correct to me that wrestling teens who watch wrestling are more likely to be violent. But sort of the question then becomes whether it's, and you discussed this very briefly on the show yesterday, whether the violence then is because more violent people are drawn to wrestling, or whether the wrestling causes violence, and just where the causality lies. And I sort of agree with the guy who did the survey that it lies somewhere in between. But for the purpose of playing devil's advocate, there's a very strong argument made that it's the wrestling that's making people more violent. A lot of the surveys that sort of are studying right now the effects in the media of violence within the media say that this violence isn't
violence on. I mean, there's a million surveys that link violence on television to violent behavior. So why wouldn't wrestling fit into that? And the other one is, in fact, that many of those surveys have shown that whether the violence is real violence that they watch, say on a news show or a reality show, or a fake violence in a violent movie, the reaction is the same. So the fact that wrestling violence is not real the reaction, you know what I mean? The causal effect is the same as if it was, say, boxing violence, which is real.
Yeah, absolutely. And moreover, like some of the surveys indicate that in fact a more WWF style is worse, because rather than having a cathartic effect on the audience, what it does instead is that it's sort of more like a cartoon, where the good guy, gets pummeled into the ground, Lita just gets beaten with, a steel chair at the end of the ring, and, the next week she's fine again. So rather than something like, like Hannibal, where you see like this gratuitous violence, you get something that's just sort of blown off. So violence just becomes sort of like ingrained into like your everyday routine. Like if you're watching it like 5 times a week, like, there's just this violence every day, and it just passes, and it's just sort of in your life, and, you just sort of accept it as a way of, interacting. And I thought that email earlier was interesting in terms of whether it's sort of the American sports entertainment or whether it's wrestling in general. And I think it's a little bit of both, because, sort of the fundamental premise of wrestling is, two guys fight it out, and try to beat each other up. But at the same time, the new sports entertainment takes it to new levels where, it's more than just sort of beating people up, but you have weapons and chairs and tables and whatnot.
It would be interesting.
I wonder if any of it has to do with how much a person suspends their disbelief when they watch a show. You know what I mean? Like a teenager who looks at it, and for a little while they can actually get into it and believe that maybe it is real. I wonder if that affects them more than somebody who just looks at it as like a spectator going, just analyzing the business aspect of it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of variables. The other one I would be interested in is, and we don't have anything like this, is if we went back, say, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, when wrestling was, presented as a more sport-oriented thing, but it was still outlandish, and, the characters were still, pretty wild and everything. If the result was the same on the audience, or perhaps even worse because it was presented as more serious, and, we really don't have anything to compare, like, this form of wrestling that we now see and its effects with, like Japanese wrestling of today, or Japanese wrestling of 20 years ago, or our wrestling of 20 years ago, so we don't really know.
I mean, it's far more violent now. I think that has a lot to do with it. Because, you can't tell me that if teenagers are watching amateur wrestling, which is obviously, a sporting event where everyone's just grappling with each other, they're going to be more violent. But pro wrestling, I was talking about earlier, hitting people with chairs, scheming, everything.
Well, I asked if there's anything on football or hockey. Because, hockey has pretty wild fights.
But those are violent, too.
And those are violent. And if you
a lot more
analyze...
violent like amateur wrestling.
Yeah, if you analyze those sports, what would it be as compared to pro wrestling? We don't know. There's so much data that we don't have. But the fact is that because it did significantly rise with each viewing of wrestling, there is something. There is something to that thing. The people who just want to dismiss it because they don't want to accept it, or try to poke holes in it where there's, where in some cases, I'm not saying there's no holes in that survey, because there are, but a lot of the holes that have been attempted to be poked in it aren't valid either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the thing on football and hockey I think is interesting too, and I'm not one way decided one way or another in terms of violence. I'm a fan of both those as well, but I think there's sort of a different stigma about when you go about first becoming a fan of pro wrestling in terms of why you're a fan of pro wrestling as opposed to another pro sport, where I don't think the initial interest in terms of football or hockey is going to become because of the violence, but because of the sports of it. And like Brian was saying, when it's more sports entertainment based, where the idea is you're watching this big soap opera with people beating each other up, like I think a lot of the appeal of it naturally, the first thing you go to would be the fact that people are beating each other up, and that would sort of draw in a different sort of viewer than someone who would accept the violence as something that's just a part of a show in another sport.
I don't know. It's all we don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else, Todd?
I'm trying to think of some other comparisons between now and then. 30 or 40 years ago it was like you'd set up a match as, I want to wrestle this guy, I want to beat this guy. And now the big thing in wrestling is I want to hurt this guy. This guy made me mad, I want to hurt him. It's not so much about winning and losing as much as it's about hurting people now.
Brian, when I was a kid, I think they talked about hurting more than they do now.
Really?
Oh, there was a lot more emphasis in the matches on like specific, like I'm going to break his, because they never talk about like I'm going to break his leg, I'm going to break his arm. It's like you want to beat him up and pummel him. But I remember, Ray Stevens and Pat Patterson, their big thing was that they were going to break the guy's leg at the Cow Palace.
Yeah.
You know, because I mean, it was specific, real bad injuries they used to talk about. I mean, they never talked about breaking a guy's neck or killing them outright dead, but it was breaking. You know, we're going to break his leg. Absolutely, that was like the big thing. I'm going to break his leg and put him out of wrestling for 9 months.
Although, again,
you know, I mean, that was like, you know, so I mean, to me, it had more. It had, in a sense, more brutal overtones then than now.
But that does go back to sort of the original, like what I was bringing up earlier, which is whether like that violence actually encourages violence more or not. Like if you have this person, you know, going out there saying, you know, I'm going to, you know, gouge out your eyes and break your leg and, you know, break you in two, like the audience reaction is sort of this, you know, wow, you know, this is really intense. This is, you know, real violence. Whereas here, you know, and now they're doing even more violent things, but they don't make it seem as big of a deal, so the violence is more accepted as just something natural and part of, you know, everyday society.
I think that
yeah, like an injury angle back then would have been an injury angle that would actually put somebody out.
Yeah.
Now you can get dropped from a car and you're back in a week.
Yeah, well, I mean, the one thing about this as compared to before is the repercussions of the violence then were more realistic in that if somebody like had a figure four leg lock on for a long period of time, I mean, the guy would show up, you know, like at the next week, and he'd be limping and his leg would be taped up, so you would get the idea that, you know, these men feel pain. Whereas now, you know, like you said, you know, that you come back and you know, like, you know, you come back from some death-defying thing and you have a scratch, you know, 1 week and the next week you don't even have to scratch, and so it's more, you know, there's no repercussions of the violence, so maybe, so it's in that sense, it's far less realistic.
Absolutely. Well, that's all I had. So you guys have a good night. Cool.
All right, let me get through a couple of these and we'll get to some more. This is from Jason who goes, I just watched the DirecTV AWA Wrestling Best of the 70s. You know what's funny is, was it DirecTV? Last night I was watching DirecTV during wrestling, and they were having a promo for all the different pay-per-views that you get on DirecTV, and of course, a lot of WWF clips of Kurt Angle and Triple H, Austin, and all that, and, you know, some concert stuff, obviously boxing. And then they had this Superstar Billy Graham interview from, looked like 75, you know, because those AWA pay-per-views are being put in a lot of the old, you know, WCW and ECW slots. But anyway, best of the 70s. I never saw Andre the Giant's prime. My question is, did Andre really reach the height and weight of 7'4" and 725 pounds? No, not even close.
And then he shrunk at the end of his career.
Andre was about 6'10". Did I ever?
He grew through the years, hit the peak, and then began getting smaller.
Yeah. Did I ever tell you the story about Andre the Giant when he died in my letter to Sports Illustrated? It's kind of like the Newsweek letter the other day.
I think you did.
Okay, well then I won't waste
time.
When
they talked about, well, you might as well tell the story again.
Okay. It's the same story as yesterday on the Andy Kaufman thing. But Andre the Giant died, and I had written a couple of articles. I had written one article for Sports Illustrated, and they had called me on a lot of articles, you know, regarding pro wrestling. So anyway, Andre the Giant died in '93. And they did a little thing in the scoreboard and mentioned, you know, he was 7'4", 7'5", or whatever they said. And I just wrote him a quick note, and I just said, you know, nice little thing you did on Andre, but just in the what's the word I'm looking for? In the interest of fairness, in the interest of accuracy, you know, he really was 6'9" or 6'10". He wasn't really 7'4". You know, because your sports, you know, if it was like, you know, Pro Wrestling Illustrated or something, I would have cared less.
Or the Inquirer.
Or the Inquirer, or even a local newspaper. Sports Illustrated, which to me was like, you know, when I read something in Sports Illustrated, I want to believe that it's real, right? Mm-hmm. So I just said, you know, it's just, you know, it's not a big deal, but I just said, like, you know, look, he was really 6'9" or 6'10". And they wrote me back, unlike Newsweek, which didn't write me back. But anyway, they wrote me back and they go, we're sure you're right, you're the expert type of a thing. But since everybody else, when he died, said he was 7'4", we don't feel the need to make a correction. And I was just like, well, so much for you.
See, there's the whole thing. Once the story gets out, everyone uses another story for confirmation, and you're screwed.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if it's real or not. This is from someone who goes, did you see the super card that Mick Foley mentioned in his book? Each Japanese company contributed one match, and they did a $6.6 million live house. I don't think that house was $6.6 million, although it may have been. I was at that show, by the way. If so, can you comment on this?
6.6 million yen.
6.6 million yen is only like $66,000. So it's a lot more than that. But no, they had 13 companies, and each company presented one match, and it was the show put out by Weekly Pro Wrestling, which was the name of a magazine, and sold out the Tokyo Dome. It was a really, really great show. It wasn't the best show I think I've ever seen in my life, but it was up there with the best ones. And All Japan and JWP stole the show. But the IWA match, which was Mick Foley's match, I'll always remember because they were having a hell of a match. It was Mick Foley was in it, Terry Funk was in it, the Headhunters, I think Leatherface, which was Rick Patterson, and Shoji Nakamaki. And is that 6 guys? Yeah, so I think that was the match. And Mick Foley goes to light a table, and it doesn't go up. And they're just standing there, and it's like, and then everyone just goes crazy, because it's like the spot, so everyone's moonsaulting everyone because they just went into a panic because it's 60,000 people, and the big spot of the match just didn't happen because the fire didn't catch. And I mean, Terry Funk does this moonsault to the floor and then starts selling his knee like he's done, okay? Like, I mean, I'm watching this, and I'm going like, first of all, he's up there, and I'm just going like, and I know he's done this move. He's done this moonsault off the top rope to the floor. He's done it before, okay? And he's done it a few times since, okay? But I knew that, like, before when he's done it, it's always been a planned spot. This was like everyone went into panic, and they just didn't want to lose the crowd. So he's up there, and he just goes off that top rope, and I go, Terry, you are done. That's it. And then he sells it like his knee is done. I mean, he sold it like I've never seen anyone sell a knee injury in my life, and I thought, that's it. You know, it's like I just saw Terry Funk's last match, and that idiot came, you know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking, right? So I go backstage, he's walking around, and he's fine. You know, but that's in the, but anyway, they, you know, it was, they had a good match. The All Japan match was awesome. I think Johnny Ace was in the All Japan match, and, with Misawa and Kawada Kobashi and all those guys, and then the JWP match with the Devil Masami and them was good. But it was like all the all-star stuff, you know, they had UWFI, they had a shoot match from Pancras on the show. New Japan had a match with Hashimoto and Shono, which actually wasn't all that good. But, it was quite a night. I mean, just, you would see like, and every group had their own little audience, right? But All Japan clearly had so much more of an audience in that building than anyone else. I mean, when that 6-man, Misawa and Stan Hansen, their reactions blew everybody else away. Let's go, speaking of that, actually, we will go to Phil, since Phil's going to undoubtedly talk to us about Japan anyway. And Phil, I got your listing of the top 500, and I'm just glancing at it, and anyway, go ahead.
Cool. We can talk a little about that. You forgot the best match on that show, which was Ryama Go against the Space Jews.
Oh, God, that match was horrible. It was so out of place. It was like this independent guard.
Space Jews, Ryama Go. What's horrible?
You know, it's funny. You know, Ryama Go actually got phenomenal crowd reaction because it was kind of like this comedy thing, and he was over at that moment. Never had, you know, just for that, he had that brief window where he was a cult figure, but, oh God, it wasn't that horrible, but the crowd reaction, people just go, you know, the whole night. So it was pretty funny.
I mean, he's still milking that. He's still wrestling, Ryama Go. You'll still, I saw him wrestle, you know, I don't know, a match from about 6 months ago. He's still as great as he was, too.
Yeah.
So it was just reminding me, I had the world's weirdest 6-man tag, team ever was on that, it was like the Portland show where, Art Barr had Tanya Harding in his corner. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it was in Vancouver, Washington, I think.
Right, and they had the 6-man tag of Colonel De Beers, Psychosis, and Ryama Go.
That is the weirdest.
Who they against? So it's Billy Jack Haynes, Rey Mysterio Jr., and, God, who's the third guy?
I don't know, but those two alone is weird enough for me.
Yeah, they had, like, the third guy was, he was some, like, big, tall, blonde-haired stiff who I think was a Portland worker from that area.
Brian, do you know any big, tall, blonde-haired stiffs?
Big, tall, blonde-haired stiff. No.
It's not Brian Adams.
Trouble.
But I mean, just the 6-man tag of Colonel De Beers, Ryama Go, and Psychosis had to be the weirdest thing in the history of professional wrestling. What else was I going to say? A couple. So you got the 500. What did you think?
I'm just glancing at it right now. I disagree with so many of them. It isn't even funny.
All right, bring it on, baby. We had 125 posts on our board about it.
Santos way too high. Hashimoto's way too high.
Really? After that 0-1 match? The entire selection committee, I guess, after that 0-1 match was just like Hashimoto up.
Yeah, Atsuka is way too high, although on the last 0-1 match, I thought that was quite a compelling match where he let Sugiura split his head open like that. I can't see Mike Modest ahead of Kurt Angle. Sorry. Or Daniels ahead of Kurt Angle either. Let me see. Sano's way too high.
Wasn't Angle like 19? I just glanced at it today. I don't have it in front of me.
22.
Angle's 22.
22, wow.
Yeah, Sano 25 is too high. Taue 27 is too high.
Yeah, everybody's got a problem with Tao. I mean, we have in the top 10 up until like this last one.
I do. Vader's too high, and I like Vader, but he's just too heavy now. Let me see. Taka Michinoku hasn't done anything. I mean, I know he's great, but he just hasn't done anything lately.
We had some good matches. Did you see any of his stuff in Japan? He went over there and wrestled some Michinoku Pro shows that were really good. It's hard when you do a list like this. I try to do things like...
come on, 145, come on. I mean, he's really great. I mean, it's like...
the last 2 months of Hunter Hearst Helmsley matches, and I've actually got a ability to see pay-per-views now with I'll leave it at that. But
we talked about that yesterday.
Last 2 months, the Hardy match was just so terrible, and both those matches on pay-per-views I thought were bad. I mean, he's a limited guy. He's in there when he's in there with somebody who's really good. But I mean, he had chances to have good matches with like lesser opponents in the last 2 months, and he's been really bad.
I don't know. I think he's more complete than a lot of these guys. That are, I don't know.
Well, it's interesting. We had a big debate between. Have you seen much Ray Gonzalez in Puerto Rico?
I have not seen Ray Gonzalez in years, so I can't even comment on him. Well, I saw him when he was first breaking in, but I know he's like a super heel, everyone tells me, but I haven't seen him.
I guess the big debate was between who was better between those two, and like Ray Gonzalez was having these great matches with like guys like Carly Colon, who are just terrible wrestlers, and doing so many things. Like they're both kind of Ric Flairish in the sense of.
I probably need to get some tapes of both Puerto Rican groups actually, because I haven't seen them in a while.
Because that was the big argument with Helmsley right below Gonzalez. Was that I don't know? It's just we had him higher, and then just like the last 2 months were just so bad. He hasn't had a good match in 2 months since that Steve Austin match. He hasn't had a good match. I think
Marufuji's too low. He's awesome.
Where is he? Where do we have
97. I mean, he's better than almost everyone on this list.
You really think Marufuji's that good, huh?
He's
awesome.
I've
watched a lot of Marufuji last. I don't know. He's just he is. He seemed to. I mean, I thought he was really carried by Hoshikawa in the 0-1 match. Yeah,
but then on the last one with Takaiwa, I thought he carried Takaiwa, and Takaiwa's a good wrestler.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that should be arriving to me in a couple of days. So.
Okay.
Thought it was interesting that we had a lot of heat over putting the Hardys this high. That was one we got a lot of debate over.
Hey, where's Nova?
Nova is not on the list.
Oh my God.
Top 500. No, you know what? I saw him last Wednesday. He's top 500 easy.
Really?
He's not bad.
Because I saw him in that match. The last thing I saw was the UPW match where he was his debut.
You got tens. Come on, now you got tens on below Robert Thompson and Vinny Massaro, who I know both of those guys, and they are. I mean, and Robert Thompson's a friend of mine. They are not in tens on. Is like totally in a different league from those two guys.
Check out number 500, Dave.
Who's number 500? Ric Flair? Rob Van Dam. Okay, that's not fair either. I'm looking at 499. Oh wait, this 499 is Shane McMahon. He's probably better than that too. Although I mean he's a part-time guy though. So
yeah, well I saw that with the Rob Van Dam thing. They put it that low. We've always hated him, but was that match he had against Chris Daniels at UPW show? That was such a dog crap match
was it really? I never saw the match.
Worst Chris Daniels I've ever seen. It was Rob Van Dam with his spot, wander around the ring, point to himself. Like for 3 minutes, hit another spot, point to himself some more.
Hey, is Frank Parker that good? Because I've only seen him doing TV jobs.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's really like.
I just don't know.
Really old school. He wrestles like like a Mid-South guy from 1977 or something like that. I mean, really like a solid old school kind of wrestler. Death and Destruction. Him and Roger Anderson are like a great, old school heel tag team. Like really good.
You got Rey Mysterio Jr. at 155 below Robert Thompson and Boyce LeGrand and these. I don't know.
Rey Mysterio, the 2001 with no knees, Rey Mysterio Jr. is better than those guys.
Much better. Much better. Look at those matches that he had when WCW was going out of business every week on TV. Look at the last pay-per-view match. The last pay-per-view match he had was his best match in a long time.
Yeah,
with Romeo and those guys, with Kidman, with Romeo and Skip.
The best guy in that match. I thought he was the guy that was along for the ride in all those matches. I mean, I love Rey Mysterio Jr.
No, he knows how to work. I mean, that's the thing. He knows how to work at a top level. I mean, his knees are shot and everything. He can't do all the spectacular.
He's not spectacular anymore, but God, as a babyface, he's awesome.
I mean, just the way he does, sells and makes comebacks and everything, he's like really good. These other guys, I mean, Vinny Massaro is just a guy who does moves out of a video game who, I mean, I guess I shouldn't hold the physique against him, but, I mean, he's not a great worker. I mean, he's a good independent worker on an independent show, but if you put him on, like a major TV, there's no way. Not yet. Not yet anyway.
The break of this is it is for like the period is like the last 6 months and it's a current right now sort of thing. That's why a lot of the guys who are WCW guys aren't on the list. I just wanted to clear that up. I disagree with you about Vinny Massaro. I think he's a really good carrier of green. The really good Vinny Massaro matches I've seen have been against very, very green APW like high flyers. And guys like what's his name? The guy with the bad
Miyake.
What?
Miyake, Miyake France?
He had a good match against Miyake France. He had those guys, like that level.
He's all right, and Robert Thompson's actually a very good worker. It's just, I don't know, he's not really in the best condition or anything like that as compared to, I mean, if Robert Thompson, he's a great athlete, if he got in good condition, he has the potential to be really, really good, but I mean, I just can't, put him against, above someone like a Tenzan or a Rey Mysterio. I mean, they're in a different league.
Well, you talk about Robert Thompson. He's not obviously like cut, but I saw him go. He went 30 in that tag match at the APW show, 30 minutes. When he wasn't blown up at the end of it. And there's a lot of these guys on this list who are big time guys who haven't gone 30 minutes in a long, long time, and I don't know if they could.
This is the top 10 that they have on the Death Valley driver. Number 1 is Kawada, which I would certainly not argue. Number 2 is Benoit, which I would not argue. Number 3 is Santo, which I would argue. But 4, Yuji Nagata, who's a hell of a talent. 5 is Minoru Tanaka, who's a hell of a wrestler. 6 is Blue Panther's a hell of a wrestler too. 7 is Hashimoto, who is, I've seen Hashimoto in phenomenal matches. I don't know if I would rate him that high. 8, Yuki Ishikawa. I've never been that thrilled with him, but he's good. 9 is Suwa, who's a very good worker. Suwa, and 10, Tiger Mask. Very good. He's got Silver King 11. WCW missed the boat on him, didn't they? Oh boy. Let's go to Alex in Puerto Rico.
Wrestling Observer Live 500 of the guys WCW missed the boat on.
Yeah, I know.
Look at Regal. Good God.
Yeah. Just think if they had signed. The
funniest thing on Raw last night was Regal sitting at the commentary booth, minding his own business, and Jim Ross made a comment about how the Duchess of Queensberry was going back to driving her truck. And the look on Regal's face, just from a long shot, was the funniest thing I've seen on Raw in so long. So underutilized in that company.
Oh, how about the look on his face when his face was in the Duchess's crotch on the pay-per-view?
Yes. He is so awesome. Where the hell is he on that list?
I didn't notice where he was. Anyway, let's go to Alex in Puerto Rico. Alex, what's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I don't know. You tell me.
This Saturday night in Hatillo, Iman Latin Wrestling's having a show.
Really?
What?
Yes, the most underrated worker on the independent scene here in Puerto Rico, or in the United States. Hollywood star Teron Giannetti is fighting in the main event against Olympico.
Oh, I don't know those guys.
Olympico? From EMLL?
No, it's got to be different Olympico.
Okay.
Well, against Teron Giannetti.
Hey, how's Ray Gonzalez?
Well, he's Universal Champion again.
We know that.
Paparazzi can cut a damn promo better than half the wrestlers in WCW.
Is he? I'm sure he can. But now, is he better than Triple H?
No.
Okay, just wondering.
Paparazzi can cut a promo.
Paparazzi's a different guy. Paparazzi's an IWA guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how we got to him, but that's okay.
And the hardcore match, the paramedic is taking on Crazy Boy. That's a psychotic Matt Hardy.
Oh, Crazy Boy?
Yeah, he's like Matt Hardy, but psychotic.
I wonder if that's the same Crazy Boy from Texas.
No, that's a different Crazy Boy.
Oh, okay, it's Puerto Rican Crazy Boy. Because there's a Crazy Boy that worked out of northern Mexico, maybe Juarez. It was Juarez, yeah. And he sometimes worked Texas. He was very good.
Those are
Those are
the two matches that are worth seeing.
Okay.
And this new company, Caribbean Wrestling Association, is coming up very soon.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened on Raw last night? Since I don't get TNN on my system.
On Raw,
well, you're lucky last night.
Yeah, I know. Chyna wrestled Trish Stratus and killed her dead. And Hunter and Steve Austin destroyed Undertaker and Kane, destroyed Kane's elbow. By the way, Kane they're doing an injury angle with Kane. I think, based on what I was told, he'll be at it. I don't think he's going to be on TV tonight, or at least wrestling on TV tonight. It's a short-term thing, but, he'll be back. I wonder if he's going to do I guess he'll probably do Saturday pay-per-view from England.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, WCW is going to be on TNN, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
June 16, right?
It's not 100%, but that's what everyone's looking at, yeah.
Good, because I'm going to the Hatillo show, showing up a sign that we want TNN.
Okay. Call up your local cable station, say we need our TNN.
No, because I'm going to get some friends of mine that are going to the IOW show in Hatillo, and we're going to start chanting Goldberg as a rib.
For some reason, I think there's going to be a lot of Goldberg chants. I don't know why.
Well, we're going to find out soon enough.
Ricky Banderas is the new IWA champion for the second time.
Yeah, heard he won it back. He's going to Japan this week.
Is he going to the new WCW?
Ricky Banderas, not that I'm aware of.
Miguel Perez?
No, not that I'm aware of.
How about
I would think when it comes to those guys, I would probably know.
How about Carly Colon?
Oh boy. Oh no. Carly Colon's going to be a Puerto Rico guy. I mean, forever. He's like, those guys.
Yeah, he sucks as a babyface.
Does he? I hear Eddie Colon's very good though.
Yeah, he's very good. Don't get me wrong. He could fight the cruiserweights in WCW and have a good match.
Yeah.
But with Carly Colon, they should turn him heel.
Mm-hmm.
Or Stacey Colon, turn her heel and join Ray Gonzalez.
The Stacey Colon.
And then the Colones could all feud with each other.
Oh, yeah, like the McMahons.
Yeah.
But like I was saying, they haven't...
Can Carlos Colon's wife cut a promo? Carlos Colon's wife, can she cut a promo?
I don't know. I never seen... Maybe she's ugly as hell and Carlos Colon is like...
It's got nothing to do with looks. We're just wondering if she can cut a better promo than Linda.
No, I never seen her on TV.
She can't? Uh-oh. Well,
that's bad
That's why she's not on TV. There's your answer.
They turned Super Gladiator babyface after his match with Black Boy. His name is Ricky Fontaine.
Yeah, I heard that.
They cut a promo.
I don't know why I know this stuff, because I shouldn't. But anyway.
They cut a promo with this Kevin Nash wannabe with Ivana in a hotel room.
Is that Russ McCullough?
Yeah, wannabe Kevin Nash.
I just saw Russ McCullough on OVW before he got the haircut. And I don't think that facially he looks like Kevin Nash, but it's just like he looks like a skinny Big Show wearing Kevin Nash's wrestling attire.
He probably went to Kevin Nash's garage sale.
He may have.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think Kevin Nash is doing any garage sales.
Okay, Alex, we gotta get running now. Okay, Alex.
One more thing.
Okay, make it quick.
Can I get a copy of a sample issue of Wrestling Observer?
Yes, you can.
Okay, Brian has my home address.
I'll give it to Dave. I'll provide him with the information.
Okay,
Brian emails. We email each other all the time, so it's no problem. Okay.
You hear?
Yes.
I'm going to see if the results are sent to you next week.
Okay. Good enough. All right, let's go to Sean in PA. Sean, what's going on?
Oh, my God. What's up with these callers? Alex, dude, you keep asking for like free shit all the time. Just go jump off a bridge and do the world a favor.
I hate to tell you this, but Alex is not listening because he was calling from a payphone.
Oh,
he could not hear your rant.
Hey, do they
have bridges in Puerto Rico?
Yes,
who cares with Puerto Rico? Nobody's...
Hey, no racist stuff. Let's go.
No, but it's like, hey, for supposedly being smart fans, a lot of the internet people are morons, Like, that list for WCW people was the 23 to 24 guys that's been out there for at least a week. You think they would have read it by now.
Yeah.
But anyway, with Raw last night, what's up with Triple H's murdering Test? I mean...
What's different from that from every other Raw?
No, but it's like, hey, that guy's never going to get over. And Triple H probably puts himself over in, like playing cards, or, he wouldn't even do a job like in a swimming pool or something.
He cheats. Cheats at cards. That'd be a good gimmick. You could play cards with the Acolytes and cheat.
Yeah.
No, and in China, man, she, like, I have never seen an uglier woman in my life than...
I have.
Well...
I have.
God,
I've seen many.
No, and her Playboy thing's done, and nobody, she doesn't have anything to fall back on, really. So just keep her off TV and just be done with it.
Oh, I hope that she's off TV. She just got. I mean, when I saw that thing, she's got nothing to offer. I mean, I know WWF thinks that they can turn her heel and do a big feud with Lita. People are really going to be into it, but I'm not excited about it myself. Yeah, I know. That interview really set it up, boy.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, watching Raw last night, man, it almost felt like I was watching 1997 again with the same matches, same guys on top. I could have thrown a tape in and, it would have been the same show. And, WWF needs to get their act together because they've got a great product, don't get me wrong, but, I mean, it's the same guys on top. It's just like what happened with WCW, and, it's just like, it's almost like they don't even care. Because the summer programs are just going to be the same guys.
They care. It's just that Vince McMahon has the mentality, and whether it's his own opinion or reinforced, whatever. I mean, he's his own guy. I mean, ultimately, he makes the final decision. He sees, Steve Austin, Triple H, and The Rock, and Undertaker, and Kane as like top guys, and he doesn't mentally see the other guys as top guys, unfortunately for them. And the problem is they've mixed and matched these guys so much. It's like the All Japan syndrome, where you know what, those other guys aren't as good of workers, but goddamn, how many times can you watch Sal and Kobashi?
What other guys are you talking about? Benoit? Angle?
No, I'm talking about from the All Japan standpoint, why they wouldn't elevate somebody else. No. Benoit and Angle are better workers than the guys they have on top. But, they're 5'10" guys, 5'9" guys, and Vince is a 6'2" guy, and it's that thing we talk about in every single show.
Yeah, well, that's about it, guys. I'll let you guys get some more calls. Thanks.
Let me go through a couple of emails, and we'll finish up with some phone calls as well. Rumor verification. Is it true that Crash Holly got plastered? WF New York legit and embarrassed the company, causing Crash to get depushed last year? Yes, that's true.
He has had some alcohol problems.
Yes, which is why they did that angle last night. There was a reality to it. It was their, kind of inside joke, kind of like the Hawk thing, kind of like the Scott Hall thing, yes. The China...
So they could have Jim Ross remind fans to drink in moderation.
That was whatever. And then Paul Heyman said, "You're one to talk." There was some interesting interplay, by the way, on that show. Actually, there is almost every week. Yeah, the China Lita spanking challenge was insane. Not the kind of good insane either. China threatens to spank Lita on live TV, and Lita giggles because we all know she really wants it. I'm being sarcastic. Great angle to air after the Gallup poll comes out. I know Vince is saying China is going to get hers at the end. Actually, that's what I'm afraid of.
China getting spanked at the end?
Yeah, I guess.
That's appalling.
Did Ric Flair ever refuse to do a job? Yes, many times. Many times. Let's see. Luger comes to mind. Who else? Just the Luger one's the real famous one. Let's see. Actually, many times with Luger. Which is probably why Luger was... When Nash and Luger had their little clique, and Ric Flair was kind of teetering on the edge, and they were making him look like a fool every week, Luger was the one back there going like, I'm going to get back at him because 10 years ago he wouldn't do a job for me. That's true. That's totally true. Let's see. What wrestlers has Steve Austin refused to work a program with? The only one I know of is Jarrett. Anyone else?
What about Billy Gunn?
That was he refused to work a match with Billy Gunn because he was sore from a match the night before at a pay-per-view. And they were going to do a TV match. Billy might drop him on his head like he did to Benoit. Yeah, I guess he wouldn't do a TV match with Billy Gunn, but he had no problem. He never turned down a program with Billy Gunn, which thank God they never suggested. But Russo did try to put the program with Jarrett and Austin, and he just said no way. This is from Jesse, who goes, in response to the previous email about violence in America and Japan. I lived in Japan for 2 years. While it may be true that the wrestling isn't as violent, actually aspects of the the underground wrestling is more violent. There's without a doubt a high level of violence in their cartoons, movies, and video games, all marketed to children. The culture is full of garbage style. Yes, they aren't nearly as violent, not even comparable. That's the people themselves. What should tell us is that it's not the more violent product that leads to violence, but rather a more violent culture leads to violence. Let's see. WF.com is reporting that Mark Henry will be working a dark match tonight. Looks like he could be close to returning, depending on...
How about tolerance?
Yeah, he's worked dark matches before, though.
How about tolerance as far as it being acceptable to be violent society? I mean, if you ever look at, they do it in movies all the time, and I'm sure a lot of parents are like this as well. Your kid gets in a fight, dad asks, did you win? That's the first question, as opposed to, you should not be getting in fights, young man. You know what I mean? I don't think in Japan it's acceptable to go around beating the hell out of people.
No, they're getting more Americanized, but it's really, I mean, as far as like a place to go, it's so safe. I mean, that's the thing that I always remember when I would go there. It's like, you could walk around at 3 a.m. in Tokyo, and, you don't worry about, like, getting mugged or anything. I suppose it exists, but, no one seems scared. No one's scared in the culture. Okay, now we're going to go to Randy. Randy, what's up?
Hey, Dave and Brian, how's it going?
Hey. It's going really good.
Good. Guys, I just wanted to say, as far as Raw last night, my thoughts on Raw, the low point obviously was the whole China Lita promo, and that was absolutely terrible. Nothing can compare to that. I used to cringe when Benoit would take the microphone. Now, these guys make Benoit's promos look pretty good. But I also wanted to say, a lot of people, and I know where you guys, I follow your website, and I think you guys are really good, even though I don't agree with you a lot. You know, I respect you guys. You guys are extremely knowledgeable.
Okay. If you agree less than half the time,
yeah.
You're in trouble. If you agree more than 90% of the time, you're also in trouble. If you're in between those two numbers, you're in pretty good shape.
I must be in pretty good shape then, guys.
Okay.
I just want to say, I understand where you two guys are coming from on the Triple H thing and all that. I understand that. Some of these, reading your backlash follow-ups on your internet site yesterday, I doubt very many people, I don't know, I just don't think they get it as far as it comes to Triple H. And call me crazy, but I kind of like this, this storyline right now where you've got Austin and Triple H having all the titles. Number one, it's never been done before, so it is fresh. Number two, I think people ought to realize it's only going to be temporary that they have all three major titles. I don't
think that anyone's concerned with the belts. It's not the belts. It's the lack of letting anyone else up to their level.
Yeah.
Belts don't mean, I don't think anyone. It's not even winning and losing. Hunter beating Jeff Hardy on that TV match meant nothing. Whether as far as it's how he did it, and that's where people see through it. They're not stupid.
Yeah.
That's where his heat comes from. He's not coming from. Like who's booked to win a match. I mean, he has influence on that, and he got the pin on that pay-per-view. That's no big deal.
Yeah.
But it's that they're not letting new guys in that top mix, and that's why they're going stale on top.
Sure. Well, I'm going to say, as far as Jeff Hardy, and it was good to see Jeff Hardy at least get that win over Triple H. I don't know if Jeff Hardy would be the guy that would be ready to be elevated big time.
He's probably not, but once he got there, why cut him off right away until you find out if he can hang? When Hunter first got the title, if he was treated like Kurt Angle for 4 months and then moved to the mid-card, and we, you know what I mean? I mean, he would end up being a mid-card guy if he was booked like that.
Yeah, when Hunter first won that belt, I don't think anybody thought he was ready.
Sure.
Yeah, you've got to give a chance to grow into it with Jeff Hardy. He probably wasn't
Jeff Hardy
ready.
may not have been ready for the main events or everything, but I'm sure he was ready for a run with the Intercontinental title if they wanted to do something with it. But clearly they didn't.
Possibly, I don't know. Hardy's got some work to go as far as the promos, and that goes. Now, Test has got a lot of work to go as far as, I like Test. He's got a lot of work to go as the promos. There might be a possibility of a program with Triple H. I don't think last night was the right time to say Triple H to appear weak to Test. I'm sure Test, I don't really know where they're going with
It's not a pure week. You're missing the whole point.
Yeah.
If they had done exactly what they did last night at the end, with Hunter destroying the guy with a chair, but they had done a 6-minute match with Test getting 4 minutes of really good offense, some near falls and things like that, Hunter would still have killed him at the end, but Test would have gained something. In this way, Test just looked like, just some, lamb being led to slaughter, just a piece of meat. So what, it's like, and Brian pointed out, what would Ric Flair have done in that situation if the end result is, Rick, you've got to go over this guy and you've got to beat the hell out of him because you're in the main event on the next pay-per-view and he's not. It's like Rick would have sold his ass off, but at the end, Rick would look strong. This guy didn't give him that sell the ass off stuff before going right at the end. I mean, the end was the beginning. There's only 57 seconds.
Well, two things. I'll be brief here real quick. Just want to say, as far as that goes, if they do have a follow-up to that where Test comes in and gets the last laugh on Triple H, that would be quickly forgotten. Number two, I just want to say this. I don't want to sound
not
like
if they followed up on it. It could be a career maker for him.
Sure.
Triple H.
I don't know if they're going to follow up on it. And real quick, I don't want to sound like a Triple H mark. I do think that the comparisons to Hogan and Nash are a little unfair, pretty unfair, because Hogan and Nash.
In what sense?
Yeah, Hogan and Nash.
I mean, you're going to say work rate, of course, work rate, but nobody compares Triple H as a worker to Nash and Hogan. That's not what anyone means.
Sure,
as far as political maneuvering, I think it's very fair.
Well, here's a good point, guys. I guess I won't be too worked up about this until I see wrestlers go to their websites like Saturn and Jericho did when they were in WWF.
Oh, you'll never see it.
Wait a minute. You don't understand the politics of WWF. Can I tell you that those guys, I'm not trying to get those two guys in trouble because I'm not saying specifically, guys in the WWF say the same things about Triple H that they said about Hogan and Nash. They know they can't say it publicly because you can't do it in WWF like you can in WCW. It's just a politically different structure. You can't
in WCW, we had, we did that show from Nassau, and there was like Kidman coming on the show in the arena. That he was going to work in anything. You're running down the company. And you will never, ever see anyone in the WWF doing that. Shawn Michaels made a couple comments about Steve Austin on that Bite This, and he was off TV for a year.
Yeah.
That's right. It's just a different thing. That's right. Look at, Michaels made some comments about Austin, and they wouldn't even let him near the company for a long time.
Yeah.
So you can't do, if Perry Saturn were to go on his website and go, you know what, this is what Triple H has done to this company. If he were to do that, Perry Saturn would be out of a job, and he knows it, so no one's going to do that.
If you're going to
so you can't say that.
Yeah. One thing is, if you're going to get your character questioned and your status as a team player questioned, who better to do it than Shawn Michaels? That really adds credibility, doesn't it? No, I'm just kidding. So, thanks a lot, guys.
Okay. This is an interesting one, which nobody's talked about. It goes, it's probably too easy to tell, but will WCW be under the same no pile driver policy the WF has? If so, how will that affect Shane Helms' Vertebreaker? I would expect that there'd be the same rules for both companies. They don't want guys dropped on their head, and more power to them for that. And I think that some of those moves, like I don't think you're going to be seeing a lot of tombstone pile drivers or suplexes on the top of the head or vertebreakers and things like that. I would expect that when they see Shane Helms do that move, they were going to go to him and go, you need a new finisher. I could be wrong, but that's what I would expect.
Or you could do it differently and just drop them totally on their back.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, God, please.
Read it.
This is about Andre. It goes, how do you know how tall Andre was? What's your proof? Have you ever seen him in person? I probably saw him in person 50 times, 100 times. Jesus Christ. I saw him wrestle Ernie Ladd. They were the same height. Ernie Ladd's 6'9". Okay? Let's see.
It's like looking at Chris Benoit and Kurt Angle last night in the ring together, looking to be the exact same height, and claiming that Kurt Angle is 6'5".
Even though Kurt Angle is listed in many reports as being 6'2", but Kurt Angle is not 6'2", no matter what anyone says, because he's the same height as Benoit. Let's see. Who do you predict to win between Pele and Frank Trigg? Whew, that is tough. I didn't even know that they were fighting for sure.
It's a soccer fight?
It's at the next Pride. It's at the next Pride. With the knees and everything. It's a tough fight. Pele. I could lose that one, though. Let's see. I never knew there were 500 wrestlers currently working. Oh, yeah. Where's Brian Alvarez on the list? I actually didn't look at it.
I'm not on the list.
This guy who did the top 500 needs to wake up. Van Damme at number 500, and he's basing off indie matches. Come on, Chris Daniels that high. He's an indie mark. Chris Daniels was all injured, and this is why his match with RVD was bad. It wasn't Rob Van Damme's fault. Okay. Whatever happened to Steve and Sean Simpson? I don't know, but I think that they're living in Texas, though. Toway 20 spots higher than Triple H. Yeah, that is bad, let me tell you. Toway is like good luggage, sturdy and durable, but he's got to be carried. He's the Japanese Johnny Ace. Let's see. Steve Regal is at number 15, so you know. Let's go to Mike. Mike, what's going on? Mike.
My question is, lately you've been saying that the WWF is aware of the complaints, and ironically, a lot of them come from your show, but it seems like the product is so stale as of late, and they're just content with putting guys like Kane and Austin and Undertaker in there. And my question to you is are they really aware of the fans complaining, or is that just like the...
Oh, they're too aware. They're too aware of it, but what will happen, and this is the reality of what's going to happen, and I was told this a long time ago, is they are not... I don't anticipate any moves being made until you start getting noticeably lower buy rates and noticeably lower live attendance. Now, the last buy rate was the biggest, not buy rate, but the most buys for a pay-per-view in history, which was Mania. This one obviously is going to be down. If it's down really, really bad, maybe it'll say something. And if the ratings start dropping significantly, maybe it'll say something. The problem is, and this is the argument that I have, is it is much easier to make a new star when your ratings are high than all of a sudden when your ratings are low and less people are watching. It's harder to make your stars at that point, so they should be concentrating on making the stars before they go down rather than go, we're going to ride this hand, and then when it starts going down, then we'll start mixing new people in. That's just the deal.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like Benoit and Jericho right there. What would be so wrong with having like a Jericho fight, like say at Austin for the belt, or Benoit against Triple H? Because if you remember last year when Jericho lost, when he was screwed out of the title when he won it, as way as I recall, that the fans are very, very pissed off at that, and they really wanted Jericho to win. It seems like whenever they push him up, they put him in the middle, stuck with the feud with Regal. Granted, Regal's a great worker, but that doesn't do anything for Jericho or Benoit in the long run.
I don't even think that Jericho is really ready anymore.
Well,
he's been put back down in mid-card so many times that, he lost whatever edge that he had for a while.
No, people don't take Jericho as seriously. And when Jericho last summer was doing the feud with Hunter, and did the Last Man Standing, that's when he was ready to be elevated.
Right,
and when
he
wasn't, and now would probably be now would be the hardest time because he's been so established. He just got beat by Rhino last night. So
Yep.
I mean, it's basically getting very boring. I mean, Kane. I mean, we've seen that. How many times have we seen those matches already? Kane. We saw it at the night after King of the Ring. I think a couple of years ago when Austin fought Kane when he won the belt. I mean, wah. I mean, can we please see something new? I mean, what is it going to take for McMahon to realize that his product sucks right now and he needs to change it when nobody shows up in the arena, which unfortunately won't happen. But basically, it's what's
when arena attendance goes down, they'll know that they have to shake things up. Unfortunately, like with WCW, the problem is that once that's happened, it's probably a little bit on the late side to do it. But that's probably what it's going to take. The problem is they. Clearly they don't have confidence in those guys, including Angle, and I don't know why that is, but they don't.
And another thing is, once business starts to go down, there's going to be more panicking. They won't give guys as much of a chance to have, if business were falling and they decided, okay, we're going to give Jericho the shot or whatever, and ratings didn't immediately turn around, or even if they even dipped just a little bit, they would totally panic and he'd be dead.
Well, he'll be the skate. Yeah, like if like not this pay-per-view, but let's say 2 pay-per-views from now. Let's say the buy rate on this one is down and the buy rate on the next one is down, and they go, okay, we need something new. We're going to do Austin against Jericho. And if it's down, unlike these previous 2 where no one's getting the blame, that one Jericho gets the blame because everyone's going to go, hey, you put Jericho in the main event and look what happened.
Yep.
Because he's he's not the constant, and he's going to be the one who it's judged by.
Is there any plans at King of the Ring, Dave? If we can have maybe even possibly one of those guys win it, Jericho or Benoit, or just going to be with the same old hand like Kane or some?
I wonder if they're even thinking that far in advance. You got to remember they only book usually 1-2 weeks ahead. So I don't like everyone's asking me who's going to win King of the Ring. I don't even think they even know who's going to be in King of the Ring, let alone who's going to win it. I mean, they may know. I don't know that, but I'm just thinking, just judging by the way that they book, it's not long-term booking because. Hey, who knows who's going to be injured or who's not going to be injured? I mean, there may be vague plans to give it to Jericho or something, but I don't know.
So maybe what do we got to say? We got to go and cap Triple H's leg or something to get him out so we can push somebody else up there. I mean, basically that's what it is. I mean, he runs the freaking show. It's like
he doesn't run the show. He doesn't run the show, but he has a lot of influence, and he protects his spot like Austin does and like Undertaker does. They all protect their spot. I mean, that's just the reality of not having guaranteed contracts. Your income depends on it. There's only so many 7-figure spots on the card, and if you got one, you sure as hell don't want to lose it.
Now, one last thing, Dave. Wouldn't you say that if by putting these fresh guys in there, more money comes into the company if the buy rates are higher, correct? So if these guys are so smart, why wouldn't they want to elevate the younger guys this way? They don't
because
they're losing their spot at the top where they're making all this money.
They're not looking at it in the same way.
They would be putting someone else in their spot, and someone else would be taking the cash they should be getting for headlining a pay-per-view.
Well, if they're headlining with somebody, don't they split the cash, or is it goes based on who's going to win and lose? I mean, how do they...
It doesn't. It's not based on who's going to win or lose. It depends on your spot on the card. And even if business were to go up, the difference between what a mid-card guy makes and the top 3 or 4 guys makes is millions of dollars. It's like, I'm guessing that a Benoit is probably making between $600 and maybe $800, and those other guys that we're talking about are probably making $2 million plus, and then the top guys, could be making, more than that. So it's like it's tons of money difference. So even do those guys want to move? If it's like let's just say like one of those guys moves down to an $800,000 spot and they're making $2 million, it's like you want to protect that spot. It's just in your financial best interest.
Well, I think that they should do something. I mean, as far as restructuring of the contracts, or put some incentives in there for at least main eventing a pay-per-view, because again, Vince is going to just kill himself basically.
I think that they're very confident in the way their contracts work. They're not in any mood to change them. And if I was them, because I think the contracts work very well for Vince. If I was Vince, I wouldn't change it unless I was forced, and no one's going to force you because it's not going to. These guys aren't going to ever organize. So I mean, for Vince, it works.
So basically, we're going to see the same old thing for the next few months until he decides, well, it's not working, then we got to go with the new. Because ultimately, either Triple H or Austin are going to turn and beat the hell out of each other. Then, if not, The Rock is going to come and ultimately get the revenge on them. So, I mean, we could see it a mile away. I mean, it's like...
Yeah. We've got to get running, okay? We're actually late on our time, okay? Okay. I just want to thank everyone for joining in. Tomorrow, we're going to have Jim the Anvil Neidhart, and we'll see everyone tomorrow at 5. How you going? How's it doing? Ugh, I can't even start a show anymore. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking about pro wrestling. We've got Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly here, and we're also going to be joined by all-pro wrestling promoter Roland Alexander. We'll be talking about current wrestling scene and whatever you guys want to talk about. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Got a couple of news notes before we talk about SmackDown, which actually did a very impressive rating last night. It did a 4.1 rating, which is shockingly good going against the final episode of Survivor, which did a 20.1. Which also interesting is that the rating on the overnights was not good at all. Not that it was terrible, but it indicated a much lower rating. But anyway, we can, I guess, talk a little bit about the show in just a second. Did you watch Rock on the MTV Diaries thing last night?
No, I didn't get a chance to see it.
Okay. I thought he came off real well. I mean, there was nothing. If you missed it, it's not like I would tell anyone, go out of your way to see it. It's a must-see. But you know how, like, a lot of times when wrestlers or wrestling personalities, like Lou Albano or Vince McMahon, yeah, like they're in public and you just go, oh God, I'm so embarrassed that I'm a wrestling fan. And I'm thinking you know what I mean? I mean, Rock is like the opposite. I mean, he really doesn't say anything. His delivery is really good. It's kind of like a Ric Flair in that, he's out there and he doesn't, he certainly doesn't, he puts over the profession, and says, basically the right things and, seems like a guy who has his head on straight, whether he does or he doesn't, he comes across tremendous and, I know he did the Today Show today. I think he's doing Craig Kilborn tonight. I saw the Roger Ebert review of The Mummy, Mummy Returns, which starts tonight, and he's listed as one of the stars, and he said that calling it a cameo would be generous, that he's really not in that many scenes, and I don't think he actually has a speaking role at all, but he's getting a lot of pub, and a lot of talk about him being the next big action hero in the movie, so, and of course he's going to be filming Scorpion King all summer. So anyway, he's pretty much in the news. Let me see. Here's the Roger Ebert review. Do I got it? This is what Roger Ebert said. The ads give The Rock, the WF star, equal billing with Brendan Fraser. This is bait and switch. That's a funny word. You used to use that in wrestling all the time, right? Bait and switch. Right. Yeah. To call his appearance a cameo would be stretching it. I continue to believe The Rock has an acting career ahead of him, and after seeing this movie, it's still ahead of him. So he happens to like him because they met on I think it was the Jay Leno show. And got along real well. Let's see what else is going on. Actually, not a whole hell of a lot else. As far as the negotiations between WWF and TNN for the WCW show, everything's going along real smoothly. The deal is not finalized. It's looking like a start date of June 16th or the 23rd right now, but again, nothing is official on that account. Let me see if there's any other stuff to talk about. Nevada, on the 21st, there's a meeting on 9 a.m. on May 21st at the Nevada State Athletic Commission offices. The purpose of the meeting is to solicit comments from people addressing regulation of mixed martial arts. So that's step one and also Tough Man. So that's step one as far as getting UFC and Pride. Pride I know is real strong on wanting to get into Las Vegas sometime, maybe by the end of this year, next year.
So, who are the comments coming from? Like the promoters and the fighters?
John McCain? From any interested people. If John McCain wants to come, he can come. If the fighters want to come, if the promoters want to come. The meeting is May 21st. I know the Pride people are going to be going. The Pride people and the K1 people, as a matter of fact. K1's doing their show. K1 is doing their show tomorrow night in Vegas, and I know that their meeting. I know that Ishii's coming. Of course, for that show, I know that there's meetings scheduled with some pro wrestling people, with both Pride and K1, over the next short period of time. So, there may be some involvement there. And let me see what else. Actually, that's pretty much the major stuff except for SmackDown. Brian, what do you think of SmackDown?
I mean, it was okay. I think it was a little bit better than Raw, but, overall, the big surprise was Rikishi, and maybe it was just me, but when Vince McMahon came out at the end of the show and he said, "Here is the mystery man, it is Rikishi," and everybody started booing, to me it was like the wrong kind of heel heat. It was like, oh my God, you promised a secret guy this whole show and it's Rikishi. And it was Rikishi, and Undertaker couldn't even beat him. And we talked a couple days ago about Vince Russo and joking that he's got to be back writing, but total sports entertainment finish. No finish at all. Undertaker hits him with a chair. Referee doesn't even ring the bell. He signals for Undertaker's music instead, apparently, and he played that as showing off the air. But, it was another one of those shows where it's like they had 2 or 3 weeks' worth of angles with Steve Austin and the glass in his eye, and they just packed it all into one show. They had the incident at the beginning of the show where he goes through the window. Then they have some stuff a little bit later where, the hospital scene, Vince and Stephanie coming out and talking about it, then Austin finally coming back. And it's like, why couldn't you stretch this out over a couple more weeks? Is it that important to get everything into one SmackDown show?
I can tell you why, and the
why the
reason
hell
is,
was Austin out of the hospital if he still had glass in his eye?
Well, I can tell you the reason. The reason is because they got a pay-per-view tomorrow in London, and they're not going to do the pay-per-view without Steve Austin wrestling.
Oh, that's right.
So he had to be
Good
fined
plan.
by the end of SmackDown, which means that it probably
Why
wasn't
couldn't
the
they
right
do this
time.
angle on Monday then after the pay-per-view?
Probably because then they don't want to lose him for the next week's worth of house shows. That's the problem where you don't want to lose, where you want to do an injury angle, but you don't want a guy to miss dates. You always have a problem when you try to book like that.
Yeah.
The old days.
I did think that, we've seen it before, the whole ambulance deal, where Austin gets loaded in the ambulance, or whoever gets loaded in the ambulance, and someone else is driving. And it was the same thing last night, but actually, I was amused by what happened last night. Part of it was just Austin. Austin's such a great heel because he's one of those heels where he's really evil, but he thinks that he's not being evil. And it's just so awesome the way he does it. And then he's strapped in, and he's in his gurney, and Undertaker's punching him. And I thought that was pretty cool, but, overall the show was just another show.
I like that angle so much better when they did it in 1997. I mean,
Really?
so much better. Oh, so much better. When it was Austin and Bret Hart, I just thought there's so much more depth to it. Like when they were wheeling Bret Hart, and they would go over that cord, and Owen Hart would get mad and goes, "This is $1 million player," and things. There's just so much more to it than this.
This was almost more comedy.
Yeah. And then when when Undertaker is, when Undertaker is shown as the driver, it's just almost like it was expected.
Mm-hmm.
I was just weird, though, just watching,
I don't know if it was so much expected by the fans in attendance because they were really quiet during this angle, and as soon as he popped his head out, they just went insane. So I don't know if it was because they expected it and that they got what they wanted, or if it was like a total surprise to them.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, maybe it was just, because we knew it was going to happen as of Tuesday, but I don't know.
I was just thinking, every time there's an ambulance, it's like the gimmick, Anyway, I think that there's something about Hunter running around in a supposed hospital in wrestling trunks that I found just so ludicrous and
when
funny.
When the intern came up to him?
Yeah.
I thought the intern was going to go, "Excuse me, sir, you've got to put a shirt on."
I was thinking he was going to go, "You must put your pants on, where this is a public hospital. What are you doing dressed like this?" Arrest you for being lewd or something in public. Let me see what else.
What? I never ever have dreams about wrestling, but get this. Last night I had a dream about wrestling.
Oh.
And I dreamt I was watching SmackDown again, and you'll never guess what I dreamed. I dreamed that Hunter was back at the SmackDown tapings after he'd been arrested. Analyze that.
He wanted to be. Do you know that story?
I think that I saw remote viewing.
Okay, no. There was a big, I don't want to say a big fight because that's making it much bigger than it really was. There was an animated discussion among parties of who wanted Hunter and didn't want Hunter to in fact be back for that final segment. And obviously he lost that one because they arrested him. Your vision was what many people's angle was, as a matter of fact.
Wow, that's scary.
So Hunter, I tell you what, what's funny is Hunter and Jeff Hardy I thought had probably the worst of all the matches because Raven and X-Pac was a good match. Bob Holly and Kurt Angle was very good, kind of goofy but very good. The Edge and Christian match with Rhino and Matt Hardy and Chris Jericho was the best match on the show. And am I missing something? Undertaker and then the Undertaker and Rikishi. Well, that was that one may have been worse actually because there was nothing.
Rikishi's gotten really, really heavy.
Well, he hasn't been in the ring for a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gained some weight.
The thing about Hunter and Jeff Hardy, it was like the interference happened. Austin is sitting there doing commentary, and Undertaker comes out, and it distracts Hunter. And as a result, Jeff goes for his pescado or whatever, and Hunter just sidesteps him, pins him, and then gets back to the real business. And it just made Jeff Hardy look like such a goof. Didn't it, though?
Let's see. Yoshihiro Tajiri was called in Japan, and they want him at TV Monday. I don't know if that means he's going to do a dark match, do a syndicated match, do a run-in. But anyway, he got the call. So he may be on TV Monday. And I'm trying to think what else. If there's anything else on that show. Nothing else. I thought Taz was a lot better. I guess that's my only other comment on the show. Mm-hmm. Thought he was doing pretty good. Any other news?
That's it.
Any thoughts on tonight's... are you going to watch tonight's pay-per-view?
Actually, I'm going to get a tape, and it's absolutely positive this time because I've already paid. So I better get a tape.
Any thoughts on the show as far as Randy Couture, Pedro Hizzo? Predictions?
I haven't seen like a whole lot of Pedro Hizzo, but like for Randy Couture, he was always the guy that I'd look at him and I would think, this guy really doesn't have anything, but he would always pull it out. That's the impression that I always got. I never saw Randy Couture as like, you look at him and you go, this guy is a killer. This guy's a great fighter, but he'd always win.
He's a really good, he's a really good wrestler and he's not a quitter. He's a very mentally tough guy. I think he's going to lose though tonight. I think that, the key is Couture has to keep Pedro Hizzo on the ground, and even keeping him on the ground, I don't know. Standing up, Pedro Hizzo is just too good standing up for Randy Couture, so he's got to take him down. He's good enough to take him down, but he's got to keep taking him down over and over again. Because if the guy gets any time on his feet, he's got wicked leg kicks. And if he hits a couple of those leg kicks, Randy's not going to have the leg drive to be able to take him down. And then standing up, he'll get knocked out if Pedro's aggressive enough. So I'll go with Pedro Hizzo. Let's see what the other stuff. Semi Schilt Pete Williams should be real interesting. Because you got a guy with so much reach. And, when you got a guy who's like 6'10" and a half and is coordinated and, he throws a knee. He can get that knee so high. if you bend down for where he's dangerous if you're watching this fight. If you go in for a takedown, the key is if you're a kickboxer and a guy goes for a takedown, you're supposed to knee him in the face as he comes in, which is much easier said than done. But when you're 6'10" and a half, your knee, it's far more dangerous. High. Yeah, he can go so high with the knee. And that's his number one weapon is knees on the shoot. He's beaten a lot of guys and busted a lot of guys up, so that's that one. Pat Miletich, Carlos Newton. Very interesting fight, too. Pat Miletich is healthy, Anyway, so much for that. Let me get to some emails. This is from Steve McCann, who goes, I just finished watching... Don't
forget, Dave's going to be doing live, every 5 minutes, play-by-play on the website.
After every round, we'll be doing updates. We got a full house here tonight, too, so it's going to be a real busy night here. But we'll be doing that tonight, and also we'll be doing match-by-match tomorrow of Insurrection. So I'll be hanging around by the computer all day and updating it after every match. And also, tomorrow morning, as soon as I wake up, which will not be early, because I'm sure there'll be people over here till 2 a.m., so this will probably be close to 2 in the afternoon Eastern time, but I will have stuff up for the Fukuoka Dome as far as results, and hopefully, I don't know this, but I expect at least a couple of live feedbacks from people either, if nothing else, watching it on television, because it's on national TV there. So it's going to be a big weekend the next couple of days, today and tomorrow anyway, on the website after the show is over. Okay, let's see. I just finished watching the Triple H Jeff Hardy match on SmackDown. Did Hunter think he put Jeff over too much the last match? Because Jeff ended up looking even worse this time. After Undertaker chased Austin and distracted Triple H, Jeff still got nothing in. What's worse is that Triple H treated him like an afterthought, pedigreed him, and then went after Austin. It came off...
Yeah, that's the whole thing, the afterthought. That's a good word.
Yeah.
Totally what he did. It was just like, oh my God, I got to go help Austin. Wait, I got to beat this guy first.
Yeah.
Dude, it
came off like Triple H showed a lot of concern for Austin and that Jeff was never a threat. See, that's the thing. When I was watching it was like, God, Jeff is not... At no point in this match was Jeff ever even a threat to be competitive, let alone a threat to win. Mm-hmm. And Hunter could finish him off whenever he wanted. The Hardys are left in the ring looking like losers. It doesn't help that the two guys, Matt and Jeff, and that Lita's the only one who gets face chance in their matches. Let's see. What exactly was the mindset behind the WF's Brawl for All semi-shoot? Hey, it was a lot more than semi, let me tell you. Tournament a few years back. Was the WF's attempt at adding shoot elements in the promotion similar to Inoki's booking New Japan? No, it was an idea that they had.
To get Williams over.
Yeah, the idea was it was to get Steve Williams over and just to do something. You remember they're in the middle of a promotional war that was really tight, and it was just an idea to do something that the other group wouldn't have the guts to do. And someone came up with the idea, and they didn't realize how many people were going to get hurt doing it, and the fact that Steve Williams wasn't actually going to win, and it was just a bad idea.
Who came up with that idea?
I have always been told that it was Russo. So that's what I've always been told. But you see, this is one of those things where before it happens, a lot of people were taking credit for it, and then after it was over, nobody was taking credit for it. So I don't know. Let's see. Let's see.
It just sounds like such a Russo idea, the whole reality based.
Well, I mean, what's so bad about it is that it looked so different from everything else on the show that it was almost like, like sometimes, well, it's almost like, like in Japan, where if you do like those work shoot matches. I mean, like if you do a work shoot match and a shoot match on the same show, it's okay because the work shoot match theoretically looks the same as the shoot match conceptually, except it's not real or it's predetermined or however you determine what that means. But if you do a pro wrestling style match and a shoot style match on the same show like New Japan does, it's just really weird because it's like kind of like saying that like one of these styles is either one of these styles is not entertaining or the other style is not real. You're saying that, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Let's see. I love your show. Okay. I've got a couple questions. Whatever happened to Steve McMichael and John Arezzi? I have no idea. And he just goes, oddly enough for John Arezzi, 3 of his one-time closest buddies in the wrestling profession all reached superstar heights. Cactus Jack, that's right, that was John Arezzi's best friend in wrestling. Vince Russo, who was, in fact, with John Arezzi at the beginning. And Paul Heyman. So, I guess they were friends, but I mean, everyone then knew Paul Heyman. Do you know what percentage of WF revenue is generated by products sold to children? I don't think anyone knows that because when you go to the stands, I mean, when you go to the stores and everything, generally speaking, a lot of the products, are bought by adults for children. I mean, like, very rarely does a kid, like, go in there with a credit card? You know what I mean? Like an 8-year-old with a credit card going like... So I mean, there's
so
really...
many people collect the dolls and everything like that it's hard to tell. I guess the only way you could really tell is, like, child-sized T-shirts.
Yeah. I think, but that's just T-shirts. That's not like the dolls or anything.
Yeah.
So, anyway, let me get one more and we'll hit a break. Please put something on the IATA or Observer site about the ratings of the XFL, how to calculate ratings, all the stuff that gets asked over. Oh, there's someone who's like, okay, the number of homes, you take the number of homes that are watching the show, okay, and you divide it by the total number of homes that get the show, that can possibly get the show. Not the number of homes watching television at that moment, but the number of homes that have access to that channel. And that
I think
percentage,
you should write this down and put it on the website.
Becomes the rating. Anyway, that is what it is. We will have Roland Alexander of All Pro Wrestling up in a couple of minutes. Also want to remind you, next week's guest schedule, we're working on Terry Funk. Hopefully we'll get him on early in the week. That's not a definite yet, but he will be on in the next couple of weeks. Wednesday is Bobby Heenan. Thursday is Nick Bockwinkel. And Friday is Tony Jones of All Pro Wrestling. This is who came up with the sharpshooter first, Bret Hart or Sting? Yeah. The actual answer to that one is Masa Saito, as far as I know, was the first guy I ever saw do that move. But it even goes back further than that. A move very similar to the Scorpion.
Wasn't Owen's gimmick that he did it before Bret?
I don't think Owen did it before Bret. He may have. He may have because Owen was working Japan before Bret ever did the move. But I mean, in the WWF, Bret did it first. And Sting did it before Bret. But the guy who popularized it was Ricky Choshu. And then what happened was, I mean, it was even though Masa Saito did it before Choshu. And Saito got it as an offshoot of the Texas Cloverleaf, which was known as the Texas Crowbar Hold, that Terry Funk popularized in Japan long before the Scorpion Deathlock. And I don't know where Terry Funk got it from. Maybe we can ask him. But it was... I mean, that hold was done before, but I remember the Texas Crowbar hold, and then Masa Saito doing the Scorpion, and then Ricky Choshu became super, super hot in the early 80s, and it became his finisher. And then when he was doing it, he was so over, what would happen is Americans would go to New Japan Pro Wrestling for a tour and see this move, and then they would start, doing it, and Sting did it. Buddy Rose was one of the first ones to do it in the United States after doing a New Japan tour. And a bunch of guys after doing New Japan tours came in and did it, and Bret Hart being one of them. Although I think Bret Hart but started doing it when they broke up the Hart Foundation tag team and he needed a singles finisher. So that's where the sharpshooter came. So anyway, I think that's the chronology of the Scorpion Deathlock. Let's see. What do we have here? If Joey Styles can sell presidential coins, surely Jim Cornette can sell vacuum cleaners. I suppose he could. Let's see what else we got here. More comments on China. Okay. Whatever happened to the Ultimate Warrior? He's in Phoenix. I don't know. Who wrestled with Jonathan Boyd as the Royal Kangaroos team on the West Coast? That was Norman Frederick Charles III. which I have a feeling is not his real name, but that's who it was. This Roland Alexander's up. Okay, we'll get to this one right here, and then we'll go to Roland. There's a bunch of questions here from Calvin, who says, with the WF's ratings, with WF not capturing the WCW audience, what does this mean? It just means it didn't capture, that the WCW fans aren't watching TV anymore, right? Or we're not watching wrestling anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is the ratings process flawed, or where maybe a majority of the viewers are double counted? No, they're not double counted. They're just not. It's just, it is, the process is not 100% accurate because every single home in the country is not hooked up. It's only, a couple of thousand where they derive their information from.
But you could say that about any sampling if that's going to be your argument.
Exactly. But, the thing is that, whatever the flaw, 2 or 3% the flaw is, over the course of, week in and week out, it's the most accurate thing we have, and it's pretty damn accurate. Just an example. Remember when WCW was always winning the ratings and people were going, it's flawed. Now, when WWF won the ratings, how come no one said it was flawed then? Which is very weird. But when WCW was winning, not many people were trying to say how it was flawed, including people in WWF. And the thing is that 1 week's rating could be maybe a 4-1 in real life would be a 4-2. Okay? There could be a little bit of flaw. But when you're winning, when something is consistently, like television ratings of these TV shows, when you look week in and week out, the ratings are always pretty consistent, which means they're pretty damn accurate. If there was a big fluctuation, 1 week SmackDown got a 6, the next week it got a 3, the next week it got a 4, you would say, that's a pretty big variation. But when the difference is between a 4-9 or a 4-1 or a 3-7, and it's always in that ballpark, the numbers are pretty darn accurate.
Yeah.
Anyway. Let's see. Seeing how Vince needs stiff competition to change his way of displaying the product, and he has no competition, what will happen if the WF self-implodes? I don't know what will happen. You'd have to look at the landscape at that moment. I don't know what's going to happen. WWF's not going to implode this year. To say it can't happen, it can happen. It definitely can happen. He goes, I believe the WF is going to fall apart. His attempt at the XFL should prove a point.
But he was totally out of his element. How does that prove that anything can happen to the WWF?
Yeah. Maybe in the next couple of years will be looked on as a blessing. When the bottom falls out of the industry, it allows a number of people to start out on a level playing field to build it up again. It all depends on the view of the television industry. That's the big problem is not the WF dominance. It's the fact that TV doesn't want wrestling. As far as getting new people to start up. If WWE were to disappear and the TV companies had the feelings about wrestling that they have now, no one's going to take that place. If the WWF is super successful for the next couple of years and it leads to these TV stations going look how successful they are, we can do that too, it will lead to formation of other companies that may or may not be able to compete depending on how smart they're run and what the public wants. Maybe what the wrestling needs is a number of smaller regional promotions. It's not going back to regionals. I can give you the main reason why it's not going back to regionals is because technology doesn't go backwards, and for wrestling to go back to regionals, it means the entire business of cable television would have to go out of business and pay-per. You know what I mean? Once you have pay-per-view and it's national, I shouldn't say that. If nobody had national TV. You could do that, but ultimately, if
someone's going to get it,
someone's going to get some form of national TV. If no one gets it, some regionals could come up, but that would require the TV industry. If no one's going to get it, it would require the TV industry to think so hideous of wrestling that only the weakest TV stations will pick it up. And then even though you could have regionals and you could have TV, the TV would be such weak TV that it's almost like not having TV. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because just an example, you go back 20 years, okay? And there's, let's say, 10 television stations in your market, okay? If wrestling's on one of those stations, the odds are it's going to have a pretty decent audience. Now, you put it on a weak station in a market now when you got 100 stations or 300 stations, depending on your cable and your satellite provider and all that. Just being on TV means nothing. And you know what I'm saying? Because people don't, the lowest rated TV show gets microscopic ratings, whereas before even a low rated TV show would get a decent rating just because there's only 10 TV shows. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, let's get Roland up because Roland actually can join in on this. Roland, what's going on?
How you doing, David? How you doing today?
We're doing really good.
Good. Hey, real quick before we go any further with this, I just wanted to give Brian a quick shout on I looked at his tapes, and the other day I really wasn't expecting a whole lot, and I took a look at his tapes, and I got to tell you, Brian Alvarez is not a bad wrestler, and I'll be contacting you. Drop me an email with your phone number, Brian, and
we're gonna meet, Brian. We're gonna meet.
We've been avoiding each other for 2 straight years now. Come on.
Oh, my God, you're gonna wrestle out here, and then I'm gonna go to the show for sure.
No, I'm serious. I looked at the tape, and I wasn't expecting much, and I think the first stuff that was on one of the tapes, I came real close to just turn it off, and then I gave it a little bit more of a chance, and I kept looking, and the more I looked, the more I was very impressed with
But he needs a new ring outfit, doesn't he?
Yeah, he definitely needs a new ring outfit.
My khakis?
Yeah, you gotta get.
I wore tights one day, and they told me to put the khakis back on.
Did they really?
Old school. I struggle with all these different new outfits they keep coming out with, where nobody. I'm from the school where you just wear trunks, so that's it.
Well, I don't mind colorful outfits, but to me it just should look like it's like when you go to the Brian. I'll just give you an example. This is my mentality. When you go to the gym and everything, and you see those guys that wear their like pants, their real pants when they work out,
and everything.
Their jeans or their like dress pants, and they're training. You kind of think of them as geeks, don't you? Okay, that's
yes, I do,
where I'm
actually.
Okay, so like. I don't mind like if you have like a real colorful looking outfit that's not like traditional trunks or anything like that, but when it's just like the pants that you walk around and it's sort of like I came to the dressing room and I'm just taking my shirt off and going into the ring. You know what I mean?
Well, actually, Buddy Wayne almost died one day because we had a street fight, and I literally came to the arena and wrestled in what I came to the arena in. And
that's okay for a street fight.
Another pair of jeans and stuff in his Halliburton, and it's like, why would you change the clothes you came in for a street fight into other street clothes?
Plus, I think in indie
but I learned my lesson.
I think a lot of indie wrestlers can't afford tanning bills, so they automatically wear the tights to cover up the pale legs.
That's true.
Oh, yeah. Now, Roland, you left a message on my machine, and I actually wrote about this a little bit. I know you're planning on a big show. Is it in October, or why don't you tell everyone about what your plans are?
I'm very excited about it. It's going to be a 2-day event. It's probably... APW, we're just an indie. We don't, we're not trying to fool anybody. We're just an indie out there, struggling, trying to go from day to day. But we've had quite a few accomplishments, I feel. People like, Spike Dudley. I'm real proud of him, showing up on WWF television. Hopefully he'll continue to get a chance to wrestle. And the Crash Holly and Michael Modest and Beyond the Mat. And I just feel we've had a lot of accomplishments. But one of the things I want to do, and I've always... I believe in giving young guys some exposure and trying to play a part in them getting to the major leagues and so I started this King of Indies, which is just a copy or a takeoff of Super 8, and we did it last year and I got to be honest, even though it was the first one and everybody kind of like says okay, it was the first one, don't worry about it, but I was real disappointed with it, not in the caliber of wrestling, but the venue that I held it in, the atmosphere of the crowd, the fact that we still were in the babyface heel mode, and I just want to do a tournament where I showcase the top indie wrestlers in the country, and do it over a 2-day period, bring in more than 8, bring in 16 people. That way I can still utilize 6 to 8 of the APW wrestlers, because I still feel APW wrestlers are the top of the indie crop, and at the same time, I want to show, some of the other talent that's out there, and so I figured, you know what, I want to do this in a big way, and usually sometimes we don't plan these things out, so I'm starting like 6 months ahead of time and trying to put something together, and we're going to make like a big weekend out of it. And one of the things besides the indie tournament, 2-day tournament, and we're going to put storylines, APW storylines, babyface heel, all that aside, I want to tailor this almost so that it has the look of a Japanese tournament almost, where you're just showcasing talent. And in addition to that, we, like maybe, the Saturday afternoon or something. Well, it's going to be Friday, October 26th, Saturday, October 27th. Maybe that Saturday afternoon we do like a mini free camp for the boot camp, and when we have a boot camp session, I'm thinking of doing some kind of special ceremony to award, like Northern California wrestling legends, because that's what I grew up with, as you well know. You grew up with it too, David. We saw some of the best wrestlers that wrestling had to offer, guys like Ray Stevens and Pepper Gomez and Red Bastien, and Red's president of Cauliflower Alley, and we're big believers in working with Cauliflower. I might even do something to where, a portion of the ticket goes to Cauliflower Alley to help them out. And then the next day on Sunday, I would be hosting a Northern California, Wrestlers Legends reunion. And so just make a real big media event out of it, a whole big weekend.
The idea of a Northern California Wrestling Legends reunion, that might hit the media good because you've got like people in the media who are now the same age as us who actually grew up on these same people.
Grew up with it?
Yeah. I worry about like the fans. Like a lot of the fans today, they don't remember, heck, guys that were in the WWF in the early '80s, let alone guys like Stevens and stuff. And the other thing I worry about is the age of the guys. Like I know we lost Ray Stevens, so we don't have him. We had him. We actually hosted 2 reunions. I believe you went to one of them.
I went to one where Ray Stevens was there. I remember that. Yeah,
it was a blast, and just
was a blast.
Just watching these guys reminisce, and like I remember Mitsu Arakawa had called in, and he couldn't.
Right before he died, because I met his son.
Yeah,
David.
He was on the phone, and everybody went back, and like they were cutting promos on the phone with each other. It was just a lot of fun, and so I want to do that, but unfortunately, like the health of some are not there, and then some have passed on. So I'm going to get together with Red and see what we can do, and have an event to where everybody that holds a King of Indies package, they would get entry to both nights of the tournament and would be able to attend the Northern California Reunion Barbecue the next afternoon on Sunday, and just try to make it a big media event.
Well, I got a question. How's Kenji Shibuya doing, or do you know?
I think Kenji Shibuya is probably I haven't heard from him. He's very low key, and he always he's always constantly going back and forth between Japan and whatnot. But I think he's actually one of the healthier guys. Like every now and then I'll run into him at a restaurant or something, and he seems to be one of the healthier guys of all the legends that are still around, other than somebody like a Red who still has bad knees, but is not really that up there in age.
What about Paul Diamond? Paul Diamond he's in great shape.
Every year I see Paul Diamond, he actually looks better than the year before. I just saw him in February at Cauliflower Alley, and that guy he could actually get in the ring today probably. The guy's just got such a great look to him.
Yeah, it's funny, is he'd probably be a bigger star now than he was, because I remember Paul Diamond really didn't even get a big push. I mean, I remember the name.
No.
And then when I saw him at your reunion, this is many, many years ago now, and boy, he could talk, and he was cocky, and he had charisma, and I
don't think Shires used Paul Diamond for his wrestling ability. I think he basically used him strictly for his good looks. And to be honest with you, I'm trying to remember, because I was like a teenager when he wrestled, and I was like probably 16, 17, maybe 15, right around there. And I remember, I don't think his body was as good back then as it is today, and I think he's got to be in his 60s. I think he's like 60.
He was 60 when I met him, so he's got to be 65, easy.
Yeah, maybe even 65, yeah. So,
yeah.
Tremendous body. And a storyteller. My God, I always try to catch up with him towards the end of Cauliflower Alley, because I know if I go at the beginning, I'll never leave, because he's just got story after story after story, and I'd never get to say hello to anybody else but him, so I always try to do him last.
Okay, we've got to head to a break, but one more thing I was going to say about Paul Diamond, if he came along now, Brian, his gimmick when he was brought to San Francisco in early 70s was the most handsome man in wrestling, and as a babyface. And can you imagine that gimmick today?
He passed roses out, didn't he, Dave? I think he passed a rose.
He'd give roses to the girls, which was pretty scary, given some of the women that used to attend the matches when I was a kid.
I think Buff Bagwell stole the gimmick when he first broke in with Global Wrestling Federation.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he did. That's right. Yeah. That's right.
He can use that same gimmick today and be the biggest heel.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. We're going to get to a couple of emails. We got a full bank of calls that we're going to get to in just a second. Let me see. This is from Simon, who says, from the present, I'm really far more into Rhino than anyone else in the WWF, and I think given half a chance in the future, he's going to be a big star. I mean, he'll be a big star if they push him as a big star. He's got enough to carry the push. I don't know. I mean, immediately upon first view, I don't see him any different than I see a lot of guys. I don't know. What do you think, Brian? I've been pretty
impressed with Rhino lately.
I mean, he's good.
I mean, he had the whole thing coming in when he was just like, he had, when he was in ECW, everyone saw him as this huge guy, and he came in and it was obvious he wasn't as big as he was in ECW TV.
And then he dropped a lot of weight too.
Yeah, but he's held his own.
Yeah, I mean, good worker.
Match with Raven on Sunday, that was awesome.
Yeah, that's right. As for the past, I just rewatched some All Japan women from the early and mid-'90s, and my God, are these women awesome. So far above any company in history when it comes to the quality of the athletes and the performers. And I was wondering two things. How is Manami Toyota doing today? I'm amazed she's still going after her body, all her body's been through. I mean, whenever I watch tapes of her, she's still doing a lot of the same stuff she used to do. You know, I mean, drop kicks off the top rope to the floor, dives from real high heights. She's got very mentally tough.
I think it's pretty clear that there's some people in wrestling that just have that medical miracle body. Mae Young, Ric Flair.
Yeah. No, because she's been hurt, but if you consider everything she's done, she's never had that big injury. Kind of like Ric Flair. I mean, finally, like in the last few years, his rotator cuff started being a real problem. But, like all the stuff he did, he never had the knee problems. He never really had the bad back problems. I mean, he had the back problems, but that was from the plane crash, and considering all those bumps he took on his back, it probably should have been worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he goes, who do you think were the best four in the history of All Japan women? For me, it's Kyoko Inoue, or after Manami, Kyoko, Akira Hokuto, Bull Nakano, and Aja Kong. Is anyone missing from that? Jaguar Yokota was really, really good. Of course, she was from an earlier era. I used to always think that Manami Toyota and Akira Hokuto were the two best, and then I would go with probably Bull Nakano. Maybe Kyoko Inoue was very, very good as well. Bull Nakano, I mean, she paid the price. Although she's golfing at a pretty good level, not quite professional level. And Aja Kong is still wrestling. So anyway, I don't know, Roland, you've seen tapes of all those women, haven't you?
Some of when we first started the company, and times were slow and there was no money there, and we sat there, we watched a lot of tapes and a lot of footage, and I used to watch the All Japan women. I used to be surprised at how stiff they were, and then I actually thought some of them were tougher than some of the guys, but as we grew and everything, unfortunately, just my time is just so limited. I just haven't had time to look at any footage. I've never even looked at any Noah stuff yet, and I'm anxious to do that.
This is from Sean, who goes, I saw Rock on MTV last night, and he was awesome. In my opinion, the WF is missing him way more than they missed Austin when he was out. I think they're missing him more because when Austin was out, they had Rock as top babyface, and with Rock out, they don't have Austin as top babyface because he's a heel, so they're going with Undertaker. So, yeah, I think he's being missed. Let's see. In ads for Roddy Piper's show in Eugene coming up, it has on the card Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig, UFC champ Dan Severn, ECW champ Sabu, and XFL player Josh Wilcox. Aren't those copyrighted terms that he wouldn't be legally allowed to use? The only one that he wouldn't be legally allowed to use would be Mr. Perfect, which obviously is using, and, why is he doing it? Because no one's told him not to. But, I mean, UFC champ, Dan Severn was a UFC champ, Sabu was an ECW
Wilcox
champ.
was in the XFL.
Yeah, I mean, you can use those because they really did, but Mr. Perfect is a name that the WF owns. Let's see, this is from Phil, who goes, I'm sure you discussed this subject, but what is your take on the Jerry Lawler versus WWF situation? I think that the Jerry Lawler versus WWF situation is, looking back and everything, I really believe it's as simple as it was when it first came out. I think that it's nothing more than they were mad, and they wanted to get rid of Stacy, and Jerry left. And I don't think there's anything more. I don't think that Vince had this grandiose plan of how he was going to get rid of bring in Paul Heyman for Jerry Lawler, for Jerry Lawler's spot, or that they want to get rid of him because there's so many people in the company that still want Lawler back, but it's that impasse because of Stacy that's, it's that right now it's looking like it's not going to happen. Mm-hmm. So anyway,
I think Vince is really stubborn too, and the more of these media appearances that Jerry Lawler does, I think it's really going to hurt.
The worse it's going to be for him. Yeah, he was just on WWOR last night. I didn't see it, but I read the transcript. I mean, there's nothing new. There's nothing new on any of these appearances that you haven't already heard. This is from Benny in England, who goes, how come the fighters' records in the preview, this is the UFC preview, on the website are incomplete? Kevin Randleman's full record is listed 9-4, but Pat Milch is only listed 7-0 in the UFC. What about his losses outside the UFC? He lost to Jotaro Nakao and Pele. He may have also lost by decision to Kiyoshi Tamura. Yes, he did lose by decision in that match. It says Randy has a 5-1 record and a rings record of 3-2. So rings isn't mixed martial arts. I didn't write it. Somebody else wrote it. So it's just how it's written. And but yeah, it's just how it's written. I mean, I could see keeping rings records separate in that the rules are different. Although the rules of every mixed martial arts are slightly different, and when you change the rules, you change the results of fights. As the last Pride show was like total example. Brian, you ended up watching the last
Nixon
Pride.
wasn't on this show.
What, 400-0?
That's right.
Yeah. Brian, did you watch Last Pride?
No, not yet.
Okay, with all the I just want to know your thoughts of the knees. Did Shawn Michaels have the same cocky attitude in the late 80s when he first came to
I was scared to
WWF?
death watching the Pride, I think it was Pride 8 with Vanderlei Silva. I mean, the knees just standing were scaring the hell out of me. I can't even imagine on the ground.
Oh, with Sakuraba was really scary.
Oh,
really
God.
scary. You know, because it wasn't just knees, it was like football kicks.
Yeah, yep.
You know, or soccer kicks, whatever you want to call them. Did Shawn Michaels have the same cocky attitude? Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty got fired like the first or second day they were in the WWF in the 80s. And they went back to the AWA for another year and then got brought back, and they were always in trouble. So, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Let's see. Who are the oldest guys in the WWF roster, and are any of them close to retirement? See, the oldest would be Farouk, right? I think Farouk's close to 40.
Godfather, Malenko.
Malenko's 40. Godfather's 39 or 40. Undertaker's 39. Farouk is around 42, I'm thinking. Those would be the oldest that I can come up with. And if I'm missing one, I know someone's going to email it in.
Vince.
Yeah, Vince. That's right. Let's see. Is it true that Bob Holly's friendship with Sid prevented a major push in the mid-90s? I never heard that, so I don't know. Let's see. What exactly is the story behind ECW having to apologize to Kurt Angle for an offensive angle after inviting him to the ECW arena after the 96 Olympics? Okay, what happened was they brought him in. He didn't want to do any pro wrestling, and he hated pro wrestling because he was taught to hate pro wrestling. They begged for him to come to an ECW arena show because Paul had this idea of putting over Taz by doing something with Kurt Angle. So it was kind of a double cross on Kurt Angle, but he didn't know it. So anyway, they do their thing, and, you know, Kurt Angle's commentating and not knowing what he's watching at all, but Taz is throwing some cool suplexes, and he's going like, you know, that's good suplexes. And then there's some, like, comment at the end that's like, Taz is what a professional wrestler is and Kurt Angle's just an amateur. You know, some comment just to make Taz put over Kurt Angle with Kurt not really knowing it. Well, anyway, at that show, Raven did this angle where it was Raven crucifixion angle. You know,
yes.
he brought out a cross or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Kurt Angle was real upset about that. You know, not really knowing what pro wrestling is and being very religious. So Kurt Angle threw a big fuss and said he would never do pro wrestling again the rest of his life because of what he saw, which is kind of funny. And you know, Paul Heyman, you know, told Raven to apologize. He didn't really want to, so he gave this, I'm sorry, you know, really half-assed apology. And I mean, Paul Heyman's thing is because he's Jewish and Raven's Jewish, that it was like people might take it as Jewish people mocking, you know, Jesus Christ. So he didn't really want that heat. So he wanted out of that one pretty quick. So that's what that was all about. Whatever happened to Tito Santana? I know he's living in New Jersey, and I think he's working. I think his wife might be working as a hairdresser. You heard anything on that? I know he was going to run for office, and he didn't win. Still working indies, but not that much. He'd be about 48 now. I was wondering what the new Mick Foley book is about. I haven't read it yet. I'm supposed to be getting it any day now. Brawl for All. I heard an interview from Bradshaw who took credit for the idea after it was over. He said he wanted to know who the toughest was. It was his idea. I wouldn't take credit for it after it was over. I read a chat with Brian Blair. He said the Iron Sheik was in the Olympics. Will you put this issue to rest? Yes, he was not. Until someone finds records of it, and we've looked, there are no records of the guy in the Olympics. Let's see. Another person says that it was Bradshaw's idea. Okay. Whatever happened to Tully Blanchard? We talked about that yesterday. Tully Blanchard. Okay. I was just listening to WF Fight This, and the subject came up of the glass ceiling. Uh-oh. They're talking about this, Brian, on their Fight This. The host,
I just read the new one, by the way.
What? Oh, the new WF thing?
Yeah.
It was very sad. It was very sad. Do you have anything to say about it?
I have nothing to say.
Okay, it was sad. Okay, basically the hosts, Kevin Kelly and Tom Pritchard, dismissed it as a couple of people's opinions. They were probably upset their favorites didn't have or weren't wrestling for the title. You know, I could care less. I'm just looking for the future of the company. They wanted to say that Chris Benoit and Kurt Angle were ready to break through the glass ceiling and were going to be big-time players. And they cited the example of The Undertaker. They said a year ago was on the outside looking in, and now he's going for the WWF title. That's a great example, guys.
Oh, yes. Okay.
The Undertaker is now in main events. Good job.
My favorite was talking about it took Triple H a year and a half to win the Intercontinental title, and all these timelines, and it's like, who cares? What does that have to do with anything? Look at Kurt Angle's career.
Yeah. But, I mean, here's the thing. I remember reading, like someone, you know, the guy wrote something about how Steve Austin had never won a pay-per-view main event until 2 years in the company. And it's like, it's not about winning and losing. It's about how you're portrayed. Number two, that's just absolutely false. I mean, he won the King of the Ring a couple of months into his reign. You know, right after they dropped the Ringmaster, they gave him King of the Ring. And it's like the Bret Hart, Steve Austin match. Okay, not the first one, at the SummerSlam, or that Survivor Series. The Survivor Series on the Garden. But the one at WrestleMania. Bret Hart won that match, but who was put over in that match? Bret Hart's job was to put Steve Austin over, even though Bret Hart won the match. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like you can win the match and get the other guy over bigger by beating him, and that's the whole key of when, like, you know, it's like, oh, well, Triple H has done this and this. Okay, like, Triple H has done jobs for Brooklyn Brawler or this guy. I'm reading this thing and going, okay, the key is, okay, did any of those guys get over bigger? Is Brooklyn Brawler now a superstar? So he didn't put him over. He laid down for him. You know what I mean? There's a difference. Ric Flair, when he wrestled Sting in that real famous match in '88, he didn't beat Sting. And Sting didn't even beat him. They did a 45-minute draw, and Sting in one night became a superstar.
Sting became a superstar and made his whole career.
That's right.
His whole career off a draw.
That's right. It's about how you put the guy over, and that's the whole key to this whole argument. Anyway, let me see. I'm going to go some more. The obvious flaws in their statement are numerous. Since Undertaker was a top star in the WWF for years anyway, plus they mentioned that Chris Benoit was once announced as being the WWF champion, and that Kurt Angle has already held the title. Wouldn't you think these guys would have already had it explained to them that they have that they've broken through already? I wrote them an email, explaining to them that the reasoning behind the glass ceiling idea, that it's not that these guys aren't guys that should be getting ready to be at the next level. It's where the WWF has them already right now, and they've already been there, and now they're lower. Of course, I realize the chances of this email being read on a WWF Internet show are about the same as the ESPN doing an impartial, in-depth story on the XFL. Okay, now, why would ESPN not do an impartial, in-depth study on the XFL? You know, that's another... Anyway.
Hey, Roland, do you get a chance to watch all the Raw and SmackDown shows, or do you not have time?
I usually do. This like, I got TiVo, so I kind of like... It automatically records it, and then if I have time that week, I look at it. If I don't, it gets erased. So I try to keep up with it because, you know, it's just good to stay fresh with everything they're doing, just for us, for future storylines and stuff like that, just so that I learn by watching that program sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Now, what are your thoughts like on the top of the card right now?
Pardon?
What are your thoughts on the top of the card right now?
On the top of the card?
It's just like back to Austin and Undertaker.
I think they need, I think they need to push some of the other guys to a higher level, but at the same time, I know what they're doing. Like, even when they do the thing with Triple H wrestling Hardy, all their guys, Vince does a good job of promoting all the guys. And so even the lower level wrestlers, like even a Jeff Hardy, they're so over with the crowd that he's able to put them in main event matches just to give people a different match. Because I remember one time, I was starting to get tired of watching Raw because it was always Rock and Triple H, and that gets old after a while. And I think you just got to keep giving them something fresh. Now, whether they need to be elevated to the point where they're in that top tier or not, I don't know. I think most of them are ready. I think guys like Benoit, everybody has their own opinion. I think Benoit's ready. I think Angle, I think they kind of backpedaled a little bit with Angle. I don't know why, because he was doing real well, and all of a sudden they kind of died on that.
I think that's why.
Jericho. I think Jericho's overrated. I think he gives good promos, but he's not what I consider a true good wrestler. I don't think he's anywhere near the league of a Kurt Angle or anything, or even a Benoit.
Well, I would agree as far as all that, but at the same time, a year ago he was ready to be on top, and he's backpedaled a lot.
Oh yeah, no, I think he's backpedaled There's no doubt, from the WCW.
Maybe more than anybody.
Right.
Oh,
right.
more than anyone, because Benoit's close
pretty much
to where
the same spot.
I think I think Benoit and Angle are a little bit lower than they were last summer, but Jericho's a lot lower.
Yeah.
Let's head right to the phone calls. We got Roland Alexander here. We're going to start with Nick. Nick, what's going on?
How you guys doing tonight?
Doing really good.
All right. I have two brief questions. One, do you think the WWF has any interest in Michael Modest or Christopher Daniels? And two, do you think they're going to bring up any developmental tag teams? Because I see that division getting pretty stale.
Developmental tag teams to WWF?
Yeah.
I think if they send any developmental guys anywhere, it'll be WCW.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying like the Haas's or something, because I don't know, they're just pulling the same storylines over and over again. Well, except the addition of X Factor.
Mm-hmm.
They may. I haven't heard of any imminent plans, although I know Ross likes the Haas brothers.
Yeah.
So they may
probably somebody
get a
to
shot.
replace Edge and Christian if they break up.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's going to happen.
I got very sad yesterday when Edge and Christian
starting
bit on this show, leading out of a break, and it was so funny. And it's like, oh boy, we're going to lose these two.
Yeah, especially Christian. It's going to be so sad when they break them up because Christian will end up being in that light heavyweight division, and
that didn't work earlier.
What?
That didn't work earlier either when he had the title.
No, well that's their mentality on light heavyweights. It's just one of those things that's never going to get over that big because they won't let it get over that big. Mm. And plus, they got an audience that I don't know that their audience will accept it. They've been taught for many years that the small guys are comedy, so.
I think you can re-educate them.
Yeah, but
if they're not going to make an effort to do that, then it's not going to work.
Yeah, but the Southern audience, they accepted like Rey Mysterio Jr. and all, so I think there's got to be some way they can get them over.
Yeah, you're right. If they made a thing where they're going to re-educate them, but every time they say they're going to, they don't.
Yeah, that's true. But Ross wants to. I don't think McMahon wants Ross to do it though.
It's Ross's company. It's not Ross's company. I mean, that's the reality of it.
Yeah.
And when Vince meets a guy and he's 5'7", Vince has a certain mentality about it.
Yeah. And what about Modest? Do you think they have any interest in him?
They know him. They know Modest and Daniels. There's no secrets. I mean, I
know.
I think if they did right now, they would have picked up those contracts, and they didn't.
Yeah, I think
that tells you what
I heard on the internet.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot give you a reason why they would. I mean, I think that Modest and Daniels are better than a lot of the guys that they kept. Maybe even better than half the guys they kept, and why they made. And I know their contracts weren't that high, so why they released them? They know who they are, and
I think television exposure has a lot to do with it too. I think Daniels and Modest unfortunately never had the opportunity to get some television time in, and I think that plays a key factor too. Even though they're better than a lot of those guys that they did keep, those other guys had the TV exposure already.
Yeah, and also Modest had that the match on Nitro, and so did Daniels, so that might help a little bit.
But it was only one match.
Yeah, and a couple matches before.
And I would presume that no one from WWF actually saw that match anyway, so.
Yeah, that's true.
All
right. Thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome. And that's the other thing is a lot of it also comes from recommendations of people that they've asked, and those people are going to be a lot nicer to people who they worked with day in and day out at the end, as opposed to two guys who came in for one show, did an injury angle, and then were never brought back. There's no
everybody on that show.
Yeah, and then that's another story.
Politics plays a factor. I think even like when we were talking about the tiers of the WWF, I think politics plays a factor in that still.
But of course it does.
I mean, in Jericho's, in Benoit's case, I think maybe a little bit more than politics. I think the fact that he just can't cut a promo, and today you got to be able to cut a promo, and I think that might hurt him a little bit.
Everyone says that you got to be able to cut a promo, but then I think of Kane and Bill Goldberg, and there's exceptions to those rules.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And if he can't cut a promo, give him someone who can cut it. Give him Arn Anderson to talk for him. It's not rocket science. If a guy's weak on something, you cover him up. There's a million guys. I mean, there were a million guys who drew money that never uttered a word in the old days because they had some guy like Bobby Heenan with them.
I think Arn Anderson would be a great manager to have in one's corner. I was hoping if everything had gone through with WCW that Modest would, even though Modest can cut a decent promo, I was hoping that he'd hook up, because I know Arn was real impressed with Modest's ability, and like you're dreaming, you're thinking, oh man, I wonder if they'd do it. But they've gotten away so much from that male manager syndrome that I don't know if they'll ever get back to it.
But it's something that works. I mean,
and this one really has a personality where he doesn't really need to do a lot of talking. He's just a killer.
Yeah. On the DVD of Beyond the Mat, Barry Blaustein says in his audio commentary that Roland tried to work him more than anyone else in the making of the documentary. What do you have to say about that? I didn't even know. I just watched the whole DVD.
I was kind of bummed out when I heard him say that, and I to this day don't know why he felt that way, because one of the things that probably hurts me in my wrestling business is my honesty. I think sometimes I'm too honest, and I don't run my operation the way most typical promoters, low-life promoters would do, and I don't know why he felt that way. I know there was, I mean, I can guess, like I know he wanted to film a booking meeting, and I was totally against him doing that, and he claimed that, well, WWF's allowed me to do that, and I had told him, well, okay, then you already had that, then you don't need
do it there.
And then he thought it was like a personal thing, like I want to get into the lives, you know how you saw Tony Jones in his home with his mom and his dad. Like at the time, my mom was in a rest home, and she had just had her leg amputated, and he thought it would be really cool to go in there, and he was he really pushed for that, and I kept saying no, and I even would talk to him honestly. I go, Mike, I think I'm doing the right thing. I don't want to exploit my mom. I think this is a bad thing. What do you think? You think it's going to put you in a bad way with Barry? And he goes, no, you just got to stick to your beliefs and go with the way. And the other thing we did was we did like a shoot angle the day they were taping. I think you remember that.
I think that's what it was, because I remember that show, and you did that angle, and that angle, everyone in the building, they believed it. So and then the next day, when it. It was sort of like
the interview the next day at the.
Yeah, I believed it.
He even asked me then. He goes, "Was it a shoot or work?" I told him it was a work, and that might have upset him, and that might have thought, because one of the things he said.
Well, we were. I could tell you when that thing was over, we were talking to each other, and I go, what do you think that was? And
Dave, I heard you made a bad comment about me. I heard you were in the parking lot saying if that was a shoot. That is the lowest thing I've ever seen any indie promoter do.
I did say, I said, yeah, because everyone was saying, because there were guys in there going like, we're never coming back, and then I kept saying, if it's a shoot, you know what I mean?
Right.
If it's a shoot, Roland,
yeah. Beyond everything, I want you to do one thing, Roland. Always be honest in the movie. Always, and be brutally honest. And like that whole movie, believe me, I went, my income, my gross income from the boot camp went sky high once that movie was released. So it's benefited me in that respect. But, sometimes life isn't all about money. And one of the things, I thought I took a real bad rap in that whole movie. I mean, they're showing the Coke can. They zeroed that in when I was talking about diet. Hey, just because I'm overweight and I'm not a wrestler and I'm not a bodybuilder doesn't mean I can't tell a prospective prospect that he's going to have to change his lifestyle and he's going to have to eat right. The stuff that ended up, the footage that ended up on the cutting floor. For instance, he asked me, "What does it take to be a successful promoter?" And I said, "Gosh, I wish I had that answer." This is my exact answer. I wish I had that answer, Barry, but I'm not a successful promoter. We're losing money with our indie division, but I know that a promoter that I grew up with, that I idolized, a promoter by the name of Roy Shires, he always used to say that to be a successful promoter, you have to be a prick. Well, everything in between got cut, with the exception of you have to be a prick. And the same thing, sorry, I don't even know if I can say that on your show, but anyway, sometimes post-editing can do a lot of stuff. I think he tried to purposely play me off with Tony Jones, because, there's no doubt that promoters always try to get the best of wrestlers, and nowadays the wrestlers are trying to get the best of the promoter, and it's like a game, and so he goes to Tony Jones. The whole Tony Jones thing was never even explained. First of all, my program in the boot camp, it's a 2-year program. The first year, we kind of get your feet wet when you give you some pro matches. You're still a student. You don't get paid for the pro matches, okay? Not until year 2, okay, when you've completely graduated. And we make that clear and upfront with everybody. But, like when we were doing these gym wars, even though Tony Jones was he was in his second year where he was still being trained but not being paid for pro, he'd have a good match. Like him and Vic Grimes had this awesome match one time. I just couldn't pay everybody and not pay him. So I threw him $20, $25, whatever it was that night, just as a token of appreciation. But yet, it's like Tony's like, he's very green. He doesn't know the business, doesn't know how the business operates, and he's like being asked this question. He says, well, sometimes I get paid, sometimes I don't. There's no excuse for that. You should always get paid. And Tony was so green at the time that he might think, there's no excuse for being paid less than $100 for a match in indie wrestling. Well, hey, I got news for you. I've heard stories of people that paid pizzas, for indie matches. So I think a lot of that was just taken, I don't know.
People got a pizza?
Yeah, I've heard people getting payoffs. I've heard of that a lot. Or
I've heard that too.
Not getting
Sometimes I've never even got pizza.
So, yeah, they used to say Woody Farmer never fed the guy. So, but Barry's job was to entertain people with that movie. And if that was his job, I think he did a pretty good job with that movie. I thought it was a great movie. I felt bad because I really liked Barry, and I thought Barry liked me, and I was very honest with Barry, and that kind of hurt when I heard that, in the commentary, in his commentary on the DVD.
Anyway, let's go to Kevin. Kevin, what's going on?
Hello?
Hey there.
Hey, what's going on?
Not too much.
Hey, I actually wanted to ask Roland. I'm down here in Fresno, and I was wondering, you guys have been here a couple times. I was at the show at Clovis High. I was wondering, how come we haven't seen you again?
Well, times were rough. 96. I think we did that show in '96, and I don't know. Indie wrestling's tough, and that market's a 3-hour market. It's 3 hours away from us, and it's a tough market to draw in. And the only people I know that have drawn in that market is WWF and Shires in his days. But everybody else, every indie promoter that's ever gone in there has not done well. And since it's so far from home, we've just chosen not to go into that market.
Yeah, how about, I know that there's at least been one guy down here that's pretty shady that was kind of killed the place, a guy by the name of the Sizzler.
Yeah, he's one of them, and there's a guy out of L.A. that was, putting sold shows together, advertising guys like Jannetty and whatnot, and then nobody'd show up, and he wouldn't refund everybody, and he'd already left town with the money. And there's a lot of shady. So it's unfortunate for Fresno wrestling fans, but, for us, it's kind of tough, and you just have to wait till WWF comes to town. Even the AAA guys, I don't think, did well when they went to, and you would think... No,
the Mexicans never did. Fresno should have been a good market for them, and it never really was.
A good market for them. It wasn't. So I don't know what it is about Fresno, but it's like Stockton. There's certain markets that I know pretty well because of the Shire. They just did, like Stockton was never a draw, even for Shires. Well, heck, if you're not WWF, you're dead trying to promote Stockton.
Well, this is a marked town. For God's sakes, we hired an actor for our mayor, so... We got Alan Autry from In the Heat of the Night as the damn mayor now, so it's a marked town.
You didn't get Rob Black, though.
Hopefully fans will, from the Fresno area, like when we come close, like we've been in Merced, and we didn't draw well in Merced, and I thought we might draw some fans from Fresno and everything, and the commercial rate...
So that's a pretty far drive from Merced to Fresno.
Yeah.
It's about an hour.
It's a good hour.
It's an hour?
Isn't it?
And wrestling, you're right, Dave. The wrestling fans... Unless you're the WWF, wrestling fans will probably not drive more than 15 or 20 minutes to go to a show.
Well, it's just too bad because I know we've got basically what's going to be Selland Arena down here is going to be empty because we're building the new arena for Fresno State basketball, and I could just really see an indie if somebody was able to build something, down here. I think that would be a great place for them to basically own the building.
That's probably a little out of our league,
but that's a little too big for indie.
Yeah,
that's like 9,000, 10,000 seats.
Definitely out of my league, but I do have goals of I would love to build APW to the point where we can run some of the old stuff that Shires used to run in. I'm partial to those municipal auditoriums. Like San Jose Civic was one of my favorite places to see a wrestling show at. Even Oakland Auditorium now, Kaiser Convention, they've done a lot of work there. And I hear that's a real nice building, probably out of our league now.
Yeah. Anything else?
No, just looking forward to more shows. So thanks, guys.
Okay, let's go to Ed in Texas. Ed,
what's up? Today?
Doing good.
I wanted to ask y'all one question for you, Dave, and one for Roland. But first, I wanted to clarify the Paul Diamond you were talking about earlier. Is that Venom?
No. This is a different Paul Diamond. This is a Paul Diamond from the 70s.
Okay, I didn't think so. Okay,
Roland, what's that Paul Diamond's name?
His real name?
Yeah.
I think it is Paul Diamond.
It's not, no, because I remember what his real name,
Okay, then
Paul Diamond's not his real name, and the other guy's real name's Tom Boric, which was the one who wrestles in Winnipeg now and was...
The original was the guy that passed out the roses, our Paul Diamond from Northern California.
Yeah.
Okay, my question for Roland is, and I'm real curious about this, is Roland, since you're an instructor and you have a schools, how do you go about teaching guys to sell?
That's very tough, and there's certain things you can't, like charisma, you can't teach charisma. The sell, I don't know. I think it's just one of those things you have or you don't. Like, we put a lot of stress in it because I think, with the product we deliver, excuse me, I think it's one of the most important things that you can do. Like, one of our best sellers is Boyce LeGrand, and I don't know if you get a chance to look at clickmovie.com, but there's a match up there with Boyce LeGrand and Christopher Daniels, and it's one of the few matches where you'll be able to see this style of wrestling from the year 2000, where a guy picks a body part, works on it, and yet the guy sells the body part well enough, to where the match can, there's a story there. And so selling is so important, and we spend time teaching it, but it's just one of those things that no matter how much we hammer at it, it's one of those things, you got to have. Like, I try to tell people, just close your eyes and believe that whatever you're doing right now is real. Like, if somebody punched you in the mouth, how would you sell that? Well, I'll tell you what I do. I reach in with my finger and see if there's any blood, see if my teeth are there. That's a real, believable sell. And so we try to tell people, just picture yourself in a real situation. Like if somebody punched you in the gut, my God, you'd double over, you'd be gasping for breath. That's the way you have to sell that.
You know who you were saying that? You know who does that probably better than anyone in the business is Kawada. Kawada. Yeah. Toshiaki Kawada in All Japan.
And from our day, with what we grew up with, Dave, Pepper Martin.
Really? I remember Pepper Martin real well, but
Pepper Martin, Pepper Gomez too. Actually, like sometimes
really
they throw a punch.
See, you're a little older than me, and I only remember I just remember Ray Stevens taking those big bumps and making those job guys look like world beaters.
Well, I'll tell you, if those times were Gomez, I'd look at his face after a punch, and I could swear I see red. And I
will say this: now that you bring up Gomez, I saw a match at the San Jose Civic, and it was the Great Mephisto against Pepper Gomez, where Mephisto crotched Pepper Gomez, and it was actually a spot that you see in a million matches. And I mean, oh my God! I mean, it was like, what a sell.
And I don't
know if you remember that, but I mean, he sold it like, he had been castrated, and that that he would never wrestle again. And then it turns out, of course, he's wrestling on Saturday, but
I think most of Shire's guys sold well. I think that was something Shire stressed to the boys, and because I can't remember too many guys that could not sell. There was a couple that had that phony sell. Like Billy Graham used to do the phony sell. I hate the phony sell. I just like the.
He was so green when he was here too. You got to remember, he was the second year in.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's true. He's very green. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else?
Yeah, Dave, my question for you is, it's about an old pay-per-view. I don't remember the name, but I remember the main event with Kerry Von Erich against Jerry Lawler for the...
Yeah, it was AWA Super Clash, I think it was, from Chicago.
Yeah, and my question was being, since that was supposed to unite, like, the AWA and World Class, but it ended up creating USWA, and a few months later, the AWA had their title back, and I was wondering what happened there.
Jerry Lawler and Vern Gagne it was actually over that show. I think Lawler didn't get paid for that show, so he just stopped going to the AWA, and when he stopped going to the AWA, they stripped him of the title and gave it to, and I don't remember the time, it may have been Zabisco.
It was the Battle Royal with the Z-Man in it.
Oh, the Battle Royal that Zabisco threw out Zinc to win. Okay, so that's what happened. So Lawler and Vern had were on the outs with each other, and Vern just created a new AWA champion. So that's what happened there.
Okay. And one last thing before I go about the Iron Sheik. I heard an interview that he did, and at one time he claimed it was Munich, and a minute later it was Mexico City.
Yeah, I know. and it wasn't
that is
either.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And it was, like I say, it was barely a minute later that he was saying that.
Yeah, it's the Iron Sheik too.
Was that the Olympics that they had from like 3 different auditoriums?
That was WrestleMania too.
Okay, guys. Well, thanks a lot.
When we get to a couple of emails, we also got someone just sent over the Ross report, so we'll look through the Ross report in just a second. This is from Dave, who says, "Don't you think modern wrestling is missing the element of surprise? For example, would it hurt to do more title changes on house shows? Wouldn't that help?" I don't. There's nothing wrong with doing title changes at house shows.
It only helps if it can help and it can hurt, because if you're going to do a title change on a house show and you show it on TV and you make a big deal out of it, I think it'll help house show business. But if you do it like WCW, where you change a title on a house show and then completely ignore it, it just makes people in those markets feel like such goofs, like they don't even matter.
Or if you do like
in their town means absolutely nothing.
I think that if you do the Friday-Saturday thing where you change it on a Friday, change it back on a Saturday, and Monday you never talk about it, I think that's totally counterproductive. Because then the people in the two towns feel like that they've been ripped off.
Dave and I grew up with the Shires thing, and they never even had title matches at house shows except for Fresno, Sacramento, and Cow Palace. Like San Jose.
And Vegas.
Yeah. But every now and then he'd throw a title match in San Jose, but it was like once every 2-3 years or something, you know.
Yeah, because that made the titles mean more, though.
Right, exactly.
Because the title, generally speaking, the title would be defended about twice a month, because usually you'd get like the tag team title might be on the Sacramento card and this heavyweight title on the Cow Palace card or something like that.
And it made the shows itself where the titles were defended a more of a big show than the others. And because the way Shires used to do it, he'd try to have his little market, San Jose, Medellin, but they always went to those shows, but he always tried to draw them to the big shows. They all went to the Cow Palace or Fresno or Sacramento, depending on, market that they were in.
Right. Like he would run San Jose every week or two. But if you lived in the San Jose market, there was no question the big show to go to was the Cow Palace, not San Jose.
So the San Jose fans, they would go to the Salinas shows, maybe the Watsonville shows, but they'd never miss the Cow Palace,
Yeah.
They may not go to a Stockton or Sacramento, but they would go to the ones in
Nobody
their
went
market.
To Stockton except for you, Roland.
Pardon?
From San Jose.
Yeah.
I would have been the other one, and I didn't have my license. I was too young.
Let me tell you, that's the first time I met David Meltzer was in San Jose, and I didn't formally meet him, but I was sitting in the back of Rocky Johnson's car, and with Dave Williams. I don't know if you remember a guy by the name of Dave Williams.
I remember Dave Williams,
Good friend of mine. And you, at the time, I think you were into photography or something. You couldn't have been more than 13 or 14.
Oh, I was younger than that.
Maybe younger than that. And you came up with your book, and I remember Dave saying, Dave Williams goes, "What's this guy want?" I go, "Hey, no, maybe it was me that said, 'What's this guy want?' And Dave said, 'Hey, don't bother him. He's got good pictures.'" And I distinctively remember this whole scenario. It was in the back parking lot of
I don't remember it, but I'm sure it's true because I remember the photography part, and I just remember you and Moondog Moretti. As long as I ever went to wrestling, you guys were and Robert Thompson's father. I always remember you guys sitting together.
Well, John Swinski used to chase us with the posters. Tickets. Let me see your
tickets. He chased me too.
He's still around, I think.
He used to chase me. That guy scared every kid my age that ever went to wrestling was scared to death of John Swinski.
Yes.
Oh my God, he would just chase you around and get out of here, kids, and all this. He was the promoter of San Jose.
Dave,
he's a mean guy.
Dave, because Dave used to distribute the posters for him at the merchants and stuff, and it didn't matter. He'd see Dave with me, and was like, "Hey, let me see your tickets." He just chases.
Yeah, he hated everyone.
Yep.
That's a good promoter, huh, Brian?
Yeah.
Scaring all the kids to go to your matches into not coming back. If I didn't love wrestling so much, I probably never would have gone back.
Exactly. No.
Who needs kids at wrestling anyway?
I used to love going there, but I used to just dread, because I knew one time
we all did.
I was going to have a
We used to dread seeing John Swinski even when we went.
Uh-huh.
The scariest part of the wrestling show was that John Swinski, if we got out of our chair, or I would get up to shoot a picture, and he would run after me and try to chase me away, and don't you be shooting pictures, Yep.
And he was the ring announcer. That was quite a show, San Jose. Memories. Yeah.
Let me go through some of this real quick. Is Ming older than Farouk? I'm not sure of the birthdays, but Ming's probably 41, 42. Ming would be one of the oldest two. He's the one I left out, and actually we got many emails about me leaving out Ming, but that's right. He's 41, 42. Was Bob Backlund the only wrestler ever to lose a title by throwing in the towel? I'm sure he wasn't, but off the top of my head, I can't come up with another one. But I remember a lot of towel throwing finishes. That wasn't that unusual.
Bret Hart.
Bret Hart, right? Bret Hart and Bob Backlund with Owen Hart, or actually, was it the mom threw in the towel? Helen threw in the towel, yeah.
I think Helen grabbed it from Owen and threw it in.
Right. How come Owen never threw it in? And they were trying to convince Stu to throw it in for 10 minutes and he wouldn't, and then finally Helen threw it in, right?
Yeah.
That was weird.
Because I guess they would have known what Owen was up to if he'd thrown it in himself.
Oh, okay. Has there been any dialogue between New Japan and WWF? No. Here's some Ross Report stuff. Let's get up. I said Backlash was solid and the wrestlers worked hard. The wrestlers always work hard. It was solid. Yeah. Dean Malenko has a shoulder injury and took a cortisone shot. Scotty 2 Hottie still having neck problems. The MRI last week showed little improvement. That's too bad. Perry Saturn has severely bruised bicep, but he will not miss any time. So it was not a broken arm. Regal is working despite the fact that his shoulder is not 100%. He had it dislocated last week. Still working on it. K Quick will be out until his ribs fully heal. Devon Dudley has a sore shoulder, doesn't need surgery. Grandmaster Sexay cut his left leg, but he's okay. Mick Foley did an interview with the New York Times. That should be interesting. Hunter and Stephanie will be doing Heat on Sunday. I knew that. UPN 9 will be doing their piece next Thursday on Bradshaw's stock picking ability. I hope they talk about his WWF stock. Last year, Bradshaw doubled his portfolio. I mean, I don't know what he did in his other stock, but the WWF has not done so good since February. Ross goes like this. Hopefully it will be a better feature than some of the UPN affiliates have done in the past. I guess they're mad at some of those puff pieces that have been done. Kurt Angle and China will be on The View next Wednesday to promote getting people to vote. Oh, they got Angle on that show, too. Raven will be doing more public appearances. That's cool. Lita's going to be at the E3 convention. Taz is going to throw out the first pitch of a Mets-Dodgers game. Anyway, we are totally out of time, and we'll see everyone tomorrow at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We've got Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly here. We're going to also have Joe Silva, the Vice President of Talent Relations of the UFC, up in about an hour. We'll talk a little bit about that show in the second hour and a little bit in the first hour as well, and talk about the weekend stuff, tonight's stuff, and whatever you guys want to talk about as it pertains to pro wrestling news, such as it is. You can call in or email us. Brian, how was your weekend?
It was pretty good. Kind of hectic, but, well, we went wrestling on Saturday, and, I mean, the wrestling show was fun, but got pulled over at the border and wasted ungodly hours of my life just sitting there doing nothing. And the worst part was I was pulled over on the way back from Canada. An American citizen returning to America pulled over at the border, searched the car and everything. It was horrible.
What were you trying to do? What were you trying to smuggle in?
Nothing. We just got pulled over. I think it was my friend Vince's fault because they wanted to see his license, and he went to hand it to him, and he dropped it like he was intoxicated, and they immediately pulled us in. So I blame him.
Oh, okay. He didn't, tell them that his name was Shoulders Torelli?
No, he didn't. My favorite one, though, was last time when we were coming back from Canada, and we get stopped at the border like always, and the guy goes, "Where are you headed?" And Vince goes, "America!" And the guy goes, he has to be a little more specific. I thought for sure we were going to get it that time, but we didn't.
I didn't. Oh, well. Anyway. It's kind of not really a very newsworthy weekend, but there were a lot of big shows. New Japan had its big show. WWF had a big show in London, and, of course, the UFC show. I guess we'll start with the New Japan show. It was pretty much, there wasn't a lot of stupidity in the booking or craziness, but...
Randy Martinez did not win. I was disappointed.
Well, that would have been stupidity. But he didn't have a good match, and in fact, I heard that match was horrible, which, if you have a bad match with Yuji Nagata, you should not be in pro wrestling on a big show. And so anyway, that's what happened there. And then the main event, which was Riki Choshu and Manabu Nakanishi beating Naoya Ogawa and Kazunari Murakami, I heard that match was horrible. And unfortunately, the undercard I heard was pretty decent. Best match was Jushin Liger and El Samurai against Silver King and Dr. Wagner Jr. And that's when they retained the junior heavyweight tag team titles. Scott Norton lost to Don Fry with a triangle choke, so I was kind of wrong on that one. And but overall, 25,000 fans estimated attendance. So I don't know. It was what it was.
The review called the main event like the worst match of the year.
I had people who wrote in and said that the main event was the worst match of the year. So I'll see a tape of that probably in. I'm guessing by the end of the week. I wonder if it really was, or it was just one of those things where, you don't have a really fantastic show and kind of everything's riding on the main event and it just doesn't deliver. Or if it actually was technically like the worst match of the whole year. Well, I mean, that the idea of the main event is that Choshu and Ogawa will touch very little, just to tease. And the whole thing's built around Choshu and Ogawa. They did that on that 0-1 pay-per-view with Misawa and Ogawa, where, but that match was really good for what it was. And I guess, Murakami's usually real good and Nakanishi, what can I say? But yeah, that's kind of what I had heard was that when they went to the main event, it kind of was like the show was going to be good or bad based on the main event, and the main event wasn't even close to good. So, and to the point where they're really questioning, I guess, if they're going to even go with Choshu and Ogawa, which is supposed to be the main event for the July 20th Sapporo Dome show. They did announce that the Nagata Fujita title match will be on June 6th at Budokan, which is their next pay-per-view. So that's when that will take place. So now here's the interesting thing, okay? Nagata couldn't work the Fukuoka Dome, where they're in this 70,000-seat building, where they didn't have a good... Fujita. Fujita couldn't work it because he's got the Pride fight, right? So he's going to work at Budokan, which is like 10 days after the Pride fight, defending his title. So anyway, you know, the other thing with the Pride that's interesting, someone brought up, is we're 3 weeks away from that show, and they've only officially announced 2 matches. That's cutting it pretty close. So that's another deal. WWF was in London, sold out at Earl's Court, and I guess a mixed reaction to that show, very mixed. A lot of people said it was better than Backlash. Others said it was about the same as Backlash. A lot of people said it was just like a typical house show. There's a lot of complaints regarding the changing of the card. They had an announced card. Then the morning of the show, they changed the card. And then when the show took place, it was changed again. And in both of the original announcements, one of the matches, and this was the big complaint I got, was that there was no Benoit Regal match. People were looking forward to that. And instead, they did Benoit and Angle in a 2 out of 3 fall match, which strangely, Benoit won in 2 straight falls with no controversy. He won 1 fall with a diving headbutt and 1 fall with an inside cradle. I guess their idea is that since Benoit won the first fall, everybody knew Angle would win the second fall, so they swerved him. So they swerved him, and then they had a flat match. But anyway, I shouldn't say a flat match because everyone said it was the best match on the show, but people were complaining that they didn't get Benoit and Regal, which was the match that they wanted and the match that was advertised in both original lineups. And Regal ended up with Jericho, and they had the second best match. The main event was originally supposed to be a double main event with Undertaker against Austin for the title, and then Triple H against Kane for the Intercontinental. Well, with Kane doing this worked injury deal, he was pulled from the card. And they did that, announced that on their TV the morning of the show, that the main event had been changed to Undertaker in a handicap match against both Austin and Helmsley with the title at stake. Okay. Then at the building, you know, they did this big thing with Vince McMahon, and Linda sent over this new revised card, and they were all pissed. And I'm just thinking, like, well, if it was supposed to be Austin and Undertaker in a singles match for the title, and now Undertaker's in a handicap, why was Vince and everyone pissed? But anyway, that's another story. Then, when they announced the match at the beginning of the match, they made it clear in the ring announcement that Undertaker, if he pinned Austin, would get the title. So all of a sudden, everybody figured out, aha, he's going to pin Hunter, and aha, he pinned Hunter. When Vince
they didn't swerve him?
No, because then they'd have to change the title. So when Hunter's interference backfired, or when Vince
swerve
McMahon...
him and have Undertaker get pinned.
Yeah, but then everybody would go home unhappy.
Yeah.
They could have done that. You're right, they could have done that for no reason.
Well, everyone went home unhappy when they swerved him with Benoit Angle. I just don't understand the point of that.
Of what? Announcing one card and delivering another? I don't either. I think that they felt
that and just a lot of the things on this show. I mean, why? If that's really the reason why they figured that everyone expected Angle to win the second fall, you know, why change it to surprise them? Because the surprise is not a surprise where everyone goes, you know, that was really great. It's a surprise where everyone goes, we just got ripped off.
I didn't get a sense that anyone felt ripped off because they had a 15-minute match. And, you know, it's not like 2 out of 3 falls is embedded what you do in a 2 out of 3 fall match in people's minds today. Because I really didn't get complaints about the Benoit Angle match, especially since it was pretty much the best match on the show. I didn't get many complaints about that. It was just that I think the feeling was that the people in England, you know, they could see our pay-per-views for free, but they got to pay for their own. And our pay-per-views, generally speaking, are better than theirs. So it's kind of like this mentality of we're spending $20 and we just got like free shows that were better. And we just saw Benoit and Angle and Regal and Jericho twice for free in April. Not to mention all the TV stuff that they do for free. And now we're paying to see the exact same match when we were promised a different match. So, you know, that was with that. Did you watch UFC?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the UFC then?
I thought it was a good show. I mean, I saw the first match, and it was, in fact, I was kind of warned that the first match wasn't too hot, and it wasn't, but, I mean, after that, it was a damn good show. A lot of good fights. Some of the guys looked really good, and, I mean, the one thing I got on the show was they're doing so much of the sports entertainment stuff. They got the pyro, and it looked really good, and, in fact, the set, and I don't want this to sound like it's a knock, but it looked like the Nitro set. And, you know, that's good. It looked really cool. And the one thing was, like, Shoney Carter was one of the guys that came out, and he had this outfit on, and he was all dressed to a T, and he had the top hat, and he was strutting to the ring, and I thought to myself, you know, in a real fight situation, you come to the ring like this, and you don't deliver, and you're in big trouble in the future. I mean, it's like, you look at pro wrestling, and you got a guy like Ric Flair who has the feathered robe and everything like that, And, he comes out, but he delivers. But if you had a job guy coming out dressed like that and doing jobs on every show, it'd be like a joke. And I thought, this Shoney Carter better come out here and have a hell of a match. And he did.
Well, he did.
It was great. And
that was...
overall, it was a hell of a show. Good main event.
A lot of upsets.
Yeah.
Couture and Hizzo, what did you think as far as the decision? Think Couture should have won?
I was looking at it like almost just an even fight. I couldn't even... it was more like you had Hizzo out there, and maybe he did win 3 rounds, maybe he didn't, but it was like, this guy's challenging for the world title. He should have probably done a little more than he did, so I don't know. I didn't really have an opinion one way or the other. It looked like Couture. When they announced the winner, Couture was just like, wow, I won the fight. Like, you didn't even expect it, so...
I gotta say, the Randy Couture, to me, he is the man, though. Even if he lost that fight, for him to have survived... He took a kick in that second round, early in the round, and you could see all of his breath was knocked out of him. And then that whole second round, he was just a sitting duck from this guy. He was hitting him with leg kicks and punches. And, at the end of the round, he was basically done, and he was very lucky the bell came at the point it did, because he wasn't going to last 30 more seconds. And I'm figuring, this guy is done. He's got no breath. He's just been pounded on. And then he comes out for the next round. He has no energy. He can't take the guy down. He certainly can't stand with him. Somehow he survived. Then he started taking the guy down, and it's just like...
By the 4th round, he was back.
The man has guts. Most guys in that situation... I think most guys in the Pedro Hizzo situation after that first round, I think a lot of guys would have thrown in the towel and not come out for the second round. But he came out. Randy Couture's situation, I think most guys would not have come out for the third round. He came out. Both those guys lasted 5 rounds.
Randy was even talking about in his interview. The first round, he was just rocking that guy. Had him down on the fence, just pounding on him. And he's talking about, I thought it was over, and I wore myself out. And then he immediately gets kicked in the stomach, and it was like... He had just absolutely nothing left, but he held on and had a hell of a comeback.
When you see a guy out of breath, moving so slow like Randy Couture was, and then he survived 15 more minutes like that, I was just amazed at his performance. We'll talk we'll talk more about this when Joe Silva's up. We'll get back to some other stuff. Any other news you want to get to? Actually, we should probably get to the Raw show tonight. Let me look at this. And the poll was not good. The Raw show tonight. These are the matches that are announced. Regal versus Jericho in a cage match. Light heavyweight title 4-way with Jerry Lynn defending against Grandmaster Sexay, Crash Holly, and Taka Michinoku. Which
I can predict this cage match, by the way. Just seeing as how there have been so many Nitro-esque things in the booking lately. Somebody will run in.
Oh, I think that's a guarantee. How about that they both climb out and there's a tie on the floor? I don't know.
No.
Lita and Molly Holly. Lita and Molly Holly in a single. Raven and the Dudleys against X Factor in a tables match. Kurt Angle against Bradshaw. And I don't like that match for about 10 reasons. And then also Eddie Guerrero and the Hardys against Edge Christian and Rhino, which is, actually, that may be pretty damn good.
The thing with Lita and Molly is, there are only so many women in the WWF that are wrestlers. 3, maybe 4. And Chyna just absolutely destroyed Molly. Made her look like a total fool. So now Lita's going to go out there tonight, and they'll probably have at least a competitive match. And it's just if you only have 4 women, why have one woman treat everyone else like a total goof, so that the challenger has competitive matches with these same girls, and it makes her look like nothing?
Well, I think
what's Lita going to get from beating Molly now? Because Molly just, was made to look like a total goof.
Well, I think the whole idea is that Lita's going to be the big underdog against Chyna, and then when she finally beats her, it's portrayed as a big upset and a big pop for Lita. I think that's the idea. That Chyna's untouchable, that Chyna's the monster, and then when Lita wins, you know what I mean? I think that's how they're going. The only problem is...
I think we should probably prepare everybody right now for the fact that Chyna's probably going to beat Lita at this pay-per-view coming up.
And that Lita will
So start writing your hate mail now. Just get it out of your system.
Okay. Let me see any other news from the weekend?
I don't think so.
Yeah, pretty slow as far as there's no other major. There's really no other major.
Hey, how's Undertaker? Did you get an update?
He's going to be at the show tonight. I don't think he's going to be able to wrestle though. Yeah, Undertaker. That's right. We didn't even talk about that at the London show. He got Austin's knee brace came loose, and Austin jumped on Undertaker's back, and the part of the knee brace that came loose ripped at his ear, and he was bleeding pretty bad from the ear, and he had to have plastic surgery right when he got off the plane. He had butterflies put on, not stitches, on the plane, actually, going home from London, and he got plastic surgery in Newark right coming off the plane. But I was told he'll be at TD tonight. I'm of the impression he won't be wrestling, but no one's actually told me that, and he may. Maybe he will wrestle. I don't know. I don't know. So, but yeah, that's the situation with Undertaker.
Mummy Returns debuted over the weekend.
$70 million.
$70 million.
That's actually a huge story because, of course, The Rock was one of the leads in the movie. We'll get some of the credit for that. I think that he's gotten just a ton of publicity in the last 5 days. And it's good and bad. I mean, what's good about The Rock's success is that The Rock going mainstream can, to an extent, remove a certain negative stigma towards
especially
wrestling.
Him.
Especially him because he's good, right, because he's good on talk shows. Now, I've started thinking about this, though, okay? Everyone's talking about him being the next Arnold, okay? Let's just say he is, okay? Which is big shoes to fill. But let's just say he is a movie star. Arnold Schwarzenegger was at one point probably the biggest movie star in the world, and still is a huge celebrity. The stigma towards bodybuilding today is actually worse than it was in 1975 when Arnold was in it. So just the fact that Arnold became a superstar, and that Arnold does not make a fool out of himself in public, usually, in fact, rarely, that was not enough to save this sport that everyone looked down on.
Yeah, but that's one of those things where bodybuilding, there were so many horrible things about bodybuilding that you could have had the Pope as a bodybuilder and it wouldn't have helped. It was just such a screwed up industry. And wrestling is really screwed up too, but
that's what I was going to say. Wrestling's screwed up in a different way.
If Vince makes at least a half-hearted attempt to somewhat clean up and not have the beating on the women and everything that's really causing all the trouble right now, I think Rock can help. But it's going to get to a point where wrestling, if Vince just goes absolutely insane, there's nothing that anybody's going to be able to do to make it more acceptable. I mean, bodybuilding now is nothing like bodybuilding when Arnold was Mr. Olympia.
No.
If it still was, it probably would be. It wouldn't be looked down upon as much.
I don't know that it would be looked down upon any.
I
don't know that it would be looked down on any less because people can't really relate to it. But now, I mean, it's such a freak show that it's just like you don't even want to comprehend it. It's just like you just look at this. It's not you're not even impressed by it really. It's sort of like wow, these guys
scared.
They're 5'9", they're 280, they're going to explode. And it's just like you watch those things, and it's like who's closest to death on the day of a contest wins type of a thing. And guys die, from diarrhea, it's just so unhealthy. Then again, like wrestling's healthy, right? I'll tell you. There's another thing, Brian. I know that you don't read Sports Illustrated, but you got to read this week's Sports Illustrated. There's an article on football players and what happened after their careers are over, and just like the various injuries. And it's basically the same. The one thing reading it, though, and they actually had some stats to back it up, football players, I think, do take more physical punishment than wrestlers because the percentage of guys that are really crippled up just seems a lot worse. But still, I mean, we're reading this article. I mean, I'm thinking, like, this is the same thing as I could write on wrestling, except, they had a guy who lost his foot, and I could write about Dynamite Kid. You could do the same article. But the one big difference is that the NFL, they have pensions, they give guys disability, and these wrestlers, when their career's over, I mean, they got nothing. And Johnny Valentine, the Johnny Valentine thing brought that all back. I write the Johnny Valentine thing of this guy who was, like one of the top 5 wrestlers of his era. And, his medical bills killed him. Wrestling never took care of him. And then I'm reading this thing, just a couple of days later, and it was just like, wow,
Yeah, but I don't think you can really do a comparison now between older football players and older wrestlers because the style that the older wrestlers today worked was absolutely nothing like what the guys are working today. I mean, I watch, pretty much every week I watch that Wrestling Classics, and, I mean, the things that those guys were doing in the ring was absolutely so low impact. I mean, they'd be sitting on the mat in a headlock for 10 minutes, and then they do a high spot at the end and go to the finish. It's absolutely nothing like what these guys are doing today. And I think a better comparison is going to be like 10 years or 15 or 20 years down the road between wrestlers that we're working now and football players. I don't think that comparing old football players now and old wrestlers is, much of a comparison.
Yeah, well, you're right about that, but the other thing about that is it's also, football's a lot harder because you've got bigger guys on more drugs, running faster. So the collisions have far more impact, even though it's the exact same game, whereas wrestling, it's not the same game at all. It is a far more dangerous game inherently because there's more bumps, but in football, it's the force of the collision when you got a 300-pounder running faster than what would have been a 240-pounder before and hitting the guys. The thing with the football is the injury rate of the football players today is also going to be much higher than in this story as well, which, quite frankly, for both football and wrestling, makes both pretty scary.
Yeah.
This is actually the first negative thing I've read on UFC. That's the first thing right in front of me. We got over 100 responses over the weekend. I thought the UFC presented some great fights. However, the decision in the main event seemed so biased and not keeping with reality that it left a bad taste in my mouth and will probably prevent me from buying pay-per-views like this again. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah. I've watched so much boxing where there are decisions that are absolute fantasies. The one thing I want to say about this, but we'll get to this in just a second. As far as mainstream appeal and a return to pay-per-view, I don't see the sport catching on. It went from a challenge of technique to a steroid slugfest of people cramping in the guard trying to get punches off. We all know today's audience would not want to see a 3-hour Strangler Lewis match, and I doubt if this audience, without wrestling type of regular television exposure, will pay to watch this. The matchups were better, but the product overall seems something that will appeal only to hardcore fans with very little casual interest. Maybe, I don't know. As far as the match, I expected when it was over that, I had that fight totally even going into the last round. And in the last round I had totally even going into about the last 30 seconds. And then Hizzo connected and was hurting Couture right at the finish. And I go, okay, I got 2 rounds even. I got 1 round for Couture and 2 rounds for Hizzo. So Hizzo's the winner. And as it turned out, Couture got a unanimous decision, and it was because they gave rounds 3 and 4 to Couture, which I had even. Now, I went back on the tape after knowing all this and watched rounds 3 and 4 again, and in both cases, if I was pressed to pick a winner in each of those rounds, without question, it would be Couture. So if you're going, like I said, if I was a judge, I would have voted for Hizzo, but I cannot say that this was a bad decision. I would say if there are bad decisions, I would say are bad ones, but this one, I couldn't say. Just because he got a good flurry in the last 10 seconds, is that enough to win a world championship? In what was basically an even fight, right?
Hey guys, being there live for the event, I think the one thing that stood out from the couple of people that I spoke to about it, I personally thought Pedro had won as well, but a couple of people that I spoke to said, you have to do enough to beat the champ. And to most of those people, they felt that Pedro didn't do enough. I thought in one of the rounds, in the second round, I think he let up a little too early on Randy. I think if he had continued and not let up a little bit, he probably would have knocked Randy out, or at least in the judges' minds showed that, he was willing to go at it. I think he looked tentative for some reason, like he didn't want to finish him off. And I think in that last round, if he had another 10 seconds, he'd have finished Randy off. I really believe that. Randy looked, way out of gas at the end of the fight. I personally didn't think he was going to get past the third round the way he looked.
I didn't think he was going to get out of the second round. In fact, if you actually were going through the thing, because I did the live thing, in the second round, early in the second round, I wrote in there, Randy's done, this fight's over. And everyone's making fun of me afterwards for it. But I wrote that, because I thought, hey, he's done.
He was. He came out of that round, he was gassed, you could see it, he was breathing hard, and I said, man, he's not going to make it into the third round, I don't know what he's doing. But I will say this, though, he did something that not too many people, or I don't think I can remember in recent memory. He got Pedro down. He took him down, and he rained some blows on him. I was very surprised. That Pedro's the type of guy who doesn't go down very easily, and he did get him down, and open him up a little bit. But I think, I don't know, we were all very surprised at the end that Pedro lost. Even on Randy's face, you could see it. He was kind of like, they picked me? Okay. I'm the winner? Okay. All right.
I know Pedro was, Frank Shamrock was right on the air, and he just said, I don't know which fight the judges were watching.
Yeah.
He did.
Now, one thing about it, and I know this from judging, there is no criteria in UFC that you have to overwhelmingly beat the champ. Right. It's not one of those things. We'll talk to Joe Silva about judging criteria and see what his thoughts are on the fight. So we'll save that for a little bit later in the show. Let me get back to this. This is from Matt, who goes, I was watching the Phil Donahue show from 1992 today. God, why would you want to do that? Anyway, I was on that show and I never watched it again after about a week after it was over. Anyway, regarding the WF scandals of the time period, I was wondering whatever happened to the announcer whose name was Murray Hodgson. Were his claims backed up by a polygraph test, or did he simply jump on the bandwagon as an excuse for his firing? He cut a hell of a promo on that show, but I think that he jumped on the... I can't say he jumped on the bandwagon, and I'll tell you why, because he came forward with his claim before anyone else did. Nevertheless, my feeling on dealing with Murray Hodgson is that Murray Hodgson was a swerver. And
come on.
Yes, I think that here's what I talked to him extensively while this was going on, and this is my hypothesis on Murray Hodgson. Okay, is that Murray Hodgson was at a big WWF to-do, and I forget what it was, but he saw Kurt Hennig and Pat Patterson engaging in some sort of physical thing, and all of a sudden realized that it was a common knowledge about Pat Patterson being homosexual. Okay, and because of that, when he got fired as an announcer because he was a guy who would do localized promos in the days when they would do those on the syndicated show, go like, coming to Tacoma on, March 14th, it's going to be The Undertaker against Stone Cold Steve Austin, and he would like forget the city and forget, he's a good looking guy, he was a smooth guy, but he just couldn't remember, like all that stuff that he was supposed to say, so they fired him, and then when he got fired, he sued the WWF claiming that, Pat Patterson had made a sexual advance towards him. He said no, and then the next day he got fired and sued them over it. And the suit ended up getting thrown out because his credibility wasn't particularly good. So that's my feeling on Murray Hodgson. Okay, let me see.
Did he forget who he accused?
No, he didn't do that. No, he was on. Hey, if you ever watched tape of that Donahue show, he did a promo, and Vince McMahon, a week later, basically admitted this to me. He just goes like, what a promo that, he did a promo, him and Vince going back and forth, where he killed Vince. Just killed him. Of course, I tell you, one thing I've learned about when you're cutting promos and you're arguing back and forth with someone is that if you have no compunction about lying, you can win about 8 times out of 10, because if the one guy is out here limited by the truth and you have no such limitations, you can just say things that he's not ready for. So he slammed Vince really bad in that whatever it was, 30, 45 seconds on Donahue. When it was like an amazing segment, it was an amazing promo. And I remember Vince McMahon actually saying to me, he goes, God damn, if we knew he could cut a promo like that, do you think we would have fired him? But anyway, let's see. What started the problems between Dusty Rhodes and Ric Flair in the late 1980s? Did they have issues before Dusty's booking Reign of Terror in 88? Or was it simply that provided the catalyst for their backstage feud? It was... The basic situation was Ric Flair was the existing superstar in the Carolinas territory when as a babyface, and huge draw as a babyface when Dusty came in. And then Dusty came in, and Dusty, had super charisma, but so did Ric Flair, and there was always that thing over who was really number one. Ric Flair was usually world champion, and then there was the natural money to turn one of them on the other, and the decision was made to turn Flair, and at the time a lot of people were against it, but, in what year was this, 1985? I think it was. Let's see, Starrcade 3. Yeah, it'd be Starrcade 1980. The angle was for Starrcade 1985, so it would have been a couple months before Starrcade 85. They did the turn, and they did phenomenal business in 1986 with the Dusty Rhodes Ric Flair program. Even though half the people were cheering for Ric Flair and booing Dusty Rhodes, the bottom line is the feud did business. But then after the feud kind of ran its course, and it was. There were problems because Dusty always, Dusty had the mentality that the champion should never win, and it kind of hurt the credibility of the title, and,
Did he have that mentality when he was a champion?
No. But then he was a babyface. So that's the deal. So, yeah, really. So, what ended up happening was crowds started going down because the championship was not protected, and, when crowds start going down, the top guys start pointing fingers, and they point fingers at each other, and it turned into a kind of a big thing. And at the end, Dusty wanted to book a Starrcade. This would be Starrcade 1988, where Rick Steiner would beat Ric Flair and win the title in 5 minutes. And Jim Herd came in. He had just been hired and just says, no. Ric Flair is going to pin Lex Luger clean in the middle because Ric Flair never gets to win, and we need to rebuild our title. And Dusty got real mad, and Ric Flair ended up pinning Lex Luger in 31 minutes in a hell of a match in Norfolk. You watch the tape. Don't believe Lex Luger had a hell of a match. Watch the tape. And then
I believe it.
I know. And then at the end of the match, Lex Luger, I think, they still had the foot on the ropes. Even when Herd, who was running the company, directed that we must have a clean finish, Flair still did a gimmick finish. But anyway, that's what happened there. Let's see. Thirdly, what was your opinion of Vince Russo's rehashing of the Montreal Double Cross at Starrcade 99 in the match between Bret Hart and Bill Goldberg? I thought that was just plain stupid, egomaniacal. I don't know. What else? What do you think of it?
I think that was about the 80th time that they'd done it, so I was utterly sick of it.
Yep. Let's see. I do not understand why...
You know, the one thing about Montreal that nobody ever really figured out when they were trying to recreate it is when that show went off the air, I didn't even know that anything had happened. And I think one of my friends goes, that was a little bit weird. And I went, okay, whatever. And, you know, later watching it, I realized what had happened. But the thing was that when everyone tried to recreate that stupid thing, they made it so obvious. And it was like a total screw job double cross, and that was the whole angle. And it was like, you know, that's not why Montreal got over. Well, also the fact that it was real, but, you know, if you're going to try and do a work shoot, it has to come off like something happened that was not supposed to happen, and the people don't catch it. And then you play it up later.
You know, I went to an independent show not so long after Montreal, and they did the exact same finish. And I mean, the whole crowd was quiet, and everybody was leaving the building going like, boy, that was stupid. You know what I mean? And that's when I realized that, like, I'm going to be watching people do this exact finish for the next 100 years, and it's probably never going to get over, but they're all going to think, it got over in Montreal. So anyway, this is from Gaz, who goes, I don't understand why Undertaker is once again in the main event on a pay-per-view against Steve Austin. Surely that feud has been done to death, and it's time to try something new, such as elevating Chris Benoit, even if it is until Rock comes back later in the year. I know that Vince likes to push big guys, and Undertaker's still over with the audience, but surely the buy rate for Judgment Day is not going to be off the charts or even remotely encouraging to warrant another Undertaker push. His drawing power, regardless of the pop he receives, which of course means nothing, and he's not the wrestler he once was, although most of his great matches have seen him being carried anyway. Although I give Undertaker credit. I mean, he works hard now. I mean, you know, he worked real... Yeah. For all his faults, Vince McMahon is a clever guy. Yeah, he's that. And surely he must realize Undertaker and Austin is not going to draw as well as Austin versus Benoit. Now, let me tell you something.
Wait a second now. Vince definitely thinks Austin and Undertaker's going to draw better.
Absolutely.
No question.
No question. No question he thinks that. Is Vince's ego as such that he'll force Undertaker's down people's throats to prove he was right and all the fans who argue with him are wrong? I hope that that's not what happened. What's going to happen in WWF is that, like, people will start saying this, and then they'll start, like, thinking that those people are their enemy, and then, like, say, we have to defend our choices, because once you start doing that, you end up like WCW booking, and then you're on the road to hell doing that. Anyway, let's see. This is from Gary, who says, Insurrection was so much... We're getting tons of emails from the UK. Insurrection was so much better than Backlash, and it was a very strong show. The best match was Benoit versus Angle. The handicap match with Undertaker against Austin Triple H was also a strong match with great heat. UK fans are always great, and it's nice to see the crowd cheering for Steve Regal after he did all the babyface PR during the week. The only disappointment was there was no title change, but it was still a thumbs-up show. It's a shame that we don't get SummerSlam. Okay. We don't get SummerSlam over here. Like, okay. But you heard anything about Heat, by the way, if that was a one-time deal, or... Cause I
don't know. I recorded it, but I haven't watched it yet. I recorded it after I heard that it was a new format of sorts.
I heard it was a terrible show.
Now, did they actually talk for 1 full hour? Or it was... What was it?
Yes, I think so.
They just sat there on the show for an hour and cut a promo?
No, they cracked on fans, took question and answers from fans. But yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's no wrestling on the show. They showed a lot of clips. You know, all the clips. They showed all the clips.
That reminds me of a Nitro where they had a full first hour without any wrestling whatsoever. And I seem to recall that the show was never the same in the ratings after that.
You know what's funny is that I had people who emailed that made that exact comparison to that show, this horrible Kevin Nash, Tori Wilson, Hulk Hogan stuff for an hour. This was Scott Keith here who's talking about that very same subject. He goes, watching Heat, it occurred to me that WF truly does listen to the fans, and they came up with the one thing that can pull them out of their current doldrums, the 24-hour Hunter and Stephanie channel. Okay. Just kidding, but I'm beginning to wonder. Anyway, with the Undertaker getting injured Insurrection, do you think that finally might be the kick in the pants they need to make them realize they don't have anyone to plug into the main event in Judgment Day? They should elevate someone. They're just going to push Undertaker and Kane. Didn't anyone stop to consider the possibility of Undertaker getting injured? A shocking thought when planning on having him as the one and only main event babyface. I mean, WF.com is pimping Jericho Regal tonight pretty good, so maybe there's hope yet. Don't hold your breath on Jericho. It's from Adam, who goes, I remember as a kid seeing a wrestler by the name of Jerry Blackwell. I was too young to remember what kind of a worker he was, but I remember he had incredible heel heat. Whatever happened to him? He died many years ago. Jerry Blackwell, for his size, was a pretty damn good worker. He actually could get up and down by the standards of the guys now. I mean, he was like Jerry Blackwell was really short, and people don't realize that because he was so fat. But, I mean, I'm guessing Jerry Blackwell was like 5'9", I might even be being generous there. And he probably weighed about 400 pounds, and his big gimmick was he would throw a drop kick, and this was before the Bam Bam Bigelow or Vader type of guys, where they were actually 400-pound guys, or close to 400-pound guys who moved pretty well. I mean, but, you know, and Jerry Blackwell was a good interview, too. He was an effective guy. You know, anyone who can... The one thing about Jerry Blackwell that I will always remember is I used to watch Jerry Blackwell and Sheik Adnan El Casey against Greg Gagne and Jim Brunzell. And Greg Gagne was probably about a 190-pound guy with no physique. And it was actually a pretty decent worker, not a great worker by any means, but, you know, an average worker, son of the promoter. And Greg Gagne, I would watch pound on Jerry Blackwell, and Jerry Blackwell was a good enough worker that everyone bought. No one didn't look at it and goes, "This is quite strange." Everyone bought it. Of course.
Speaking of old wrestlers, I saw it was on Wrestling Classics this weekend. Dale Valentine, Buddy Roberts, was doing a match, and afterwards, they interviewed Johnny Valentine after the plane crash.
You saw that? Really?
Yep.
I mean, I remember seeing that like many, many years ago. That was really sad watching Johnny Valentine.
Oh, yeah, he had the crutches and everything.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
Such a huge guy, though.
What? Johnny?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's because Dale was
not so much
short.
like big and muscular, but I mean, he had a shirt on and everything, but just a big human being.
Yeah, by the standards of that era. He was a pretty good-sized guy. Let's see. Do you remember Pat McNeil? He was the guy who did the Roddy Piper impersonation on Monday Night Raw with Jerry Lawler, and he was the 1994 King of the Ring with Roddy Piper. Would you be interested in having him on the show? I don't know. I don't know about that. Let's see. Isn't the Benoit angle metal angle very similar to the Undertaker Kama angle in '96 when Kama stole the urn and melted it down into a chain? Of course, the Undertaker's powers were gone without the urn.
I think the work rate in those two feuds was a little bit. There was a contrast there.
What do you think there should be a rule change about kicking on the ground? Matt Lindland and Ricardo Almeida showed a problem with kicking to the head of a downed opponent, but Almeida was on his back. Not a complete reversal of the rule, but a change. What do you think? I mean, the rules were made by the Jersey Athletic Commission, and there was some give and take when it came to those rules. And whatever the rules are, and you're a fighter, you got to fight within those rules. And Almeida got disqualified because he kept throwing kicks. And I mean, to me, after 2 warnings, when he threw that third kick, I was going like, get him out of there. It's like,
yeah.
It's like, if you mentally cannot fight under the rules, then, that's your problem. Really.
I think part of it is you don't want to have so many rules for so many different things that guys are forgetting what the hell they're supposed to do. I mean, if you have a rule like, okay, you can kick to the head if you're on your back, but you can't kick to the head if they're on all fours if you're standing up, blah, blah, blah. It's just like so many things that, how can you really remember all that in the heat of the battle? I think it's better just, if the guy's on all fours, you can't kick him on the head. Or if he's down.
I think you can kick to the body.
Yeah, just not to the head.
But just not to the head. Yeah. Let's see. Watching Sunday Night Heat must have been a dream come true for Vince Russo. A 60-minute wrestling show with not one wrestling match. Nothing beats a 1-hour sit-down interview done in complete kayfabe mode. Yeah, an hour straight. In character. There's nothing better than that. How come when the WF does the one-night-only UK pay-per-view, viewers in Canada were allowed to watch it, but how come since that show, every time the WF does a UK show, it's not shown anywhere in North America? I don't know the answer.
It was at WWF New York.
Yeah. I didn't get anything from anyone who watched it in the States, so I don't know that anyone was able to track it down on satellite, because every response I got was either UK or Australia. This is from Ben. It's another thing that we've heard about the Insurrection show. I was at the show live on Saturday. The event was solid. Nothing special, but everyone worked hard, tried to put on a good show. I was disgusted at the behavior of many fans at the end of the show. I felt ashamed to be British. Brian, have you ever been, ashamed to be American?
Oh, all the time.
Okay, I have too, by the way. But, do you remember the World Wrestling Peace Festival that Inoki put on in Los Angeles?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that day I was ashamed to be American. You had the audience was about 6,000 people, and it was like 1/3 would be Anglos, 1/3 would be Mexican Americans, and 1/3 were Japanese Americans. And the Mexican Americans were really, really great fans in that they were vociferous, they were not overly rowdy, they made tons of noise, and they just had fun, right? The Japanese fans were kind of quiet. They liked their wrestling. They applauded. They were very respectful. And the American fans were total, not all of them, but enough of them that enough of them to make me totally embarrassed. We're such assholes, and I'm just sitting there going like, it's just so sad that like this is like I'm sitting here and I have to like, you know, like
you should have put on a lucha mask.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's right. That's right. If you're gonna make fools of yourself, put on a lucha mask so we'll think that you're Mexicans and you won't embarrass our country. And I mean, like one of the things was like there was a match with Chris Benoit against Alex Wright, and they were having a pretty good match. And the fans are just
and the fans chanted USA.
No, they didn't do that. The fans were just like they were just like they wouldn't get into the match because they just wanted to like like I'm trying to remember the whole thing, the situation was, but the fans like they wouldn't get into the match, and all they did was complain about how bad the match was because it was like one of those things where we don't want, you know what I mean? Like we're not going to give these two guys a chance. This is a horrible match, except that the fact that the guys had a really good match, and Bischoff of all people came up to me and just goes, it's so bad because here we are. We give these people a really good match with two good people, and then all they do is catcall the match, and it's like, you want, and he goes, you want more good wrestling, and he goes, and then when we give it to you, this is how the fans react, so, whatever. Although the one good thing about that show, Bischoff being there, was it got Chris Jericho and Rey Mysterio Jr. both jobs in WCW because they had great matches on that show. Well, Jericho had a good one. Ray had a great one. Anyway, he was ashamed to be British on Saturday. He said people started throwing things in all kinds of bottles and cans. One bottle hit Stephanie McMahon right in the face. Vince Hunter and Austin were pelted with bottles as they laid in the ring. Michael Cole, Paul Heyman, and Earl Hebner ran from ringside as quick as they could. Is there like a stopwatch to see if like Earl Hebner ran quicker? Anyway.
I would bet Heyman
didn't. Yeah, I bet he didn't either. Heyman was shaking his head in disgust, and then Hunter started to shout at the fans out of character. Vince looked pissed as he walked to the back.
Out of character. So. He's a guy that hates everyone.
I know. There was no reason for it. I've been going to WF shows for the last 12 years, and I've seen nothing like it. It was disgraceful. There was a similar incident, the one-night-only pay-per-view in 1997, but at that time, that's what the WF wanted. This time, it was unnecessary. Security at the event was pathetic. Why were people allowed to have glass bottles in the arena, and how did so many people get all over the ringside wall at the end of the show? I hope this doesn't affect future WWF shows in the UK. I hope a small number of idiots do not spoil what has been a fantastic relationship between the WWF and their loyal UK fans.
Maybe they can bring back the net.
Yeah, I know. This is from Tim, who goes, a number of times you've talked on the show about how Triple H has not helped elevate guys in their matches. In particular, the match with Jeff Hardy. I was wondering, did Triple H and Jeff Hardy not go over the match before they go out there? Yes, they do.
Yeah, what's Jeff Hardy going to say? Yeah, exactly. Hey, you're burying me here.
Hey, give me more offense.
Come on.
And then he's gonna, give me more offense, and then he's going to go to Vince and goes, this Jeff, it's like, his head's getting too big.
Yep.
He needs a lesson. Yeah.
He's getting elevated just being in the ring with me.
That's right. How does Hunter put it to Jeff or the road agent or whomever he presents the layout to Jeff? It's like, I'm going to beat the shit out of you so you get sympathy. Then you're going to make these few weak comebacks to give the people hope. And then there's going to be a whole bunch of distractions. So when I hit you with a pedigree, no one's going to notice.
I mean, you really have to understand how it goes when you're a young guy and there's a veteran there telling you what to do. You don't question them.
No, and you're not supposed to. I mean, that's what you're taught in wrestling, is that you learn from the veterans. Let's see. What is your opinion of Combat Zone Wrestling? Do you think it'd become a major player? Not a major player. In fact, when I watch tapes of it, I get very scared for the future of wrestling because, I don't think that it's going to be the prevailing style of wrestling. I'm sure it won't be as long as there's a WWF, but someone's going to get hurt real bad doing the stuff that they do. And it's not going to be good for the business, especially now when the business has such trouble getting on television. Stuff like that, watching guys, go through tables that are on fire and, cutting each other up with, what was that, weed whackers and stuff. That stuff is not going to give people a good impression of wrestling and change the stigma. Let's see. On the WWF
I was at a store the other day and there was a sale on fluorescent light tubing, and I just went, oh, my God. Oh. The backyard matches in this area.
Let's see. On the WWF website, they said that Mick Foley's new book is geared toward younger fans, and I bought it this weekend, and Mick is talking about dildos and nailing I Dream of Jeannie. What's the deal? We'll have to get Mick on. And I haven't seen that book yet. Hey, Al, what's the scoop on the book?
Which book?
Mick Foley's book.
The woman at the book people has not called me back, so I'm assuming it's still on, and she has not sent me a copy yet of the book. I will call her tomorrow and tell her to get her ass to mail it to me.
Okay. This is from Tom, who goes, what, in your opinion, were the major discrepancies of the A&E history of professional wrestling?
Oh, jeez, we need
I
a
gotta
whole
tell you
show.
something. That's right. I did like 4 or 5 pages in the Observer. So if you get the back issue of the Observer, that was the week after that special aired. So that would have been April of what year was that? 97? 98. It was 98 in April, and I don't know the date of the Observer offhand, but I would think it'd be the first. Actually, I think it'd be the first issue of May because it was like the end of April when that show aired on a Sunday night. So
someone will surely email us.
Yeah, the date of that issue of the Observer, it's the first week of May in 1998, I'm almost sure, and I did like 4 pages on the difference between history and the history that they had. Anyway, I don't like how they made no mention of Bruno Sammartino, which I agree is one of the major faults, but there were many just as big as that, and implied there was no wrestling in Madison Square Garden for decades until Hogan came along. Yeah, that would be kind of wrong, wouldn't it, historically? Let's see. Who in their prime had the most backstage pull of the following? Hulk Hogan, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Steve Austin, Rock, Triple H. Hulk Hogan and Triple H. Because I would almost say Triple H more than Hogan. Hogan obviously controlled his own programs in the WWF. Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels really didn't have a lot of backstage pull, and Michaels, I guess, probably did more because he exercised it more. I think Bret Hart was one of those guys who was really only concerned with his own program, and I think he took his own program real seriously, but he didn't really care about anyone else's program. Shawn took him and his friends' programs, but he was really more himself. Austin, Austin definitely exerted pull when it came to his own program, but I don't think he cared about anyone else's program. Rock probably didn't care at all because he had so much confidence he'd get over no matter what they did. And Triple H, I think, probably had the most because he's more of a student of the whole card and he's really got Vince's ear. It's not necessarily negative. But I think he does. Let's see. At Insurrection, they did not announce if Undertaker beat Helmsley, he would not win the title. They just said it was a handicap match for the title, so him not winning the title made no sense. Another ripoff, huh? Okay, let's see. Ross has claimed in the past that Playboy is looking to do more WWF cross-promotion, so which women is Playboy interested in? Well, obviously not the cat. But anyway.
According to Lawler, they were. She was next on the list.
Yeah, no, I know. I was saying that because they nixed it. I would think Trish Stratus would be the next one, just as a guess. Is the change to Sunday Night Heat format permanent? I should know that by tomorrow's show. Do not know. Everyone's, let's see. Which of these would you say was the best final at the top of the Super Junior? 1992 was Jushin Liger against El Samurai. 1993 was Benoit and El Samurai. 1997, Kanemoto against El Samurai. God, I remember a Kanemoto Dr. Wagner final that was really awesome. The Kanemoto Samurai was God, I'm trying to remember. That one doesn't ring a bell to me for some reason. Liger and Samurai I remember being really great. Benoit and Samurai I remember being really great. But, God, I don't know. Let's go to the phones. Start with Alec. Hitesh in England. Okay, what's going on?
Hi, how you guys doing?
Hey. We're doing really good.
I thought I'd just ring in and talk a little bit about Insurrection.
Okay, cool.
I think it came across a lot better on TV than it did in person.
Really?
Yeah,
Because you weren't hit by a bottle?
no, I was quite far away, but it was a nightmare near the end of it. You ended up with around 150 Coke bottles in the middle of the ring.
Wow.
It was just awful. Vince, Austin, Triple H, Paul Heyman, Michael Cole, all of them got hit. I think Stephanie got hit in the face as well with a full bottle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then people started throwing glass bottles into the ring, which just got quite crazy.
Yeah.
Other than that, being there in person, you just really didn't know what was going on. The sound was awful in the arena. And the show started off with a 5-6 minute intro with McMahon, Linda, and Regal.
Now, I got a question. When Linda changed the card, how did they explain the main event that people would be happy with it?
I didn't hear the main event. When she was talking, you just couldn't hear anything that was happening at the time. It was just all muffled over, so all we could see on the Titantron, and we could see Commissioner Regal, Linda McMahon and Vince McMahon talking, and then Vince shouting, And they were really the only gestures that the audience there had to actually react to. We couldn't really hear any of the changes that were made until the matches actually started. And even then, I mean, stuff like the 2 out of 3 falls match, nobody even really knew what was going to happen. Because Benoit got the first fall, and then everybody started cheering, but no bell was rung. And then they continued wrestling, and only then did we actually figure out it was a 2 out of 3 falls match.
What was your thought when they were in the second fall and then Benoit won again?
Interesting. I mean, couldn't really make much sense of it. I mean, it was a good match, but I mean, it was quite a slow paced match. So it's one of these matches where it's good on TV, but when you're there in person, you can't really get really behind it until like the ending of it, because you just end up sitting on your hands. And I mean, if you're just watching it, it kind of feels as though the match is really dragging. And I mean, it doesn't really do it justice if you're actually there at the arena. I mean, it came across a lot better on TV, because I watched it today, and the pay-per-view came across a lot better on TV than it did in person.
You know, another thing, like for the submission match, why the crowd might not have gotten into it was, I mean, when you're at a distance and you're watching something like that live, I mean, how many people were in the building? Like 16,000 or whatever? It's really hard from a distance to see some of those different submissions when they're both laying on the mat. I mean, something like a crab, the audience can identify from a distance, but something like a choke or an armbar, something like that, it's hard.
Definitely. I mean, you really have to be quite
You don't
close.
hear the big bumps.
If you're on just leveled seating, you're having to stand up on chairs, trying to actually see the match happening. I mean, watching it on Titantron, you can see it a little bit better. But, I mean, you can't really get behind the match because you're not able to see any of the mat wrestling. You can't see, because they went out of the ring a lot, and they stalled at the beginning of the match as well. But you really can't get behind it. You just end up watching it and just sitting on your hands at the end of the day, because it's not really that exciting in person. But when you do watch it on TV, you end up thinking, wow, this is a pretty good wrestling match. And I think probably because it was a good wrestling match, the audience didn't really react to it too well either. Other than that, I mean, the main event was pretty good. Undertaker worked quite well. Austin and Triple H, I mean, they were doing their usual thing, but Undertaker looked quite dazed after he got injured in his right ear.
Yeah. Could you tell that something was wrong in the match, or was it something that you really wouldn't be able to tell if you didn't know?
You probably couldn't really tell because it was quite near the ending. And as soon as he got hurt, I mean, he laid over the ropes, and that's when Vince McMahon came out. So it kind of acted as a bit of a distraction for the audience. And just straight after that, I mean, you could tell because it was quite an abrupt ending as well. Just a choke slam, and that was it. I mean, a choke slam on Vince, a choke slam on Triple H, which he pinned, and then a choke slam on Austin, and then he was out of it on his motorbike up to the ramp. That was the end of the pay-per-view. I mean, I'm guessing the crowd was expecting, either a last ride or a tombstone, but, I mean, it was a good match for what it was, and it got the crowd quite pumped up. But the other matches were okay. Jericho and Regal, that was a pretty good match. Regal tapping out in that one.
How was the crowd reaction as far as Regal? I mean, because I got the impression he got a lot of cheers most of the night.
He did get quite a few cheers, but the thing with the British crowd is they won't really get behind a homeboy if he's a heel, because they still expect to cheer the face and boo William Regal because he's facing Jericho. But I mean, near the end, when he actually hit him with the Queen's Cup or whatever that thing was, I mean, he did get quite a few cheers. I mean, he's got his humorous actions in the ring as well, which can get the crowd behind him as well, and they showed video footages of him around London. So that match was pretty good as well. Overall, the pay-per-view was pretty good, but I wouldn't say it was better than Backlash because of the undercard. You had Big Show versus Test, and then Bradshaw coming out. Big Show cut a decent promo at the beginning of the match. I mean, we couldn't really hear anything because you can barely hear Big Show as it is, and his groggy little voice that he's got. And you could just see him spitting, which is what he usually does. And Paul Heyman came out. I mean, he got quite a few boos because I think people were still wanting Jerry. Michael Cole, he got quite a good pop. Rest of the card was okay. I mean, watching it on TV, I thought Paul Heyman and Michael Cole did an extremely good job. I think Paul Heyman brings out a lot of Michael Cole that Taz can't, and they seem to have real good chemistry between them. I think probably even better than JR and Paul Heyman do. They just go really well. It's like just so humorous because Heyman's got his one-liners, and Michael Cole's quite an easy target to mimic.
Yeah, it's hard to make fun of Jim Ross because he's so good, but you can make fun of Michael Cole.
Before we get to Joe Silva, I want to get to a couple of emails real quick. One is actually something that Joe should listen to because it involves the UFC show from the other night, from Friday night. This is from someone from the Underground Forum, which is that's a martial arts forum. The problem seems to be that most MMA fans are not used to the 10-point must-scoring system. Couple that with the fact that the last impression of the last round tends to be how the crowd views the winner. The fight was very close. If the first round had gone another minute, Pedro Rizzo would have lost the fight. I wouldn't have been surprised. We can talk about that in a second. The same can be said for Randy Couture in the second round and the fifth round. The only points of contention are rounds 3 and 4, which, if you watch them taken by themselves, both of them probably went to Couture. Before the fight was even over, it was clear that both men intended to make their opponent earn the win. As I see it, Pedro won the war, but not the battle. With a 10-point must system, that doesn't matter. Couture won 2 of those rounds. At best, it was a draw, so the title shouldn't have changed hands. Apparently, the points just added up to Couture winning. Short of a rematch, the people just need to accept that. Let me just get to one or two things real quick here. I want to make... let's see. I was wondering if you heard about the Memphis Classic show from Saturday. They showed part of the empty arena match with Lawler and Terry Funk, and had Funk on the phone for an interview. He challenged Lawler to a cage match. To end the show, Jimmy Hart promised that Hulk Hogan would be on next week. I'm not sure if he said Hogan would be there live or on the phone. He meant on the phone, I can tell you that.
Probably on the phone.
No, he meant on the phone, I can tell you that. So anyway, that's that. Whatever happened to Hogan's Pastamania franchise? It no longer exists. Do you think it's likely he'll wrestle Lawler? It's possible. It's possible. Let's see. It's Jerry in New York. I don't know. What's up with Crazy? He's in Puerto Rico and Japan. Mainly, when can Rena Romero work for another company? She can work for anyone she wants now. The only company she couldn't work for was WCW, and they don't exist anymore. So she can work anywhere she wants, Anyway, let me get to Joe Silva. Joe, how are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Hey. We're doing really good. What's I guess stemming from the last show, I thought it was a hell of a show overall, and very much positive response. I mean, I guess the big topic today has been the decision in the main event. How did you see that fight?
I myself, I thought it was incredibly close. I had it 3-2 Pedro Rizzo, but it's everybody's thing. It was the third round. There's no doubt. Well, there's 2 things. One was the third round, and 2, everybody gave Couture, rightfully so, the first round 10-8. Myself and a lot of other people also gave the second round to Pedro Rizzo 10-8.
So did I. So I agree with both of those calls.
But if you didn't, let's just say you gave Couture 10-8 for their first one and 10-9 to Rizzo for the second one, that would obviously affect things greatly. Mm-hmm. But also, I think it was really the one that most people seem to disagree on was the third round. And that's what was tough, is Pedro did very well there early. Seemed like he had Couture in trouble. Couture's nose started bleeding badly enough that John McCarthy stopped the fight and took it over to the doctors to check it out. And that seemed to give Randy a breather, and then he came on and got the takedown and was on top for the rest of it. And then it's, opinion whether he did more damage in that second half than Pedro did in the first half. But as I told, Pedro Rizzo's camp was very upset, and I spoke with them, and I told them, it's like, you know what, I had Pedro ahead by 1 round, which most people there had the difference being 1 round, and whenever it's 1 round and you put it in judges' hands, to me it's really hard to complain but so much.
Either way, it was a very close fight, though. I mean,
very close.
Whichever one would have won, either one I wouldn't have said it was a bad choice. I had Pedro Rizzo winning myself, right. watching as a fan and scoring it, but I had round 3 and 4 even. watching it back. When I watched the match again, and specifically for 3 and 4, when I watched for 3 and 4 and really looked close, I would have given both rounds to Couture. So that's enough for him to win. So.
And also, I tell you what, I mean, judging is a tough thing, as you know yourself. When you're doing it live, fights look very different live, and when you're caught in the motion and everything, and then when you know the result, when it's over and you go back and watch it on tape, it's very different.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely is.
So, yeah, I mean, it's easier to pick apart things and all when you go back on it, but live, I think one thing that, and you'd said this happened when you judged with Coleman and Hizzo. When you're there and you're ringside where the judges are, and you hear Pedro Hizzo kick, and it lands, it's just, and I tell you what, Randy Couture could not walk afterwards. He was hopping on one leg to get to the after-fight press conference.
I'm not shocked.
I mean, very, very damaging. Pedro, his corner, they needed to tell him, keep up with the kicks. More kicks, and he could have won, decisively. Or if he had simply moved his hands on a lot of those sprawls, even if he wasn't hitting hard, but he was moving his hands and piling up points on Couture's head when he's laying on top of him instead of just laying there and holding him, that would have made it clear. Pedro, he did not take, kind of like with Mark Coleman, but he got the nod there. And with Kevin Randleman, you see opportunities for him, and he didn't take them. But they exhausted each other in the first round. The whole pummeling and Couture trying to get him down and him trying not to. Both those guys are excellent athletes who are in great shape, but they were both gassed bad just after the first round. Hizzo looked done at the end of the first round. I didn't think Couture was going to come out of his corner at the end of the, second round.
Second round? Neither did I. I was amazed when he came out. I was amazed he lasted that second round. A minute into the second round, I thought, he's not lasting. He's not going to last another minute, let alone another 4.
I mean, both these guys, they really did. They sucked it up. Both of them were in serious trouble, and they fought back. I got a lot of compliments at the show, and I'm a guy with an ego like anybody else, and it's nice to hear. But as I told people at the show, I could try to put together the best matches possible, but in the end, it's up to the fighters to perform, and I think everybody on this show did.
Well, I mean, the one thing, though, you had competitive guys. I mean, there was no one on that card. I mean, the one fight that was not a good fight, which was the opener with Matt Lindland and Ricardo Almeida, you can't question the credentials. They just happen to have a boring fight.
Right, but even still there, I saw Almeida go for some good submissions. They got stuffed by Lindland, got to see a suplex by Lindland.
Yeah.
I think the rules cause some problems. But that's just going to be an adjustment. Every time when you do a show and there's an adjustment with the rules, like here you could kick to the body but not to the head on the ground. I didn't like that rule, and I know it's going to be looked at. Even if, New Jersey, if they allow you to kick somebody on the ground doesn't mean that you have to have it. And I thought it was way cleaner. We had talked about it before and did not cause problems that I predicted would happen if you allow that, okay, you can kick to the body but not the head. As you see the wrestlers, they're kind of turtling up and their head is forward. And if you try to kick them to the body, it can come awfully close to the head. And then the guy's looking at the ref, and the ref wasn't quite sure what happened, and they stop it, and it breaks up the fight. I really don't like that at all, so I don't, know how long that would stay that way. I thought it was much cleaner, a lot better when it's just, okay, you can either kick them on the ground or not.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts as far as BJ Penn now that you've seen him?
He's very good.
He's not on the pay-per-view.
Joey Gilbert, which one you did see that we did recap the prelims at least.
Yeah, we saw the finish and everything, yeah.
But what was most impressive to me is Joey Gilbert is a very, very good wrestler. And BJ Penn took him down almost like he was a karate guy.
Wow.
And BJ Penn doesn't have a wrestling background.
I was watching it with people who, every single one of them had trained with BJ Penn.
Uh-huh.
And, everything that you had told me, I was hearing that all night long. I mean, I was hearing from people that this guy, and every one of these guys are guys who train with Frank Shamrock.
Right.
And they were just going like this, BJ Penn is the man. For his size, he's just, and they were saying, and I don't know if he got a chance to do it, but they were all going like, he hits so much, and these are guys who trained with Jens Pulver, who's
right.
a champion in that weight division, and they said, Jens Pulver has a tremendous punch for his size.
Yes.
And they said that BJ hits much harder than Jens Pulver.
Well, Frank Shamrock had said, you know what, I'm working on my striking. I'm a pretty fast striker, but I just don't have natural power. BJ Penn does. BJ, you know, I'm so used to, in my position, getting all this hype on people that I really don't pay that much attention to it. But where I did hear it was because usually it's from one camp, but I have people as varied as, you know, John Lewis, Frank Shamrock, Matt Hume, and they're all going, this guy's incredible. And not only is he incredible on the ground, but he hits really hard too. So, you know, people are predicting really great things for BJ Penn. We'll see. Joey Gilbert was a very good first match for him. Joey Gilbert had good credentials, and he went through him pretty easily. BJ will move up in competition for his next fight, and we'll see what it continues to do. Tell you what, too, Semi Schilt surprised a lot of people.
Oh, yeah. You know, the one thing, I don't know if, Brian, I don't know if you noticed this one, but and Joe, you probably did, but...
in the mount?
No, just his power.
Or in the guard?
Well, his power. I mean, this guy's grip strength. I'm just watching him, and Pete Williams is a really strong guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he was on top of, he was on top of Semi Schilt. So when you're on the bottom, if you think about yourself like in a situation, and you're on the bottom, struggling with the guy who's on top of you, you can be incrementally stronger on the bottom, and the guy on top, just because he's got the leverage, is going to overpower you 9 times out of 10. And Pete couldn't move his arms if that guy grabbed his wrist. I'm watching this.
Semi was just grabbing him by the wrist and holding on, and Pete was just like, he was stuck.
Well, I'll tell you something. This is true. I was going afterwards, and I was kind of criticizing Pete Williams a bit, because I'm going, that is so easy to get out of. And I had people demonstrate, because I'm a small guy, I have very little wrist, and people there with much bigger arms were grabbing my wrist, and I was showing them how easy it is to get out. You just circle your wrist. But, and I was like, Pete, to me, where I was sitting, it looked like he's just pulling back and forth. And it's like, oh, that's stupid. Why doesn't he just circle his wrist? John McCarthy, who was right there, I talked to him today, and he said, no, Joe, he was trying to circle his wrist. Semi was so freakishly strong, his hands were so big, he said his fingers were wrapping, you know, all the way around where they're under, even around the guy's wrist under his palm. And that he couldn't circle it. It was just too powerful a grip.
What are your thoughts as far as Randy Couture and Semi Schilt? Is that something that you're planning on doing or thinking about?
I mean, anything's a possibility. To me, still, Pete Williams, because of his past accomplishments, certainly if he'd beaten somebody like Semi, you could see maybe Pete going right into a title fight. Semi off the one win against Pete, I don't know. We'll have to see. There's a lot of calls for a rematch between Pedro and Randy. I mean, if you go on the underground internet...
That's a fair rematch. That's a fair rematch.
Yeah, I mean, it was very close. There's a lot of disagreement on the internet. The majority seem to think that Hizzo won, but there's a lot of Couture supporters too. But everybody agrees it was close and competitive. So, there's a possibility. I tell you what, though, I think the best fight I've seen this year was Matt Serra and Shoney Carter.
The first round was unbelievable.
It was just that first, Uma Plata that.
Oh, yeah. Explain that move, because I'm sure that most people listening don't know what a Uma Plata is.
It was just
quite frankly, I didn't know until I saw it.
Yeah, it was just a sweet way of going into
what a move!
I'd seen it as a demonstration move, but not really pulled off before, and he did it as perfect can be. It's basically turned into a hammerlock up behind his back, and he had it cranked. I mean, Shoney is very flexible and he's very savvy. He was a guy with a lot of experience, and he survived it. And then he brings out the spinning back fist. Which I think with spinning back fist, what's interesting is that's you throw the technique and you go to hit with the back of the hand. But if you close in, you can still get hit with the forearm. You can still get hit with the elbow on the way in. So it actually has a lot of range. And he landed it twice, with great effect both times. Serra was very exciting. I mean, I enjoyed seeing him, but he had not had a whole lot of experience. And Carter did, and Carter made it pay off, One of the things that I put, I write the little descriptions that you see up on the screen, and you'll see for Shoney Carter, I didn't put good striker or anything. I put versatile striker, knowing Shoney, because of his varied martial arts background, throws a lot of unusual and unorthodox stuff, and we got to see it, in action. The other thing of controversy for people was Chuck Liddell and Kevin Randleman.
In what sense? Because I didn't think there was any controversy there at all.
Oh my God! On the internet, 10 million posts. Stop too soon, which I 100% disagree with.
I totally disagree with that.
You see, when McCarthy physically pulls Chuck off of Randleman, but Chuck lets another punch go that barely grazes Randleman, and Randleman's hands are down by his side, not defending it at all. You know, but the thing is, you could be out for a few seconds, take a lot of punishment, and then you come back and you're up, but people just looked at that he recovered fairly quickly afterwards, and he's arguing with John and pushing him. But no, he was out, and I thought it was a great stop.
One thing, on that one, this was a night of upsets. Now, I know you had told me beforehand that you thought Liddell was going to win, and I was with a bunch of fighters, and these are guys actually who trained with, a lot of these guys had trained with Liddell, and even they had their thoughts, although there was the thing, we were all sitting there, and the thing was, he really is a good enough wrestler to stay on his feet, and he will be better standing than Randleman, but still, everyone just looks at Randleman, he's such a freak.
Mm-hmm.
And he just has run through so many people. Plus, he was fighting at 205, so he was going to have a lot more of a power advantage than he usually has against bigger guys. And they were just thinking he would be unstoppable at that weight. And this is one of the things about if the thing was building to Tito Ortiz and Kevin Randleman, that match is out of the picture right now.
Yep. And that's the problem. You don't know. This is not wrestling, and you can go, "Ooh, I'm going to build." That's why people are going, "Why are you putting these good guys against each other right away? You got to build." It's like there is no building in the sport. You try to build, and they all lose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like if you have the opportunity now to make a great match, just make the match. Because you try to do it 2-3 matches down, they've both lost by that point.
What was the feeling? What was the feeling on the Tito Ortiz Elvis Sinisic thing? As far as good reaction, bad reaction? Because to me, it was. I know what you're trying to do.
It's just Elvis's personality. Elvis is not really a trash talker. He's a good guy, and Tito was funny, and got him with the little belt thing. But, the thing is, I would like every fight, if possible, especially every main event, to always be a home run. This is the biggest match in the world. But as you know, you run enough shows, it can't be. In wrestling, not every show can be WrestleMania. But I'll tell you what, if you look at the rankings of what people think, who the best fighters in that weight class are, you got Tito's number one. Vanderlei Silva's already lost to Tito Ortiz, and he signed up with Pride. Sakuraba just lost to Silva. He signed up with Pride. Vitor Belfort would be somebody who's interesting, but right now he's with Pride. Guy Metzger, Tito just beat him. The next person on that list is Elvis Sinisic. He is the highest rated available contender, and people have taken Elvis for granted before, and they've paid for it. Frank thought he would be easy and for a great comeback fight, and he gave Frank a really tough fight and took him to a decision, which hadn't happened in a long time, and Jeremy Horn took him light, and he got, submitted flat out. And Jeremy Horn was the guy who was going to get the title shot next. And Jeremy, too, not everybody can be a Tito Ortiz as far as being a super flashy personality and all, and Jeremy Horn certainly doesn't fall into that. But you have to weigh, and it's a tough balancing act between, I want it to be a legitimate sport. I want to have credible contenders. And yes, for pay-per-view and selling, you would also like them to be the most dynamic, best-looking, charismatic people, but they aren't always. And, so to me, I'm very comfortable with Elvis versus Tito. I think Elvis is going to give it the fight of his life. He's never trained full-time. He's always worked a 50-hour-a-week job. He's taken all his fights on short notice. This time he's taken 2 months off, and he's got plenty of notice, and he's training hard. He knows this is his big shot. So, if Tito goes in and crushes him, it's not because Elvis didn't belong in there, because right now Tito is going out and crushing everybody.
Yeah.
He crushed Evan Tanner. It wasn't Evan Tanner didn't belong in there. Tito is just a monster right now, and he's going to do that to a lot of people. But my thing is, this is not like boxing. It's that I want in this next card to reflect it just like this one did. It's not one great fight. It's a whole card of great fights. For $25, you're going to get, 6 TV matches and 2 prelims, highlights of it, of great fights. Where for boxing, I just saw they had an advertisement for, was it Trinidad versus Joppy? It's like $45.
Yeah.
And you don't even know who's on the undercard, and most likely it's not going to be that great. I just think the thing that UFC has is tremendous entertainment value, how much you get for how much you're paying.
I got two quick things. We're going to head to a break. First is May 21st, Vegas. What's the story on that, I guess, as far as the commission and everything? What's your thought?
Things are just looking well. I know that Las Vegas was on the phone with us when we were at the New Jersey meeting and had a certain amount of input, so we're going to get with them, and hopefully we'll get, official set of rules passed for there.
Okay, and one more thing. As far as the Meadowlands show, how are tickets going, and also, can you announce any more fights besides the main event?
Right now I've got a bunch of contracts out, and until they come back I can't announce them, but as soon as I can, I'll come on your show and do it. One thing I wanted to mention really quick, though, is also we have a brand new world welterweight champion.
Oh, with Carlos Newton, sure, of course. Yeah, we haven't even talked about that fight.
Which was a great fight, and Pat's striking looked so sharp. And Pat was ahead on the judges' scorecards, and he made a mistake, and Carlos took full advantage,
That was quite a visual finish.
Brutal headlock.
Oh, man,
yeah,
that's the first time I've seen a headlock choke winning this, and certainly for picture-wise, it was awesome, because every muscle on Carlos Newton was flexing big time.
Yeah,
he gave it everything he had.
You see this ripped-up guy grabbing this headlock that's turned into a choke, and we're like watching this. It's like a side headlock,
yep.
And that's like usually side headlocks hurt like hell, but they're not necessarily dangerous.
Yep, but this one went up under the chin.
He was under the chin, and he's squeezing like this, and we're going like, Pat's not going to get out of this.
Yeah,
that was.
Yeah, no, that's Pat. He was so upset afterwards because he knew he just made a dumb mistake and got caught. His game plan was going exactly where he wanted. But that's the cool thing with our sport. There's so many ways to lose. At any time, the fight can turn around, But I give credit to Pat. Pat's got a lot had a lot of critics because of some of the people that he faced and wasn't always exciting. Pat came in great shape. He fought hard. He took the fight to Carlos, and he got caught. But Pat was a great champion. I'm sure he'll be back. And Carlos Newton is a wonderfully charismatic, very athletic, great champion too. So I expect to see great things from both of them in the future.
Now, how's the Meadowlands look?
As far as I know, it's great. The tickets just went on sale. I think the buzz on this last show is going to help tremendously. As far as people talking about, you need a bigger name to fight Tito Ortiz, as far as I'm concerned, besides Tito Ortiz right now, to talk, the general UFC fans are going to come see it anyways, because the last card was so good and all. I think that they come see it anyhow. If you're talking about drawing people who have not been to a UFC in years or whatever, there's not many names that could do that. You're talking like Royce Gracie and maybe Ken Shamrock, and that's probably it.
Yeah.
And Royce Gracie is not going to fight in the UFC. The New Jersey rules no longer allow even a gi.
Yeah.
In the rules.
And he's not going to be able to come in and dictate his rules because you've got rules.
Exactly. Even Pride, who was willing to pay him quite a bit of money, they still had to bend to his rules, and no fighter is above, the rules. So it's not going to be, that's about the legitimacy that we want to bring to the sport. Even though, yes, you'd bring in a lot of fans, it's more important for us to be legitimate and not monkey with our rules. As far as people going, it should be somebody else besides Elvis to pull in there, Elvis will pull in as much as, any of those other top names would, except for like a Royce Gracie or Ken Shamrock.
This is from Todd Martin, who mentioned that the A&E History of Wrestling was reviewed in the Observer on May the 11th, 1998. So, as opposed to me spending a whole show on that thing, you can just look at that issue, and you'll have page after page about as far as like history. One thing that is wrong in that issue,
I believe, ironically, it was called The Unreal History of Pro Wrestling, was it not?
Yes, it was. That was the name of the show, yes, and it was unreal. Although they did have stuff about Abraham Lincoln, which I had wrong, so got to say that. Abraham Lincoln, in fact, did do wrestling. That is documented. Carl Stern did a bunch of research and actually looking to debunk that story and found out that it was actually true. Anyway, let's go to the phone calls. We got a full bank of calls. We're going to start with Bob. Bob, what's going on?
Hi, Dave. How you doing?
Doing really good.
Yeah, I was in the chat room and my computer messed up, so I just like to say hi to everyone out there and that my computer is slower than Neidhart's metabolism. But anyway, I was just wondering, why do you always talk UFC when there's a 2-hour show on right before yours that always deals with it?
It has nothing to do with me. You wanted the answer?
Yeah.
When did we start doing this show?
I don't know.
October 4th, 1999.
Oh.
Okay. And when did we start talking about UFC?
Like
October 4th, 1999. There's your answer. We've covered you from.
It's boring. No one cares about it. Look at the buy rate.
Okay, I got it. Well,
I'd rather
you can't blame the buy rate.
Whoa. First of all, the buy rates are ahead of WCW. So does that mean we should have never covered WCW?
Oh boy, man, shit.
Well, no, there's your answer. We covered WCW.
And WCW. Than WCW.
What did you say? The buy rates for UFC are higher than WCW. Yes, they are.
Okay. And also one more question from the chat.
You didn't answer my question.
Huh?
You didn't. You started like why are we covering it? I've covered UFC since 1993. So that's why. Since we covered it since 1993.
This is the Wrestling Observer Live.
Okay, should I cover?
Fighting with Eddie Goldberg.
I got a question. I don't know if this has nothing to do with Eddie Goldberg. They had the World Cup over the weekend. Should I have covered that? It's the Wrestling Observer Live. No, this is an extension of the Wrestling Observer newsletter that has always covered UFC from day one. It's always covered Pride.
We kind of have this argument pretty much all the time about what constitutes pro wrestling, and I think what constitutes pro wrestling is people that actually wrestle and get paid for it, and I'm afraid that includes the UFC.
Okay, well, one more question from the chat room, Dave.
Okay.
Why do you use the name Dave if your real name is Herbert?
My real name isn't Herbert. That's the answer.
Well, what is your real name?
Dave.
Then why do you use Herbert?
I don't use Herbert. Bye. Okay. Let's go to Terry.
Dave.
Hey,
Terry.
What's going on?
Okay, yes, I got a question too. Y'all know if J.J. Dillon's going to be part of the new WCW?
No, absolutely not.
Don't count on it.
Yeah.
No way. Not a chance.
Yeah, why y'all say that?
Because they're not about... Vince McMahon and J.J. Dillon left on really bad terms, and they're not going to hire him.
Okay. Yeah, he was in the WWF one time. Why he didn't never do any TV appearances like he did in the NWA days when he was in the WWF?
That was just the role that they had for him was not a television role. It was behind-the-scenes role, and they didn't want him on TV.
Oh, yeah. I mean, was he a booker for the WWF at the time?
He was on the... He was like he helped with the booking. He wasn't really the head booker or anything, but he had a lot of influence. He had a lot of his role was actually similar to what Jim Ross's role was. He was kind of the disciplinarian, head of the talent department, talent relations, and everything. His job actually was to get heat, which he did pretty well.
Did a good job of it.
Yes, he did. Kind of to take the heat that Vince would have gotten.
Yeah, because in WCW he sucked.
As far as
an on-air personality?
Mm-hmm. That's one right there, too.
Yeah, because his whole role was to be this old fuddy-duddy establishment guy.
An idiot.
Which was,
whenever your role is to be an idiot, there's no hope for you.
But you know what the problem is that, you know, in that WCW-NWO feud, that really wasn't the guy who should have been like the spokesperson for WCW, because it just made WCW look like such a loser organization that you've got this guy who's outsmarted at every turn, and he's the head of your organization, and he's the most uncool person that there is, and then people wondered how come, you know, the fans were always cheering for NWO instead of WCW in that feud, and it's like, you know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out.
Actually, it may have.
Okay, yeah. Did y'all catch that one production glitch that the WWF had with Chris Jericho's entrance?
What did you say about Jericho's entrance?
They messed up on his entrance 1 week on SmackDown when he was coming out to his music. It seems like WCW, actually, production team is working for the WWF now.
Well, they're not. No one's perfect.
Noticed a lot of things like that actually lately.
Yeah.
The beginning of the end was missing the pinfall over Jeff Hardy. That was unbelievable when you think about it.
I think it was all in that same week right there too. It was that Thursday night after that Monday night.
I just get worried because if they're going to use like the same production crew and the same production truck and everything like that to do the WCW show, you're going to have a production crew that's already worked Monday or actually Sunday if they're Sunday through Tuesday, and then they're going to have shooting this WCW show and they're going to be all burnt out and it'll probably be the same WCW production.
I hope not. At least they'll be more experienced though.
Yeah.
I hope they train them to be better, please.
Well, the other reason why it should be better is there's more of a demand of perfection from the WWF organization than the WCW. WCW just didn't hold those guys to high standards.
Yeah.
Or anyone to high standards. I mean, there was no, you know, and one of the problems with the whole WCW organization was that if somebody did something really, really great, they would never benefit for it. Nobody would go, hey, man, that was a great video. And then you're thinking, all right. And the next time you go do a video, it's like, I want to do that really great video again. In WWF, you know, if you
or
do
they
great
would lie
video,
about it. Man, who was it that was talking about, yeah, Bischoff came up to me after the match and said, hey, man, that was a great match, and I said, I didn't work. Who was that? Do you remember that one?
I don't remember that. I don't remember that one, but I do remember one thing. It was a guy. This is actually a Sonny Ono story. When Sonny was going to bring somebody, an international guy in, right? And the guy was someone who probably was not that good of a worker, okay? And someone mentioned, Sonny goes, we should bring this guy in. You know, it was like a star. I think it was a star from Mexico. Might have been Japan though. And and the thing was, have you watched him wrestle? He goes, well, I really can't tell who's good and bad when it comes to in the ring. And I'm thinking this is the guy who's in charge of bringing these guys in. And he says, I can't really tell when it comes to the ring, who has good and bad matches. It's well, that's really good. You and your, what does that say? Anything else, Terry?
Yeah. Okay, I got a question too. Another question.
Yes.
Okay, y'all know if Kevin Sullivan was ever in the WWF before?
Has what?
Has Kevin Sullivan?
Kevin?
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, I don't think was ever in the WWF unless maybe very, very early in his career, 1970 as a jobber or something. He may have done TV jobs, and I don't know that he did just because he grew up in Boston and started wrestling for, I think, Tony Santos out of Boston, so he may have done WWF TV then, but he never went to the WWF, no. As a star, I could be wrong. Maybe he went in the 70s, but I don't remember him ever going, off the top of my head.
Yeah, was he looking for ECW also too when he was there, or he was just a wrestler?
He may have helped Todd Gordon. I'm not sure. I don't know that he ever was head booker. I mean, I remember Paul Heyman as booker since '93, and Eddie Gilbert before that. I don't know if Kevin was around a lot. He may have helped. I'm not sure if he did for the earliest days of ECW.
Yeah, I mean, was he also writing for WCW during WCW successful days?
Yeah, he was one of the key guys during the big successful run. Probably, I mean, the most influential guy was Hogan, but I would guess Kevin probably did the majority of the work.
Okay.
Okay, Terry, we got to get running. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Let's go to Nick. Nick, what's going on? Nick is not there. Nick is not there. Alan.
Nick, now are you there?
Nick, what's happening?
Oh, hi, how you guys doing?
Really good.
What's it called? Was the Don Fry Scott Norton match a shoot? Or was that actually a wrestling match?
It was a pro wrestling match for New Japan. They don't... God, has New Japan ever done actual... I guess the closest thing was Hashimoto and Ogawa, and that was a shoot, but it wasn't really a shoot. I don't know how...
It was a planned shoot.
It was a planned shoot. So I guess
like
in
a Pride match?
No, that's different too. No, Hashimoto and Ogawa was two guys who went in the ring knowing that they were going to shoot, but it was like a pro wrestling match with the idea that Hashimoto was going to get killed because it was a shoot, and then basically when he ran out of gas and bailed out, he would hit the referee, and then it would all be over, and there'd be no finish. So it's like a predetermined shoot, I guess would be the term for that.
Like a Battle Arts, in a way?
No. Battle Arts is straight pro wrestling.
Yeah, but they have the shoot style, though, I'm saying.
Okay, that's a shoot style. No, Hashimoto and Ogawa was not shoot style. Shoot style means you don't punch hard.
They were beating on each other.
No, Hashimoto and Ogawa was, he was hitting the spine, elbowing the spine and stuff. Okay. I mean, that was a real, kicking the face. That was a dangerous situation.
All right.
Yeah. But Norton and Fry was just a, regular traditional pro wrestling.
Okay. And, also, what's it called? I'm from New York, and I've been to, you were talking about respect between, different, countries when it comes to pro wrestling events. And, I was actually, a year ago, I was in, Toronto. And I mean, people say that Canadians are pretty, they're nice to the wrestlers and all, but I mean that's not really true. I mean they're pretty rowdy, in fact.
Not the Canadian Border Patrol.
Yeah, but they it might have been just because it was basically Canada versus the U.S. on the card, but I mean those guys were really rowdy. All the fans.
Well, it's not you can be rowdy. I mean Mexican fans are the rowdiest of all, but that doesn't mean.
I mean, they really didn't show any respect, whatsoever.
Well, that very well could be.
I mean, they were just Americans suck, and there was a guy with, yelling.
Well, I mean, Mexicans do the same thing. Mexicans do the same thing.
They were cursing and stuff like that. They do that?
Well, no, they do the same thing,
We're
but they don't.
talking more about disrespect for the actual product.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because like in Mexico, I mean, if you're an American, you don't even have to be a good heel, and you can get incredible heat just by being an American. And they say Americans suck, but or whatever those things they say is. But if you work your ass off to have a good match, Mexican fans aren't going to chant boring at you.
Okay.
And I'm not saying the Canadian fans will or won't. I'm just saying that at that show in Los Angeles, that specific match, they were, and that was with Benoit. They were disrespecting Benoit and Alex Wright, who were working hard for them.
Right.
And that was what I was referring to. It wasn't so much, anything else.
Okay. And what's it called? Is Orton going to be a mainstay?
Randy Orton?
Yeah.
As far as
in the WWF, because they showed he was on Heat.
Oh God, probably not for years. I mean,
that's right. He missed a shot on Heat.
Yeah, they didn't show that. They didn't show the Heat match.
Yeah. The program was horrible yesterday.
Yeah.
No, it was really bad. Okay, guys.
I don't know if that's permanent or they just hijacked the show for 1 week.
Yeah, that was really, really bad.
I do know on the internet, for whatever this is worth, on the international version of Heat, they edited out Randy Orton's interview.
Yeah,
so
I read that online.
Yeah, so apparently his interview must not have been that good. Or it must have been good. I'm not sure.
That's right. Maybe Hunter saw and he went, "Oh my God, I'm going to hijack the whole show."
No, but Randy Orton, I mean, I watch him like every week on Ohio Valley. Those guys in Ohio Valley, like Brock Lesnar and stuff, I mean, those guys will be somebody someday, but if they're rushed into it now, it'll be a huge mistake. Every one of those guys, of those guys that everyone talks about as being superstars of the future, if they were brought in now, those people, they're just not ready. I mean, and I hope that and the WWF's pretty good about that. I don't think they're going to bring guys in until they are ready. But Randy Orton's, probably 2 years away from being ready for the WWF. But he will be, I don't want to say for sure, but I got a pretty good feeling he'll be good when he gets there.
Okay, and any signs of Tajiri tonight?
I haven't heard anything before the show. I couldn't confirm that he was there, so I don't know. I just know that he got a call to be there, and they were looking for him, and I don't know, I don't know anything else.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, let's go to Alan. Alan, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing really good.
All right. Speaking of that, I was reading on a message board about the Sunday Night Heat that it didn't get good reaction, and next week they're going to go back to their old format because, I mean...
they are? Okay.
Because if they had, they give an example, if they had a guest like Steve Blackman, for example, the show would be boring and it wouldn't be interesting. Sometimes they don't have, big...
I heard Hunter and Stephanie was boring, so what does that tell you? 60 minutes.
It doesn't mean... Also,
Hunter's usually funny during those things, like question and answer sessions.
Yeah, I mean, I could see once in a while.
The problem is when you're in character for 60 minutes, it's pretty tough.
Mm-hmm.
Even if Hunter, I think Hunter's
even
hilarious.
if you are your character.
Yeah, but I remember when he did that question and answer, and he was in and out of character, but he was entertaining to me. Listening to him. All right, go ahead, Alan.
You remember a while back on eBay? I don't know if you guys remember that Road Dogg was auctioning himself.
Yeah.
Now I read that the Sandman is doing the same thing almost. And
I heard that too.
What is he auctioning?
On eBay, he's now offering his service. If you win the auction, you and a friend will get to travel to his bar in Delaware and party with the Sandman until he drops.
And drink with him?
Yeah.
And smash cans on your head?
Yeah, and it said at this time when it was posted, it said the bid was like $26.25. When you go to it now, though, it says...
Oh, my God.
Now when you go to it, it's like, let me see, $200, so it's gone up.
Wow.
Okay. Also, let me see what
you have to fly yourself there and provide the beer? That's the best thing about Road Dogg's thing in the UK. First off, you had to pay to get him, and then you had to pay to fly him in. And you had to pay
a companion.
And a companion, that's right.
And a companion, yeah.
What a deal.
Yeah.
Did you also hear about the Honky Tonk Man bashing Lawler on his site?
Oh, I read the Honky Tonk Man bashing Lawler on his site. Yes.
Did you notice also, which I thought was kind of weird on his site? There's a thing for booking him, like a link, and I thought if a wrestler like a name talent, from the past, do you think it's kind of I don't know, kind of dumb on their end to say how much they want? Isn't it usually something that they would want to keep private if a promoter contacts them?
I would. I would. I wouldn't put this is my but it's an open business.
It's almost like you don't want to put a price because then no one's going to offer you any more.
Mm-hmm. Well,
it's not like you can't negotiate down, but if you don't put a price, some mark might go, hey, I'll give you $5,000 to come in.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have it on your website that you only want $800, then you're screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And one more quick thing. Last week, I think it was last week. I didn't get. You guys were busy with that when Superstar was on there. Yeah. I think that was the show. Somebody asked you a question, and I think you didn't. I don't know if you found the answer to it. There was a wrestler back in Florida called the Saint, and I think you didn't know the answer, Dave, of who he was.
Dave Sierra, right?
Oh yeah, that's the right answer. I was wondering if you know that he's had a lot of gimmicks. He wrestles down here as as the Cuban Assassin.
Remember, what was his name? Was he Cuban Assassin in Oregon?
I think he also wrestled as a Top Gun assassin or the
He was Top Gun with a mask in Oregon, yeah, and he had the assassin.
Mm-hmm.
And
I don't know.
he's had a million
gimmicks.
Just trying to find the one that's going to get him to WWF, I guess.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me get some more
You
callers.
better keep working.
I think his time is running out. Okay, let's go to Ed. Ed, what's up? Okay,
Tom.
we're going to go to Tom. Tom, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Doing good.
All right, I got 4 quick questions, so I'll just hammer them right away.
Okay.
First one. Do you guys think within the next 5 years that Jericho will be champ?
Within 5 years?
Yeah.
I couldn't even tell you 6 months.
Well, I meant, with the problems with Triple
I think
H
the odds are in
down.
5 years, probably at least one time.
Okay.
Okay.
Next thing, do you think we can look forward to Triple H and Austin dominating kind of the way Triple H did in the spring of 2000, where at the end of every Raw and SmackDown, you'd have Rock sitting there laid out, and that would be the closing shot. Can we look forward to 3 or 4 months of faces just getting torn up?
I mean, I think at least half and half. There'll be weeks where the other guys get the upper hand as well, but the heels should be in the dominant shot on television a little more than 50% of the time anyway, I would think. So yeah, I expect we'll see more of that. Yeah.
Okay. Next thing, kind of like a follow-up. Did Triple H, you know how you mentioned he sort of dominates and influence backstage along with Undertaker. Is that causing some sort of is it kind of hurting morale a little bit, kind of the way WCW started having problems where Hogan and others
privately yes, but no one's going to say anything publicly.
Are they concerned at all about
to
that?
the level of WCW though?
No, not to the level of WCW. No. Well, it wouldn't be to the level of WCW until the business gets to the level of WCW. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, when WCW was doing that big booming business, and you and I were talking about Hogan, and there were guys privately complaining about it too. But the majority of people were just going we're going to sellouts every night. So you're not going to why look at the future? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like if business got to WCW's level, they'll complain just like WCW. But as long as the business stays good, it'll just be people going I think the future may be some trouble. But you don't live in the future in wrestling. You live in the present. So right now, business is still good. There are bad signs though.
Another last question about Chris Benoit and Kurt Angle. Recently, Angle got flipped over the top rope and guess landed on his head. Did he actually land on his head?
No, he didn't.
I think he didn't, and I never heard of him getting hurt or anything like that.
So that was all work?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, cool.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay, is it Joe next? John?
Joe,
what's up?
Hey guys, I had a question. I saw the recent Pride tape with Vanderlei Silva and Sakuraba, and I was reading your notes, and I was kind of curious of how drastic it was until I finally saw the tape, and it definitely did change the whole game. Pretty much, it's not to the level of skills involved now. And
the rule change?
Yeah, I did think it hurt the product a lot, because I'm more of a fan of just seeing more skills involved, and with the knee strikes, Coleman and the bigger guys are just going to have such a bigger advantage.
Well, the better
wrestler. You
wrestler.
could tell during the Sakuraba match that all those knee strikes pretty much ended the whole match for him.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, the thing that I don't like is the football kick just looks. It is vicious and it looks. You know what I mean? It doesn't look skillful.
Yeah, it looks barbaric.
It does look barbaric, and it'll never be sanctioned in this country with something like that allowed. I mean, that's just the reality. I mean, I know purists want to see anything goes except for pulling out eyeballs. And I was of that opinion for a long time, but you've got to figure out a way to make this work to where it can stay in this country, to where it's not banned, and those things just aren't going to be able to go. But I didn't like the idea that in the Henderson fight and in the Coleman fight that you had a wrestler just taking him down, and as long as they could hold his head in position and knee him in the head, it was just God, those fights went a minute.
Yeah, it's exactly what I thought. I thought I heard the product very much, and due to that, it's just I don't know. It's just something that they downgraded.
Yeah, Brian, you never did see that tape, did you?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that'll be it.
Okay. All Oh, we're already out of time. Okay, well, tomorrow we'll be talking about the Raw show and whatever else is going on, ratings and all that type of stuff. Wednesday, we're going to have Bobby Heenan. Thursday, Nick Bockwinkel. Friday, Tony Jones. And we'll see you all tomorrow at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We're going to have Nick Bockwinkel on the show today, which I'm really looking forward to, despite what Bobby Heenan said yesterday. And, of course, we've got Brian Alvarez here for the next 2 hours. We're going to talk about the news, take your phone calls, and all that good stuff. Of course, tonight is SmackDown, so we'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow on the show. Brian, how much of Mick Foley's book, because actually the last day or so, I've kind of been immersed in Mick Foley's book. How much of that book have you read so far?
I think I'm up to about the 3rd chapter right now, right after the I Quit match. Okay,
I'm about 250 pages in. So I will probably talk more about it by the time I'm done. But I was pretty entertained reading it. It's a good read. He gets so many inside references in that kind of surprised me because I'm thinking what percentage of people reading the book are going to know it? I think he relies a little bit too much on his one-liners as far as knocking Al Snow in the Mean Street Posse. I mean, at the beginning, some of those knocks were hilarious, but he goes over and over on them. But I mean, overall, it's a good read. I think a lot of the stuff as far as his career and decisions that were made by Vince McMahon, such as, his comeback and these major events in wrestling history over the last, the couple of things stuck out at me. Number one was that, this book pretty much picks up at the early part of 1999, I guess it is, or actually the last week of 98 when he first won the title. And I'm thinking, this is 2 years ago, and I'm reading this and I'm feeling like, this is like
it was 100 years ago.
Mick Foley. Remember Mick Foley and Rock in the I Quit match and Beyond the Mat? I mean, it's just like that seems like. I mean, I remember it vividly, but it seems like it was forever ago. Mm-hmm. And then, right now, he's talking about the build-up for his comeback. Because he was originally, as everyone knows, he was going to retire, and then he ended up main eventing those 2 pay-per-views against Triple H, those 2 phenomenal matches in the early part of 2000. And then retiring at the WrestleMania and all that. And I'm up to the point where, it was interesting. Big Show had just won the title, and Mick Foley came in with the idea to Vince McMahon that, he had figured that it would be Triple H against The Rock in the main event at that WrestleMania, which in fact was the plan. And I don't know exactly, I haven't gotten to the point where the plan was changed, although I basically know, why it was changed, but that was the plan. So his idea was he would go in there, and he basically felt that The Rock was ready, but Triple H wasn't ready. So his job would be his last act in wrestling would be to get Triple H ready by, putting him over 1 million times, which in fact he did. And so he put that idea to Vince, and Vince said no. And then, it basically, just for a number of reasons, and one is that Vince didn't think that he was in good enough condition, and just Vince said no. Vince's idea was the Big Show and Triple H. So then one day, and this is how simple it is, and how much this business changes based on, there was a match in Madison Square Garden, and the Big Show did not get a big enough pop, and Vince just goes, he's just not over enough, and then he went to Mick Foley and goes, Big Show's not over enough, I'm going to do your idea. And so instead of Triple H and the Big Show in those 2 matches, ended up being, which probably would never have gotten Triple H over, even though he would have won both of them. Or maybe he wouldn't have, because that was before they gave up on Big Show and were beating him like a drum like they do now, which is also amazing. So those 2 matches, if Big Show had gotten a slightly bigger pop in Madison Square Garden at some December 1999 house show or TV show, I don't even remember if it was TV or whatever it was, then those 2 matches with Triple H and Mick Foley never would have happened, and Mick Foley would have retired. And he would have retired as, with all those terrible matches of his last year, which I've never seen a guy go in there and just say that, God, I was terrible, God, I was fat, God, I couldn't do anything. He made himself out to be far worse than he was at that time, which I give him credit for that. But anyway, a very interesting book. I would definitely recommend it. It's, I'm actually just starting the chapter on the drugs, which is the chapter that I had been pre-warned that I wouldn't like the most. And I haven't gotten far enough to not like it, to not like that chapter. The only chapter that I was kind of a little down on, I don't want to say down, I will say this, because I actually put the book down, which the first book, Have a Nice Day, I read it every moment I could till I finished it. This one, I was doing the same thing, just cruising along, enjoying it, agreeing with probably 90% of what he said. Thought he was a little too defensive of wrestling on certain occasions. He was very defensive, as a lot of people are when it comes to wrestling, by knocking it. And what he did was, instead of defending wrestling, what he did was he said, well, there's fighting in hockey. Well, guys get hurt in football. And they all do. Guys get punched out in boxing, which God knows they do. Which is not necessarily defensive of anything that anyone does in wrestling other than... And he did very clearly state that he thought chair shots to the head, were not a good idea. You should hit guys as hard as you can in the back, which is kind of ironic that, at this point in time he's coming to that conclusion since he took so many chair shots to the head. He had a lot of stuff as far as the legal system and journalism that I thought was pretty good, trying to make it like the legal system was more fake than wrestling, which actually I think it's equally as fake as wrestling, but more dangerous than wrestling, because wrestling's supposed to be fake, so it's okay, and the legal system's supposed to be real. As far as journalism, I don't think journalism is, in the wrong people's hands, it's as fake as wrestling. In the right people's hands, it is not. But there are instances, God knows, we've seen them where it's every bit as fake as wrestling, and again, probably more dangerous because, we know people take stuff seriously they read in the newspaper, when it could be, like we talk about when it was not just wrestling, on any story. It could be so far from the truth. Just any subject that, it always is scary, any subject, and it doesn't have to be wrestling, that like Brian, like say it was gymnastics or ultimate fighting or whatever, and you read a story in the paper, doesn't it just boggle your mind sometimes when you're just going like, this doesn't even give a clue as to the subject.
Yeah. And then I read that and I think, what about all these other articles that I'm reading them and I know nothing about them, and I'm reading this article to learn more about them?
Well, how about, what scared me is all the business analysis. I would say 95% of the business analysis before the season of the XFL, when I would read it, I would just go like, and it didn't matter if they agreed or disagreed with my preseason viewpoint on the XFL. I would just be reading this going like, these people just have no clue of sports business. Mm-hmm. It was like the whole thing, no matter which, what they thought it would be, there were people who thought it would be successful and people who thought it would be unsuccessful going in, but I'm reading it going like, you just don't have a clue about business. And even during the season, God knows there were enough of them. Even late in the season, when ratings were out and everything, there were people, still doing that. Well, this is why it failed because of the Saturday night thing. Actually, they were saying that last night again. As a matter of fact, I wonder why I brought that up.
Ironically.
Yes, we can talk a little bit about that. WWF House Show Sunday in Columbus, Ohio, has been canceled. They made the announcement in the market on radio this morning. They're all the tickets, and they sold a lot of tickets for that event, so it was not canceled due to low ticket sales. All those tickets will be used or will be valid for September 24th for a Raw taping in the same building. It was canceled due to injuries to top stars, and I have not been able to get a...
Too bad for them, That's what happens when you don't elevate anybody. You have 3 or 4 top guys, they get hurt, and you're screwed.
I don't even know. Do you even know the injury situation? Obviously Undertaker.
The full list? No.
Okay. I just know Undertaker. I know Jericho's got a bad back, but I don't know if he's on the list as far as... Actually, Jericho's got a pretty bad back. Regal's hurt, but Regal's been working through it, so I don't know that he's on the list. So I don't know what I'm trying to find out more, and have not been able to as far as, how many people are hurt, as to necessitate the cancellation of a house show. That's pretty big deal. WWF had a big presentation at WWF New York last night. Let me get to what's the name of that thing. They are starting a campaign, and it is called, what is it called? Think Again. And they released a survey that they commissioned themselves, which, believe me, they need to do this. It was to the ad community, and we've talked about this on every show, about what the ad community thinks of pro wrestling right now. And they paid for a survey. And the survey that they paid for said that the WWF viewers are at above the national average or at the national average in several key demographic or behavioral indicators, including income, which actually directly contradicts the Gallup poll thing. And this is not
starting fights with dates. Oh, is that?
They didn't have that one. No, they didn't have that one. No, but they actually had commissioned this one long before those last 2 things came out. It's like it's a week later and you're going like, this is in retaliation, but they actually had commissioned this a long time ago because I remember being told about this one. Anyway, income, which contradicts the Gallup poll thing, employment status, education, which also contradicts the Gallup poll thing, asset ownership, God knows, I'm trying to find out more about it, and adoption of new communications media, which I have zero question that WWF viewers would be well ahead of the national average in that for just a lot of reasons.
Because they're so young.
Because they skew so young, exactly. So anyway, that's the main stuff, and we will probably have more on that later. Anyway, this is
a big press release that came out today, too. I haven't even read the whole thing yet, but just about that whole deal.
Right. This is from Stu Snyder, who said, our research shows the World Wrestling Federation unquestionably delivers a vast multi-generational audience. That, you know what's so weird is that, I'm sure it exists, but, the drop-off in ratings is so strong after the age of about 30 that, you know what I mean? That sort of contradicts, I'm sure there are parents who are 40 that are watching it, but the ratings of people over 30 for WWF is not particularly good at all. Now, the ratings under 30 is excellent. Anyway, because essentially the country is watching together. Our fans are a broad section of America. They're doctors, lawyers, stockbrokers, paralegals, and construction workers who are highly committed to the brand, something we believe that the advertising community has not fully recognized. While we've consistently delivered the coveted 12 to 34 demographic to our advertisers, we believe that our research findings will motivate advertisers looking to reach a broad spectrum of demographics to think again about the WWF brand as an effective advertising and marketing tool for their products. The other thing that came out of this was a lot of XFL, and Vince McMahon said that he contacted WB about carrying the XFL, and a WB spokesman in very harsh terms said that the XFL will not be on WB. So basically, the future, and McMahon did say that without a network, which would be either WB or UPN, committing to it, that the league would fold. I mean, he did say that last night. So basically, the decision comes down to UPN in the next, sometime before the 17th, because the decision's being made this week. Well, the fall schedule is being released on the 17th, so they're going to make that decision in the next couple days, and we'll either have an XFL next year or we won't. And he blamed the NBC ratings, this is Vince, on the people who would watch the games were out partying, not sitting at home. He blamed the Sunday night ratings on brutal competition from other stations and said that Sunday afternoon is actually the best time for these games, which, of course, I'm not even saying anything.
Competition on Sunday night.
Well, 60 Minutes, which gets that
coveted. Brutal.
Gets that coveted 55-plus demographic that they actually was their their key demographic on. Actually, no, their biggest demographic on Saturday night was 50 to 54. So it actually is. Anyway, and Millionaire isn't Millionaire on Sundays a lot? I don't even know because I'm usually writing about wrestling or watching wrestling on Sunday nights, one or the other. Let's see. Pride announced 2 matches for their pay-per-view. It will take place May 27th. Pay-per-view in Japan. It will air in the United States on Saturday, June 16th. It's on DirecTV, the Dish Network, and Bellevue Cable are the only people who are carrying the Pride, and also Viewers' Choice Canada. But Viewers' Choice Canada, we don't have a date on it yet. But the 2 matches that were announced, in addition to the other matches, are Gilbert Ibel versus Igor Vovchanchin, which is one of those matches which on paper just looks like phenomenal. Like, oh my God. Unfortunately, when it comes to Pride, sometimes these matches look phenomenal. They could end in a minute. I mean, you never know. But, you've got probably the 2 best, I would say probably, you've got the 2 best heavyweight strikers in the mixed martial arts in those 2 guys. Maybe Pedro Hizzo would be in that category as well. But Gilbert Ibel is the most exciting stand-up fighter. His big problem is that he cannot avoid a takedown, and once he's on his back, he often can't get up. He's awesome under rules that give you stand-ups, like if the action slows on the ground and they stand you up in 30 seconds. He's awesome because, given enough chance to get a stand-up, sooner or later he's going to hit the guy or knee the guy. But when you're on your back the whole time, it's pretty difficult to get that knockout knee blow or punch. But Igor likes to keep it standing, so it could be a great fight. Actually, if they stay standing, I think Gilbert Ibel will take Igor. Although Igor's a harder hitter, Gilbert is just quicker and more skilled. Gary Goodridge against Valentin Overeem, which is a good fight. Valentin Overeem's, one of the top guys from rings, so he made the big jump. I know UFC was interested in him. He's got a great look, great on the ground. He tapped out Randy Couture in 56 seconds, so that tells you about his ground. Great standing up, very exciting fighter. Gary Goodridge is one of those, tough, charismatic guy. And those were the 2 matches announced. I know Of course, they're going to have Yoshihiro Takayama against Kazuki Fujita in the main event, which is New Japan Pro Wrestling versus Pro Wrestling Noah. By the way, that will not be for the IWGP title, so that's kind of been settled. And Ryan Gracie against Kendo Kashin, which is like, I don't know. I mean, I shake my head about that.
It'll be a sad day for Kendo Kashin.
It's already been a sad day for him because they already did that match, and it was already a sad day. And they're going to announce, I think, 3 more matches in the next week. I know they're interested in Chuck Liddell against Guy Metzger, which is an interesting match. And Vitor Belfort possibly on the show, and Pele against Frank Trigg. So, you know, I mean, the main event, I mean, Fujita and Takayama, I think, is just going to be a terrible fight. Just figuring how they match up. Fujita's going to take him down and probably submit him really quick. But, you know, maybe they'll have a strong
But you
undercard.
never know.
No, that last UFC, I mean, I know people who know fighting that got all 6 matches wrong, so, you know, that's what's going on. Any other big news before we start hitting the emails?
We can talk about Saturn.
Saturn got sent home. I don't have much in the way of details, but I know it happened. Did you hear any more about it other than, I mean, there was a story
I'm
I heard.
pretty sure it was a match with Mike Bell.
Okay. And what happened in that match? Because that's all I heard was very brutal. That Mike, the way I heard the story, okay, and I'm trying to get this confirmed, was that Mike Bell froze up and Saturn just pounded him because the guy was frozen, I guess, and they thought that he pounded him a little bit too hard and sent him home. So that's how I heard the story.
It was something like, I think he froze, and I think it was also he might have hit Saturn with something really hard, and Saturn, I mean, in the old days, I shouldn't say all guys, but sometimes if you potatoed somebody, you could expect to get a real pounding in return, and I think it was something like that, and Saturn just pounded him, and that was that.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll hear more about that. I'm going to start with some emails. And this is, email number 1 is from someone who didn't recognize me being facetious, because he says, how could you say that Chris Benoit only has good matches when he's carried? I said that because, actually, that was being facetious because that's what certain people that have kept Chris Benoit in the mid-card, or high mid-card, have, in fact, given as his drawback. His 2 drawbacks are is that he doesn't look and look for approval from the fans enough, that he's too busy, you know, doing his match to make it look real.
Having a hell of a match.
Yeah. And you know, I mean, he doesn't. That's valid. And that he needs to be carried to have a good match, and that's totally invalid. I mean, like, so totally invalid. Anyway, it's from Alex, who goes, I was on a movie site today. I found some interesting stuff. The site gives info on films in production for Scorpion King. Vince McMahon is listed as a producer. Do you know if this is accurate? Yeah, I mean, everything. I think that he's got probably a credit in this one coming up. Anything, like every movie that Bill Goldberg did, or Sting did, or DDP did, there was always some line of credit for Eric Bischoff. That's just how, you know, when you make a deal to get a guy, you know, his promoter or the guy who negotiates the deal kind of gets himself into the credits. And that's, you know, Vince, any movie that when Hogan used to be in WWF, Vince always had some credit, you know, some credit line on every one of those movies. And so Vince will have.
I'm sure he regrets now.
On those movies, yes. On this movie, Scorpion King, if it does any kind of business like The Mummy, Vince is going to carry that one to his. You know what's funny is there was a movie that was being filmed here. It was on the life of Ann Calvello, who some of you may actually know who that is. She was a famous roller derby skater in the 70s, 60s actually. And I don't know if the movie ever came out. It was a documentary, and I was invited to the screening, which I didn't go to. And then later they were trying to raise money, and what they do is, to raise money for these kind of movies, they sell credits. So, like, I could have been the, like, producer of the movie for, like, $10,000 or something.
Wow.
I could have been the yeah, and it could have been, like, you know, if the movie was really great.
Well,
you know,
technically you would have helped produce it by giving that $10,000.
Yeah, I get, no, but you could buy any credit you want. You know, writer, you could buy anything. Like, they had for sale.
Top billing?
I couldn't have been the star of the movie, no, but
Yeah.
like all of those other things, they were, I mean, I was going like, wow, so this is how Hollywood works. Which is also more fake than wrestling. We should do a story on. Actually, you know, the more I think about it, the more I like that title. Let's see, of that book. Let's see, what else do we got here? Brian, asking you about Extreme Canadian Championship Wrestling. I know you don't work for them, so but they go, how do you view it, or what do you think of it, or do you
I've
know
never
about
even
it?
been to a show. Tim is kind of, I think Tim would physically kill me if I showed up at one of those events, even to watch.
Okay.
So I've avoided that.
This is from Jeff Nettleton, who goes on the show yesterday. When you come back from a commercial, you had the music, the Midnight Express, playing, and you mentioned Randy Savage in the old ICW. He goes, we used to get that show in Springfield, Illinois, and I remember the music being used as the theme for the TV show, which is right, it was. And Randy Savage came out also to Hot Stuff, which I don't remember, and Fame, which now that you bring that up, I remember Randy Savage to Fame. Oh, yeah, that was very early Randy Savage. And he goes also, did Bobby Heenan have a brother or a cousin who wrestled in the WWA? I remember a guy who looked like him who wrestled under the name Jerry Valiant. There was a guy, the guy who wrestled as Jerry Valiant, his real name is Jerry Hill, and also Stomper Guy Mitchell, started his career, or early in his career, wrestled under the name Jerry Heenan, and a lot of people thought that they were related, but the Jerry Heenan was just a wrestling name, and they were not related. Let's see. Let's see. What do we got here? God. This is long stuff. Okay. When did wrestlers start using finishing moves? I don't know, the 1880s, I suppose.
The first match that had a finish?
Yeah, I would guess so. What year had the best wrestling pay-per-views? That's tough. Last year for WWF was pretty damn, 2000 was pretty darn great.
Yeah, it was an awesome year.
Yeah, I mean, 97 may have been good because WWF had some real good ones that year, and it had a few bad ones, but it had some real good ones, and WCW had a lot of real good ones too. So that might have been a good year as well. By 98, WCW was really starting to stink on pay-per-view, even though WWF was coming up. So I would say for both companies, maybe 97, because 96 WWF was pretty weak.
Hey, out of curiosity, off the top of your head, what do you remember as being the best the last good Raw show?
The day after WrestleMania wasn't too bad. I mean, the main event was, I think, as I remember, or maybe the week before. Well,
I was just thinking about this the other day. There's been a long time since I've seen a Raw show where I've went, that was a really good show. And I was thinking back that even when Nitro was really bad, every now and then they'd pull a real great one out of their ass, and I'd go, that was a good show. And then it would go back downhill again.
Not that much, though. Not that much. I would be willing to bet that come the end of the year, when we add up how many good Raws there are this year, it'll be a hell of a lot more than the good Nitros from last year.
I sure hope so.
And done. Oh, God, so do I.
I'm ready for a good show tonight, but the thought of no main events again is like, because it's like, just like this past Monday, the first hour I was actually pretty happy, and it really went all downhill from there. Same with that show that had like Regal and Benoit and Jericho and Angle, and it all went downhill from there. And when the show's over and there's like no main event or a bad main event, you're just left with that, and it's like, that show just wasn't very good.
I hope to God that the WWF is able to convince the advertising community that wrestling is at least in the same ballpark as the average people, because that is, the fact that it's that those surveys have come out that it isn't have probably been, are more damaging than the actual decline in ratings and things like that, because even with a decline in ratings, the ratings are still, more than competitive. I mean, they're great numbers on UPN, and they're unbelievably great numbers as far as cable. I mean, not compared to 6 months ago, but they're still great numbers. But what kills them is the fact that people go, well, yeah, those numbers are great, but it's all those poor toothless wrestling people, and so why waste our money advertising on them? And that's the killer, and that's why USA Network is, not adding wrestling after, 15, 17 years, whatever it was, of, having highly rated wrestling products, and why TBS and TNT canceled even though those shows were still above the network average. I mean, that's the culprit. The culprit isn't the ratings. The culprit is the perception of wrestling. And whether it's fair or not, I don't know. It's like, I'll tell you right now, it's very hard for me to trust a survey commissioned by the WWF. So I'll just leave it at that. I mean, that's the reality.
Especially when it totally contradicts a Gallup poll survey.
Yeah, but, it's not like the Gallup poll is flawless. But of the two, I would have to trust it wasn't paid for by the WWF. It's independent. And it's independent. Also, let's see, on the Wahoo McDaniel question yesterday, on our poll here, 67% thought Wahoo should be in the Hall of Fame and 33% didn't, which was actually kind of interesting, I guess. And also today we got some questions about the XFL. Do you think that Vince should go for a second season? There's a bunch of different options up there. So if you want to vote on the XFL, I can do that. Okay, this is how could Bret Hart be so perceptive about Shawn Michaels, yet he still couldn't understand that Hogan held him back in WCW? You know something about that? Okay. actually last night's, not just last night's show, every show that we do when we have a wrestling guest on, I don't want to say last night because that's probably not fair. There are many guests we have on this show that I know personally, and that I will ask them a question knowing the answer, and then they'll say the exact opposite thing because they know that everyone's listening, including people who may hold the key to their future. And Bret Hart is not a stupid guy. If he ever wants to do anything in wrestling, it is better to be Hulk Hogan's friend than Hulk Hogan and Vince McMahon are people that, I mean, and I'm more Hogan than Vince, I will say that. I could tell you wrestlers will rip the hell out of Hogan, especially guys that are in WCW. But the minute it would be in public, they will kiss his ass unmercifully because of the feeling that somehow Hogan's going to wind up in power, and we sure as hell don't want to burn that bridge. And I mean, that's the reality. That's one of the things why, I don't know. The other night we had Joe Silva on Monday, and I asked him about the judging, and I sort of half-ass expected this defense of that why Randy Couture won, and then he did the exact opposite and just said exactly what he thought in detail, explaining, and not necessarily not knocking the judging, and I was like,
but just not agreeing.
Not agreeing, and I go, if this was. And this is not a knock on anyone in wrestling, but the vice president of talent relations, which I guess would be like the equivalent in WWF or WCW or whomever, and it's not quite the exact same thing. But if there was a main event on a pay-per-view that they thought was a really dumb idea, they are not going to come on the show and go, you know what? And it's not a good analogy. It's only the best one I can come up with at the moment without thinking hard. But if there were something like that, and this go, I totally disagree. I think that the booking committee made a big mistake on this pay-per-view main event. It was just a bad idea. So, I don't know. I thought that was kind of interesting.
But just one of the things for me yesterday was someone called and asked Bobby Heenan about, what do you think about Stephanie and Shane growing up and being on TV and all that? And I thought, maybe I should ask Bobby what he thinks of Vince McMahon putting his own daughter on TV in a role where fans chant slut at her. But then I realized, why bother asking this question? But this guy's already said he wants a job with the WWF. Was he going to run down Vince and say it's appalling? Of course not.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. There's only one place to go. And maybe there's another. I mean, what's he going to do? Run down? I mean, and this is not, anything against Bobby or anything, but, I mean, what's he going to do? Go run down Hogan in case Hogan may have something, that comes up? He still wants to work. I mean, the guys that will be, what's funny is the guys who will be on the show, the most honest, are the ones who in their mind have decided. Are finished. They are never going to go back. Who was Max Payne? Tom Zink's an entertainer though. But Tom Zink is one of them. But Max Payne is another one where you can tell that he will not go back. He knows he will not go back. He knows no one will take him back, so he can say whatever he wants about. Bad News Allen's another one. Yeah. I mean, Bad News Allen's got 2 knee replacements. He ain't going back. So Bad News Allen. I mean, he's pretty brutally honest. Those kind of guys. So anyway, where was I going with all that other than we got another guy who I don't expect to ever see wrestle again. And there are very few people I would say that about. But Nick Bockwinkel is one of them. Nick, how are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. How about yourself?
Doing really, really good, Nick. We've been wanting to get you on this ever since we started doing the show.
Now, this show goes what, when, where, and how?
This is internet audio, goes all over the country and actually all over the world on the computer. And there's a lot of listeners in anyone with a computer. There's a lot of listeners in the UK. I know that.
I got you.
So
they pay for it?
No, you just turn on your computer and log on.
God damn! So we're just doing this free.
Just doing it free. Yeah, and there are economics to this that someday someone will figure out. But one of the reasons why all the .coms are going out of business is because they figured out great uses of technology, but not great ways to make money off technology. There's so much for free, and everyone's losing their asses producing it.
God love them.
Yeah, I guess. We should enjoy it while it's there. But, Nick, how's life been for you?
Can't complain except the fact that about 3 out of 4 times my wife beats me on the golf course, and there just isn't much I can do about it. I sneeze and I yell in the backswing, but that doesn't seem to make any difference except get her hot. But,
now, you're living in Vegas, right?
Living in Las Vegas, correct.
And
about 2.5, 3 years ago.
Any reason why?
Basically, she's got 3 brothers that live here. They're golfers as well, and she's close to them. And living up in Minnesota all the years that we did, we were not around family. And my family is in Hawaii. So it was basically, the presumption was that because we had owned the condominium down in Florida for years and ultimately thought we might move out there. And then when her family moved here we are.
Your career is really interesting because as I was thinking back on it, you started, and actually because of your father, had some pretty decent television exposure very, very young. And then at the other end, probably when you were in your 50s, early 50s, you may have been as good as any wrestler that I can ever recall in their 50s inside the ring as far as you were in shape. You're a great worker. I mean, a lot of people remember you did a 60-minute match in late 86 with Kurt Hennig that was absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. You were well into your 50s by then, and you had whatever this would be. So you had 35 years in the ring, as a top performer. I mean, you didn't. One thing we would say about you is when you left, you weren't one of those guys who left a shell of what they once were.
No, I wasn't, thank God, for whatever reason. My contention was, as long as I was going to stay, I wanted to be as first class as I could. Having been second generation, and sitting in dressing rooms from the time I was a little guy through my teen years, I saw all the ramifications, all the scenarios, all the different type personalities, all the different type promoters and matchmakers and bookers, and saw the sad stories that went along with all this. And I think subconsciously, it was only me and me alone that decided when it was time to bow out, and I did. And nobody asked me. My family, I think, had been pushing on me for 4 or 5 years, only because even though I wasn't in very good shape, like you said, they just statistically, because any move could have broken an arm or a leg, could have broken a neck, and then what have you got? I guess probably the one reason why so many of the boys really the hair just curls up in the back of their neck when they go, listen, they're all fake. God bless you. Maybe promotions got control of things, but what takes place in the ring is so horrendously dangerous and so chancy. I just thank the dear Lord that He allowed me to get through just hobbling around the way I am now.
How did you do as far as injuries during your career, and how are you holding up now?
Well, my ankle is all puffed up and pregnant, won't deliver. And the most I can do with that is fuse it. It's slowly self-fusing, so to speak. My two knees, they're in very poor shape. Technically speaking, the rest of my body seems to be holding up fairly well. So that's where I'm at, And like I say, I thank the dear Lord. I had a very full career, and I would have loved to have made the kind of money that the boys made in these last 10, 15 years, but, what are you going to do? I mean, that's life in the big city. Somebody's going to look back upon this time and say, those poor guys in the 90s and the early 2000s, they didn't make anything, So, who knows?
What's your thoughts as far as, you've seen wrestling evolve from, from childhood when your father was doing it,
sure,
to what it is now. I mean, it's evolved and evolved and evolved and evolved. I mean, what are your thoughts as far as its current state and different points of evolution, and what do you think were the key points, like I'd say, in the last 50-plus years of wrestling history?
Ironically, if one does look back, it has been changing dramatically. I was born in 1934, so and I was just a youngster when television first came on the scene, which I think at that point, and even before then, I mean, there were those who bitched years back, I'd say, and this must have been sometime in the late 20s or 30s, when somebody ran into the ropes and came off and threw a tackle, and some of the old-timers were bitching like, well, what the hell was that? What are they doing that for? And so then you had the evolution I looked at a match that's on, somebody had it on video. It was my dad and Freddie Blassie I think against Pazdak and Charlie Moto. And I watched it, and I just said to myself, in all honesty, I said, God, how boring. But then slowly the thing kept creeping up. You had the air that came in with Buddy Rogers, and were the high spots, and the guys, being far more agile, doing a lot more of the, if nothing else, the backdrops, the drop kicks, the flying mares, the arm drags in rapid succession. So that, and that was, in a sense, that was kind of where the beginning of my career was. And so to say it has gone to where it has, at one point you had a little bit of storyline and a lot of wrestling. Today you must have about 65, 70% of storyline, and with a little wrestling to support it. I'm not quite sure at what point we may just have a bunch of muscleheads that will only make a few moves and do a lot of conversation. And yet at the same time, my admiration for the guys in the ring today is total and completely respectful, because I see the moves that the guys make today, and I mean, I have to tell you, I mean, they're horrendous. They're gorgeous moves. They're terrific moves, and they're all highly dangerous, highly volatile. And I see the chances these guys take with their bodies today. The only thing I guess I could question about them is their little bit of sanity as to some of the stuff that they try.
How closely do you follow it now?
Not real close. I don't religiously turn it on. It's more when I'm kind of flipping through the channels that I happen to pick something up. That's in all honesty. Or if I know, for instance, that some of my friends are going to be seen, whatever, I might want to peek in on them. But I really don't.
What, as far as we were talking about, when you watch it, and you're someone who has experience of over 30 years in the ring, of doing a style that certainly was not as dangerous as the style now, right. And you're, obviously, as you talk about paying the price, and you were a smart worker. I mean, I remember watching your matches, and, one thing, I mean, you were, if people watch the old tapes, I mean, you never did anything that, I would say, didn't make sense within the context of a match, and the way you got over was building the match. It's a totally different thing than what they do today.
Correct.
What do you think? So sometimes, when you're in your 20s, and you've been, well, sometimes when we get old, we get smart, and sometimes we don't. But, when you're in your 20s, I remember I would watch wrestling, and I'd watch guys do all these spots, and I would be really, really impressed. And then when I got a little bit older, and my elbows started hurting, and my knees started hurting, and I would watch that, like someone take a chair shot to the head, and I wouldn't be happy. And I would just go, God, I wish they just wouldn't do that, rather than, wow, what an awesome chair shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When you said you wish they wouldn't do that, in what context were you thinking there?
Well, I don't see them hurt.
No, this is true. I mean, if you talk to the Gagnes, both of them, who I've occasionally hit with a chair, they'll tell you, oh, how wonderful it was, and how many days the knot on their head lasted. You might say, I guess I wasn't real good at it. So rather than being not good at it, I wanted to do it as professionally as I could, and I did. So, no, I know, the guys today, that's the part of it that really, I think, befuddles me. I do get a lot of commentary from people who watch it on TV and who openly say, my God, some of the things they do in that ring. That much is something that is to be seen by a number of people, by so many people that are truly aware. And like I say, their bodies, look at Foley. I mean, here was a guy that wanted to be a star so that the girls would love him, and I mean, he did it completely for an ego trip, so to speak, and yet at the same time, he's such a nice person, and to think that how he pushed himself through things. And a perfect example, when I was commissioner for WCW back in the early 90s, somebody pointed Foley out to me, and he says, Nick, you got to watch this guy and maybe talk to him afterwards. And this was somebody who cared. I don't know if it was Paul Orndorff or Arn Anderson or somebody who was close to the profession, but they were there all the time, so they thought maybe a word from me might be impressive. So I watched him, and I watched this guy leap off the edge of the apron to drop an elbow on somebody who rolled out of the way, and this whole body went splat like a large piece of beef falling onto the cold cement. So when he came back in later on, I pulled him off to the side, and I said, just a thought or two. I says, the dear Lord only gave you one body. I says, and when you hit that floor, and I said, you can't get up, and you can't go back in that ring. I said, they're just going to get a big hook around your ankle and drag your flesh off and go get another body. I said, so God bless you. I says, do what you feel you got to do. I says, but because those guys don't care. And I said, try to take care of yourself. And he was very gracious and very nice. And he said, oh, thank you very much. I sure appreciate it, Mr. Bockwinkel. And so what? Nick is what? 35 years old.
35, maybe almost 36.
Yeah, and he's done.
Oh yeah, he's done.
Yeah.
He's done.
I mean, one of our big concerns is like the long-term damage, because like Dave was talking about earlier, guys didn't take as much punishment back then, and they're paying for it now. And we just look at guys nowadays who are taking 10 times the punishment, and just wonder where they're going to be at that age.
I have no idea. All I can say is, one, I hope they're saving their money, and two, as age creeps up on all of us, we can't get around as much as we'd like to. There's no question whatsoever. These guys, I mean, Christ, they're 40 years old. They're probably going to be in wheelchairs. I mean, like what? Stone Cold has had what? A neck operation?
Mm-hmm. Neck operation, both knees.
Bad knees.
Yeah. He's wearing braces on his knees, and I'm not quite sure. I don't know if the limelight or the money is that much of an appeal or an attraction. Like I say, I just hope these guys have saved their money, because they're gonna need nursing help to get through the rest of their life.
There was an article in Sports Illustrated this week about football players that was similar to that, and that was a lot of the guys that would have been from like your generation and younger that played in the NFL, and the NFL is more dangerous now than it was then too, because it's bigger bodies running faster with collisions. And a lot of these guys are in really rough shape with the arth. I mean, there's the extreme examples, like a Dynamite Kid who's in a wheelchair, but the arthritis. I mean, that's something that pretty much everyone's living with.
Well, and then God bless. I mean, Dynamite Kid was just such a tremendous talent, but then he was part of that 20-year span where all these guys were doing steroids because they all wanted to be bigger and better. They were also doing uppers in the morning to get them going, and then downers at night. They were living in the fast lane. Plus, they were putting their bodies through the extremes that they were. And when I was an agent for a year and a half up in New York, and things had really settled down by the time I came on board. And they used to have two agents go to a town because there would be so many little minuscule problems because of the health conditions of some of the guys. And I remember we got to Frisco one day, and I just got to my room, and somebody says, Dynamite Kid collapsed on the escalator at the airport. And I went, oh, my God, so boom. Me and Jack Lonzo go running off to go do whatever it was we had to go do. So, I don't know to what degree these guys push themselves today. But when you see a mass of people getting into the ring, and all of them have got bodies that are 9s and 10s, or close to it, they're definitely in the fast lane, and the strain of the travel has got to be horrendous as well.
Now, looking back, and at the decision when you made to quit,
yes,
do you think it was too early, too late, or the right time? Looking back now,
I'm going to guess, only looking back, that I think it possibly was at the right time. One of the things I saw definitely happening is I didn't see the commitment and the desire on the part of Vern Gagne and the AWA to keep the whole ball rolling, to battle Vince, so to speak, at the level Vince was commanding the battle to be. And at the same time, I was realistic enough to know, here I quit in October of '87, and I was, I think, 52 years old, and regardless of what condition I was in and how well I could perform, why does Vince McMahon want a 52-year-old that's been a star? What's he got to go with him? There was no longevity in me, and so there was no other place to go. I mean, when I finally retired, if you didn't go with the WWF, by that time, things were already started to head in a specific direction. Who's going to take me, and how much money am I going to make a week, and how hard am I going to travel, and for who, for what, for when, and why? So the decision was totally mine, and the rationale. And I told Gagne when I decided to retire. I told him a good 4 months before I was going to retire. I says a little later this year, I says I'm going to hang it up. And I left, and I went. I had a 4-week trip to Japan that was coming up, and I said when I finish up in Japan, I'm done. And I said, and I have no idea quite what I'm going to do when I get through. I says if somebody wants to hire me in a office official capacity, I said then fine. I says I will consider that, whether it's with you or whether it's with Vince McMahon or whoever it might be. And that was my decision, and that's the way I did it.
Did you have any pangs? Because one of the things, a lot of wrestlers talk about retiring. Many of them even do, and the percentage of them that actually stay retired is incredibly small. Yeah, and you're with the exception where you are also on that scale is the ones who do stay retired. Like we'll talk about it, Bret Hart are the ones who physically really, they really better stay retired because of the neurological problem, or a guy like Dynamite Kid who physically couldn't even get in the ring, so he had to retire. People were forced by injuries. Whereas you were a guy who was, you were older, but you were still in shape. You were main eventing till the end of your career. Correct. So it wasn't like you had moved down to a preliminary guy. It wasn't as if you couldn't make money in wrestling. But you walked away and didn't go back.
Well, and I guess egotistically I had a little of that, and professional pride, and I didn't. When I was a kid, like I say, at 12, 13, 14 years old, sitting in dressing rooms, I saw a whole lot of guys that just hung in there trying to squeeze the last buck that they could have out of the wrestling business. And in a sense, there were some of them who had great reputations and had made a lot of money. And, when you get to that point, it can be very demeaning, the demands that are made on you. And I guess I just didn't want to do that. I just said, cut it off clean and get on with the rest of your life. And consequently, that's why I did what I did, and I did it the way I did it.
Before we go on, because there's one question a lot of people ask, towards the latter part of your career, there's a match with you and Stan Hansen that actually didn't take place in Denver, where the title was supposed to switch. What happened that night?
It was nothing. It was simple. Hansen, God bless him, tremendous credit to the profession. But Hansen and our good friend Frank Brody were. I've always said, they all started in West Texas with the Funks and Murdoch and Dusty Rhodes. They had one sane one. They had Tito Santana, but after having had worked there one time, I spent about 8 months there in the Amarillo territory. I figured out it must have been in the water, because all of those guys, they were all strange ducks to some extent. Terry and Dory. Terry was, of course, always the absurd, reaching out on the fringe constantly, but a great man. And Dory, of course, was a great worker, and his dad was too. But for whatever reason, Stan and Frank, they really did not care for what the profession demanded. And the profession demanded that theoretically the two of you are going to go in the ring. You're going to take your skills and your ability and you're going to combine them and put it together to tell a hell of a story and make for a hell of a wrestling match. That was not part of the mentality of Stan and Brody. And Stan was recalcitrant, and Stan only wanted to do what Stan wanted to do. Now, if you're 6'4" or 5", as Stan was, and weighed about 290 pounds, and God bless him, he was always in shape. The man could really get up and hustle and go. And you had a tough time, holding him down. I mean, he was one hell of a bull. And but Stan, God bless him, he'd get in the ring, and if you knew you were working with him, protect yourself, because this guy really, I think he cared, but he didn't care, and he was only concerned about his image and his whole scenario. And so on that one night in Denver, when I was informed what was going to take place, I said, really, to the people who were telling me, and bigger than hell, when the statement was made to Mr. Hansen just looked, didn't say anything. Next thing we know, he had packed his bag and left the building.
Now, how did you guys get the belt back? Because he took the belt with him in Japan, right?
Well, that was ironic, and it's ironic that we talk about that, because I just had a meeting today at the Luxor Hotel with a fellow by the name of Akagi from Japan, who I'm helped getting some videotapes over to for the Japanese, one of the Japanese networks over there. And I took the belt with me to the lunch and showed it to him, and he's standing in front of a big obelisk inside the Luxor lobby, and that's the belt. And the history on that belt, which is kind of unique, but Hansen took the belt with him that night and left. And he was going to Japan, I think, in a couple of days, and so he wanted to make sure he still had that belt when he was in Japan. And I guess it was probably about a month later, because he had been constantly claiming himself to be the AWA heavyweight champion and using the belt. And then, of course, an attorney wrote him a letter, and Stan always liked keeping a real close track of his nickels, did not take well to a possibility of a lawsuit, which means he'd have to go out and hire an attorney. And so I think he politely took the belt out into the driveway and ran his pickup back and forth over it 2 or 3 times. And it was kind of, the belts have a natural curve to them, and this one had a ripple and a crink right in the middle of it, and it was flattened. And then it was sent back in an express mail envelope. And so when they got it back to the office, by this time, knowing that Stan had it and what was taking place, they had ordered a new belt, so there was a new one that came into the picture back then in '87. And so there was basically this broken up piece of crap laying on the table. And so Wally Carbo says, Nick, he says, take it if you want it. I said, yeah. I says, since it was made up originally for me, and I says, I was the last person, one of the last people to have it, I said, yeah, I'll take it. So I took it to a jeweler friend of mine who restored it to a fair degree, and I'm going to sell it this year. Mm-hmm. So I'll sell it on the internet, so get the people ready.
We do have a question about the Foley book that I didn't answer. We have a lot of comments on the Foley book. We'll try to get to those tomorrow. Anyway, I'm not sure you said what part of the Foley is good book made. You put the book down. It wasn't the part about the legal world and journalism being faker than wrestling. Was it the part about the PTC? Actually, I haven't read the part about the PTC yet. But the part where where I put it down was actually when he was talking about his hobby, which is amusement parks, and he loves amusement parks, and was going on and on about amusement parks. And as I started reading about it, somewhere in there I was going like, you know what?
You decided to go to Disneyland.
No, I just said, I'm just not that into amusement parks. So I put it down for a little while, and I felt really bad because, aside from that, I liked the guy, and I never put down his other book once, and I almost felt guilty about putting it down, but I just put it down and just go, I can't read more about amusement parks than, he just did twice as much on amusement parks as I could handle. Then I picked it up and read the rest of it, so that was the point. Anyway, let me get to a couple of questions for Nick. When you were in WCW in the mid-'90s, there were a couple of guys there like Cactus Jack, Steve Austin, Terror Rising, or John Paul Levesque, who is now Triple H, who all became huge stars, and actually Cactus Jack kind of quit WCW for WWF. Steve Austin was actually fired, which is in hindsight, one of the great moves a wrestling promoters ever made in history. And Triple H actually left because he wanted to go to WWF and did. I mean, at that time, what did you think of those three guys?
I thought there was no question in my mind. I saw him as talent. Undoubtedly, I'm not quite sure the people in charge at that time, how they saw him. Of course, when I came on board, Eric Bischoff was the person that, of course, he was the one who tried to sell me on the idea that I should be the commissioner. And in reality, I knew that it was Flair, it was Arn Anderson, it was Paul Orndorff, people of that caliber who said that this would be a great guy for a commissioner. And of course, Bischoff, who had worked in Gagne's office, was stone broke for most of his life until he got his breakdown in Atlanta. I think he wants to take credit for having brought me in, which really, in all reality, it wasn't true. But those three guys who you just mentioned, excellent pieces of talent. I mean, Austin, I saw him, and I'm watching the whole scenario taking place, and I'm saying, God, they're not utilizing what they've got here. Now, I got to say, Foley was an enigma, and to this day, I want anybody else to explain it any differently than that. Here was a guy whose body we never saw, but for whatever reason, he went out there, busted his ass, and had charisma all unto himself in his own strange way. And Triple H, same thing. I mean, you have to sit back and just look at the talent and visualize, what you potentially think it can become. But I'm not so sure that Bischoff or whoever was doing things in charge had that good of a judgment call. And consequently, they let him go. And, only to find out that they came back to haunt him.
There was one of the more famous matches of your career was in 1983. Was it? I guess it would have been the St. Paul Civic Center with Hulk Hogan, where you did the overflow and you did the closed circuit.
Right.
Was that match? I mean, in hindsight, what were the thoughts as far as? Were there any thoughts of giving Hogan the title at that point in time?
I am sure that it possibly was, but the thing is, you got to understand something. When somebody's got the license plate, let's say, even in the boxing world, of course, now they've got so many different associations, it hardly matters. But when you've only got 2 or 3 big associations, if somebody can put up enough money, and all of a sudden, that's, I think, probably one of the biggest feathers in my cap was the fact that I went to Tennessee to wrestle in the NWA. I went to Texas, which was NWA country. I went to Georgia and to Florida and to the Carolinas to wrestle in NWA country as the AWA heavyweight champion. And consequently, none of the NWA people were coming up, so to speak, into the AWA country, nor was WWF coming to ours. And I'm sure there was no question, Gagne felt that the title was in good hands with me. Wally Carbo always used to tell me, he says, Nick, no 2 counts. He says, get the shoulder up on 1. And, really? And that was just to be a precaution, because if another territory wanted to, just as the Bret Hart match that took place up with,
Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels in Montreal, 1, 2, 3, so to speak. Oh, he gave up. I mean, that when you all of a sudden beat the top man from another alliance, well, what happens to the alliance? Because you're holding the license plate, so to speak, at least technically, and so that there was a lot of trust placed in me, and I think a lot of respect paid to me that was never tried. And so that was one of the unique things about at that time. And I feel very good about that. I mean, it's funny. I did not respect, so to speak, or admire or credit myself as much at the time that I was doing the things I was doing as I do now that I've got perspective and I can look back 15 years I go, Jesus Christ! I mean, they could have tried to beat me any place. If I didn't get my shoulder up quick enough. And then what's Gagne and Wally Carbo going to do? What's the AWA going to do?
Mm-hmm.
And that could have taken place. And fortuitously, my talent, the respect I think I commanded within the profession, and the ability, and how well I pleased the people that I worked with and for, I think that was respect paid back to me.
Now, but when Hogan started getting really hot as a draw, did they ever come to you and go like, we're going to do the big chase and eventually he's going to beat you, or did it never even get that far?
I think there was great consideration, but at the same time that Hogan was flying really high in the AWA, it was at the same time that his movie came out with Stallone, and so he was building up tremendous momentum, and there's no question in my mind he really and truly was interested in the AWA belt. But at the same time, it's kind of like giving a franchise to somebody, just a individual. You're handing him the whole franchise, and I don't think that they felt they could trust him. I really think that's possibly what was the scenario there.
Did you think Japan had anything to do with it? Because I know Verne had to deal with Baba. You went to Baba as AWA champion many times. And Hogan had to deal with Inoki, who Verne had no business with, because that's kind of what I thought was always like a sticking point there.
That too. I mean, there was no question. The agreement between the AWA and Baba's side was definitely significant, and the fact that there was none, so to speak, between the AWA and Inoki, and so all those things had to be taken into consideration. Because it would have created a new whole stumbling block for the AWA if all of a sudden, So I mean, I'm sure that the AWA people took that into consideration and said, well, hey, if all of a sudden Hogan's champion, now what do we do? Are we aligned with Inoki and we just say screw off to Baba? So that I'm sure that was all part of it there.
Did you ever do an episode of Hawaii Five-0?
Pardon?
Did you ever do an episode of Hawaii Five-0? Somebody wrote in that.
And the Monkeys.
Oh, I know he did the Monkeys because I remember that.
Yeah. Those were earlier days before I had, so to speak, come into my own, and I was going through a divorce with my first wife, and being from Southern California, and I had a number of people that were in the movie industry, and they would say to me, Nick, he says, you get a Screen Extras card and nothing else, man. You can pick up all sorts of cash just doing small extra bits. And that's exactly what took place.
Let's go to Weston, Virginia. Wes, you're first up with Nick Bockwinkel.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Going good.
Mr. Bockwinkel, the first question I had was a two-part. Obviously, in regards to Hogan, he was a big star at the time when he was in the AWA, but did you think that he would turn into, considering his limited skill in the ring, do you think he'd become as big as he did? And also, when McMahon came in 82 and 83, and what did you think when he started taking a lot of the top guys, and did he approach you about coming to the WWF at that time?
McMahon never approached me, and I think, and I'm going to guess the reason being is he had a number of people that he was able to, quote, steal away from the AWA. And when you stop and look at it, compliment to Vince McMahon. I mean, he wanted good, quality, talented people, and so he raided wherever there were. So when you start looking at Gene Okerlund, Bobby Heenan, Blackjack Lanza, if I was building an organization, I'd want those people first right off the bat because they were that good. They were that talented. And I know Bobby had a real tough time making the transition. This was, of course, after Hogan had already gone and Vince had already, so to speak, declared, that it was open warfare and he was going to do things with the WWF that nobody else had ever done. One of the things that's very interesting that most people wouldn't even know is that Vince McMahon Sr., after just about the time that Vince Jr. was technically purchasing the WWF, or just a little bit before that, he told Wally Carbo, he says, Wally, sell out, get out now, because the kid's going to do things and he's going to really upset the apple cart. And Wally personally told me that himself. So I knew this was, definitely coming down the road. And as far as Vince stealing the talent that he did, what the hell? I mean, he wants to produce a product, and he only wants to get the best talent that he can. The falsity of the fact that all these different organizations said, well, you got to have loyalty. Well, mind you, even looking back, they were loyal to me as long as I was drawing them money. They were loyal to me as long as I was producing for them. When I couldn't produce for them, and I couldn't make them money, ironically, I think the loyalty would have been very thin. So that's
anything else, Wes?
Pardon? So that's the first part. So what was the other part?
The part about Hulk Hogan. Were you surprised maybe he became as big as he did, considering his limited?
No, I wasn't, because two things. He got a push. There's no question in the AWA, and then of course his movie came out at the same time, and you could sense his charisma. You could sense his getting over the way he did, to me, I felt that so that when Hogan, he went to New York, and I had known a lot of the things that were going to be taking place, I figured as much. I mean, and then Vince, of course, was elevating television to its next level, and just as Gorgeous George was in the late 40s and the early 50s, everything goes around, comes around. Here we are now, and then you had Rogers for a period of time there, and now we go about, 35, 40 years later, and there's this next surge to come along, and it was Hulk Hogan. And it was understandable, and especially the way Vince did it.
Anything else, Wes?
Yeah, just one more. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Bockwinkel, in regards to WCW and your stay, there was always the talk about too many Chiefs and not enough Indians. In terms of the Time Warner just sold, were you surprised at that? I mean, considering, during your stay there, were there things you remember?
Surprised that it ended up with, where we are today, where it's really one man controlling the entire business in North America?
Not really. I'm sad about it. And the reason I'm sad about it is because it diminishes the available wrestling spots for the boys. I think that's one of the things that really hurts in my heart a little bit, because of my love and loyalty to the business, was the fact that when you had the regional territories, God, there were so many guys employed that legitimately what they earned per week was enough to support a family and allow them to do what they wanted to do, let alone for a number of us that made even better money. And so that as the diminishing of the territories went away and it came down to 2 territories, you just kind of go, oh, God, I mean, when you figure how many active wrestlers there were, so to speak, on a payroll back then, and how many active wrestlers there are on a payroll today, it's a real sad state of affairs, and that's what the consolidation going into one organization has meant. So that part breaks my heart in that respect. Could we see that this was going to take place? I have to credit Terry Funk. Terry Funk in the early 70s, we were someplace, we could have been in Japan together or wherever, and he said ultimately, the business is going to come down to where there will only be 2 or 3 territories in the United States, or 2 or 3 organizations. And of course, he was right on the money at that time. And ironically, if you would have taken a map of the United States and you would have stuck a little pin into the city that was the headquarters of every little territory that the United States had, let's say, in 1930, and then you would have looked at that map at 40, and then you would have looked at that map in 1950, and you would have looked at that map in 1960, and in 1970, you would have seen exactly what was taking place. The pins were disappearing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Should we go to break right now, Al? Okay, we'll take Alex and we're going to go to break. Alex, what's up?
Hello, Brian.
Hey, what's going on?
Heard, CWA launched this Saturday in Hot Diesel. It was a wild show. Paramedic and Crazy Boy put on a good show. But at the end, it was like an ECW show, and everybody running in and brawling all over the building. Tyron Ganetti's match was also good.
Alex, do you have anything for Nick? Alex, do you have anything for Nick?
Yes, Mr. Bockwinkel.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to learn how to be a wrestler.
God bless you.
What should a young guy like me do to get into the business today?
Pick the right parents.
First of all, accept the fact that what you want to do, let's see, you want to say you want to get into the business. You want to become, quote, a wrestler.
Hello?
Yeah, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. It's simple enough of what your desire is. And you can go to any number of schools. In fact, coming up here real soon, in about 2 months, there's a Las Vegas Wrestling Academy that is being...
Okay, thank you. Can I ask you a question, another one?
Get rid of him. We got to go to a break. Bye.
Oh, boy. Okay. Get a phone. That's another good piece of advice.
On WrestlingObserver.com, there's always information on the most recent issue and ordering information on how to get both Figure 4 Weekly, which Brian Alvarez puts out, which is the funniest stuff on wrestling. It's funnier than Mick Foley's book, and I like Mick Foley's book a lot, but it's funnier. And and also probably more perceptive, or equally as perceptive. I don't know. Mick Foley's book's pretty perceptive, don't you think?
Yeah, so far it's been good.
Well, you mentioned Mick Foley's book. Are you speaking of the first book, or is there a second book?
The second book just came out Tuesday, so we're talking about the second book.
Oh, second book, huh?
Yeah. First book did great.
What does he have to say in the second book?
He's just mainly talking about his career and kind of trying to... I think
issues in wrestling that have gotten a lot of negative publicity, and I guess trying to... I shouldn't say anything because I haven't got that far yet, but probably trying to put a little bit of a spin on it.
You know, again, because there's been a lot of negative publicity on wrestling in the last 2 years.
And wrestling,
I know there's been longer than that too, but it's a different kind of negative publicity. I mean, when you were wrestling, it was more of the, whether it was a sport or not. I mean, now it's more like, it's good for children to watch.
Exactly, all the sexual overtones and
exactly
all the vulgarity, and what is really kind of sad is because. Even though many people crash, knock the wrestling in that respect, at the same time, when you start to look at some of the other TV shows, Sex and the City, I saw that one time for the first time, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing, the language I was hearing, and I said, my God, this is triple X rated, and it's
on HBO and stuff. But it is HBO, it is subscription TV. So
I realize that, but it doesn't matter. It's still going out over the airwaves, and if somebody's house is hooked up to it and you've got children,
There's porn.
And you can find out how to get it on HBO, whether they're up or not.
That's right. The last gentleman that was asking about he wanted to be a wrestler, is he still there or did he go?
No, he's long gone. In fact, he will never be back. He will never be back. He's just passed away.
I see. Okay. Because something new that is coming up, my first involvement in a wrestling school.
Oh.
And there's a gentleman by the name of Gary Mills who is putting up the money for a Las Vegas Wrestling Academy that is going to be here in Vegas, and he's coming out with an ad. It's going to be on WOW Magazine on the back page with an application and the whole thing. So I guess if Dory Funk can do things down in Ocala, Florida, whatever and what have you, and so he's asked me to be affiliated with the thing, and I says, oh, I will be. I says, but nothing physical. I says, I'm going to teach them all the mental aspect of what they got to do.
That's a really good idea, actually, have the ad be an actual application for the school.
Yeah, well, it only takes one page and takes the bottom half of the page.
I'll tell you, the one thing in the schools, not all the schools, but in a lot of the schools that's lacking, and that these guys need more than almost anything, is preparation on doing promos. Because we got a lot of guys with great bodies. We got a lot of guys who can do a lot of impressive stuff. But if you can't do the promo now, I mean, my God, it's so important now. Yeah.
Well, it's more. I always felt it was extremely important. I would have to say, Mick Foley is proof of the pudding. I mean, if you were to put down the guy's body, his ability in the ring, and the guy's television demeanor. Now, if those are the three things that make up a talent, they all have to be at a pretty fair percentage. Foley really didn't have much of a body, and his ability in the ring, in a sense, was limited at first. but God bless him, he had the charisma. And even though, maybe some of the stuff he did may have seemed bizarre works. But the thing was, the guy, he was willing to sacrifice himself far, far more than I think most sane people would.
The thing about him, too, that a lot of guys, because he's become a hero to a lot of guys that want to be wrestlers because...
Oh, I know.
And the reason is it's like an average kid cannot relate to being like The Rock.
No.
I mean, unless they were like, the high school football superstar who's 6'5", 250, good body, played college football. That's out of the reach of the average person. Mick Foley, you look at Mick Foley and go,
you're correct.
I got a body like that. I'm as good looking as he is. But what they forget is that his interview ability is so off the charts good, and it's not just the fact that he was willing to be hit on the head with, or take thumbtacks.
Well,
he could take all those thumbtacks without
and he
interview.
could work. He knew where to put those things in a match to make him mean something, as opposed to just killing himself the entire time.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, if somebody were to come to me and say, if the guy didn't have a great body, and but if he had the desire to pursue it, who am I to say, no, you can't do that, you'll never make it? I mean, Foley, in a sense, is like you just pointed out. He gives every guy the chance.
Let's go to Alan in Florida. Alan, what's going on?
Hi, what's going on, Dave?
Not
it's a pleasure to talk to Nick.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you ever been involved in a match where the opponent took liberties, kind of deviated from the promoter's predetermined plan?
Not really. Not to any consequence. The thought pattern back in those days was somebody got cute. And cute could come in any number of different capacities. There are so many wrestling holes that if you allow your body to have that hole put on them, you can't go any place. You can't do anything. I mean, you are tied up in a knot, as the old expression goes. And I think that is why back then everybody had to have some wrestling ability, and especially if you were working on top, because you would always have those guys who had some ability but who were not in the favor of the promotion, who on occasion would like to be cute, and they would try something if they could, and you had to pretty much show them going to be a hefty price tag if you want to be cute again, and so it was all very instantaneous and took place very quickly, and it was pretty much who was willing to go up to the wall.
What was it like working with Larry Zbyszko?
Hey, Alan, can you back away from the phone a little bit? You're killing me there.
Sorry. What was it like working with Larry Zbyszko?
He was excellent. He was a very good talent. Very good.
Were you really close outside the ring?
Not overly, but always a very respectful relationship with Larry. Always enjoyed his work and his professionalism and his dedication to the business.
I remember his promos when he feuded with you. That guy was doing some great promos.
I inspired him. What is kind of fun is that you're working with people who do have egos. And by having those egos, you can really scratch them a little bit, and it doesn't take very much scratching to get through to blood. And then all of a sudden, they get very inspired.
What was it like teaming with your dad early on? And how long did you do that for?
Pardon?
How long did you team with him for?
Not a real long time, say maybe for about a year, and I was very young in my career. My first 3 years would have been about his last 2 or 3 years, And interesting, only in the sense that you are not only with the teacher, you are in the ring with the teacher at the very same moment. And so he would admonish me quite well and straighten me out, and he was never afraid, so to speak, to slap me up alongside the head. And I love to tell the story, and all of us who are young guys, and I don't know if this has happened to girls, but when you're 15 years old and you've got your first driver's permit, and your dad's letting you drive, right? And you were just man, it was so exciting. I mean, it was just the adrenaline rush was just so heavy. And my dad would have his arm across the back of the car seat, because back those days they hadn't gone to bucket seats yet, except in sports cars. And so he'd have his arm back there, and we'd be sitting at a light or something, and he'd slap me in the back of the head pretty hard. And I go, Jesus, what did I do? He says, for all the times I didn't catch you.
Oh, God.
And I think that every guy can relate to that.
What was it like for those 3 years or so? And actually, I mean, you did it much longer, but probably 3-4 years on a nightly basis as a tag team partner with Ray Stevens.
Ray was probably, and I tell this to people, he was probably one of the finest, if not the finest talent the business had. He could close his eyes and unconsciously do everything with such perfection, and just his timing, his whole sense of everything in the ring was just fabulous. I was, when we were tag team champions, and we were both in the profession over 20 years apiece at that time, I was still learning things from him. And I've always said that if he would have concentrated and wanted to get himself in shape and everything, he would have been the top dog. But he loved to just play. He loved life. He loved his toys. He loved his women. And he lived life to his very, very fullest. And he was a great partner and a great friend, and somebody that you always enjoyed being around. It was always an up mood whenever you were in his company.
It's really interesting.
What about working with Bobby Heenan?
Bobby was just terrific as well. He is probably one of the fastest minds the world has, not just this business, the world. Bobby can be caustic. He's got a dark side to his humor, and there's reasons for that. But as far as he could get in a car, and if we were going to drive someplace and we had to go a couple hundred miles, and you could just start conversing. Now, this is talking about a guy whose company I'm in every day. And all of a sudden, you would be hysterical just conversing with him as the conversation just kept rolling on because of the comments he was making about whoever we were talking about.
It sounds familiar.
Pardon?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, and the ironic thing about him was if somebody, he could probably sit with 5 people in front of him. And if each person would just take their own insult to him to do the challenge bit, the mental zingers and the digs and everything, what was so great about Bobby is he would tailor make his remark to you. It was either in correlation to your hair, the shirt you were wearing, the shoes you had on, the drink you had in your mouth, the glasses you were wearing. I mean, he didn't just have stock put-downs like a lot of comedians do. He cut it out just for you, and which always then made it 3 or 4 times have more impact. But his mind is he was just that fast. I was sad to see that they took him off the air. But I remember one time him and Gene Okerlund, they did a sports banquet down in Florida someplace, and after the banquet, this guy comes up to him. He says, "Guys, you were absolutely fantastic, sensational. Can I get a copy of your script?" And they looked at him like, "There is none." And the guy said, "You got to be kidding." He says, "No." He says, "Just 2 of us, And since they knew each other, they could play off each other so extremely well. Plus, on top of that, Heenan was a superb wrestler. He really was. I mean, he was just a terrific talent. Once that bell rang, there wasn't anything in that ring he couldn't do.
Oh, he was a great bump taker, and he was a great entertainer.
Oh, he was. I mean, he probably, as managers go over the years, I would have to say, he was probably the primo one. Yeah. He would have, if they gave a championship belt to them, he should get it.
Let's go to James in Kentucky. James, what's up?
Hey, how y'all doing?
You're fine.
You just comment on Bobby Heenan. I don't think his career's over. I think he'll be in the WWF or WCW.
It is very possible. I mean, he's just got too much talent to offer, even at the age he is, just doing the thing. I mean, especially behind a microphone. I mean, it's so spontaneous. I remember one time he wrestled somebody, I think it was Stone Cold Austin, beat the guy, and the guy's name was, he was the lifeguard. And so then Stone Cold...
Tugboat? Who's
I don't
the
know
lifeguard?
who it was, but anyway, Stone Cold then laid down on the mat, and he kind of arched himself back up, stomach down, and he was going through like he was swimming across the mat, kicking his feet and taking swimming.
I can't hardly hear you, Nick.
Pardon?
I can't hardly hear you, sir.
Well, I'll try and talk louder.
Okay.
But anyway, he was doing Stone Cold was doing this swimming routine, laying on the mat, like he was swimming in a pool, and whoever Bobby's sidekick was, he says, "What's he doing?" And Bobby says, "Well, he can't kick sand in his face." He just would go out and beyond wherever it was.
That would have been.
Yes, Mr. Bockwinkel?
Yes,
maybe Brian Pillman. Remember California Brian for like 2 weeks?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, go ahead, James.
Could you say hello to John out there? He's listening. He's my friend.
John, hello.
Okay, and we're going to a break. And we are going to improve the quality of our callers very soon. But anyway, in fact, right at this minute, we're going to.
Beginning immediately.
Immediately, we got huge news. The XFL just folded. Alex, what's going on?
Hey, Dave, just got word from some WWF sources. Hey, Brian.
Hey, how's it going?
XFL is folding. Basically, UPN isn't picking it up, and the money losses were just too great. And an official announcement may be coming as early as 7 tonight. I'm not sure exactly how they're going to spin it, but apparently the XFL is done, from what I understand.
Yeah, there's actually something that just hit the Business Wire, where Vince basically said, while we believe that it's an extraordinary accomplishment to have created a new football league in what amounts to less than a year's time, we feel it is in the best interest of our shareholders and our partners to discontinue the XFL. And this is probably...
I think it's going to make 1.5 million homes very sad for me to say this, but thank God. Just for the future of wrestling.
For the future of wrestling, that was the right call, and I want to congratulate Vince for making the right call. I mean, it has to be a hard call because... Let's face it, there was so much ego on the line. I mean, we were talking about, like, the one thing that scared me about this whole thing was that Vince's ego was to stuff it in people's faces would allow him to continue for another year, which would have been just a terrible business move, and then he made the right call. So
was it his call to make, or was it a matter of UPN not agreeing to pick it up or having to make it?
Actually, you're right. I'm sure that's what it is that you know what it may have been is that whole thing that we were talking about yesterday, that UPN may have said, we'll pick it up, but we're going to take 30 minutes off of SmackDown, and I think maybe at that point Vince, like Brian and I were thinking about this, we go, okay, Vince's decision, it's a lose-lose if we agree to their terms. Yeah, and it's just like
half the wrestling and, losing potentially $120 million all by yourself with no partner.
Yeah. It's disastrous, and it really is the best thing for wrestling because it allows Vince to focus back. Jim Ross was talking to one of the guys from WCW he's negotiating with, and Ross told him, we need our leader back. I mean, to be honest with you, and you look at what's happened to this promotion right now, ratings down 20% on Raw over the past 5 weeks. Obviously, SmackDown is flat and sinking, also slowly in the ratings. I mean, they need to concentrate back on what they were doing, and that's something that obviously now with the XFL having gone is a huge benefit to the WWF itself.
Well, especially with the relaunching of the WCW brand. I mean, they couldn't, Vince dividing his time into a relaunched WCW brand, WWF, and trying to keep this loser XFL going. It was too much for that company to do. And the one, for wrestling, I mean, it's so important for wrestling right now because they're the only game in town that they focus on the wrestling and the key to the future of the wrestling business in this country is how well this WCW brand and eventual feud go, because if it goes flat, it's going to be a real rough period for WWF. If it doesn't, if it goes through the roof like the NWO thing, we're going to be in for a big resurgence, and he's divided, his mind is divided or thinking about football and how I'm going to get even with the media and all that other stuff. I mean, you're right. Just judging from everything that's been said, I think that the word probably got to him that UPN just wasn't going to take it, and he really had no choice.
Yeah, go ahead and pull out now. Other interesting piece of news I have for you guys, I talked to Mick Foley today about his book, and I really get the feeling that it wouldn't surprise me if he was headlining a pay-per-view this summer.
Against Vince?
Against whomever, probably Vince. But
probably Vince. Oh, yeah. He wants to do it.
I think it's been the plan for a while, just the fact that he's lost so much weight,
Yeah, he said that he really considered coming back at WrestleMania, but then he realized why. I mean, the show was going to do 1 million buys anyway. What's the point? He didn't add anything to that show. Mm-hmm. Is what his argument was. So basically, but he said he has not ruled out competing in a match. If it helped promote the. So if it helps promote the book, and obviously the book is just out, I think that you're going to see this sooner than later, him coming back.
Well, I mean, him being a regular on TV is a positive because he's an entertaining character. I think for one match, if he does one match, I think it should help the buy rate. I mean, month after month, I think he'd be making a huge mistake. If it's just a one-match thing, especially with Vince McMahon.
They could even just do the one match, him and Regal, for the commissionership and get it over with. He does a big match, gets a big buy rate. Probably better with Vince, but,
No, but the money's with Vince, not Regal.
Yeah.
For his match, if you're in that position.
Yeah,
Alex,
absolutely.
we got Nick Bockwinkel on. Anything you want to talk to Nick Bockwinkel about?
No, I'm good. I'm going to run, guys. Keep talking.
Okay.
I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay, thanks a bunch, Alex. Anyway, we just wanted to get that on, and we're going to go back to the phone calls. We got Randy in Indiana for Nick Bockwinkel. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Hi, Nick.
Hey.
Hi, Randy.
Hi. Nick, I just want to say I'm calling from Fort Wayne, Indiana, and as you're probably aware, Indiana's biggest connection to pro wrestling was Dick the Bruiser. And I was curious what your opinion was of working with the Bruiser and the Crusher, all those matches.
Dick the Bruiser was truly one of the honest-to-God characters. This was a guy that was legitimately tough as nails. He couldn't wrestle as far as wrestling ability went all that well, but as far as working ability went, he was superb. A tremendously strong egotist. He hated to be outdone, outperformed, or whatever it was. As far as talent goes in the ring, he was just. I would say he would be up there with one and all of the greats because he was just that terrific, and he had tremendous appeal. He just when you stop and think at that time, and he could get the job done, and he could become a main event no matter where he went and whatever time he went.
Yeah. And Nick, I was just curious. I go back watching pro wrestling over 25 years. And when I really got into watching wrestling in the late 70s, it was Bockwinkel, Harley Race, and Bob Backlund at the top of their respective federations. What's your take on Harley Race and Bob Backlund?
Harley Race was probably, without a doubt, one of the hardest working champions of any of them. To be the NWA champion, I remember one time I was with Jim Barnett, who was vice president of the NWA Wrestling Alliance at that time, and we were having lunch, and he pulled out this long, continuous piece of paper, and he says, I have Harley's schedule here for next year. I says, oh, really? I says, how many dates? He says, probably with the television dates that they want him for, 400.
Oh, God.
And I just went, okay. I said, that's nice. And even though back then, to be the NWA champion was kind of the envy, until, you started really weighing things, Harley, I mean, the NWA champion, he earned every penny that he got and deserved 10 times more. Myself, I wrestled at the most 6 months a year, so to speak, so I had every other day off. And of course, the WWF champion was really the way to go because you worked there probably about 10, 12 times a month, and you were always on top, and you didn't have to travel that far. But Harley was just a fantastic performer. And who was the other guy?
Bob Backlund.
Bob Backlund was a thing that Vince McMahon wanted. He did not want any prima donnas, and plus he didn't want to have to put up with all sorts of BS from whatever avenue challenges came from. So to let Bob get there at the top, and Bob was a tremendous amateur wrestler, and so, anybody wanted to say, well, yeah, all that wrestling is bullshit. Really? Well, why don't you step in the ring with Mr. Backlund? And who and what is your best amateur? And Bob would go out to all the colleges on the East Coast, and he would wrestle. He'd wrestle their top heavyweight and spank their butts. And the thing is, amateur wrestling is just fantastic, but it's got a very strong limitations. And once you combine professional stuff that you've learned in the professional ring, along with the amateur knowledge that you have, you become insidiously dangerous. And so Bob Backlund, and he had the demeanor of just a mild-mannered little boy, always was so low-key and never raised his voice. And I think that's one of the things I also would like to, I realize now, looking back, give credit to myself. I wrestled Bob in Toronto. It was AWA versus WWF.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wrestled Ric Flair, AWA, versus NWA.
Was that in Winnipeg?
It was in Winnipeg.
Yeah.
And, so very few people cross that border, so.
Well, Nick, I just want to say I think you were tremendous in the ring, and it was an honor to talk to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the lucid call there, Randy. First one today.
Second one, Alex Marvez. No, and Wes Jones.
That's right.
Third.
Oh, that's right, Wes. Sorry, Wes.
Yeah, we don't want to. No. Anyway, we got a couple of emails about your thoughts about Jumbo Tsuruta, who you wrestled many times.
Yes. And you want to know about Jumbo?
Yeah, about Jumbo. I mean, I know you wrestled him in Japan many, many times. A lot of times in the United States as well. You had the AWA title going back and forth.
Sure.
With him as well.
Jumbo was terrific. I mean, most of these guys, and in fact, as a lot of names have been brought up, and I've given a lot of compliments out today, it's only because they're deserved. You don't reach that point in your profession if you're mentally an asshole. You may be physically really big and strong, and you may physically have talent, but at the same time, you've got to be a real human being. I'm not quite sure if Stan Hansen's a real human being yet. I got to check on that.
I got a question. Between Bruiser and Crusher and the Road Warriors, they came from different eras. How would you compare them for their eras? And just you wrestled both of them many times.
Right. The Bruiser was probably one of the most proficient working talents in the ring. Crusher, who was in his parts of the country where he was over, was as big an attraction as anybody would want to be. But he was not quite as talented as the Bruiser was.
And how about the Road Warriors?
Road Warriors, the sad thing there is they were the emergence of the first, what you call, the real steroided muscle heads. And they were so impressed with just their bodies. The sad thing about most bodybuilders, you can't stand in front of a mirror for 5 hours a day and continue to look at yourself and not have it cause a little dementia.
I got to interrupt you. I just remember something. You told me a joke about 5 years ago about how to trap a bodybuilder. I just remembered it. Remember that?
Well, okay, what was it? I forgot.
You don't remember?
It was something about a mirror.
Yeah, it was like if I have, what do you have when you have like 4 mirrors and a bodybuilder, and it's like a prisoner?
Yeah, that's it. 4 mirrors and a bodybuilder, you got a prisoner.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just remembered that joke.
Yeah, but that was the truth, and they got to where all they were impressed with were their own muscles, and they became decent attractions. There's no question about that, but they never grew, so to speak. They were very limited in what they could do in the ring, and how well and how much they could move, and of course, one of the most honest of all the bodybuilders was Superstar Billy Graham. Mm-hmm. And for some insight, here's a real eye opener for you. I said to Billy, and this would have been 1972, and at this time Billy was about 310, just bursting out all over. He was massive, and I says, Billy, because most of the bodybuilders, they never took steroids. They never juiced up. I mean, this was all just natural work that they did. That's why their muscles were
protein.
Pardon?
Protein.
And milk and exercise.
Egg whites.
Yes. But Superstar was one of those who spoke very realistically. And I said to him, Billy, I said, if you got off the juice and you didn't pick up a weight, I said, for 6 to 8 weeks, okay? I says, what I'm looking at would be gone. Now, he's standing there in front of me at about 6'3", at about 310 pounds, massive, and he says, 25 or 30%.
Yeah.
Did you catch what I said? I said percent. He wasn't going to lose 25 or 30 pounds, 25 or 30%. Now, at 310s, 30%, that's 90 pounds. That means he's going to go down to 220. And I said to him, I says, Billy, I says, you mean you'd go down to about 220, 230? He says, yeah. He says, I got out of college, and he says, I went to play pro ball up in Canada. That's what I weighed.
You know what's funny about some of the guys that ended up being big into steroids? Some of them, if you look at what they were in college,
Yeah.
You would just be astounded. I mean, you'd be astounded. I mean, look at Davey Boy Smith when he first broke in.
Sure.
Or Scott Steiner when he wrestled in college. Kevin Randleman in college. You know, you're talking about guys. Scott Steiner was 177 in college. Kevin Randleman was 165.
Sure.
You know, and so.
And I mean, it just seems so ludicrous that one would work so hard and take the time to ingest these steroids, and I guess it does give them something, and I guess they feel a reward. But damn it to hell, I mean, what are they going to do when they're 60 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, he's
Look at Billy Graham right now.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of helpers. You know what's interesting about the Sports Illustrated article? And they didn't really make a connection to steroids, but the vascular necrosis of the hip, that's like for football linemen that are, of the current generation, it's so prominent. And, football linemen, that's another group that was heavy into the steroids.
Sure.
And they were talking about like the propensity of hip replacements among NFL linemen is just getting out of control now. Retired. You don't hear about them because they're all retired players now.
Sure. Nobody cares about, the OU's meat.
Yeah. Nick, I want to thank you very much for doing the show. We're totally out of time. And I want to thank everyone for joining in. And Al, talk to Nick because we want to get Nick back on when we do the show with Ray Stevens. For Ray Stevens.
Oh yeah. God bless.
Yeah, because we want to do it. We want to do a show, and just talk about Ray Stevens for a couple hours with everybody.
Oh yeah. I mean, I got plenty of little stories to tell about Ray.
Good.
Yeah. So.
And I want to thank you. I want to thank Al for all his help, and of course Brian. And we'll be back here with Tony Jones tomorrow at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. In fact, we're actually going to be talking mixed martial arts and pro wrestling today because we got Frank Shamrock here in San Jose, and we'll be starting our interview with him actually relatively soon. We're going to, of course, take phone calls and emails and get through the news as well. And we got Brian Alvarez as well. Brian, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good.
That's good. Let me try again. The website has not been updated for technical reasons, and I'm not aware of what the technical reasons are other than we can't update it. And so there's all kinds of articles that have been written in the last 2 days that are not up there, and I hope they'll be up there by the end of the day today. So for those of you who are up there going how come that article you guys were talking about yesterday isn't there? It actually is. You just can't get it. And
that's part of it. A dozen things up there right now that were just waiting to appear.
Yeah. So
they're in the ether right now, the internet ether.
Yeah. At some point, they will all magically appear at once, and we'll have times Wednesday and Thursday days of when they were first up. But they're actually, so anyway, that's just a scoop. What can I say? It'll be up in due time, I guess. Hopefully today, maybe tomorrow, maybe not. UPN officially released its schedule today, and SmackDown is Thursday night, 8 to 10, so that's a done deal. Let's see, electronic media. This was there's some scary stuff today. Electronic media reported that Vince McMahon wants to start his own film franchise and, do movies that would involve both WWF talent and WWF storylines. And then there was another article, business article, it was on, it was CBS, Media Watch Online, I think it was.
When you see China and Lita spanking each other on the big screen.
But the article said that the WWF is hoping that within 5 years that 50% of the television it produces is not wrestling. And that would be, I don't know.
I think the way that they were referring to it was that they would add a certain amount of television, which would mean that the current hours they have of WWF television would just be 50%, as opposed to cutting out half of what they're already putting on TV.
Oh yeah. They're not cutting back on wrestling programming, but they're going to start producing a lot more non-wrestling programming. And whenever there's a track record of whenever the WWF ventures into non-wrestling, it doesn't do so well, and that's kind of was what it is. Mick Foley's book will be number 1 on the bestseller list, New York Times bestseller list, in the New York Times, that will appear on the 27th of May, which is really impressive. And Brian was on a chat with Mick Foley, as I was for a little while today before I had to do another chat. And Brian, why don't you give everyone the major highlights of Mick Foley's interview today?
Actually, the major highlights as far as things that people wouldn't have known yet were the thing you just talked about with May 27th, New York Times bestseller list. He's going to be number 1. And I thought the other interesting thing was David Schwartz at the very beginning of the chat started talking about how there's nothing new to say on WCW, and they're already getting defensive about the ratings. He said Raw on TNN remains the highest rated show on cable, and NASCAR, which is considered the hottest sports property, last week's NASCAR show came in second to the WWF, and they're the hottest sports property. Although he did not say what the rating was for that show, so I don't know if it's close now because the Raw ratings have dropped or whatever, but they pretty much made it clear that things are going just fine in the ratings. So I guess that was probably also in response to the rumors that WWF was looking to get out of his contract with TNN and go back to USA, which don't count on it. Pretty much for the Mick Foley deal, he said he was considering doing a WrestleMania match, which we've talked about before, but he backed out because he couldn't get his heart into it. And they asked him, if you do another return match, would you like to be someone like Austin or Triple H that you could maybe have an actual wrestling match with, or somebody like Vince? And he said that for storyline purposes, he'd rather do Vince, and also because if he had to go out there with Austin or Hunter, he'd have to be in really great shape. And as far as Vince, I think the exact words he used were he could fumble through it with Vince. So looks like it'll probably be
with garbage can lids and things like that.
Yeah, Foley and Vince. So talked about New York Times coming to his house and researching him for an article, which he said he assumed would be a positive article. And I don't know if you can actually assume that, but
you
they were
never
there.
make those assumptions.
And he said that he thought they could that this would help break down the walls as far as reviewers go, because he had a lot of problems with the first book as far as reviewers not taking it seriously and that sort of thing. So
Frank,
I guess we'll see.
I want to ask you one thing since we were on that sort of on the subject. How many times have you been interviewed for television pieces that you assumed would be positive pieces and assumed wrong?
I would have to say 98% of the time, each and every. And the other 2%, I just think slipped by in editing. I couldn't get the real story out of it.
Does that, because we talk about this with wrestling all the time, does it kind of frustrate you when, you will be interviewed and they'll take something that you say out of context, totally out of context, where when it appears on the screen, it's something like, you remember that the one that reminded me would be the piece, I think was it MSNBC, Brian, or NBC?
MSNBC.
MSNBC, okay. And they did that whole piece on Ultimate Fighting, and they had the quote from you that, like, the highest paid guy gets like $2,500 a fight, which you meant at a minor show.
Mm-hmm.
And they acted like that's what you were getting when you were like fighting Tito Ortiz or something.
Yeah.
The way they presented it.
Yeah, it's frustrating. And it's frustrating not only from the standpoint as a public figure, but also from, an athlete, because I'm trying to promote the sport, and everyone just takes it and kind of tweaks it to sell tickets. So that part is hard. But it's also hard as a figure, because, everyone's going to talk, shit anyways.
Yeah.
And, it just doesn't help when, they can twist your words and twist the footage and do all kinds of things that aren't the truth and make you look kind of funky. So every public figure has that problem right now. I know it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, when we talk about like wrestling getting negative treatment in the media, sometimes unfairly, I have to say that I think UFC has gotten, more unfair treatment than almost anything that I know of.
I think so. But, it was the bloodiest, dirtiest, boldest product for a long time. So
that's right.
It was
that's how they marketed it.
It was the key number one target, so that was part of the problem. But, we've had a lot of bad press, and it continues on. But at the same time, we're starting to get some positive press, and, all the fighting entertainment sports are starting to get some positive press for the influence that they have on the community and the people, and besides just beating each other up.
I'm going to go real quick. This is the.
What's your percentage on TV shows, Dave?
As far as what?
Accuracy.
ESPN Outside the Lines was the by far the best. And they were well researched. And, everything that I said I needed backup for. They weren't going to accept anything. So, I would say that of all of the shows that I've dealt with, ESPN Outside the Lines was so far and away more professional than anybody else. It wasn't even funny.
Did they take the Observer for backup?
Did they use No, they didn't.
They wouldn't accept that?
No, if it was something that I had written, but I needed to give them the sources and things like that.
Okay, yeah.
And, and a lot of people, ESPN Outside the Lines was heavily criticized by people in wrestling, for probably being too accurate with the truth, actually. But, it wasn't necessarily, it was both positive and negative. It was a very fair piece. As far as other stuff, I can't say, it's 98% bad. I mean, there's been some very good and some very bad. I would say probably 60, 70% good. Really, more than half. I don't know.
It's pretty good.
In the poll, what is wrestling missing in your eyes most today? 31% said good storylines. 44% said the creation of new superstars. 1% said there's not enough good interviews, which is really interesting.
A whole 1%.
Yeah, 13. Let me see. Yeah.
It's Vince Russo.
The 13% said not enough different companies, which is really interesting because I would have said that one. And 11% said not enough good matches. So the real thing is people want new superstars, which is exactly what everyone emails us all day long about. And, Mick Foley, I could tell the little bit that I listened to about the first 20, 30 minutes of this thing. All of the frustrations that we have, I sensed in him too. I mean, he was saying there's not enough, not that we always talk about there's not enough comedy, but after all those bumpers that Al put on of Edge and Christian, it was like hitting me in the head, with that, oh my God, an angle. It's like, oh my God, this has been missing in wrestling, that fun aspect of it. And he said that, he didn't think that there was enough good comedy on there. And also, he was pretty much, you could tell he could sense the frustration with the lack of elevation of superstars. Not that he would knock any of the guys who were there. And I wouldn't knock the guys who were there that much, other than you got to get more of them, because someone said something up, and I think he said something to the effect of, those guys, but how many times can you watch those same guys wrestle each other all the time?
Well, he pretty much said that as the thing wore on. Like, probably the last 10 minutes they were asking him all the questions about that. And, he pretty much said, we need some new faces up there. But then it was the same thing as yesterday when they asked him, well, who's it going to be? He just goes, I don't know. I don't know who they could bring up right now.
So he didn't he didn't say anything, because one of the things he mentioned was that when he was doing the injury angle, he wanted Edge and Christian to do it so they would get the rub of being the ones who put him out. Mm-hmm. And then as it turned out, it didn't elevate them at all, but, it was, as usual with Mick Foley, he from his aspect, he did the right thing.
Well, when they asked him about writing, as far as because they asked him earlier if he would ever think about doing writing for the writing crew or whatever, and he said,
I was the one who asked that one.
Oh, that's right, you did. And he goes, it's too much pressure, blah, blah, blah. And then later on, somebody decided, well, we'll ask the exact same question, but we'll ask if he would ever think of writing WCW TV. And, he had to basically say the same thing again, but this time he said, I'm not good at writing storylines for other people. I'm good at writing storylines for myself that get other people over. So, there you go.
Well, maybe he can make himself a character and write his aspect of the show together.
Beats him up every week?
Everybody just gets, yeah. Hey, he made Hunter.
That's right.
He made the monster. Anyway, let's see. Well, we'll start with some emails on wrestling, and you guys can email in. We'll start taking phone calls in a little while. We'll interview Frank right after this break. Let me just see. Okay, this is more about the article on Mick Foley. The article on wrestling, the state of wrestling interview with Mick Foley. They will be up as soon as the website can be updated. I don't know when that is. Thomas goes, was Jackie the only black female in wrestling history to win an individual heavyweight championship? I remember Sandy Parker holding some minor title. No one else pops into my head. I could look it up, but I don't know. This is, why has there been sudden hatred for Triple H? It is not hatred. It is just, we were just talking about the reality of what's going on in this. I got to say this. When I was listening to the chat, okay, Brian, were you as frustrated with not all, but some of the questions? I
know exactly the question that you're talking about, and it was the person that called up and said, there have been a lot of rumors about politics in the backstage area, and we all know that's not true, Mick, but can you tell us, your thoughts on it? And Foley's like, well, there are some upper mid-carders that are frustrated with the perceived glass ceiling, blah, blah, blah. And the guy goes, and we've also heard these rumors about Shawn Michaels being sent home for being in no condition to perform, and we all know that's not true, Foley, but what have you heard about that? And he goes, well, I heard he showed up in no condition to perform, and he was sent home. And I was just sitting there going, Jesus, God, can I just say something here? But I couldn't.
I know, I wanted to say something, too. It's like, and you're, it's like, how do these people become reporters when they just, it's like, it's all these rumors being made up. It's like, God knows there's enough fake rumors in wrestling that come out every single day. But, some stuff that's out there, it's you know what I mean? It doesn't take a rocket scientist.
My thing is about halfway through, Foley, just tell he's getting frustrated, because I think it was Al Isaacs just goes, Foley, you know that your books have influenced a lot of other wrestlers to write books, and Foley just goes, who? And he goes, well, Goldberg, and Foley goes, I didn't get him to write a book. He was going to write a book anyway, and I just thought, come on, Foley, hit him with it.
Yeah, and then the other one is like, which he correctly said is, nobody else really has written a book. It's everyone else has had ghostwriters write books. He is the only one who wrote a book. And China didn't write that book. It was her words and it was what she, you know what I mean?
Is China's the only book that didn't hit number 1?
Yeah, but it hit like number 2 or 3, didn't it?
It didn't hit 1.
It didn't hit 1.
I'm just pointing it out because when David Schwartz when John from the WWF was talking about all these books hitting number 1, he goes, oh God, what did he say? Something like all 6 books have hit the New York Times bestseller list. And I just knew that he wanted to say all 6 have hit number 1, but he couldn't. Why?
Well, no. The history of WrestleMania never hit number 1. I mean, it never even cracked the top 10, but it did get as high as, I think, 12. And then, let's see, anyway. It seems like in the space of the end of No Way Out, people went from praise to hatred for Triple H. Is it because he's working against or have people decide he's on top because he's doing things to hold other people down? It's just the politics and the frustration. It's Triple H almost, the problem with Triple H, he's got Vince's ear. And, we don't know what he says to Vince, but we do. And, because we read it. And, when you read it and you know what it is, it's kind of like, it's like that stuff about, Chris Benoit, you know what I mean? These are the reasons why, these are the reasons why all of these guys are not ready to be at the top. And it's like, you can say that you certainly could have said that about Triple H and Rock a couple of years ago, but if Vince had listened at that point, his company would have been in a lot worse shape because there would have been no new main eventers then. Let's see. This is from John Bork, who goes, in relation to the ratings, I think the WWF raised the bar so high with WrestleMania 17 that following the show, everything was going to seem stale. Plus, Rock was making movies which couldn't come at a worse time. Maybe finally the WWF is seeing Austin as a heel and no major baby faces. They got nothing. Even bringing in one of the major WCW names like Booker T for a couple of WWF appearances would reinvigorate some interest in the product. Right now, nobody cares. Undertaker and Kane are not what we were led to believe they were. Nobody gives a crap, as he says. Yeah, they need, we all know, they need new baby faces, Undertaker and Kane. I sense that from Foley, too, that he kind of recognized that the babyface side needed a lot of shoring up right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What's up with WWF going back to USA? Could this happen? It could. It won't. I mean, I don't want to say it won't like 100%, but it didn't happen. And I've had that one denied from so many different people in the last day. It's just over and over again. Now, as far as I've also had denied that there's any problems with TNN, which TNN half-assed denied, and WWF has denied to me as well. But that one, I don't believe. So we'll just leave it at that. Let's see. This is Hogan and Andre, were people really unsure how this match was going to turn out? I guess maybe some people were. I just, trying to remember back. I mean, to me, it was like so obvious what the finish was going to be. But I think the general public.
Talking about fans?
Yeah.
Or like talking about the A&E special where even the wrestlers...
Oh, no. There was no question about that. Hey, I mean, I knew, in December going in, basically what that finish was going to be, which was the leg drop. So, the idea that they didn't know till the day of the event if Andre was going to do it. I mean, everyone who's been around that scene that has talked to me has told me that story is just utter BS. Was Andre undefeated until this point? Obviously not.
Yes.
No, he wasn't. Let's see. It should be noticed that this is the first year with TNN instead of USA. A lot of college students are coming home, but I would have thought that the rating would go up because many college TV networks don't offer TNN. So it's got to be show quality. But that wouldn't really matter anyway, because the rating is based on the percentage of people who can get it in the first place. So the fact that you can't get the show does not affect the rating of the show at all. Let's see. Let's see what else we've got here. I've got a bunch of other stuff. This is more.
Yeah, but if there are a bunch of homes, I think what he's trying to say is if there are a bunch of homes that have TNN, and the teenagers that live in those homes are at college, and they suddenly come to those homes and start turning on Raw, shouldn't that
the rating
help?
should go up. Then it should help. Theoretically, you're right. But I don't think that there's enough of those people that it actually makes a statistical difference. Do you know what I'm saying?
It's 1.2.
Yeah.
That's a lot of college kids.
Yeah. Here is another one. I hear you are not a big fan of Triple H, and I'd like to know why.
That indicates you did not listen to the show to say that he hears.
Yes. Okay, so I don't have to answer it, do I? It's not, let's see. I have fallen asleep during the last 2 Raws and the last SmackDown. Are Vince and JR asleep at the wheel? The WWF is slowly turning into WCW. Painful. Yeah, we're hearing more of that. Here's what I'm hoping for Judgment Day involving Benoit. Since it makes sense for Angle to win his medals back in the ladder match, have Edge and Christian interfere so Angle doesn't get the clean win, and Benoit has more heat with Edge and Christian. I think that's how it's going to go. I would guess that too. That would be what makes sense. Then have Benoit be Jericho's mystery partner for the tournament, and have them win the tag team titles, eliminating Edge and Christian, and then have them.
So Benoit's going to wrestle twice in this.
4 times. 4 times.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
2 different matches.
And then on Monday, have Benoit and Jericho win the tag team titles from Hunter and Steve Austin.
I hope this person did not send his resume to the WWF.
I know, they're looking for writers. But actually, you know what? I'll tell you what, I thought about that exact same thing, and it makes perfect sense.
It does, but it'll never happen. That's only...
I don't expect it to happen either. Let's see. I am an ECW. This is from Rick Lorette, who goes, I'm an ECW mark, and I'm going through withdrawal, as a lot of wrestling fans are, as noted by the ratings. Why doesn't WWF do something with Sunday Night Heat? As it is now, it's a complete waste of a potentially great hour of programming. Look at the time slot in the channel. It goes up against nothing. Does it go up against 60 Minutes?
That's a totally different demographic, but yeah.
Yeah, you are right. No, but the show doesn't advance the storylines. It doesn't develop new angles or groom new talent. If I could play Armchair Booker, I would make a WWF hardcore show in that time slot with serious hardcore competition and let the guys do what we know they can. Let Paulie book it for the main event, defend the hardcore title every week, and have qualifying matches as the other matches. I'm sick of wrestling, of watching Raw and seeing them waste the first half an hour on those long, pointless promos. It makes the mid-card matches all go 3 minutes each. Give the talent a place to shine. All right, I've got more on this, but I'll save my breath because you probably aren't going to see this happen anyway. I mean, I would think that they should use those MTV hour and introduce the WCW there because it's a much better hour. We've talked about this before. I just think it's, they're negotiating with Viacom, and I don't know. Let's see. This is from Lenny, who goes, I'm sick and tired of hearing the argument that we're in the post-WrestleMania doldrums to explain the ratings. If anyone goes back to look at the highest-rated episodes of Raw, most of them occur during the months May through August. This argument may have held water in the 80s and the early 90s, but there's no recent history to justify this radical drop-off. Actually, the old patterns of wrestling, just let's face it, the WF stinks right now. That's why people aren't watching at the previous levels. The sooner everyone takes their blinders off, the better. As far as, the patterns of ratings, as I recall, wrestling always did really strong from January through June. And then as the summer got going, the ratings would decline. And then with TBS, which used to be the key one, and with USA, because when football would start, the wrestling would go against college football, and on the Saturdays, and that would hurt the ratings in the fall. And then of course the Raw before that the primetime wrestling would go against Monday Night Football, and that would hurt the ratings. And then when football went in January, as a seasonal pattern, that's what would happen. So I mean, there was never. But as I recall, August used to do real well. Raw used to always do real well in August. So I don't know. I want to make mention of one thing before we start with Frank. There was an interview on Bloomberg Television. I did not see it, but we've gotten plenty of emails about it, saying that Linda McMahon said WCW would be launched within the next 2 or 3 weeks, and I'm not sure exactly why she said that, other than maybe she meant.
She's probably referring to the angle at King of the Ring.
That could be.
Because I mean, as far as as of 1 hour ago, TNN knew nothing about it, and they said we're still negotiating. So.
Well, there is no deal. So, I mean, there is no deal with TNN.
So the relaunch can't have anything to do with TV, in other words.
Well, you can't relaunch the product without television. So, I mean, now she may be talking about that they would have all their ducks in a row as far as they would have a writing staff. You know what I mean? They would, start, working on it. I mean, get the writers together and all that, hire the people. Because, they haven't even done that yet. Get the production crew together. Sign everyone to contracts that they need to sign. Because aside from those 24 wrestlers that everyone knows that are under contract, they haven't signed anyone. They have not signed any announcers. They have not signed road agents. They haven't signed referees. They haven't signed writers. production people, although a lot of production people are the same as the WWF. So maybe that's what she means, is that they would do all of their hiring and all of that work would be done within 3 weeks. But as far as when it debuts on television, I mean, we're probably looking at September at the earliest, maybe August if we're lucky. I mean, it's not going to be anytime soon. They got to finalize the deal, and there's some holdups. Right? It's all in the Observer this week as far as like, but there's holdups in the deal. There's a big thing going between TNN and WWF and also Time Warner. That big stalemate of who's going to do what and who's going to blink, and it's holding everything up. And TNN, they want different wrestlers on the show. They don't want it to be WWF Light. And WWF doesn't want it to be WWF Light either, because the big money is going to be in the crossover matches anyway. We will start with Frank. Frank, how are you today?
I'm pretty good.
That's good. You're moving.
I'm moving back to San Jose area.
Any reason why?
Just LA sucks, and your traffic's really heavy, and I also got clearance for my shoulder, and I'm looking to fight in either September or November, somewhere around there.
Do you have any specific company, or is it just sort of like you're waiting for the offers?
Not really. I'm negotiating with the 3 major fighting companies right now as to when and where I'm going to fight.
Okay, we've got Pride and we've got UFC. What's number 3?
Number 3 would be the K1.
Okay.
And their presence in whatever fighting. They're very interested in doing a mixed martial arts show. It's still in the development stages, but I'm negotiating with them as well.
Did you go to the K1 in Vegas?
I didn't.
Okay, so you didn't.
I didn't, but I heard it was an exceptional show.
Did you? Because I haven't even heard anything about it, other than I know Maurice won the tournament.
Yeah, Maurice won, which was phenomenal. And then the show went really well, and there was a lot of response from the E! channel, from a lot of different media avenues about the K1 and the interest in it and stuff. So that looks to be a new company that's getting stronger in the United States as well.
As far as you go, as far as the announcing with the UFC and the UFC and the last Pride, the one thing about both shows has been the total, I'd say, unpredictability of the results.
Totally, yeah.
What do you attribute to the fact? I mean, it's just everyone's getting good. I mean, we had Brian Johnston here, for the show that you announced, the UFC, and I think he picked 5 out of 6 matches, or all 6 matches wrong. And I mean, he's trained with most of these guys. He knows the subject. And, most people picked at least 3 or 4 wrong.
Yeah, I picked at least, 3 or 4 wrong on this show. It's just that everybody is getting so good, and the sport evolves each and every time. Every 3 months there are new techniques and styles and things that are winning. So it's getting more and more difficult in that sense. And then the other sense is there's been a couple rule changes in each organization that have greatly affected the outcome of fights. One rule change, like no knees to the back of the head, greatly affects the style and the outcome and the pace of a fight. And it really tests who's prepared.
Okay, you're fighting in Pride versus you're fighting in UFC. What would be the difference in your preparation with the different rules?
Now it seems like the rules are pretty much, the Pride has regressed to older rules.
Well, they do the kicking on the ground and all that.
Yeah, and then the UFC has gotten even stricter on their rules. Personally, I prefer less rules. The less rules, the better, in my opinion, because you can do stuff more efficiently. You don't have these rules hindering you. People would say it's more this, that, or whatever, but it's real fighting with, limited rules. The UFC is becoming extremely restrictive. They're focusing heavily on the athlete, but at the same time, I don't feel like they are providing the entertainment like it used to be.
Really? Because I thought the last show was an awesome show.
It was a great show. It was a phenomenal show. But the level at where the sport is at, I think the shows can be better and the fights can be better. I think the rules are inhibiting some of the athletes in some of their specialties. And I don't have any specialties. I'm just whatever works kind of guy, so it doesn't affect me. But people, wrestling, striking, different rules are affecting different people in different ways, and we're seeing huge results, immediately in those, how those styles play out. But both of the shows, all 3 of the shows, everybody is really, really working hard to, make this the next biggest thing in, fighting entertainment. So, everybody's doing their part. It's just a matter of time, I feel, until we really get back on cable.
I think that probably would. Now, do people talk to you, or is it even discussed the fact that, with ECW and WCW both closing down, that all of a sudden pay-per-view, as far as like the wrestling genre, in the pay-per-view genre, you've really got WWF, and you've got the big boxing, and you've got nothing else. And, UFC used to be up there a few years ago with, it was behind the wrestling and obviously behind the big boxing, but it was clearly the number 3 thing out there. Then it got taken away, and wrestling got so huge. Now wrestling, with the exception of the WWF shows, doesn't even exist anymore. There's, I would think, logic would tell you, and that doesn't mean it's going to happen, that this is the time for a UFC comeback, if it gets clearance.
Not only time for the comeback, but time for, really solidifying this as a real sport and it being, the next big deal. When we lost cable, our audience just went to wrestling. It was the same stuff. It's fighting entertainment. They just had more entertainment than we do. It's the same stuff, and that's where our audience would, we fully expect, as this pay-per-view dollar comes around, to drag that audience back in. Because it's the same stuff. The stories aren't as good, but the fights are a hell of a lot better.
Yeah.
In what we do. And it's, the big 3 companies are really working on what I consider to be fighting entertainment. Look at WWF. It's fighting entertainment. It may not be real. They're taking hard bumps. They're doing their thing. But it's still fighting entertainment. People go there to see the show. And I think that, these 3 companies need to look at the audience and provide them with entertainment.
Now, where do you draw the line? This is an interesting promotional thing, because when you get too much like wrestling, everybody starts going like, oh my God, you're trying to be wrestling. Wrestling's the most horrible thing. But if you don't do any of that stuff, then you're too pure sport.
Right.
And, we've talked about this all the time. You can have the greatest fighters in the world, and if people don't know the personalities, they don't care. If you have 2 guys, and they don't got to be the greatest fighters, and in Japan they prove this all the time, if the 2 personalities are over and they mix, you can draw huge crowds. And, you and I both know, hey, these guys couldn't beat any top fighter, but, like Ogawa and Satake, perfect example.
Yes.
Huge television hit because they were both over guys in Japan, but, would they beat Mark Holman could probably beat both of them, no problem, but Mark Holman couldn't draw that TV rating.
Yeah, and it is a shame, but, it comes down to the almighty dollar, which is stronger. Where do we cross the line and go into entertainment, as opposed to having fighting involved? My thought is anybody, with the desire and the guts and the balls to do this for a living, to fight no rules, is a pretty interesting person.
Most of them are, yeah.
Is a pretty unique guy, because there's not a lot of guys that are going to do this. There's not a lot of guys that can even watch this. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of women that can sit down and go, wow, that's really interesting. So it takes a special kind of person to do it. My thought is, that's an interesting person. We should build that person. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get in there and put my life on the line or my, balls on the line every time for the rest of my life. But there's someone else going to do that. And I want to follow that guy and see what they're about, because that's a gutsy thing to do. And I just feel like that the emphasis has been on fighting. It's not about fighting. It's about these really interesting people that are getting in and fighting.
And the story behind the fight.
And the story behind the fight. And the perfect example is one of the best-selling stories we've had in recent history was me and Tito. It was a great story, and it went on and on and on, and then it came to a final conclusion and an end. And everyone's like, do the story again. It's like, well, you know what? This is real fighting. You got to get a better story. That one hurt a lot. But the stories are more interesting. The fight, that's the celebration. And we got to take that from wrestling and from,
and boxing too.
Boxing, from football, from everything. Vince McMahon, as mad as he is, took a huge chance, and he's paving a way for some unique kind of entertainment. We are a unique, extreme fighting sport entertainment. And people that want that, they demand it, and they will get it.
What do you think, and this could happen, it's happened in wrestling before, it's happened in fighting, it's happened in boxing a lot, but with UFC, I think it would be far more damaging than that. And, it happens in boxing 3-4 times every year, is someone die in combat.
It's a risk. I mean, anything could happen.
It could happen. Yeah, we know that.
Anything could happen. And win, lose, draw, hurt, God forbid someone dies in what we do at this point, which would, it would desecrate us for years. It would be really, really hard to come back from. But at the same time, there's all these other pro athletes and pro sports and professional people, putting it on the line and injuring themselves. It's just that we still got that hook, that title, that dirty image about us. this sport, in my opinion, and I've been doing it for 7 years and nothing else. And I've never been injured except in training, screwing around. I've never been hurt in a fight. I've never felt like in a fight that I could not win. I've never felt like I was going to get hurt and I was scared for my life. I've never felt like that. And a lot of that is preparation and understanding what's going on. But the people that walk in there, they're men and they're professional athletes, and they have no confusion or notation. We know what's going on. And if someone gets hurt, that happens. But, thank God it's never happened to me, and God willing, it won't happen to any of our guys, any of our, friends, family, fellow athletes until, or hopefully, it doesn't happen.
This is turned in. When it first started, years and years ago, I remember, going to the shows, seeing you at the original shows when Ken was fighting. Mm-hmm. And there were all these people all these strange people flying in who didn't know each other. Everyone was sight unseen. Except for Ken and Hoist Gracie, nobody knew who anyone was. And they were not top caliber fighters, certainly by today's standards, and just because it hadn't evolved. Now it's a very close community. As far as, everyone knows the names of all the guys. They kind of know everyone's strengths. No one's going to come out of a bar and beat a top guy. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's like, you got to know got to know this game, and you got to train for this game. How has that changed? Like, when you were, not even competing at this, you were in Pancras in those days, but going to these shows, 93, 94, 95, compared to now going as a commentator and in the last couple of years as well as a competitor.
It's been really different. And not only, being involved, but just watching the evolution of what's happened. Because like you said, it was basically a bunch of unknown people who were all just as scared of everyone else as they were. You know what I mean? Yeah. They were all sitting around pretending like they were tough, scared out of their minds. It's the same group of guys. They're all pretending like they're tough, and they're all scared out of their minds. But we all know each other, and, it's been 7-8 years, and we've built this community of things. The really good thing about our community is everybody is extremely knowledgeable. This is an internet-driven, knowledge-based industry, this extreme fighting stuff. So our fans know exactly what's going on. Those have truly been what have supported us and brought us to this point. Otherwise, we'd have faltered a long time ago, in my opinion. But it's hard. It's hard in this profession because we don't get respect, and we're the first guy to get picked on. We're the first show to go, cut it because it's dangerous for us. It has a bad image. And then people still think that we are, out cockfighting. Yeah. That we're, that you and I are going to stand up and start beating each other up at any second.
That's right. The minute I say the wrong word to you, I'm a dead man. Yes.
And we're going to beat each other down, and then the show's got to stop in the whole 9 yards. But people, they miss the point that we are professional athletes doing this all day, every day long, like any other professional. And we're just looking to build our industry to where it's respected like that.
Now, a lot of teams, we talk with a lot of the wrestlers and everything about training, and in your training, I don't know that you guys diet as much as the wrestlers, because the wrestlers have to have a certain look, okay? And I was kind of half-assed talking about you yesterday, as I mentioned you before we went on the air, in that, you train extremely hard, but you don't diet like a wrestler does. You kind of, and you're lucky too, but got with the metabolism, you can eat whatever you want to eat for the most part. But you guys train so hard as far as, because you got to train. You got to do wrestling. You got to do kickboxing. You got to have cardio or you're dead no matter how much skill you have. Just tell a little bit about pre-fight training.
Yeah, pre-fight training is, a 4 to 5 hour day of weightlifting, cardiovascular training, boxing, wrestling, grappling, conditioning, everything. It's just like being a professional athlete in any other sport. Except we don't get the respect of everyone else. But, the athlete is evolving, and the sport is evolving, and everything is getting better and better and better. And, like we kind of talked about, it is getting more dangerous. But, my goal when I go out there is not to look good. Yeah. I look how I look. Yeah. I'm designed and streamlined for combat, for efficiency. And, the way my body looks is not as important as how I get that job done and how I get over to my fans. So there's a little bit of difference there. I don't really watch my diet. When I train, and I'm training, 4 to 5, 6 hours a day, I eat whatever I want, about 6 meals a day, smaller meals. And then I eat before I go to bed, and I eat as soon as I wake up, because that's how much I need to keep going. A lot of people do watch their diet, but, in my opinion, it doesn't matter how you look. as long as you're getting the job done, as long as you're cutting to the chase and getting from point A to point B, that's really, and a prime example is, Igor Volchanshin, one of the most dangerous guys on the planet, and he looks like, Mr. Potato Man. But he's, I wouldn't want to fight him. He's scary.
Before we go to a break, before we go to a break, I just want to ask you your thoughts, since your last two fights were Tito and Elvis Sinisic, and they're going to be fighting on June 29th at the Meadowlands, and you're going to be announcing. What do you look for?
I look for a good fight, a long fight. I look for Tito trying to keep it standing and Elvis trying to keep it standing, which should make it really interesting because both are not well-adapted strikers. They both strike, but they're not well-adapted at it. So that, to me, makes it an either, if they stand up, it could go either way. If they go to the ground, I see Tito winning by decision in the time limit.
Because of the superior wrestling.
Superior wrestling, superior size, rules of the game, cage of combat. It all equals up to Tito being able to stay on top and maintain a base for an extended period of time. He can't finish Elvis unless he knocks him out. But Elvis, I don't think, can finish Tito unless he knocks him out. Mm-hmm. Which is, to me, unless it stands up, the edge will go on the ground to Tito.
You haven't beaten a fight since Boss Rutan in 1995, right?
Yeah, it's been I lost
to...
Yuki
Kondo.
Lober was before that. I lost to Lober.
Lober was your last one.
Right,
okay.
Yeah, I haven't lost since 97.
Okay.
Into 97.
Okay, it's still been a while. No,
been a little while.
No, into 96.
Oh, it's right. 96 is 97.
97 was Kevin Jackson.
Kevin Jackson and then Ensign Inoue and everyone else in Japan.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. So you are undefeated now for almost 5 years.
Nice work.
Which is pretty darn impressive.
Very, very rare in this.
And it's not probably never going to happen again. I don't think with the quality of guys. If you look at the guys out there, I mean, does it when you look at the guys coming up? I mean, because they're training for this specific sport. From whatever, 18, 19 years old. You started. A lot of people don't know how you started. You never fought. You never did martial arts. You never did nothing. And then, Ken taught you submissions. You went to Pancras a couple months later. Did really, really well right off the bat. What do you attribute that to and your evolution from that? Because now, at the beginning, you learned the submissions from Ken. Mm-hmm. And now, you're a lot more well-rounded, obviously, with a lot more kickboxing training, more wrestling training, more conditioning training that you really weren't doing then. Mm-hmm. Talk a little bit about, the evolution of Frank Shamrock as a fighter and as an athlete.
Like we talked about, I started, April 4th of 1994 was my very first day of training. And I remember that because, I didn't know anything at all. Zero. And they just completely kicked my ass for like 2 or 3 months. Because I didn't know anything about fighting whatsoever. I'd only been in 1 or 2 fights. You just hit people and they fall down. That's it. So it was an incredible eye opener for me, not only as an athlete because it was a sport that I'd never done or never challenged myself in, but as a person. I had to fight. I had to confront people and do battle, and that was really hard for me in the beginning. I'm not a fighter. I'm an athlete. It just happens that I got really good at this sport, which was fighting. But I'm not an aggressive person. I'm not a mean person. I'm just a competitive person. I took to it. I did well. I turned pro in 8 months, and then I fought Boss, which was my very first professional fight in the first King of Pancrase tournament. And I beat Boss on a 10-minute decision that first time. And that was the start of my career. After that, I was a pro, and I would fight every 6 weeks after that. And then eventually go from Pancrase to no rules to Vale Tudo to limited rules to rings to everything under the sun. And it all stemmed from the submission wrestling training and experience with Ken and living in Japan. My evolution of martial arts and of fighting has been one of necessity because I didn't know anything. So it was like, okay, I'm getting my head punched in. This really need to figure out a solution here. For me, it was I committed myself 100%. Well, then I had to learn how to fight because I was getting my butt kicked if I didn't. So it was a weird.
You never done any amateur wrestling either?
Nothing ever. The only thing I've ever done in my life before that point was play volleyball and hacky sack and chase girls. And all three I was quite adapted at. But my martial skills had suffered. But at that point, I was what was considered to be the evolution of a modern martial art. Because I didn't have any martial arts. Ken came from wrestling and submission wrestling and pancration. The Gracies came from jiu-jitsu, and everybody came from a spot. But I didn't come from anywhere. I started with scratch, with a brand new, chalkboard, and we wrote on it this brand new style. Well, the next generation after me didn't have to go through any of the trial and error periods that I did. The first 3 years of punishment and injury, because I didn't understand what was going on.
And also learning how to fight, which really, for the most part, nobody really knew. Everybody was learning at the beginning.
No one really knew. People knew that if you close your fist and you start swinging, that you're in a fight. But no one really knew how to get anything else past that. And there were people were addressing the issue, but it was wrestling, it was jiu-jitsu, it was one single facet. I was one of the first in this generation to come along, which I consider the second generation, to come along that had privy to all the information without any barriers. The next generation, the third generation, this new group of guys, those are the scary guys, because they've only got pure information. They don't have any. They don't have they don't have any junk. They don't have any bad habits. They're learning exactly what works right now, the most efficient way. Whereas it took us, 5 years to dig through all the garbage. So those guys that come in, they're scary. They're phenomenal athletes, and they don't have any of the junk along with them. They're just doing pure, combat technique. This third generation will really, really be the exciting fighters. I'm an old generation now. The new one will be. It'll be astounding.
Okay, now, in all of this time, what theories of fighting that you were either taught or that were perceived by people would you say are total bullshit?
Fresher points.
yeah, like stuff like we learned when we were kids that we're doing a fight that absolutely I've never seen it ever work.
Yeah,
it's ever worked in the UFC.
Most of it's junk. Most of it's crap. The biggest theories and ideas that I was able to pinpoint is just simple angles. Simple mechanics of things. When you open the hood of your car, like everything is angular and mechanical, and adding that made this stuff a lot easier. And once we got to that point, all this other big flying circles and crazy arcs and everything, they weren't really addressing the problem. Traditional martial arts wasn't addressing modern combat. And it's like that in everything. Police training is 50 years behind. They're still doing the martial arts that we were doing 10 years ago. So they're so far behind, it's crazy.
You've done a little bit of that, though, haven't you?
In fact, I have a police training company that we specialize. We train U.S. Marshals and Canadian Customs and, 50 different agencies in the East Coast. And in fact, we're going federal with that in the next few weeks. But it's an evolution of this whole thing. Is like you were saying, no one knew how to fight, so we were all just out there fighting and figuring it out. And it really was a handmade industry. People made it by closing their fists and using their hands and dragging this thing along. It's just amazing how far we've come. And
in a short period of time, you look at 5 years ago, those tapes, and now, and it's. The athletes are so much better.
Yeah. And it really is the athlete. And the athlete, I think, changed the sport. We got such good athletes that they went, well, hell, a little bit of this with such a good athlete will go a long, long ways. When people started figuring out the athletic side and how necessary that was, that your body was the machine, the techniques were just the stuff you added to it. People started figuring that out. The game, it quadrupled in difficulty level.
This guy I never spoke to you about, but since you moved away, people have been throwing his name at me, and he fought at the last UFC, BJ Penn, and I know you're aware. I think you've trained with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in fact, I trained with him a couple of years ago. It was our first time we trained together, and he was training up there at Half Gracie's. Real nice kid, third generation fighter. He's a guy that has all the skills, and it's just readily available to him. There's no junk. So sharp guy, great athlete, and he's committed himself 100% with all the right tools, and this kid is just scary. Last time I trained with him, I couldn't get him off me. It was really depressing.
Now you're actually just starting to train again tonight, right?
Yeah, tonight will be the first night. We're going to test out the shoulder and make sure everything's okay, try some techniques, a little sparring and screw around stuff.
Yeah, so for people who don't know, you had shoulder surgery after the fight with Elvis Sinistic. It had been bothering you. Shoulder had been bothering you from the training before the fight. It wasn't from the fight itself, right?
No, it wasn't from the fight. It was actually 2 weeks before the fight. I threw an over-relaxed punch, and I tore a slap lesion tear on top of my shoulder. So they went in orthoscopically, fixed it, patched it up, the whole 9 yards. And I've been in physical therapy for the last 4 months. So, everyone's like, what's going to happen with the shoulder? No one really knew. It was a serious surgery. So I haven't done anything for 4 months. I'm just focusing on rehab and trying to fix my shoulder. And yesterday they cleared me. They said, a physical therapist cleared me, said, go do your thing, work out hard, come back in a couple of weeks, and if everything's okay, we'll clear you permanently. So that's really been I thought that I wouldn't be able to fight again.
Really?
And that was...
You thought you were done?
Yeah. I'd never in all of my training, 7 years as a pro, had an injury that didn't heal itself. I've never had an injury that I couldn't go to my chiropractor and have x-rayed and go, is it broken? No? Oh, okay, I'll be okay. I've never had an injury that didn't heal, in 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So this was something very serious to me, and this is how I make my living. It's my body. I take the machine in and I, take it on a race, and hopefully it doesn't get any damage. I took a lot of damage, and I was very discouraged that I wouldn't be able to fight again. So
how does it feel right now?
The last couple of days have really been an eye-opener for me and uplifting because, they say it's 100% recovery, and my confidence is, skyrocketed because of that.
Brian, go ahead.
You still have some pain in there, or?
I do have a little bit of pain, and it's kind of crunchy. But they tell me that it's normal, and they also tell me that the reason why I hurt my shoulder was nothing that I did mechanically, but that the nerves running up and down my arms and inside of my legs are so tight from holding and clenching and doing these things for all these years that I actually punched too relaxed and the nerve ripped the tendon off the bone. So I have this big program now of stretching my nerves and building my shoulder strength. Yeah, it's really interesting. In fact, I went through 3 physical therapists before they figured out what was going on with me. Because I'm so relaxed, I'm so flexible, my body works so fluidly, they couldn't figure it out. And they finally dialed in and said, dude, it's your nerves. It's like your nerves are holding the rest of your body back. So,
wow.
Nerve stretches. Yeah, I know, it's very strange.
I never heard that before.
I never heard of it either. And I kept going, week after week of physical therapy.
Maybe they made it up because they couldn't think of anything else.
Kind of like the media, right?
That's right.
But, I kept going back and telling them there's pain. No matter what I do, there's pain. And eventually we dialed it down. I stretched my nerves for one day, had no pain whatsoever. And ever since then, it's been 100%.
Acting. What's up with that?
Acting is acting. I did, a couple commercials, deals. I've had a couple theatrical offers. Mostly I haven't been in town enough. They want me there and preparing, and, I really got to read for parts and stuff. But since my shoulder got hurt, I had to start, working. So I've been teaching and training and instructing and making appearances and those things. So my acting has been a little bit on hold. But again, with the acting, I've realized this. I could be the best actor in the world, like you can be the best fighter in the world. But if you're not at that spot, or you don't draw those numbers, or you don't have those people behind you, you're not going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Just period. I'm a pretty good actor right now and have the skills rudimentary to get by. My focus is going to be, I'm just going to build that. I'm going to build that film crew. I'm going to build that story about me and about this, and I'm just going to do it instead of waiting for someone else to come in and pull that out of me. So my focus is still acting of sorts. But instead of sitting on a couch and having someone else do it, I've decided I'm just going to beat people up and then use that money to do it. That's my theory.
Theoretically.
Yeah. So
well, are you concerned? I mean, you're coming back. You're a legend in the sport now, and the sport is evolving. And there's every fight, every show upsets. I mean, certainly the quality of the competition. Mm-hmm. If you were ahead of the curve, and the results of your last 10 fights show that you were ahead of the curve, it's certainly narrowed.
Yeah, it has, and it's something that I have been studying. I've watched everybody catch up to me.
Yeah.
And it's unnerving to be at a position where you can look back at everyone else and go, I know all this stuff. I'm okay. And then a year later, have everyone knocking at your door, using the same training techniques and practicing the same stuff and being successful at it. It's unnerving. It's a little, what's going to happen. But at the same time, it's like I've been so bored over the last year, or so, just sitting around. And the last fight was total short notice for me. Yeah. So, starting today, I'm going to stop working. I'm going to give up everything I'm doing. I'm going to enter my body and myself back into training camp. And I'm going to basically turn professional athlete again and see the results. I may win, I may lose. I can never imagine myself losing. If I prepare and I go into it, I could never imagine. I can't imagine accepting it or allowing it to happen or it even happening. So, that's beyond me. But, rest assured, I will train and I will mentally and physically be 100%, so I don't have to worry about that.
Let's talk about a couple of the fights of the upcoming Pride. Some interesting fights. We won't even bother with Fujita and Takayama.
Yeah.
But you've trained with Fujita.
Yes.
I mean, he's got his strengths.
He has incredible strengths in wrestling, stamina. He can take a shot.
He can take a shot.
He can take a huge shot.
Yeah.
That's a strength.
Yeah.
That's a strength.
I don't know what strengths Takayama has, but
I don't know.
Have you ever bumped into him? Do you know him very well?
I have no idea who he is.
Okay. He's pro wrestler from Pro Wrestling Noah.
Yeah.
Who did the old UWF style, UWF pro wrestling style, and he's got size, but I don't think he's got conditioning.
Is he really 6'7"?
I don't think he's got it.
Takayama, no, I'd say he's probably 6'4" to 6'5", and I would say his weight's 270, but no way he's 6'7". But Heath Herring and Vitor Belfort.
I like that fight.
Yeah, I do too.
I think that's a really exciting fight. I would pick Heath Herring in that one.
Okay.
And the reason I would pick him is size, kicking ability, and he's got youth on his side.
Yeah.
That goes a long way.
We'll go with one more, and then we'll hit a break, and we'll start taking phone calls right after that. Igor Vovchanch and Gilbert Ibel.
Wow. I got to pick Vovchanch because I think Vovchanch can beat anybody. But really, really good stand-up fight. I think Ibel is a better stand-up fighter than Vovchanch is. Better, longer reach, and probably, in the end, more power. But I think Vovchanch has the little cage, and he's been in so many battles. You can't hurt him with a punch. He's been in so many battles. He just had a war with Trey on the stand-up. So I think he's going to be able to clinch it up and somehow work it in his favor so he gets to the ground or something.
Oh, were you surprised with Trey Teligman and Igor?
I was surprised at the result, but I knew the result could happen. I was just surprised that it did happen. I knew it could happen. Like, Trey is a badass. He's always been a badass. But he's never got the training, the conditioning, everything timing, everything right. He's never got it right on one night. Something's always missing. We always go, oh, God, here goes Trey. Something's missing. But I'm assuming he had it all right because the fight I saw was phenomenal.
He took it on no notice, too.
Yeah, he took a short notice, but he looked like he was in good shape. He had great gas. And, he took the fight from him.
Yeah.
And I always knew, and I'll say to Trey, and say it to his face, and I say it all the time, Trey is one of those guys with that scary ability. He is a fighter. Mm-hmm. He will hurt you. He knows what he's doing. He's very intense and very focused on it. He just couldn't get it all together until that one night. But I'm really proud and glad that he did. It was a huge win for him.
Carlo, what's going on?
How you doing, guys?
Doing great.
My first question is for Frank. Do you believe that anybody could get into fighting or karate, regardless of their psychological makeup? You think anybody could be trained to fight?
Yeah,
their psychological makeup.
Yeah, like if somebody had anxiety.
Yeah, no, you're hitting on a huge point there, and it's absolutely true. A lot of people when they start are not fighters. Like a lot of people when they start in business are not businessmen. But eventually, you either get your ass handed to you in business or you become a businessman.
Yeah.
In fighting, you eventually get your ass handed to you and you either like it, dislike it, or are, have no comment. Most people dislike it and become fighters, or most people dislike it and quit doing it. But I firmly believe regardless of what your psychological makeup is or how you feel about yourself and how you pertain to the world, you can hone that fighting skill and you can become very proficient at it, and I am the prime example of it.
Do you have any plans in the future of possibly getting into wrestling, or how about Ken? Do you think is he going to return at any point?
I don't know what Ken's doing. I haven't heard much from him lately. I don't have any plans to do professional wrestling. I want to do entertainment of different sorts. That doesn't involve my body when I'm done fighting. So as soon as I can get my body out of fighting, I'll be good to follow some other different careers.
Now, you want to get involved in promotion, though, don't you?
I want to get involved in promotion. I want to get involved in acting. I want to get involved in building stars and building stars for our future. Because this is my future too. You know what I mean? I'm one of the old guys now almost, and this is going to be our legacy that goes on. So, I'm really interested in helping, young fighters, building, promoting, pushing,
coaching, training,
building stars. Someone's going to be a star.
Yeah.
And, I'm a star right now. That doesn't last very long. And someone else has to come up and represent our sport. So that's kind of my focus right now is the next generation.
Kind of like Hunter.
I don't know about that. Anything else, Carlos?
As far as psychology, any type of training is really going to help a person's confidence. I mean, even if you take like a basic karate class at the YMCA and you never get in a fight in your life, and what you learn would absolutely not help you if you were attacked by somebody, I know a lot of people that they take it and it helps their confidence, and they're better off for it.
Totally. Knowledge is power.
I just have a couple questions about wrestling. First of all, I read in Dynamite Kid's book that Vince was very upset when he found out that Hacksaw Duggan and Iron Sheik were arrested.
He was. He was.
And
for two reasons. One is because they got arrested and it made the papers, and number two is because they were in the same car in the middle of a feud. And I mean, that was, I don't think it would be damaging at all today, or very minor. But back in '87, I think was the year that happened. I mean, it was Jim Duggan, the patriotic guy, and Iron Sheik, the hated Iranian, and they're smoking dope in the same car together. I mean, that wasn't a good image for WWF. That was presenting itself as family entertainment for kids. So yeah, he was real upset, and both those guys were fired. Although Duggan, they ended up bringing both of them back at a later date. But they were let go at that point.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you, like today, is there any rules today about people feuding or heels and faces traveling together or being together?
In Ohio Valley.
Yeah, in Ohio Valley there are. That's about the only place left with those rules. God, Jim Cornette, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's funny, but I mean, that's the Bill Watts mentality that he came up with. But you're a heel and you're a face. You are not supposed to be in the same restaurant together or the same nightclub together or eating dinner together or anything like that. I mean, but that's about the only place where I think it's, what's the word? Where I don't think anyone really takes that stuff seriously anymore. That's the one place.
I went on Roddy Piper's website a while back ago, and he seemed to be kind of upset with you. Like, what the deal is with that?
Can you give me the specifics? I don't know. It's Roddy, so I don't know.
Something about I think he said that you said that nobody cared about him anymore, and he was like really upset, and he started saying dirt sheet writer and this and that.
I don't know. I don't know that I've ever.
Did he mention Dave's name?
Yeah.
I don't know that I said nobody cares about him, but it's I mean, his time, unfortunately his time is somewhat past. I mean, I think that for a shot here and there, it's one of those things. This is a very heartless business to guys that were like superstars of our last generation. I mean, people really don't care that much. I mean, I think they'll come to see him once, but it's tough. It's tough. But I mean, I got nothing against Roddy Piper. I mean, I wish the best for him. But I just, what can you say?
Would you try to get him on, or?
We've talked about doing the show, and he didn't want to do the show because he thought that he would get me in too much trouble. So, he doesn't really like doing shows like this that much, and I think he probably wants to keep himself, when he does it, he wants to do something big. But, no, we've talked about it. He almost did the one when Gordon Soley died. I think he was out of town that day, but that day he would have come on. I think that's like the only day in history he would have come on and done this show, but that day he would have. But he didn't, so what can I say?
Okay, well, thanks a lot, guys.
Okay, let's go to Sean. Sean, what's up?
Hey, guys.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, Frank. It's a pleasure to talk to you, man.
My pleasure.
I'm a big fan, and I just had a couple quick questions for you. First is, in boxing, there's guys like Muhammad Ali, and last week in Sports Illustrated, they did an article on football players who are, after their career's done, their bodies just, have gone to hell. And I was just wondering, how long do you give yourself, and are you worried that guys in the Ultimate Fighting are maybe going to pay the price when you guys are older?
I am definitely worried about that. And, I understand the longevity of my body in this career. And I also understand...
you don't want to take one too many fights. That's not good.
You don't want to take one too many fights, and you don't want to take one too many shots, and you don't want to have reoccurring injuries that you can't fix. the perfect example is the shoulder surgery that I just had. If I hadn't fixed it, I wouldn't have been able to fight again. So it's like, I understand what happens after my career, and a lot of people don't want to look at it, but that is my goal at this day, is to secure my future so that I don't have to fight when I'm 40 and I can't walk around anymore. My goal is to retire when I'm 30, and that'll give me, a nice 6, 7, 8 year career of fighting, and that'll be more than enough, and I'm sure I'll hobble plenty when I'm past 40.
Yeah.
But it's just the way it is. You work on the railroad your whole life, your hands break down, and your back goes out. You fight your whole life, your shoulders and your knees go out. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, wrestling, you got all those injuries, the hips and the knees and the back,
neck, and everything.
The neck, yeah.
Always, it's the same stuff. But you pay the price. We pay the price for a little piece of fame and to be big dogs for a little while and to pursue our dreams. And sometimes it's worth it.
What do you prefer more? Do you prefer the cage or rings?
I prefer right now a cage. And the reason why is because for the last 4 years I've patterned my training to fight in a cage.
Mm-hmm.
How would you train differently for a ring?
It's just there's not the wall. If you fight in a cage, you have a wall. It's a secure wall and it'll never move. If you fight on ropes, you have like a spongy wall. And that affects how fast you can come off of it. That affects if you get stuck in it or not. If you have a ring, you have to be aware of where you are so you don't get stuck in that hole. In a cage, it doesn't matter. It's so big, and you can walk up the wall. And you can't walk up ropes. And that's really the only difference. People that come from the ring and fight in the cage have a huge awakening. And people that come from the cage and fight in the ring have a huge awakening because there's a different skill for each one.
Yeah, I like the cage more, but I think that right now, like with UFC and the whole martial arts are basically UFC and Pride, that type of trying to get like mainstream acceptance. I think it'd be easier for people to accept it if it was in a ring.
I think so too.
It just really makes no sense though, because it's actually more dangerous doing it in the ring.
Yeah, I know, but it's just that thing where people look at it and they think, oh, these guys are animals in a cage, and
yeah, it is an image problem. It is. In the beginning, it was designed to sell tickets. Now, it's evolved in a way to protect the fighters. But we still have that problem as, well, they're fighting in a cage. Yeah, well, it's either that or fighting in a glass box so no one gets hurt.
Yeah.
We got to fight somewhere, and fighting in a ring is not the safest thing, but it is what everyone recognizes. So, we may, again, have to bend our rules and our sport to entertain the people. But, hey, the people are the ones that matter, so who cares?
I got a question. You fought in rings, for the first part of your career, and you had 2 really nasty falls. One was with the Bas Rutten fight, and one was with Yuki Kondo. And I mean, both times
fell right on my head, from at least 5 or 6 feet in the air, directly on top of it, right on the concrete.
Yeah.
And both times, I think both times I knocked myself out briefly.
Well, the boss fight, you got back up and fought.
I got back up, but I didn't know what was going on.
Oh, is that what it was?
I had no idea.
We actually have a question about that fight right here.
And at the end of the fight, I just remember looking at Jason DeLucia and going, what happened?
And the Kondo fight, that was it.
Kondo, yeah. I actually shifted the plates in my head and had to see a specialist to have them readjusted.
Wow.
It was really, there are some serious dangers to fighting in a ring. That will have to be addressed eventually. But, my thing is, hey, I'll fight under whatever rules need to be on cable. Period. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If I got to fight with one hand behind my back, in the bathtub, I'll do that so it can be on cable so we can make the next step. And that's where the industry is.
Yeah, you can actually probably do that at the late night on cable.
They let that on, but they won't let fighting on.
Yeah.
And my last thing is I think one of the major problems that boxing has right now is that they're not giving the fans the fights they want to see.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everyone wants to see Tyson Lewis, and now even that's been kind of shot to hell after Lewis losing, but...
Well, that's Lewis's fault.
Yeah, but, I don't know. Yeah. And Frank, I'm down on my knees right now, and I'm begging you, please give Tito a rematch, because that is the fight that I want to see. And after Tito knocks out Elvis, I just... And once you get better, I just please give him a rematch.
Well, that's it's definitely a thought, but It was a very good story, is what I have to say. The fight was okay, but the story was much better than that.
The fight was a good fight.
The fight was a good fight. The fight was, one of the better fights we've had in a long time.
Yeah.
But the story made the fight so much better than what it was.
All right, Frank. Hey, best of luck, man.
All right, bro.
Okay. What's your thoughts about Sakuraba? And as far as did you see the Silva fight?
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that fight?
I know that Sakuraba was sick and didn't want to fight.
Okay.
So it's like one of those fights that didn't need to happen, was pretty useless, and didn't really do anything for anybody. It didn't really help Vanderlei.
Well, made him a star in Japan.
He's going to be a star, but,
he's a tough guy. He's got a great look.
But, he's not going anywhere in the world, in the big picture. He's just a super tough guy, who needs plenty of stories built around him. It definitely hurt Sakuraba. It hurt my fight with Sakuraba. But it doesn't change the reason why I wanted to fight Sakuraba. That's because he's a badass fighter.
Yeah.
And he's got mad skills, and they, in my opinion, match up with mine. And regardless of what happened to him on that night, that interest is still there. I want to see if what I got matches up. I want to see if my toys are as big as his toys. That's what it's all about.
That fight's been talked about for a couple of years. I mean, is there any movement as far as I know Pride wants to come to the United States bad.
Yeah,
that would be the match if they want to come.
That would be the match, but I think the Pride mentality is he's got to fight Vanderlei and win first, which just sets him up for another.
Can he beat Vanderlei if he's healthy?
He can beat Vanderlei.
Okay.
Vanderlei is a good fighter, a very, very tough fighter, but he is one-dimensional of sorts. So he's not a tough guy to beat. He's just a dangerous guy to fight, and. So that discouraged me to see him lose there. It didn't discourage my want to fight him. I just knew that when he lost there, it was going to push back thing. And, I've turned down a lot of fights. I've turned down a lot of situations because I wanted that event to happen. And I knew the change that it would do to me as well as to the martial arts community and the fighting world in general. And I saved myself for that. So it was kind of a bummer that it didn't happen at the time it was supposed to, but fighting is fighting, and I'll be around for a couple of years.
Let's go to is it Terry or Eric is next? Terry, what's up?
I'm here. How you doing, Dave?
Doing great. What's up?
Okay, yes. I got a question. Who are WWE stars under multi-million-dollar contracts?
Multi-million-dollar contracts?
Or $1 million contract one.
Downside guarantee. I would guess probably Austin, and I don't know that anyone else would be.
How about The Rock?
I mean, there's guys that make over $1 million, but I don't think. Their downside guarantee. Like Rock made $5 million, but his downside was $500,000. I think.
What was Big Show's deal?
Yeah, I heard his was
$950, maybe $1 million. Yeah, Big Show's right up there. Undertaker, just because he's been there so long, I think just out of respect for what he's done and everything, I would guess that he would probably be in that range, if not higher. But very few actually have $1 million guarantees, but there are. Probably 4 guys that are making over $1 million, I'm guessing.
I heard when X-Pac went back to the WWF, he had a $1 million a year deal.
No, he didn't.
No.
Not even close. I think it was $350. I'm guessing. I just remember when they were negotiating. I know that when he went back, I know that they insulted him with the first offer, and I think the insulting offer was $250, and he was really mad, and I think that they went up, and I'm thinking it may have been $350. That they came up to, and then he was happy and he went back. And he may have gotten, a raise since then, a little bit. But I'm sure his downside.
Not $2 million though.
No, I'm sure his downside. I would be shocked if his downside was over $5 million, just the way that they do their salary structure.
Yeah, what about The Rock and Triple H?
Don't know about Triple H's downside. The last I heard of The Rock, he signed a new contract. So Rock. I wouldn't, again, if he had a new contract, it wouldn't shock me at all if it was over $1 million. The contract he had before, the downside was $500. I can tell you Kurt Angle's downside is something like $150. They haven't renewed it. He's making, probably 7 times that, but that's what his downside is.
Oh, Triple H, how much was his first?
Triple H, I don't know. I'm sure it's in the top 2 or 3 in the company though. It's got to be. So it's, I wouldn't be surprised if Triple H's downside is $750 to $1 million. Maybe slightly more. Whatever it is, he's making a lot more than that anyway. So
whenever X-Pac was in WCW, I know his contract was more there also.
It may have been more in WCW than WF. A lot of guys were.
Everyone.
He got fired over. something that, now sounds completely stupid, and that Eric Bischoff was mad at Hall and Nash but didn't want to get rid of him. So he fired X-Pac to for whatever reason, it hit him in the ass, like many decisions that the man did. A bunch of emails here for Frank. What are your opinion on the Golden Glory fighters like Gilbert Ibel, Valentin Overeem, and Heath Herring?
They're all good.
Yeah, they are.
And I like them because they're they're kind of an exciting. They're a newer generation of fighters. They come from stand-up, but they're adapting the stand-up to the ground game. So I like them. They're exciting fighters. They're like lucha libre from a different country. That's what they remind me of. They take whatever's in their country, which is kickboxing over there, striking over there, and they just kind of tweak it for combat.
What do you think of Overeem?
I like him. He's well-rounded. He's got a good look. He's tough. He's not 100% consistent, but
he's young though.
He's young, and that's the thing. Is we say youth is huge. How many times can you take one of the massive blows and not be affected by it?
Yeah.
And bounce right back from it. Youth is huge. So I really like those guys. I like what they've done with their style. It's an older striking system, but they've tweaked it and adapted it for a modern, freestyle fighting era. So I like that.
What's your thoughts as far as, you've been to the K1 shows and everything like that. They have some awesome stand-up fighters. They're trying to make it in the United States. They're, as far as K1, Pride, all these guys, there's this thing. And it's very difficult to break through this, and it's the deal is when we pick up the newspaper, we will not read about UFC, we will not read about K1, and when you get to that point where you do read about it, it's probably going to make, whichever one gets there, will probably make it once they're entrenched. Someone who's promoting, was used to be a professional wrestling promoter, who's switching over to the martial arts because I kind of saw the handwriting on the wall. And anyway, he was going like how come we were talking about this the night of the UFC, the last UFC news. How come they didn't have Randy Couture and Pedro Hizzo on ESPN? And I go, well, there's your answer right there. When they are, it will have made it, and it's not there yet.
Yeah.
As someone who's, where do you see that, and what do you think needs to be done? Because you're probably I would say, you and Tito would be the biggest stars in the United States, and you've had some opportunity to break through to the mainstream media, but other opportunities that similar athletes have gotten, you haven't gotten.
It's just our image. It's just what's going on. We are still, when you say Ultimate Fighting Championship or anything involved with that, people still see Hoist Gracie laying on his back, heel kicking some big sweaty guy, for 20, 30 minutes, and blood and guts and everything. People they just don't know. And until they know, well, then everyone will know anyway, so it won't do it. Until then, it's really up to, I feel, the athletes of the sport and the fans of the sport to maintain the integrity of our sport. And when people ask about it, I go, no, it's this. You should check it out. Because that's what I do. People go, oh, that thing, cockfighting, and I go, well, you know what? That's what it was, and this is what it is now. And it's really interesting. You should check it out. So it's it is. It's going to be time, and we took the cheap route, and we threw a million pamphlet out that said cockfighting, blood, guts, come and see it. The video thing. Live at the arena. Blah blah blah. And now all those people, they don't get to receive those pamphlets, so we have to go to each one of them individually and go, oh, and by the way, we've changed, and now we've got this going on. Here, look at it, and you got to go to the next person, do the next thing again, and when enough of those people have a force, then we'll be back on cable television and stuff.
Randy Couture, Pedro Hizzo, you didn't agree with the decision. And a lot of people didn't.
I didn't agree with the decision when I was doing the interview after the fight.
Okay.
But after I watched the fight again, I changed how I felt about the fight.
Really?
After I watched the fight again, I believed that Pedro Hizzo did not take the belt from the champion. That he went and he fought hard, and he almost knocked him out a couple times, and he almost did this and he almost did that, but I saw the champion trying to beat him. And
Randy was the aggressor.
I saw the champion. When I went back and watched the fight, I saw the champion trying to beat Pedro Hizzo, and not Pedro Hizzo trying to beat the champion. And after I watched it, I said, I made a mistake.
Really?
I think Randy Couture got that fight. And the only reason he got it was he kept trying to win. And there was a point where he was unconscious, falling on his heels.
That second round, I couldn't
Pedro
believe
could have flicked him in the head.
Yeah.
And, you have to, at that point, extend yourself and take that belt, or you're not the champion.
How come? I mean, in that second round, a minute into that second round, we're sitting here and we're going, he's dead.
He's dead.
He's dead.
He's done.
He's dead. He's done. I actually was doing a thing on the website.
Yeah.
And I actually wrote, it's over.
It's over. He's done.
It's over. He's done. And he lasted the round. And even when he lasted the round, it's like, okay, so he's not going to get up for the third round.
Yeah.
He won't get up. He got up for the third round, and Pedro never finished him.
No. And I looked at it like this. I saw it live, and I thought he spent his load, and then then he's just taking damage the rest of the time. And hey, let's look and see who took more damage at the end. And I felt like at the end of the fight, Couture was taking more damage.
Yeah.
He had received more, was taking more, and would continue to take more had it continued on.
I think he would have gone another round. He would have lost.
I think so too.
Yeah.
But in the rules of the game and the way it's set up, when I looked at it again, there was one guy with a belt. The other guy's job was to take it from him, and he did not do that. He bled. He fought. He did everything else but reach out, extend himself, and take that belt from that champion. And that's what's got to be done.
What do you think of Dan Henderson, and how much do you think Dan Henderson's improved since when you fought him the first time?
Oh, immensely, 100-fold. Then he was a wrestler. Then he was a single-faceted martial artist. He didn't know the stuff we were doing. I had chess pieces when he had checkers, but he's got the pieces now. His last fight with Henzo was very impressive.
Yeah,
the skill, manipulating the ring, manipulating power, movement. Really impressive. I think he's made huge improvements. I think he'll be a definite contender in whatever weight class he fights.
What's your favorite fight of your career?
Favorite fight of my career is the Ensign Inoue fight. And I'm torn now because, the Tito fight was really fun. I accomplished a lot in the fight. And
you beat a guy who had you by a lot of weight.
Yeah. Leading, the challenge to me was a huge hurdle. But at that point I'd had so many challenges that the Ensign fight was really the one where, there was a second in that fight where I looked over my corner like, I might get my ass kicked here. I hope you guys are watching closely.
Really?
It was one of those fights.
Really?
I didn't think I could lose.
Because I always thought, watching that fight, I always thought you were calm.
I was calm the whole time.
Yeah.
I was calm, cool, collected. I never lost it. But there was one point where I was mounted and he was elbowing me in the neck, and I kind of looked over at my corner and I just thought, I hope they're watching. I hope they're keeping a close eye on this because this could, this is one of those points. But then I to myself, I went, screw that. Mm-hmm. It's not going this way. And I came out of that, and me coming out of that spot made that fight, besides entertainment value, that made that fight really, really special to me.
If you had of all the UFC, Pride, whatever fights, is there any one fight that you would think of as like maybe being like the most exciting fight you've ever seen? Pancras, anywhere?
I can't pinpoint a single fight. I can tell you the fight that had the most amount of heat for me, which was Sakuraba and the Gracie fight. The story was, so big. That's the biggest fight that comes into mind for me. There have been so many fights, and I've been to so many different. So they all blend together, and I can't tell the fighters apart and the fights apart and anything else. And the other says I don't follow the sport. I don't go on the internet. I don't read the trade mags. I don't know what goes on unless someone goes, "This is Bob. This is what he does." And I go, "Hey, Bob, show me what you do." Mm-hmm. That's how much information I have on the sport. If I have an opponent, I will study him and everything about him. But other than that, I'm not really that involved in following the sport. I just don't have time. There's too much information now.
Yeah.
The beginning was one website. You go there, oh, great. So-and-so's winning. Now there's 50 websites. There's 50 letters. The magazines.
Just think about us for wrestling. Multiply that by 20.
Yeah. So, to me, this is one of my jobs, and I haven't been doing a good job lately because I've been hurt and injured. I'm about to turn on 100% attention to this job again, and we'll just see where it goes from there.
As a promoter, what if you had the chance as a promoter of fights as opposed to a fighter, okay? And you had rules, time limits, stand-ups, whatever. what do you think is the fight, the rules of a fight that would make the most attractive fight for spectators, for drawing people without turning into kickboxing, basically?
Yeah, and without turning off that other crowd, the head stomping and stuff like that. The best amount of rules, the best scenario of rules I have found is straight time. And
no rounds?
No rounds.
Okay.
But with the understanding that should the action stop, there will be a stand-up.
Yeah.
And that's kind of hard to monitor of sorts. But I think the rounds do something for the crowd. The rounds keep the fighters energized. They keep standing them up, and they have intervals. You can't just have a story that drones on and on and on. You need some highs and lows and things going on. I think that has helped enhance the viewing entertainment for the audience. I think you need knees to the head, elbow points, and all this other, stuff like that.
I don't like the football kicks, though.
I don't think the football kicks are necessary.
Okay.
And the only, from a purist standpoint, that's some of the most efficient ways to get rid of somebody.
Oh, yeah.
But, I don't want my mom seeing me kick some poor guy in the head. Even if it is a sport, there's still a little piece of that it's like, you know what, that's just a little off. And I don't want my kids watching me do that. So that stuff is not necessary. But I think pretty much anything else. Headbutting, I liked headbutting. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I liked it is it made people move.
Yeah, that's right. You can't rest.
You didn't hang out and rest there because dude was bringing his forehead down through your nose. It kept movement. I don't like people getting on all fours and being able to stay there with no recourse. That's a passive position. You should be punished for that. You get up and fight. Don't hang out there. So, I see a style that needs rounds for the fans, and also needs some sort of stand-up or interaction in there.
Now, we talked about this one time before. It's on the ground, and you do something where, as long as there's action and movement and everything and someone's working for a submission, you don't stand them up.
Right.
But when you see, a referee will see, this is going nowhere, give them like a 10 count or a 15 count and just go, okay, it's warning. And then both those guys, they got to move, and if you're just laying there, you're stood up. But it's not so like, okay, stand them up, because every time you throw in stand-ups, everyone starts blaming the referee. It's like, it's Big John's fault. You know what I mean?
And then it's just, and then it's random, and then it's like, when do we stand them up? I agree completely.
This way they got a warning.
And that's what they should do. And, we do the same thing in submission wrestling. Is you stop moving for more than 10 seconds, guy comes over and goes, stalling, and starts counting right away. Mm. And you hit 7 or 8 seconds, you're going to stop and be stood up.
Okay.
And that's what we need. One, the athletes got to take. They got to take responsibility. You go out there fat and nasty and whatever. Yeah, you're going to be choked up like a chicken because you can't fight. You got no wind. So athletes need to take responsibility for it. And then the promoters need to take responsibility of really solidifying and teaching the referees the rules, because we got guys out there that have no idea what's going on. Like I see guys being referees like, well, what did you do? Because how did you get that job? Because you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're directly in charge of those two men's safety, and I've never seen you before in my life. So there's definitely a need for regulation and a need for good solid rules. But that stuff's a ways off, I think.
Let's go to Eric real quick. Eric, what's up?
Hello.
Hey there, Eric. What's going on?
Hey, after this decline in the WWF product, I started getting back into Japan stuff. Mm-hmm. And I got Super J Cup 94 and watched it last night, and all I can say is that's an amazing event.
Yeah, both of those J Cups back then were. And wrestling's just changed a lot too. The skill level of those guys, especially I'll tell you what, there's so many moves in wrestling where if you watch it now almost, it's like, wow, I've seen all that. But when they did that then in '94, that was really. Yeah, it was. I think that as much as you were impressed by it, I bet you if you watched it in '94, you'd have been even more impressed by it because they were doing stuff that we'd never seen before.
Yeah, Benoit was really young back then too. He was amazing.
Everybody ages, and people in wrestling age quicker.
He was younger then.
He looked a lot smaller back then too.
But guys in wrestling get big too.
I seem to remember him being pretty big. He was 95.
Benoit was always muscular every time I remember him, but I remember him from the mid '80s, and he was not nearly as big. But by the mid '90s, he was a pretty good sized guy.
Has Buff Bagwell's contract been expired yet?
May 1st. I guess it did. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, Frank.
Yes.
You've been commentating the last couple of UFCs, right?
I have.
Are you doing the next one?
I am.
I haven't watched UFC since number 3 because I kind of fell out of it, but after Dave's been talking about it, I'm kind of getting interested and probably going to order the next one. So.
Cool. Very cool. It should be a phenomenal show.
I'm a big wrestling mark, so you think I'd enjoy this new product?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, especially with the new companies that's taken over, they've really pushed the entertainment value end of it and the storyline end of it.
The fights are a lot. I mean, if you go back to number 3, I mean, the skill level of the fighters is much, much higher. I mean, the whole thing is, realistically, it's all personality and storyline and being able to get that stuff over. That's what really markets a fighting sport. And most fighting sports people don't really understand that. And a lot of wrestling people don't understand that too. It's the lure in what sells tickets, whether it was wrestling in 1908 or wrestling last week or fighting, is the same thing. And it's much easier. It's much easier to do it in pro wrestling because you control the pieces a lot more. Mm-hmm. So it's a harder game, but the one thing that the UFC has over pro wrestling is the unpredictability in the ring, that you really don't know what's going to happen next. Where in wrestling, they fool you, but it's, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to say one is better than the other. They're entirely different. I love them both. I mean, that's when I love them both when they're good, and I hate them both when they're bad, actually, when it gets right down to it, So.
Brian.
Yeah.
Did you see Lucha on Tuesday?
I haven't seen it yet, no.
Giant Silva just looks all goofy looking on TV now with all those Mexicans out there. Because he's so much larger than all of them.
Oh, I know.
Did you watch AAA?
I got up to Silva's match, which was about 8:15 or something like that, and then kind of fell asleep. But
I know I just care for his minis. That's it.
Oh, the AAA minis, they rule. We got a bunch of emails and a couple of calls. We're going to start with Jack in Nevada. Jack, what's up?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Going really good.
Hey, Jack.
Anyways, what I was going to ask about, I think even the casual fan, assuming that there are any casual fans left watching wrestling based on these numbers we're getting, but even the casual fan, I think, knows that things need to be shaken up in the WWF. And along those lines, I was thinking about the RTC angle, which is totally old. I think people are waiting for something to happen there. But it seems the WWF is just stalling on that. I mean, I guess on Heat they said something like they're, looking for a new leader maybe, like it's not going to be Steven Richards, but...
Oh, the last thing we need is to keep them going with a new leader.
Yeah.
It's just played out.
It totally is played out. But the thing is, and I've written you about this, is, what are they going to do with Val Venus and The Godfather? I mean, with their whole Think Again campaign, they can't, go back to that direction with them, without totally crossing the line again. But that's what the fans want at the same time,
Yeah, it's tough.
How about just having Godfather do the same thing, but only send him on the road?
Not put him ever on television and just use him in opening matches to pop the live crowd?
Yeah, why not?
That's all Godfather ever was a nice way to open a show. At an arena show.
But I think the eye candy, is another good part too there. But the problem is that that's where you're, that's the thing. It's there's nothing wrong with having the women. I think that when they call them hoes, there may be a way to do it, but not call them.
Insinuated they were prostitutes.
Yeah, insinuating they're prostitutes. Because, hey, boxing has ring card girls, and nobody ever says that is objectification of women. Okay, so having the women out there in and of themselves is not bad. I think it's give them a new term, like the Godfather. Maybe he can be like the head of Dance Fever, and they could be his dancers. I don't know. No, but something like that. Just don't call them hoes. And I think that aspect of it wouldn't be that bad. And Val Venus, him being a porn star doesn't help anyway. Right. He's a good wrestler. He's just that gimmick got him over, and then that gimmick limited him, and then he's never been able to break through. And then this RTC gimmick, I think, has kind of killed him, really.
Right. Well,
looking back, can you even
at the beginning of his matches, his little stick, that was totally fun. But I don't think they can do much with the other RTC guys. Bull Buchanan, Steven Richards, Ivory. I don't think anybody wants to see them in. Well,
they don't. They don't want to see him in this gimmick or out of this gimmick.
At all.
Ivory. I don't know what to do with Ivory. And as far as Steven, yeah, and Bull's tough. Bull's like that big problem with the WWF is you got this huge guy with limited charisma and pretty decent athletic ability, who the idea of a real athletic 6'7", 300-pound guy, it's just not a big deal anymore. like it would have been in another period in wrestling, and so he's just like everybody else. Just he's just like everybody else there. He's got no special qualification, I guess.
Absolutely, and he totally lacks charisma. Even like when he was with the Boss Man,
He's always like that.
People at all.
Yeah, he lacked it in Ohio Valley too. I mean, in Ohio Valley he could get over just because nobody else.
He was a little bit better in Ohio Valley, I thought.
Well, maybe because he was more experienced than the other guys there.
Yeah.
And he could get over because in Ohio Valley.
I remember watching him in Ohio Valley, and I could actually see. I kind of understand why the WWF would want to bring this guy in, but then once he appeared on WWF TV, it's like, okay, now I don't understand why.
Well, it's something, a 6'7" guy in Ohio Valley who's athletic. I mean, that's a keeper. But then you bring him to the WWF, and you got all those 6'7" guys, and they all move. And it's like now you got to figure out a way to get over, and then all of a sudden it's like, wow, he really doesn't have a lot of charisma.
Right.
So. Okay. I guess that was it. We're gonna go to Clint.
That's it.
Clint, what's up?
Hi. I read an interview the other day on Tito Ortiz's website, and he was talking about how when he's done mixed martial arts, he was thinking about going into pro wrestling. And I was wondering what you guys, Dave, Frank, and Brian, thought about that.
Brian, why don't you answer it, and I'll give my answer after you. And we can let Frank talk about it because he knows Tito better than us.
I do?
No, Frank knows Tito better than both of us.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen a whole lot of Frank. I mean, I saw, as far as like the Ultimate Fighting guys, when he tries to cut a pro wrestling style promo, he's better than most of the guys that try to do it. But I think right now, if you put him in the WWF, it'd be a task. And I just think that the biggest detriment that he's going to have is it's going to be the whole Ken Shamrock thing, where he's got this certain deal where he's an Ultimate Fighter and he's damn good, but he's going to go to the WWF where they just don't get it.
Yeah. And then if they don't get it and you're not anything special, you got to go out there and outwork those guys.
Plus, with his size in the WWF.
Well, he can put on weight. He'd be a decent sized guy. But I mean, the thing is, he wouldn't have that training that these other guys had, so he wouldn't be the worker. I mean, look at Abbott. I mean, Abbott's just an absolute disaster in pro wrestling.
Yeah.
So I don't know, Frank. What do you think as far as Tito as a pro wrestler or anyone?
Well, he's definitely got the physical abilities and the mental desire. He wants to do it.
He's got a good look.
Yeah, he's got a look, and he really is that look. It's not like a stretch for him. He's living in that hardcore area, Orange County. That's what goes on there. So he knows, I think, where he wants to go. If he wants to get there, I don't see him having a problem getting there. It's just that's a whole nother world of getting over and acting and carrying yourself and roles and
a totally different kind of training.
Just another world, and it's like it would be another career.
Yeah.
Completely. And he may be able to use a little bit of, notoriety to springboard himself in there, but, it's a bottoms-up whole, from the bottom-up career again.
It'd be better for
One thing is, though, you just never know, you know? I mean, look at Kurt Angle.
You never know.
Maybe he's a freak.
You don't know. Some guys, if they just are quick learners, they can do it real well. And in Japan, I think it would mean something because he's had some fights in Japan, and the transition to New Japan Pro Wrestling for an Ultimate Fighter is easier because they kind of know how to work
now.
with it.
And they have a stiff style in there.
Rainy Martinez.
Yeah, stiff stuff.
Yeah. Well, Rainy Martinez, that was a disaster. Rainy Martinez wrestled Yuji Nagata at the Fukuoka Dome 2 weeks ago. Total disaster. You remember Rainy Martinez? He fought Jerry Bolander.
He was going to fight in Bushido.
Somebody asked me
a couple weeks ago.
Somebody asked me on this show about Jerry Bolander. And I said, we're going to ask you, what's happened to Jerry Bolander?
I haven't, I saw him the other day, 205 pounds. He had a really tough fight in the King of the Cage about, 5-6 months ago against a pretty relatively unknown guy. Really tough fight. Ended up winning, but we haven't heard much of him lately. I don't know how his training and stuff are going. But as far as I know, he's still fighting and into the fighting. I know that he trains fighters, so that makes me think he's still fighting.
Mm-hmm. What did you think as far as Pete Williams and Semmy Schilt going in and coming out of that fight? What are your thoughts? Because I know you know Pete real well, and you know Semmy too.
I know them both. Weird thing is, both. I was there when both of those guys, started. I remember when Semmy, we were showing him submission holds in the back of the Pancras room because he didn't know anything.
It's just this giant guy walking in.
He was a giant. I picked Pete.
You teach him the wrist squeeze.
Yeah, the wrist squeeze, the hands bigger than your head hold. He's really weird. I picked Pete to beat him and to, beat him fairly decisively. Just, here's a guy who's taken his biggest strength, and that's his height, and used it to create a style. It's just weird.
Yeah.
But it's really effective. I mean, he's the only guy using, front kicks in the UFC to knock people down.
The thing with him, I mean, there've been other guys that are like 6'8", 6'10", running around, but I don't think any of them have the ability. I don't know if he's got unusual reach, because he's so much more effective than, say, like we saw. I don't remember Dan McGee, who was like a 6'10" guy, but he didn't impress me at all.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Simi's a guy that knows how to use his length, and that's his strength. And like you saw, Pete Williams was sitting in his guard, and Simi just stretched his whole body out. And Pete told me, he said, I couldn't move. I couldn't move my body at all. I couldn't get my arms out. I couldn't move my legs. It's like I was on a stretching rack. Because the guy was so long and his hands were so big. He was just, stretching him open, waiting for his chance to get out. And, I don't think that we've seen too many real athletes who are skilled at fighting at that height. I've seen a lot of big guys. But Simi's really skilled. He's going to go a long way. He's going to be really tough to beat with that height. And he didn't get to throw any knees or do any crazy stuff, because that's when it gets really scary out there.
Oh, when they got shoot on him and he hits that knee? I've seen it so many times.
Marching with those knees across the ring, and
just like when the guy's nose is split up. Oh, boy. During the Ensign fight, at one point you were mounted and you whispered something to him and you both started laughing. What was that?
It wasn't actually anything to do with me. I was really focused on doing my thing. But Ensign's corner was very vocal. And they were saying, you've got him now, you've got him mounted, you're going to kill him, you just need to da-da-da-da. And they were bantering back and forth, Ensign's father and brother, and Maurice, who was in my corner. So at one point in the fight, the action stalled, I'm mounted, he got tired of hitting me, I got tired of getting punched, and we just kind of chilled for a second, but our corners were still fighting. So his corner's going, you got him, punch him, punch him. And my corner's going, yeah, you got him, hit him, he likes that. So they're fighting, and me and Ensign are just sitting there. So at one point, we hear this, and I look up at him, and he looks at me, and we just laugh. We just had a weird moment. We just laughed, and then we went back to the business at hand. The corners were fighting. They were verbally beating each other up, and we were out there just...
Hey, I thought that after that fight that...
I thought the whole thing was going down after that.
Yeah, I thought things were going down after that one, boy.
Yeah, it was crazy. His brother rushed in and threw me on my head and stuff.
After the match.
That's the little pro wrestling move there. Little run-in.
Yeah, that's right. Have you ever seen that tape, Brian?
No.
Okay, Frank knocks him out with a knee, right?
Yeah, left, right, and then knee right to the chin.
Yeah, he knocks him out with a knee. The guy's out. And then the corner just runs in and it's basically a pro wrestling run-in.
Yeah.
And they knock Frank off. He flips forward, lands right on his head. Then Maurice runs in, and everyone's it's like a
total pilot.
Yeah, it's like baseball fight thing. If you have only 6 fights left, who would you like to fight?
6 fights?
6 fights.
I'd cut it in half.
I don't think you're going to get 6.
I'd only do 3, and I'd fight Sakuraba, Hickson, and myself.
Fight yourself?
Yeah, I would fight myself.
How are you going to do that?
Well, I haven't figured it out yet. But,
you get money for it, though. That's a hell of a
deal. Yeah, I'd get paid, most definitely.
I'll get paid.
It always intrigued me that I could do all this stuff. And I've always wanted to find someone or find an equal of myself and do battle with him to see what would happen. That's just one of my weird things that intrigues me.
How about Silva or Vitor?
Silva. I think Silva's more dangerous.
Yeah.
I know how to beat Vitor.
Okay.
But Silva would be a bit more danger and a bit more work.
Mm-hmm. And he asked this email about Hayato Sakurai. What do you think of Hayato Sakurai?
Sakurai, best pound-for-pound fighter in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
He's not a phenomenal grappler. He's not a phenomenal wrestler. He's not a phenomenal striker. But he's really good at all of them. Mm-hmm. And I was really proud of my last 11 fights, all finished differently. Knee bar, knee knockout, throw, arm, all these different holds. He's a guy that finishes every single fight with a different move. And I've never seen one of his fights finish with the same moves. He knocked out Frank Trigg convincingly. He's just a super tough guy. His only problem is that he's in Japan. Mm-hmm. If he could break out into our world, I think it would elevate our sport immediately.
What are the holdups? You do not want him to fight here, or?
Well, he's their star.
Yeah.
He's their guy. And it's a different game for him to go fight in a cage, different game for him to come to the United States. I'm not sure why he's not here, but, if I had a company, he'd be fighting for me.
Mm-hmm. Now, what about the marketability thing, okay? I mean, to make it in this country, you need good fights, but you do need American stars. I don't think that...
Totally.
I mean, you could go in there and have, just whether it would be pro wrestling or this, and you get some of those awesome Japanese fighters, but if it's Japanese against Japanese, in this country, it's not going to fly.
Yeah.
I don't think. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think.
We want to see our peers. We want to see our friends, family, neighbors, people we associate with doing the deed, that we can live through that and emulate some of that. It has to be. We have to have American stars.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is, And if any Japanese company comes here, they have to have American stars. And if we go to Japan, they have to have Japanese stars. So, yeah, the focus is on the American star. But, it's our country, and we're paying the bills. We have to have Oscar De La Hoyas.
That's the key, is to find a Tiger Woods.
You need someone that everybody can go, wow, I could do that. Or, wow, I could be a part of that. Or, that everyone can associate with. And, they're having the same problem in wrestling.
But a lot of the thing with Oscar De La Hoya, too, is, Oscar De La Hoya was made by, he was a great, great fighter. And he had to be a great fighter or it wouldn't have worked. But whether it was, Tiger Woods was a phenom. That's totally different. But Oscar De La Hoya, I remember him before he ever had his first professional fight. And he was already being groomed by everyone to be the big thing. Mm-hmm. And so, it's like the media created the Oscar De La Hoya and great for the world of boxing that he was also able to deliver when he started fighting the top guys. Mm-hmm. In this thing, you've got to find a guy, create him. Vitor Belfort was the guy who I know that they really wanted to do, but then, when push came to shove, whatever problem it was, Vitor didn't make the grade. Mm-hmm. UFC thought this was the guy, the exciting fight, the great knockouts.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about building stars. You have the same problem in wrestling right now. Where's our future stars?
Yeah.
And, we're having the same problem. And, we just keep building it.
Yep.
We just keep going. It'll work itself out.
We are totally out of time, Frank. I want to thank you very much for doing the show. Brian, thanks for hanging out. And we will be back tomorrow at 5 with Les Thatcher. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We've got Brian Alvarez here, and we're also going to be joined in about a half an hour by Les Thatcher. And, of course, those of you who've heard Les on the show, he's one of our best guests. Tremendous knowledge of wrestling, of every facet of wrestling. He's currently training wrestlers at the Heartland Wrestling Association. He's promoting spot shows with his guys and occasionally with some big names from the WWF. And longtime wrestling announcer. Wanted to be a wrestling announcer. He's someone you could talk to about it because he's done it all over the country. He's wrestled for over 20 years. Goes back as a fan to the 50s. So history, man, you can call that anything you want. Current, it's going to be a good day. So anyway, want to get that out of the way. Also, I want to thank everybody for the feedback on yesterday's show. We got tremendous feedback on the show. Like, everybody thought that it was like I did a good job as an interviewer, which I don't know if that's my strong suit. I think my knowledge of wrestling is probably my strong suit, not necessarily the interviews, but I guess it's real easy when you're just blabbing with a friend, I don't know if I could have done that with somebody else, so that was pretty cool. And the thing on the website, which we got some good feedback on, so that was cool. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
Good. We will start talking about SmackDown. I want to start on this one. A lot of people will ask, the fact that you know what's going on ahead of time, does that hurt your enjoyment of the product, or that hurts my, and thinking that it does. And you know what? It really doesn't. In almost all cases, and last night I would probably be the exception to that rule. I think my whole life, practically, as far as getting videotapes of wrestling or watching wrestling, I always knew, wrestling up until recently has never been like a live television show. Whenever you watch wrestling on TV, it was always taped, in most cases, ahead of time. I did the Spanish International Network thing in L.A. actually was live for a while here. But Raw. In fact, Raw was taped 3 out of 4 weeks back in the early '90s when it first started. Primetime wrestling was all tape matches. So you basically, every Japanese tape I ever got was at least a week after it happened, or 5 days, whatever it takes to mail. So I was always used to knowing finishes and knowing what was going on before I saw it, and that's just how I got used to watching wrestling. So it's not like, it was a negative. It was only in the last couple of years with Raw and Nitro going both live every week that, there was a lot of unpredictability and everything. And I don't know that it made it any better or worse, really. Good match, still a good match. Bad match, still a bad match. Live, you don't have the advantages of editing, but there's certain spontaneity. But anyway, last night's SmackDown, I really think I would have thought that it was a really good show if I didn't know what was going on, except for I would have hated the finish. So instead, since I knew where it was going, I was just like, the main storyline I didn't like, but I liked the wrestling matches. And I would have liked the show, except for I just thought that building that whole show up for that swerve, to me, it like weakens the characters. And I don't know. That whole last Monday Thursday thing with the Undertaker's wife and all that, there was something about it that was so unrealistic that. Lame. Couldn't get. I'm not the only one that thinks that, because almost everyone thinks that. And you can't sink your teeth into a storyline. It's better not to have it. It's actually much better. Anyway, Brian, what were your thoughts on the show?
I thought the show was pretty good until about the last 10 minutes, and I got depressed again as usual. But watching it, I liked all the little skits that they did, because I thought Hunter did a really good job. I thought Austin did a pretty good job, especially the one segment where him and Hunter were having their face-off, and Austin caught him in the lie. And, Deborah and Stephanie were horrible. But, overall, Regal was awesome. I thought it was a good build, and, of course, at the end they had to do the swerve, and I thought that was just horrible. And, the whole thing to me was, it was a show that was written by, 2 different people that were on completely different pages, because the whole build-up to the swerve was like the total Vince Russo storyline that really does nothing for the company except make the babyface look like an idiot, water down the heels for when, one of these days Hunter's going to turn, and we talked about it a little while ago. No one's going to believe it because he's done this so many times. And then they had what I thought was the most brilliant angle, and that was with Benoit and Kurt Angle and the gold medals. And I thought whoever wrote that was just an utter genius, because as much as I don't like the ladder match deal for the pay-per-view, at least they have an issue, and at least they have something at stake there, and it's Kurt Angle's gold medals. And he's worn them since day one, and he always talks about how much he loves them and everything like that. And, normally it would be like anything else, like the European title, which nobody really cares about. The wrestlers don't look like they really care about it. They just hold it and everything like that. And, even I used to get mad with the world title when Ultimate Warrior used to just throw it around like it was a Frisbee. And I just thought, why should anyone care about this belt if this guy's just throwing it around like it's a toy? And even last week, when Undertaker took over Steve Austin's dressing room, and he had the belt in there, Steve Austin did not care enough about that belt to go in and try and get it himself. He had to think of some sort of plan to try and get this belt back from Undertaker. And last night, Kurt Angle wanted those gold medals so badly that he actually went into a man's pants to get them out. He reached into Chris Benoit's trunks, and he pulled out these gold medals, and I thought, there is nothing that they could have done to make these medals seem more important to Kurt Angle. And then it got even better as Benoit puts him in the crossface, and as much as Kurt Angle loved these gold medals, he had to tap out because of the crossface. They put over the medals like nothing else. They put over that crossface like nothing else. And I just thought that was so awesome. And I couldn't even comprehend that somebody came up with that storyline, and then someone came up with the storyline in the main event, which was the same stupid swerve that nobody cares about that we've seen 18 million times.
I would, without knowing who's writing what, I would bet that they were 2 different people.
Yeah.
That's just what I would say.
I think it's pretty much a given.
Yeah, but no, that spot where he was just so desperately not wanting to tap and drop those medals, and he did, tremendous.
He's just staring at the gold medals as he's got his hand up there, and it was awesome.
Yeah. Oh, a lot of good wrestling. That match was a good match. The Hardys and Eddie Guerrero, Malenko Saturn, and Jerry Lynn was a very good wrestling match, especially Eddie Guerrero. Really.
He was awesome.
Yeah, really strong. Spike Dudley and Bob Holly wasn't too bad. Considering the size difference and everything, Spike Dudley, except for his kicks, I thought he was quite good. And quite frankly, except for the finish of the match itself, as just a main event with Undertaker involved, Hunter did a great job. That was a good match.
Mm-hmm.
The Edge match with Chris Jericho was a good match. The Big Show match with Bradshaw was not a good match.
A bad match.
And the China match was goddamn hideous.
Oh, God. You know, they did the same thing again. It's China, Molly, and Ivory, and I didn't count, but it was like she sold maybe one move and just totally crushed him and
just like laughed at him and, you know, God made... I mean, when I'm watching that, I'm just thinking like, you know, I never want to watch Ivory again. What's the purpose? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, she has good facials and all that, but it's just like, I just don't, you know, the RTC thing's run its course anyway. I don't know. I mean, Lita's really over. But it's like every time I watch her wrestle, it loses it. And the rest of those women, I mean, I get a kick out of it.
And the stuff she's doing with China just drags her down.
Yeah. Well, but they got to do it if she's going to get the belt at some point, which obviously, you know, they're going to turn China heel and do a chase, and she'll get the belt, and they're going to do their storyline. And it's something to do with China, whatever. I mean, you know, China's an over personality. It's, oh, God, I can't stand watching her. What can I say? We'll go through the lineup for the pay-per-view. It's a really interesting show in the sense that I think a lot of stuff is going to be rushed, because even though it's only 7 matches, it's actually 14 falls, because the tag team elimination is going to be a series of matches, you know, and I just got a feeling we're going to get a whole bunch, you know, it's going to be 6 different matches, with Edge and Christian Dudley's, Hardy's, X Factor, APA, Malenko and Saturn, and Chris Jericho and the mystery partner, and, you know, keep going until a singles match is like a gauntlet deal, and then the final winner of the final match will wrestle, theoretically, Hunter and Austin, I'm guessing, on Raw the next night in San Jose.
Just the whole problem is, look at the gauntlet match they did with the Cruiserweights in WCW on Thunder. I mean, they gave those guys a lot of time, and it still was rushed.
Yeah, but that was
almost 20 minutes, didn't they?
It was like 18, 19 minutes, but that's a hell of a match. This one,
yeah, but still, it seemed like, you know, everyone was getting like a minute or 2 minutes in there.
Yeah, and that's one thing, is like there's going to be a whole bunch of 2-minute matches. And also the other thing, when I look at this lineup, I mean, X Factor is new in that, you know, Just Incredible's new. But when you look at like all the guys in here, and they're going to probably, I would guess they'll put that match on first, just because it's a kind of where you would put a hot opener, that it's like all of those guys have basically had, some of them had not so good matches, like the APA. Edge and Christian, the Dudleys, and the Hardys have had great matches, but here they are, Edge and Christian, the Dudleys, and the Hardys, that have been feuding with each other for over a year, and here they are in a pay-per-view, again, you know, in the exact same spot. And it's like I look at this, and it's like total stagnation, and that's not good.
I mean, the only thing they could do with it that would elevate anybody would be put the Hardys over, and then Hardys are going up against Hunter and Austin after everything that they went through, and finally beat them for the belts.
Yeah, but the problem is for them, and anyone, someone's going to beat Hunter and Austin for the belts, because it doesn't make any sense for them to have all those belts for so long. But the team that does it, they really need to beat them, as opposed to, you know, getting their hand raised on a fluke, because, you know, what good does that do? But
who in the company is going to do that except Undertaker and Kane?
Well, we're going to find out, I guess. Let's see. The show did a 4.0, which, considering that Friends did, what did Friends do? 18.7. Pretty good rating. And actually, I think, you know, even though Raw's numbers, there's no sign of a turnaround in Raw. It's dropped every week. SmackDown, by all rights, should start going up. Now, it doesn't mean that it will, but SmackDown should start going up next week, because there's, you know, NBC's going to be in reruns for the rest of the summer, until September or whatever, and CBS CSI had their final episode last night. Everyone had their final episode. There's no more Survivor. There's nothing. There's basically going to be not a whole hell of a lot new on Thursday nights, and it should go back up. So anyway, we will see if it does. We have a poll question right now, which is which of these matches will make you most want to watch or buy Judgment Day, watch Judgment Day, whatever. A is Austin Undertaker, B Helmsley and Kane, C Benoit and Angle, D Tag Team Elimination match. I did not put the Rhino match in there, and E will not be watching the show. Yeah, they made the match which was going to be Test and Big Show. They have added Rhino to it for the hardcore title, which is just, I mean, I guess it's the same. It doesn't matter.
Raw.
What?
Raw match.
Yeah, and Lita and China, I mean, they'll probably keep it short, I guess is the only thing I could say. Regal and Rikishi, I just assume not even watch that. I mean, there's something about that match, I don't want to see it. And by the way, that Regal thing as babyface last night was quite awesome, too.
Yes, it was.
When he was
Talk about getting a guy over as a badass.
Yeah, that was good. And then Angle and Benoit. I don't like the fact that we got it. We did a 2 out of 3 fall match, and then we did a most falls match, which went however many 7 falls. So we've done so many. 2 out of 3 fall match with Helmsley and Austin, a couple pay-per-views back. Then we had the 7 fall match, the last pay-per-view. So the multiple fall thing has been done too much. And I'm not even including for those people in England that actually saw this thing in 2 out of 3 falls a couple weeks ago. And then the multiple stipulations in the falls, I don't think add to it, because the first 2 falls, like one fall, there's going to be no submissions that are going to mean anything. So you're taking away part of the arsenal. The second one, none of your near falls are going to mean anything because you can't do them. So you're handicapping 2 falls. The third fall is the ladder fall, which will, they made you a hell of a match. They're 2 excellent wrestlers. They'll probably have the best match on the card, and it is the match I'm looking forward to the most. But the ladder problem is that, you go in there in a ladder match and you do not have one incredible match. People are going to be let down because the ladder matches that they've seen on the last couple of pay-per-views, first of all, there have been too many of them, and then second, the quality of them has been through the roof. And they're not going to do... the one thing with the Benoit and Jericho ladder match that was so good was that they did a wrestling match and did a few ladder spots. And then the last one with Edge and Christian and those guys, they did those crazy spots. And God, I hope that Benoit and Jericho don't try. Benoit and Angle don't try to top that. But that's what people think of a ladder match. So it's, if they pull this off, and they very well may, more power to them. Let's see. Should WWF introduce when should the WWF introduce the characters from WCW? This was our poll for yesterday. 25% say now, and it may be sooner than later. 34% say over the summer, and 41% say a week or 2 before launching the television show, which probably makes the most sense, which probably also means that it won't be the way it's done.
Jericho has the mystery partner.
You think it's going to be...
Actually, you know what? I don't, because I just look back at all the other horrible mystery partners, and I just see somebody that we will all groan about.
Maybe not. I don't know. Ken Shamrock, how's that sound? I don't think he's ready, though. Just throwing a name out. Let's see. Got the Ross report in front of me, too, which I have not actually had a chance to read, but I just got it sent, or actually I just picked it up right before we went on here. Let's see. He's got some stuff on Ohio Valley. He was there on Wednesday. Let's see what he's got to say. Let's see. He's talking about the pay-per-view. He expects the main event, and he knows, to be an old-school style match. Unfortunately, I don't care what Austin and Undertaker do. We've already seen it. Triple H and Kane will be a uniquely physical match and feature some innovations with the chains. So he says hopefully that'll be good. Benoit and Angle will definitely be very good to excellent. So that's good. Lita and Chyna seems to have some interest and should be solid. Well, good luck. The triple threat hardcore match features 3 young men who need to deliver the goods on a show that would be...
That's not very nice to say about Rhino.
Breakthrough effort. Rhino's doing very well. I think Test is doing okay. Big Show has not been doing well.
He needs to deliver the goods.
And he goes, Rikishi Regal's hard to figure because of Rikishi's injured shoulder, but the effort will be there. And tag team turmoil match. This could be the sleeper of the show. It depends on the final 3 teams and how well they utilize their in-ring time, which in other words means they're probably going to be rushed. He says that we had a good week preparing for the relaunch of WCW. The talent roster is beginning to come together. Several unsigned talents have expressed desire to be part of the new WCW and will hopefully be on board to take advantage of being a vital part of the relaunch. I think that means Canyon, Billy Kidman, Paige, Scott Steiner, Booker T, maybe Rob Van Dam, because several verbal commitments have been made and contracts are being finalized over the next few days. So those are the names I'm thinking. I don't know if there's anyone else there. He said he went to the Ohio Valley television taping Wednesday night, which he says he always enjoys. It reminds him of going to the Irish McNeil Boys Club in Shreveport and Tulsa Fairgrounds in the old days of Mid-South Wrestling over 20 years ago. It's not quite.
Does Cornette make people go back and forth from the heel and babyface locker room carrying notes for the guys?
That I don't know. Good question. When we get next time we get an Ohio Valley guy on, we should ask that. He goes, Jim Cornette is coming into the present somewhat reluctantly as part of his personal philosophy of business is concerned. However, no one does a better job of doing an exciting TV show with basically an experienced crew than Cornette. Which actually, fundamentally, that's a pretty solid television show. And it is the reason it may remind people of the old Irish McNeil shows is that he books the exact same way. I mean, I'm listening to this, and it's like I could close my eyes, and every word that Jim Cornette says is what Bill Watts would have said in 1984. And the characters are the same, and the booking is the same, and the what's the word I'm looking for? The philosophy is identical, which it's not the worst thing in the world, believe me. I'd rather have that than most of the philosophies we've seen in wrestling since then. He goes, his passion, this is about Cornette, his passion for old school values is genuine and good for these young talents to understand and respect. Danny Davis has my utmost respect as a credit to the product. Bobby Eaton will stay in OVW through August, perhaps longer. Should prove to be a valuable resource. So they obviously have not decided on what they're going to do with Bobby Eaton. And he goes, I was impressed by several.
It's still longer than the 8 weeks, though.
Yeah, August. I guess it would be, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Oh, good. So he got an extension. He mentioned Nick Dinsmore graduated from college last week. He's impressed with him, which Nick's a solid worker. Rico Constantino, of course, we've talked about him. I think Rico Constantino's just about ready to make the jump somewhere. Flash Flanagan, he mentioned in a positive, and of course Randy Orton, who everybody has been, Randy Orton's just got a good look. He's like 6'4", 6'5", good physique, and coming along at a very good pace. Mentions Leviathan with an awesome look and unlimited potential, which in fact he does. The work needs a lot of work. Standing there, he's a big guy with a very freakish physique. Shelton Benjamin, Brock Lesnar, he said will both be on Raw someday, which they will. Ron Waterman has been a pleasant surprise and looking better. Yeah, I said that too. I think I did in this week's Observer. Ron Waterman's definitely shown improvement. Says Eric Angle had a torn tricep. Kind of praised some of the other guys. And mentioned the Solo, which is the Rock, the dude that looks like the Rock, so much like the Rock, it is unbelievable. He broke his ankle on Thursday. Let's see.
Hero Matsuda out there?
Well, yeah. Because everyone at OVW is on a separate timeline, and they all know what areas they need to concentrate on. There is no shortage of heart and dedication within the next 12 to 18 months. It seems inevitable to me that some of these men will be performing in the WF or WCW, maybe sooner. He goes, we're really going to focus on this area even more than in the past. Changes will be considered. Competition is going to be more intense. So anyway, that's what he says there. I don't think there's any other big...
No mention of Mike Bell, huh?
Mike Bell, no mention of Mike Bell and Perry Saturn, no, not at all. That's supposed to be although his daughter is getting married next Saturday, Jim Ross's daughter, Casey. Congratulations to her. And it also mentioned that he really likes Kurt Angle's book. Some minor changes are being made as we speak. In other words, he said some things he didn't like. But this is going to be a surprisingly good read, which, if you remember when he talks about books, he doesn't overly praise the bad ones. So, actually, I always figured that the Kurt Angle book would be really good. He's had an interesting life. Yeah. And very successful. He goes, I was intrigued by Kurt's Olympic journey and the drastic measures he endured to compete during the biggest week of his life. Talking about the murder of Dave Schultz, who's a famous amateur wrestler from here in San Jose area, as a matter of fact. And his entrance into sports entertainment, he goes, not as deep as Foley is good, but extremely interesting and informative. Look, that's the main stuff that he talked about.
It's been hard to be as deep as Foley's book with only 2 years in pro wrestling.
Oh,
I guess he had the whole Olympic career to talk about.
Yeah, not as deep as pro wrestling. Because Kurt's still pretty naive, I think, when it comes to pro wrestling. I mean, as far as, certain aspects of it and everything like that. And Foley is not. I tell you what, I read your transcript, because I heard the first half hour of the Foley chat yesterday, and I give him a lot of credit. I mean, the one thing about Foley is that when it comes to, like, watching wrestling, not necessarily wrestling itself, but when it comes to watching and evaluating wrestling, whenever I read, like, the first Foley book, the second Foley book, or talk to him, or that chat, his views and my views, it's almost like Brian. Our views are very, very similar. That's why I kind of want him to be on the writing team. Because, like, all of the things that we talked about on the show that are wrong, he's not going to blast the product, obviously, but every one of them...
He made mention of everything. It was kind of creepy.
Every single thing we talk about, that's right, he made mention of. What needed to be done, what the problems were. Clearly that, didn't he pretty much say that storyline with Undertaker was lame?
He pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, the thing I like about Foley is he wrote the first book, he wrote the second book, and he even said, I wrote some things about Vince that were not too flattering, and he did not take them out. He was cool with it. And I think that once that happened, Foley realized, well, I guess I can say some things that maybe some other guys can't say, and he sure has.
But he does it in a nice way. But, he can't get heat, though.
He doesn't bury it or anything like that, but he gives his views, and he's honest about it.
Yeah, but I don't think that you can give that guy heat because of everything that he's done. And also, to me, now, if I was the WWF and I was Vince McMahon, I would hire this guy to be, my public relations person. I wouldn't put Linda out there. I certainly wouldn't have Vince go out there himself. Like, whenever there's like a fire, I would put him out there because he speaks very well. He's a likable guy. I know some people would be concerned over the appearance, because he's kind of disheveled and everything like that. But I think I would overlook that because I think
disheveled.
Well,
He is. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he is. But I mean, I think that, like, of all of the guys in the WWF, when it comes to going in front of the public, I mean, like, most of the top stars are too much characters, so they couldn't do it. And, like and the people kind of want him to be. He is like the real person, and he's a very good defender of wrestling because he believes it, and he believes everything.
And the other good thing about Foley is he does, like, a ton of research, and he knows what he's talking about. And, we were talking about Bob Costas and Vince. If Bob Costas really would have known what to ask Vince, he could have really got him. And you can't do that with Foley, because Foley's not going to say things that he knows are not true. He's going to talk about stuff that he's researched, and he's going to have a comeback for anything you ask him.
He has researched so much stuff in the last year or two. I tell you, I'm so impressed. He goes to the library all the time because and we were talking about certain things, and I mean, he is ready. Like when he's going on this book tour, I mean, he's ready with research and everything for any question that's going to be asked. and I mean, and he's not going to get caught with his pants down, so to speak. Let's see, real quick. Today at Sapporo, Japan, Mitsuharu Misawa retained the Global Honored Crown. I got to get used to that one. It's a new one. It's the first title defense, beating Kiritawa. And also, the Super Junior tournament started today at Korakuen Hall. I heard they had a hell of a show. Silver King over Chris Candido. Silver King. Shocker over Dr. Wagner. Shocker Dr. Wagner's probably a pretty good match, too, Lucha style. Jushin Liger against Wataru beat Wataru Inoue, and Minoru Tanaka beat Shinya Makabe, which I heard was a hell of a match. And they also taped one of the biggest primetime television shows in Japan was taping there because one of the female leads of the show, I guess, is doing an episode where she has a crush on Keiji Muto. And what else is there? Triple A's going to be at the Olympic tonight in L.A. If anyone's down in L.A., I'm actually very curious to see how they draw and how the show is. If I wasn't here, I actually would be kind of curious to go to that show. Except that some of those AAA matches are a little too deep for me, and they are doing a women's match, and that's pretty darn scary.
I heard the women were on again this week.
Yeah.
Something to look forward to,
It was so weird about Mexico and Japan. I mean, and I don't know why this is. Maybe someone can explain it. But as everyone knows, the Japanese women wrestlers are phenomenal, and the Japanese midget wrestlers are terrible. The Mexican midget wrestlers are phenomenal, by and large. There's obviously exceptions, and the Mexican women wrestlers, by and large, are terrible. And in the United States, they're all
everybody's terrible.
Everyone's bad except for the men. Yeah. This is from Matt, who goes, based on overall talent, would you say Kawada is better or just as good as Triple H or Chris Benoit? I think Kawada is more talented in the ring than Triple H for sure. And Benoit, I would say that they're pretty equal. It's hard for me to say who's better. They both have different strengths. I mean, Kawada's better at doing a believable match, not that Benoit's not good at that. I don't know. They're awesome.
Last night I was ready to put Eddie Guerrero above both of them.
Eddie Guerrero was awesome last night. Boy, is Eddie Guerrero getting big, though.
He is.
He's just, like, blowing up every week on my TV. Also, can Kawada cut a promo? Not like the guys here. The Japanese, the promos are not nearly as important as they are here. The guy who can cut a promo over there is, so they tell me, is Chono. So I don't understand a word of what they say, but he always seems to get a rise from the crowd. So I guess he can. Let's see. It's from someone who said he was really mad that Chris Jericho was not selling the concerto from Edge and Christian enough last night.
I think he was doing a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Or he was just depressed for real.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Let's see what we got here. What are the odds of WWF not relaunching WCW on its own? I mean, I can't give you odds. It's like if they don't come to a TV deal, then there is that chance. I mean, everyone's going full steam ahead with the idea that they're relaunching it By the way, I don't know why Linda McMahon said 2 or 3 weeks. I'm just under the assumption. I'll tell you this. I actually talked to, I guess I can say this because Vince knows. But anyway, but Vince's secretary, who's like my intermediary, when I have questions for Vince, and I called up, and she goes, "We've been waiting all day for you to ask this question." I don't have an answer. But
Can't they just have a hotline that you'd call that would have like a recording? Save everybody some trouble.
Anyway, I know it's funny. It's funny because they go, ever since she said that, we were just waiting for your phone call. And but as far as like why, I don't know what.
Maybe she just said it, you know. Maybe she was just up there and they said, "When's it going to start?" And she goes, "Oh, we're going to do some stuff 2 to 3 weeks."
Yeah, I actually think that's the answer. So anyway, we got. Let me just. We got that. Let's see what else. Seeing as WWF is fired, unless you believe the story that he resigned, one of their writers. Yeah, Jamie Morris got dumped. I can't help but wonder what would happen if the person on the writing staff who seemed completely burned out or was devoid of very creative ideas was none other than Stephanie McMahon herself. I'm not. I tell you what. When it comes
she
to
won't be
writing,
fired anytime soon.
No, she will not be fired. But as far as like, there's 4 or 5 guys or 6 guys that are doing that writing, and as far as who does what, I mean, I pretty much have a decent idea. Because I know his style of Paul Heyman, and I think I got a pretty decent idea of Stephanie McMahon a little bit, but the rest of them, like I don't know their writing style because I don't know the people. So, I don't know who's burned out, who's not contributing, who's contributing the bad ideas. I really can't say. We got Les Thatcher on the line. Les, how are you doing today?
All right. How about you guys?
Hey, doing very, very good, Les.
Great.
I've been waiting to have you on all week.
Oh. Am I in trouble?
What?
Am I in trouble?
Oh, no. No, just, because you're a good guest.
I'm a good, thank you, Brian.
You're a good guest, and you have the two good qualities in that you have all the experience of watching wrestling longer than any of us, and number 2, you still watch it. I mean, we had Nick Bockwinkel on, and Nick Bockwinkel, to me, was a tremendous guest last week. But Nick Bockwinkel, really doesn't watch wrestling anymore. So I mean, his stories were awesome about the 70s and the early 80s. But to a lot of fans, he's talking about Ray Stevens and stuff. They don't really relate to that. But you can talk about Ray Stevens and relate to Chris Benoit or something. So it's, I don't know.
No, I know what you're saying too. Yeah, a lot of our generation, actually don't work in the industry anymore. So they
very few.
Beg pardon?
Very few.
Yeah, and I get chastised sometimes for my stance, but if you work in the business, you got to change with the times.
You gotta. You really do.
Yes.
You can't be in the past. I mean, how's Cornette doing with that, by the way? Ross kind of made a comment that he's finally kicking in, and I know you had Cornette on your show over the weekend.
Yeah, Jimmy does real well. I mean, Did you see the tape we sent you?
Yes, I did. I watched this morning of Craig Zellner or Ray Steele, and that was a good match.
Yeah, I thought it was too.
Yeah,
I thought it was too, and then we got the report that somebody posted that said some indie worker was in over his head.
It wasn't quite that. No, I mean, I'll tell you what I wrote, and it was a guy who sent me the report. It was not a knock on Ray Steele, but it was just that, he wasn't at Benoit's league, and right? Hey, 5 guys are, you know what I mean? And then
half the guys in the WWF, in fact, most of the guys in the WWF aren't in Benoit's league.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's only 3 or 4 who are. Yeah.
Chris gave Ray the ultimate compliment here. A lot of people aren't understanding of the etiquette in our industry, but he allowed Ray to call a few spots in the ring. So I thought that was a tremendous compliment for a young man who's, he's actually, from the time he walked in my camp, has only been at this about 2 years total.
Yeah.
And I think, everybody's high on him. He worked with Jerry Lynn. Jerry was high on him. Malenko. And Chris has been watching him, too. And, Chris sees him growing, too, with every outing. So, and Corny gave him a good review. And I told him, I said, listen, if you think I'm critical, if Jimmy thinks the match is bad, you will hear about it.
Yeah, no, he did a good job, and I mean, I hadn't seen him wrestle in several months because I haven't seen his TV matches in WWF, but and again, he's in there with Benoit, but I mean, it was like, wow, it's big improvement in the last couple months.
Yeah.
Big improvements. He did really good there.
Yeah. He's got a great... Go ahead.
There's a lot of guys around. And Cornette's got a bunch of them in his camp. And then there's independent guys. We have several of them here in California that are really, it's funny, they're turning into really solid workers. But there's that thing, I don't know how to explain it. It's like there's a, that superstar aura, on an indie level, but it's a certain thing that, like, technically in the ring they're good.
Right.
But when I look at them, I also don't know if it's experience or maybe not doing interviews, and the fact that they're performing for, because they're not superstars, they don't get a superstar reaction. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't get that feel that they're going to walk into the WWE. I'm afraid they're going to walk into the WWF and become just guys on the roster. Good guys on the roster.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the difference between making it there and just floundering, and doing what we're talking about, an indie superstar, is just being a mechanical man. I think the guys that make it have a sense of actually the timing of what they're doing more intricately. What I mean by that is, where you and I are working a match, where are we in this match? And I'm able to, in terms of my mind, build myself into that time frame and sell for you in an ideal manner, or come back at the ideal time, the body language and everything. I think a lot of the kids today learn the moves, but they're just very mechanical. And I think one of the things I see with Race, and I think one of the things some of the veterans that have watched him on the dark matches and stuff say, is the fact that he wants to work the people, and he's willing to learn, and he goes out there and gets some heat, instead of just going out there and going through through the motions. And I think that's the difference of getting there and staying there, opposed to just getting looked at.
I always thought about that about Chris Candido. He always looked like a robot in there, like he was connecting the dots.
Yeah, I've seen Chris do that, but I've seen Chris with another good worker, where he comes to life too.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's one of the things. Everybody talks about how Flair can make another wrestler, and I think a lot of guys, maybe they don't have that it thing as much as Flair has. But I think, I think Benoit's, I've heard people say, well, Benoit, as long as he works with somebody good, and I don't see that. I mean, Chris,
as long as there's someone to carry him.
Yeah.
That's like, yeah. I mean, like, just, I've watched the guy for like 15 years with people ranging from absolutely awful to absolutely phenomenal, and he almost never has a bad match.
No. And and I think as far as what he has, if you get to know Chris, this guy, I mean, it's like takes so much pride in his work, loves what he does, and is never satisfied. Because there's been times that I'd watch him on a pay-per-view and call him and say, hey, man, it was really a great match here, blah, blah, blah. And he'd say, well, yeah, but. And then he'd start to say, I should have done it, and here I could have. And I think that's the quality that makes Flair or Benoit, or as far as that goes, Helmsley or Austin, is the fact that they go out there and always trying to top themselves and care. It's not just a job. They just don't go out there for the money. I mean, my God, the kind of money we're talking about there, you think, why don't they even try to walk on water? But, I mean, in actuality, I think that's something, a quality, a trait that a performer has in our industry. If they're going to make it, they've got to have that. And I think that's it's not something maybe you always put a number on or a tag on, but that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. I always thought that I think that's the difference between getting there and getting to the top and being one of the best guys is the idea that, you can't be motivated by your paycheck. You have to be motivated by something that's in you. You have to have that drive, because the guys who make it to the top, I mean, every one of them has had those periods where they haven't necessarily had a good paycheck, except for even The Rock, I guess, at the beginning, too. But
sure. And one of the things that, like, Ray says to me, and I kind of laugh, and I say, yeah, I know, I've been there, done that. He'll say, it's just so much fun out there, I didn't want to go home. It's such a great, and I say, sure, I know exactly what, there's times that I've tried to convey that to the kids who obviously haven't worked in front of 15,000 people, right? It's not something you can put into words, but he senses it, he feels it, and when he's in it, that's where it's almost like a cocoon, or it's, he becomes a part of it. And I think he is going to grow. I mean, he just can't wait to go do it again with somebody else of that caliber. He's not intimidated, and that's another thing too. What I sort of call the Larry Bird syndrome. We got 3 seconds left. The game's tied. Give me the damn ball. Instead of don't give me the ball, please get away from me. You know, and that's with race. I think that's one of the reasons he's going to make it is because, you know, he wants it so bad, you know, and he, you know, like to work with Jerry Lynn. Oh, my God, or Malenko. Oh, yes, please. Then the Benoit thing. He's been, you know, he's been living that 24/7 since we finally made the match.
You know, I think you've had a lot of guys come through your doors to train to be wrestlers. And when we talked already about Ray Steele, probably the first or second time you were on the show, and I mean, I think probably on conversations you and I had even before then, you had told me that he was going to make it, and he's, you know, pretty much done very, very well for himself. He's been on WF TV a couple times in the last few weeks at the tapings, and on some heat matches and stuff. What is it? You knew from day. You knew. I'd say almost from day one. Okay, when a guy comes through, if a guy who's listening wants to be a professional wrestler, wants to go to a wrestling school, can you give him some advice on when you come in and you start? Aside from you've got to have certain mental toughness, obviously. I mean, obviously, I think that's number one. Actually, what do you need, and what do you not need to do the most? What do you avoid?
Well, you need not to come with an ego, or not think that you know. You know, so many people come in. Look, I've watched wrestling for 10 years. You won't have to teach me a lot. Well, you know, my retort to that is, you know, I've been watching doctor shows since Ben Case, and I still can't do brain surgery for some reason. I don't know why. But that's, I mean, you know, a lot of guys think, but they see, but they don't have, you know, the funny thing is, I realized that when I was a kid watching that little black and white screen, that if I was imitating what I saw there, I just didn't put a headlock on. I also, for whatever reason, subconsciously made me do it, but I was imitating the body language, like the way they would take the foot, you know, play the foot placement and so forth. And I see the average guy doesn't see that when they watch wrestling. They don't understand the mechanics. They watch it as an entertainment value, but a tool, but they don't watch it as an instructional tool. So they really don't know. I mean, that's a lot of the times I think that's the biggest, and they want to go straight to the big things. Okay, I want to do a Hurricane Rana, you know, or a shooting star press, you know, before they even know how to take a bump correctly.
And they want to start working on an angle.
Yes, or their character. You
yeah.
know,
they want to dress. They want to dress good. Yeah.
Music worked out. Here's my gimmick. You know, and of course, obviously, we all perceive ourselves a lot differently than everyone else. And I think that's a big mistake. You know, I think the character has to fit the person, and that's something you work on. I mean, my God, that also has to do with your style and what you can and cannot do mechanically, I think. But I think the major thing to come is with a focus. We're using race as an example here. You know, he moved from New Mexico to Cincinnati, Ohio to do one thing only, to learn to be a professional wrestler. I have seen him get antsy when other guys weren't serious about their practice. He will come into the building and go into the video room and watch tape and break it down. You know, he wants to talk. He'll call me sometimes to talk about how's this for a spot. If I did this and if I did that, he wants to get creative. And I think you have to let the business consume you to a certain degree. I mean, you obviously have to have another life, at least a little bit of one. But you know, you have to immerse yourself in it. And I think that's the only way to grasp it. That's, you know, everyone talks about how Helmsley is a student of the game. Well, so was Flair, and so was Benoit, you know, or any of the greats. You know, they have let it consume them. And I think that's, you know, basically what you have to do.
You know, something you just mentioned was when you watched it as a kid, you actually watched, like, foot placement and everything like that. And I did the same thing as far as just I would watch, like, the actual moves, and I would do things in slow motion and see where everything was at.
Right.
And I see people now at, like, the school that come in, and sometimes I just want to ask them, do you ever actually watch any pro wrestling? Because
right.
I see things, and it's like, if you have watched one pro wrestling match, you should know, you know, this or that. And it's like they don't actually watch any wrestling. It's just the weirdest thing.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'll tell you something, Brian. You know, one of the basic things to me is you're a heel, I'm a babyface, and me to stalk you, the timing, and how I, you know, threaten you, you back off and beg off as the heel, and they don't understand that. Yeah. I mean, it's like they got to race right to you and hit you.
Well, I mean, when you've watched a lot of the 2 and 3 minute matches where they're just boom, 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 that becomes, the high spot or the broken table becomes the move as opposed to, the story.
You're right. Well, you're right, and I think a lot of, especially younger children now, who have only seen Monday Night, they think a match is 4 minutes.
Yeah.
They have that 4 minute mentality.
And a lot of fans watching it have that too. Yeah. When it goes too long, it's like they're ready for the next match.
Yes.
So it's tough.
I think one of the things a lot of people are talking about, well, this Raw was flat, or this. I think one of the things, and no one, take my word for it, no one at WWF has come to me and asked me or told me this is what they're doing, but this is what I'm surmising, is they are re-educating the fans to a degree, to a more solid, deliberate style. And I applaud that simply for the fact that these guys now won't have to worry about being in a wheelchair, at least until they're my age or older.
That is true. I have noticed in the last couple of months that there's more of and also they've really de-emphasized the really outlandish moves. I mean, you really don't see. You were seeing a lot more crazy moves out of the WCW guys than you were out of the WWF guys. WWF, it's more solid wrestling. Sometimes it's too quick, but sometimes. Last night they had a lot of, they gave some guys time.
Yeah, and I think it's a good thing that they like I say, for the health and well-being of the performers, at least.
I think a lot of that is Paul Heyman, too, as far as, he came in and all of a sudden it's a big emphasis on trying to get submissions over, some mat wrestling over, and it seems like something that he would have suggested.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are saying bring back the King and this and that, and I think the first couple shows that Paul did with JR, I thought he was maybe put too much pressure on JR, but leaning on him too hard, because JR is definitely the man when it comes to play-by-play, and I say in a situation like that, let him run with it and build your thing around it, which Paul does now. But the thing I like about Paul versus Jerry Lawler, and Jerry did a hell of a job, don't get me wrong, but the thing I like now is Paul is more serious about, let's say, a Benoit Angle match, which should be more serious.
Yeah. And there's a criticism that there's not the fun thing, but when Paul is much better at getting over certain psychological mechanisms of the match, like, explaining why they're tapping or what he's working on, whereas Lawler was pretty much there just to entertain.
Yes. And I think it makes the viewer, the fan, more into the match the way Paul lays it out for you. It gives you something to hang your hat on, other than just, there's two guys fighting up there,
Yeah. Let's start with the callers. We're going to start with Ed in Texas. Ed, what's going on?
Yeah, guys, how you guys doing today?
Hey.
What I wanted to talk about was a little bit about SmackDown last night. I thought it was a pretty good show. I thought all the matches were pretty decent, except for the China one, of course. And most of the segments backstage were pretty cool. The very first interview was a little slow, but I thought overall it was a pretty good show. And I was kind of wondering what you guys thought about it.
Yeah, we talked about it at the top of the show. I didn't like the way the show ended. But as far as the wrestling content of the show, I thought it was the best wrestling content of a WWF television show in several weeks, and I was certainly glad to see that.
Okay. Also, I had noticed something on the show, and I had talked to you a while back, I think it was right after WrestleMania, about Chyna, and that her possibly trying to sabotage Lita when it came time for her to pass the strap. And I kind of think it started last night. I don't know if you noticed, but I noticed that Lita had her pants all the way up, and she didn't have any part of her thong showing. And
okay,
that's more a SmackDown thing, though. They always do that.
That's a SmackDown thing, and Chyna was wearing a lot more clothes than she usually wears, too. I think it's just that they're a lot more conservative on SmackDown because that's the one that's monitored more closely.
Oh, I thought it might have something to do with Chyna's trunks, the way they had that strap, that it kind of looked like a thong.
No. Because that's Lita's gimmick is that thing, so Chyna wouldn't be taking her gimmick. It's just, if they're dressing the women slightly more conservatively on a Thursday, it's because that's a company directive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I do have a question for Les. It's an email that I sent to Dave, but he hasn't answered it yet. And what I would like to know is who, in your opinion, were the 5 best guys at getting heat? And when I say heat, I don't mean guys that went out and hit a girl over the head with a guitar. I mean just guys that it was just natural that they went out and everybody hated their guts.
I like this guy. he likes real heat.
Does X-Pac count? He's got a real strange kind of heat.
There's so many good heels, I think. One just passed away, and the last time I was on Dave's show with Flair and Bastien and Larry Manisic, that would be one. Obviously, Johnny Valentine. I think Buddy Rogers was a tremendous heel. The Sheik, the original Sheik, was a heat magnet. He was very good at getting heat. And currently, I think Austin and Helmsley are getting what I would call good old-fashioned solid heat right now.
I thought Shawn Michaels, when it came to the ability to get heat, was tremendous. One of the best I ever saw.
I would have to agree.
There was something he had where you could really hate him when he was playing the heel. The other one, I was going to bring somebody else up.
Well, the person in my mind that I really thought was really probably the best, and I had the pleasure of watching like maybe his last year, and that's Art Barr.
Phenomenal.
I've never seen anyone get so much hatred out of a crowd than him.
I never had the opportunity to see him work much, so I couldn't give you an opinion. I've always heard that he was very good.
Yeah. There's someone I was asked less about, because I always saw him mostly as a babyface. He worked as a heel, I guess, but by the time I saw him, he was 55 years old, and he was still drawing huge crowds. How was Blassie? Because I always got the impression that Blassie would be in that caliber.
He was great at getting heat. Yeah, very good. Very good. Yeah, Freddie had great timing.
Yeah. Because, I mean, he I look back at, like, the history of Los Angeles wrestling, and Fred Blassie, I mean, there's a constant in Los Angeles from the 60s, at least the 60s through 75, and that is the periods when the business was, when you look at sell out, it was almost invariably when Blassie was there, and then the periods when the business was horrible, it was when Fred Blassie was working Georgia.
Yeah, the crazy thing with Blassie was with him filing his teeth. I mean, they got over with people for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember those pictures from magazines.
Yeah. Anything else, Ed?
Yeah, there's one more thing I did want to ask you about. God, I kind of lost my chain of thought.
It is Friday.
Yeah. Oh, it's about Tom Zink. Yeah, I've heard him on the Law. And I thought he was really good, and I've seen your archives, and the first few of them, I thought he was really good, but I've noticed the last couple, he hasn't really made too much sense, and I know you've kind of been struggling with him.
Uh-oh. There may be a run-in today.
Yeah, I know, really. Yeah. I don't know.
We'll ask him about it.
Yeah, we'll ask him about it. He's going to be on next
Tell
week.
him that.
Yeah.
I definitely will.
He'll start cutting a promo.
Yeah, he kind of, like the last time he called, what was it, a few days ago? I couldn't understand anything he was talking about, really. And it surprised me because I thought he was really good at first, but just the more he's on, just the less sense he kind of makes. And I don't know. I just he's really like he was my favorite guest, but now he's kind of not. I mean, slowly but surely he's kind of
call in, tell him that, and then tell him that he's bitter. That'll make for a good
don't
show.
tell him that he's bitter. Don't tell him
I heard him go off that one time. The guy called him somebody who was bitter.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks a lot, guys, for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ed. We're going to go to Wes. Wes, what's going on?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Going really good.
First question for you, Les. If you put on your booking hand, I guess, how do you think the WCW, WWF things will end up playing out? And the second part of it, I guess, would be, what happened with the Smoky Mountain USWA? I thought that could have done some business, and it kind of fell apart fast.
Well, first of all, I think the WCW, WWF thing is going to add a new dimension to our industry, simply because they'll be doing things over the next few years that have never been possible before in terms of interpromotional things, trade, guys, free agency, Vince stealing from Shane and vice versa. A lot of those things. I think what really set the tone for me was I think it was 1 week later after the Simulcaster 2 when Vince was browbeating JR and says, well, I guess you don't be working for me. And JR said, well, if I'm not tomorrow, I'll be working for your son at WCW. And I thought, my God, no wonder it could ever say that before. It just hit me like that. And I thought, wow, this is, so I think there's another dimension. So I think it'll play out well. And I think the sooner they get to it, obviously, the better off it will be. But also, until there's a time slot, there's no sense start to do tapes. So they've obviously got to wait for that. I think it'll play out well. As far as USWA and Smokey, with USWA, gosh, I can't tell you what happened down there. With Smokey, the best talent kept going to the highest bidder. And, at one point, those of us that worked in Smoky called WWF Smoky Mountain East, because so many of, and of course that's what the business is about, making more money and working your way to the top. And
I think he means like for a little while there they were doing a feud. It started off pretty good.
Oh,
and
there was
kind of
stuff on TV, back and forth. On each.
Oh, right, yeah.
The feud just kind of didn't go anywhere. I mean, it was okay for a couple of weeks, but it didn't have legs. That's
Exactly. And they did that. I wasn't there, but they brought during Fan Week at Smoky. They put them on a bus and took them up to Louisville for a show at Louisville Gardens. And they identified the Smoky fans to the Louisville fans, to the USWA fans. And the Smoky fans had to have an escort to get out of the building, for God's sake. They had that kind of heat. But, I'm like Dave. I think it never had legs. They never had any long-term plans for it.
Another question.
How separate do you think they have to keep WCW? Because I was just thinking about, when they finally get a date to start this show, are they going to promote it on Raw?
They have to.
Because you would never see like a Nitro commercial or anything like that on Raw. And if they're promoting another show, and we talked about this earlier, if WCW has a great pay-per-view and a great match on there, are they going to show clips on Raw? I mean, how separate do they have to keep this thing, and is it going to work?
Well, I think they're going to have to, play it by ear to start with, don't you? I mean, like I say, they're in uncharted ground, basically.
Mm-hmm.
They're going where none of us have ever gone before. So it's going to be trial and error, and they're obviously going to make some mistakes, But I think long term, I see it being successful, and I think the fans will get into it.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, like how separate would it really have to be for fans to buy that this is a separate organization run by Shane and not just like another TV show with different guys?
Well, the thing, Brian, is for whatever it was worth, nobody really ever bought the NWO as being separate, and that was a good angle. So they just have to be able to suspend their disbelief as much as, because I don't think that anyone's actually deep down going to believe that, Shane, I mean, they're both owned by the McMahons and they're both owned by WWF,
right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's ways that they could do it, because, I mean, you had the NWO had to supposedly buy TV time or whatever. I mean, I think it's going to have to be something like that.
Nobody believed that, though.
Well, I didn't believe it, but it was at least a little more realistic than, the WWF production team putting together a video package on a WCW pay-per-view and airing it on Raw like it was any other segment.
I think the suspending the disbelief thing, that's like if we all went to a movie tonight to see a particular actor, and if he's playing the part or she's playing the part correctly, at some point they're not the actor any longer, but they draw us in, they become the character. And that's what I think a lot of it has to do. We had this conversation over at our camp last night. I was always taught, and I always even try, and if it's old school, I won't apologize for it. I just think it's the best way for the kids to learn. But when I put together a show, when I put together an angle or storyline, I always parallel it with real life. And I'll tell you something that I've never believed in almost 41 years in the business is, say, Brian, you and I just wrestled for the championship. I won the belt. You clobber me with a chair or whatever, grab the belt and take off and say, okay, now if you want the belt back, you've got to wrestle me. And I say, no way. My analogy to that is, you're the winning Super Bowl coach and I'm the loser, and just as they're presenting you with a trophy in your locker room, I come in and nail you and grab the trophy. Well, I'm going to be suspended or fired or out of the NFL before I get back across the field, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
So I see no realism, or the fact that you and I are tag team partners and my plane was late, so Dave takes my place and you guys, that's like Mike Tyson say, okay, Holyfield, I stubbed my toe and I can't make it. How about
the creative license of wrestling bookers?
Yeah.
We'll replace you with somebody else and they'll defend the title.
Yeah, but I won't book that way because I think somewhere in your subconscious that rings untrue. I mean, you don't sit down and think about the way I'm thinking about it or laying it out to you here. But I think it's just like one of us trying to be a character that we're not, or it's like trying to make Steve Austin the ringmaster. He wasn't the ringmaster. So it wasn't going to work, or at least not nearly as effective as Stone Cold. Because now it's more just Steve being Steve, exaggerated.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's one of the things that makes it work or doesn't. And I think that Vince plays his character so well. And I think Shane comes off on the babyface side, that they will be able to carry it off.
Yeah. Vince is a really believable character for some reason.
He lives it. He lives that thing 24 hours a day.
One of our, Brock Gusman, one of our managers, who is very good, done some little theater, and he's always telling the guys, identify with some real life experience. You know, if you got
like method acting, right?
Exactly.
That's Foley's deal. I mean, he wrote about it in the book. You know, that's why his interviews are so incredible, because he believes, he makes himself believe every word of it.
Right, exactly.
Anything else, Wes?
Yeah, I just want to ask last one question in regards to what do you think of the whole thing with Brian Pillman back in '96 when he started the loose cannon? I mean, even now, I know Davey said before it didn't make a dime of money, but it sure as hell got a lot of people in the business.
Oh,
it made money for him.
Yeah.
What do you think of it?
Pillman was an extraordinary talent. I mean, personality-wise. Everyone heard that gravelly voice and they were put off by it. You know, a lot of people were intimidated by that voice. But Brian was a very, honestly, you know, and when I say this, we weren't that close, but I mean, the Brian that I knew and the Brian I talked to, the Brian I got to know, was really a sensitive person with a tremendous, quick mind.
Brian was very, very smart.
Yes.
I'd say that he's very smart, but he got way out of control at the end.
Oh, sure, I agree. Well, you know, but Dave, if you stop and think, as long as you've been around our business, some of the most brilliant minds, business-wise, are way left to center. I mean, they're definitely walking to their own drummer.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think what was that saying? There's a fine line between genius and insanity.
And there is.
Absolutely.
There is. Let's go to Eric. Eric, what's up?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Eric.
Hey.
William Regal was phenomenal last night with his acting, don't you think?
Yeah, did they come back on Triple H? That was tremendous.
I was marking out for it.
You talk about facial expressions.
Oh, yeah, he's
this
awesome.
guy is great.
Les?
Yes.
You organized the Brian Pillman Memorial Show, right?
Correct.
Would wrestlers that are still under Time Warner contract be able to appear on the show?
We don't believe so. You know, that's what, you know, we actually have not talked to anyone in control at Time Warner. And my feeling about that is that when I invite somebody to the show, it's like that's not the meaning they have to show up. And I think if these guys pretty much know they want to come, they don't want to come. I think Flair, Rick enjoyed it. I think Rick sensed, the value of it. And if he's uncomfortable with it, then I wouldn't want him to pursue it. I tend to believe what he said when right here on Dave's show. I think they would go to do whatever they could to avoid those contracts, because I agree with him in as much as I think.
Well, there's no upside to them for paying him.
Huh? I'm sorry.
There's no upside for them for paying. So any loophole they can to, it's $500,000 off the books. It's not like they're going to make money off these guys anymore.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, what exactly does it say? I mean, can they show up, or is it just strictly wrestling on the show, or what would it entail?
From the way Rick's analogy was, he could go to your local hardware store and sign autographs if he wanted to, but he couldn't do that at your local indie show. So I'm assuming that we would not even be able to acknowledge, in other words, there's Dave Meltzer in the third row there. Hey, Dave, stand up and take a bow.
We don't know who that is next to him.
Yeah. Sable. No, that was the other gimmick.
Yeah. They tried that one once. I remember that.
Yeah.
And then, boy, you talk about people trying to do back talk after that one.
Talk about running out of paper on the fax machine the next day.
Oh my God! Remember that story about she happened to buy a ticket? It's like,
yes,
just insult everyone's intelligence.
Security guys from Time Warner.
Yeah, with security guys there. Yeah.
That's amazing. She bought that seat right between those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people say, well, how can you have the Pillman without? But I think we're gonna have a good show. I really do. It's going to be different in as much as obviously it won't be ECW and WCW and WWF, but I think the aura, whatever that aura happens to be that we've created with the show, is still going to be there. I think the guys that show up are the ones that want to be there. That's like a few weeks back when I first saw Raven in locker room. Les, you're doing the Pillman? Yes. Got me in. Just like, it wasn't can I come? Hey, I want to be there. And those guys come out and bust their humps. We got Missy Hyatt and Elektra. They're going to have a match, and it's not good. And they, Missy, bless her heart, says, "Les, put us someplace where you can hide us. But you know what?
No false illusions.
Yeah, she is showing up 2 years in a row, paying her own way there. Done whatever we asked her to do. She and Electra called me just a couple of days ago on a conference call, and I've never met Electra. But she'd already got Les. The girls who were in the photo shoot in Playboy with me, I'll get them to donate something. We'll do it. Missy and I have talked this over. We'll put something. I can put something on Playboy.com and auction it off there. And they really want to help. So, am I going to make Dave watch him wrestle for a couple minutes? I am.
It's okay. I'll live through it.
See, even get him to go to the town with him afterwards, too.
Listen,
That's
that
right.
Dave is not such a purist. He doesn't mind seeing girls heavily endowed bouncing around.
Hey, wait a second. I will be getting Dave to go out on the town because I'll be with him. Don't worry. Right, Les? We talked about this last year when we were there. Don't worry.
Yes, we did.
Right.
Brian?
Yeah.
You're a big fan of AAA minis, right?
Yeah.
What do you think of Octagosito?
I think that he is out of this world.
I saw him last
Seriously, like one of the best wrestlers in the whole world.
He was pretty awesome last week when I saw him. That's all I know. Well, thanks for the time, guys.
Okay, you're very welcome. We get, ever since WCW went down, we get a lot more emails about AAA and EMLL.
Hey, you know what? I'm telling everybody out there, if you have a dish and you do not get AAA and EMLL, you are a fool. You don't have to watch everything, like the women or the some of the hardcore stuff in AAA, but you just got to watch it.
Hardcore stuff in AAA is so bad sometimes.
Unless you want to see a guy do a dive and get lit on fire in midair and overshoot everybody and crash on the ground, then you might want to watch the AAA hardcore, but you just got to watch it. It's awesome.
But the EMLL it's old school. It's not old school wrestling, but it is old school wrestling. If you know what I mean. It's like totally different, but psychologically, it's like a throwback to just like long matches, 2 out of 3 falls, heels that are heels. The one thing about those guys in Mexico that are on top, it's a negative and a positive. And the fact that they're all 45 years old and they've been wrestling for 25 years.
55.
Yeah, some of them. They are Satanico. They have had more matches than any people alive, and they are very experienced in how to look, body language. There's certain things you can watch on them on how to get reactions from the crowd. And they still do, some decent acrobatics. I mean, the style of what they do looks foreign unless you've watched a lot of lucha, because it's totally different. They take bumps differently because they're on these rings made out of concrete practically, so they don't take flat back bumps the same way. But
I think Botanico did a tope on this week's show. I haven't watched it yet, but he did.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about timing. You just made me think of Flair and Dusty at the last WCW pay-per-view.
They've done a good show. People enjoyed it.
There's just something about them, They didn't actually do anything really in the ring.
No.
But just the way that they were in there and what they did made everyone else look like amateurs.
It was when they did it and their body language and facial expression. Timing, boys. Timing. It's what it's all about.
You know who was really good at it, except, they made him out to be just a total comedy goof, but I used to, really get into him was when Patterson came back. Because Pat Patterson still threw one of the best working punches.
Yes.
When he was doing those matches when he was 57 years old. Not the evening gown match because that was an atrocity, but some of those didn't they do a match with the Mean Street Posse that was unbelievably entertaining? Patterson Briscoe.
Oh yeah.
One of them.
And you're right, he does. He still throws one of the best punches in the business. You're absolutely right.
I'm gonna hit a couple of emails before we get to the break. Let's see. This is from Simon Allen in Australia. Is there a date set for the Ray Stevens special? I don't believe so. Am I wrong, Al, on that one?
What's that? I'm sorry. What's
Ray
that?
Stevens special. No date.
No date yet. Still confirming a couple of guys.
Okay. After seeing Brock Lesnar, I have to wonder about drug testing in college sports. Brock is not in college sports anymore, by the way. He's in professional sports. Although he was huge when he was in college, too. And I have to wonder if you think Ben Johnson was right when he said that you have to be on drugs to win a gold, as this is one area where it is not only wrestling that has a serious drug problem. And by the way, I like Brock. Hey, you can't put the genie back in the bottle.
Johnson was 1988, wasn't he?
Yeah, so if anything, things are a lot worse than they are now.
Yeah.
And a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for? A lot more sophisticated. And what's funny is we, everyone, the buzzword is steroids. And Les, I don't know how close he is to the scene, but, Les actually, and another thing we never talk about, Les is a former competitive bodybuilder, bodybuilding trainer, bodybuilding supplements, very knowledgeable on bodybuilding supplements. But the steroids are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to physique drugs nowadays, and in the future they'll probably be even more of a when they're doing this gene therapy stuff. Have you read about the gene therapy stuff, Les?
I've read a little bit about it, not a whole lot, but it's very fascinating. And you're right. This thing is so sophisticated. It's like when somebody says, "Well, I don't take steroids," and they may not.
They may be telling the truth.
Exactly. But
15 other different drugs.
Exactly.
Because I remember like talking to one wrestler who and I remember this because they weren't lying to me, and they were telling me like, I don't take steroids, but I do this, and this, and they were mentioning like, all of these drugs that are not, none of them are technically steroids, and all of them are, insulin and everything else, and it's like, actually you'd be better off if you just took steroids, maybe. As scary as the stuff sounds.
Life quite as much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. When you see the freakier physiques, they come from someplace. But that's the other thing too. The sad thing is so many kids think they go out and buy a cycle of drugs, that's the end all be all, and that's all they need. But you've got to train your butt off. You've got to eat right, and then once you come off of those things, you've got to bust your hump, to maintain whatever it was you got. So,
the most frustrating thing is when I see guys that are on the juice and they don't even go to the gym, and it's like, why even bother?
Oh, yeah.
If you just worked out and didn't take steroids, you'd probably be in better shape right now.
Exactly.
Or you know what else is guys who it's like guys who start going to the gym on their first day and have already bought their steroids, and it's like, I don't think that anyone should even touch. I don't think anyone should touch it, and they don't need to if they're really smart about everything, but. The thing is, in the first couple of years, you've got to learn how to train properly.
Sure.
Because steroids will your response will not teach you to train properly. You'll be able to get away with a lot of mistakes, and it's better to learn your body because, for your whole life.
Sure. If you've been around, you see the telltale signs. I know it's been within the last year. I saw a kid, and I said, what are you doing? What do you mean? When I said, what are you doing? I said, you're on something. Well, why do you say? I said, well, you're real puffy. You're holding water. You think so? No, I don't think so. I know so. I got this thing, and I said, well, you're just waterlogged. I'm really not eating very good. I said, well, then why are you bothering?
That's the other one. The guys that eat like pizza like crazy and then take steroids, and because they always end up being like really bloated.
Yeah, and I said, well, the sad thing is you wasted your money, you wasted your time, and when you come off of that, you're going to shrink back. You think so? I said, yes, I do. And sure enough, I saw the kid, I don't know, maybe a month or so later, and it was already noticeable. He wasn't as waterlogged, but he had no size to him either.
I remember this one guy who was all puffy from the water and everything like that. He was on the juice, and I chopped him, and like the first layer of skin just came right off. It was so nasty.
I've never seen. I'm trying to envision that. My Jennifer Lopez analogy is better than that, Ron.
Yes, it is. It is.
Got a couple of emails here for Les. This is from Jaron Shea, who wants to know what your thoughts were of Whitey Caldwell.
Whitey Caldwell is my ex-tag team partner. Was a good worker. Probably pound for pound one of the toughest guys I've ever was around. He was never made his mark anywhere but in East Tennessee. Born and raised up around the Tri-Cities, Kingsport, Johnson City, Bristol, in that area. And I first met him in 1968, first time I was ever in Knoxville, out of the Nashville office. John Kazana was the promoter. And John says, I need a babyface here to team up with this local guy. And back then, you didn't want to be teamed up with a local guy because that was kind of your kiss of death, because the local guys weren't that good. But I saw him work for the first time that night. I'm like, wow, this guy is really good, But anyway, long story short, Kazana he didn't have TV at that time. When he finally got TV in Knoxville, Whitey and I were the first babyface team to get hot off the TV. And the heel team was the Wright brothers, Ron and Don. And anyway, we drew a lot of money and had a lot of good times. Whitey was a very, very good worker and a pretty tough little son of a gun, too. On top of it, not very big, about 185, 190 pounds, real wiry, but a very good worker. And so good, in fact, that he went in there against Dory Jr. and went 60 minutes. And the people believed it, in part, obviously, to Dory's talent as well. but Whitey died in a car wreck on his way home from the matches one night. And I think people still put flowers on the grave up there, and that was back in 72, I believe.
This is from Gary, because it's been said that he wouldn't allow his picture to be taken so as not to take advantage of the fans, which certainly was unique for any wrestler of any era. Is that true? I don't know that story. He wouldn't let anybody sell his pictures. I mean, he would pose, with your daughter or pose with you for your grab shots or anything. But in other words, he wouldn't let Kazana or any of the promoters sell Whitey Caldwell pictures. Really? Because he thought that was taking advantage of the fans. Wow, that's certainly different. This is a question from Thomas, who goes, when Fred Blassie was on the Dick Van Dyke Show, talking about, this is even further back than Whitey Caldwell, this is early 60s. As a wrestling champion, what promotion's belt was he wearing? I would presume that was the old WWA World Heavyweight title belt out of Los Angeles that Blassie held in the 60s many times.
I would think so, too. I remember seeing him on the Van Dyke Show, but I don't remember the belt exactly. But I'm almost certain of that, actually. Probably whatever territory he was working at the time. Which was probably
Los Angeles territory. Right? Yeah. Was there ever a plan to give Rick Rude or Kurt Hennig the WWF title? I never ever heard of that, of either of those guys being considered. Because that's the Hogan era, and, it's other guys, those guys just weren't considered for the belt.
They were too small. They did not work a heavyweight style.
Yeah. No, it's just... let's go to Terry in North Carolina. Terry, what's going on?
I'm doing fine. Is it true that McMahon is renaming Full Load to Invasion? Because if it's true or whatever, it'll be great for the WCW stars to get some airtime. McMahon could push these guys to be stars until WCW can get relaunched.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious as to exactly. Yeah, I'm kind of curious as to how this is all going to go down. But the last I heard, which was as of what day was this? Saturday or Sunday? Sunday night. They were still. They had changed the name of the show to Invasion, and I'm going to try to check. Actually, the minute the show's over, believe it or not, I got a couple of things that I have to check on. So, and that'll be one of them. But the plan as of a week ago was that there would be WCW guys, and that the Invasion show would be built around Vince and Shane. I don't know if it's interpromotional matches or just a run-in or just like this threat that we're showing up at this show, Vince, and then people will find out who shows up and who doesn't. I don't know what the storyline, how they're going to do it, but yeah, they're going to do that on the show after King of the Ring.
Okay. Yes, another thing too. You think it's a bad idea for The Rock to become a heel right here? Like
horrible idea.
What I'm thinking of with
this
right
turn
here.
everybody heel.
Horrible idea.
What I'm thinking of with this right here, I think it'll kill him. Basically, he blamed the fans of McMahon for not letting him be black.
Yeah, terrible idea. Will not happen. No.
I doubt that'll happen right there.
No, that one's not happening. And he's, they got to go with the babyface thing with him for a while, don't you think, Russ? Maybe forever. Well, nothing's forever.
He's gonna be a movie star, though. He's not gonna be one of those guys like Flair where he's just so big and such an icon that how do you turn this guy heel?
They tried with Austin.
And look what's happening.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. Let's go to Rob in New York. Rob, what's going on?
Hey.
Rob. Hello, Rob.
Hi, I'd like to know what you think about the China Lita angle. And
it's horrible.
If you think Lita will be turning heel in the near future.
What, China?
Yeah, or Lita.
Nib China.
Yeah,
I think China will probably turn this Sunday.
Yeah?
Yeah, at the end of the match. Yeah,
then,
I think at the end of the match.
Also, another thing. I'd like to say WrestlePost.com poem that was issued on Wrestling Observer today. I'd like to say it was a very entertaining article, but I think it should have been a bit longer.
What are you talking about?
His article on the wrestling landscape?
Right.
As long as I was going to go on a Wednesday morning.
I woke up at like 10 o'clock.
After writing until 3 a.m. on Tuesday night. That was about as far as I could go.
I can't believe how long that thing was, especially at that time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks.
Okay. Very welcome.
Thanks for the plug for the website there, by the way.
Yeah. Let's go to Zach in Texas. Zach, what's up?
Evening, gentlemen.
Hello.
I think if you ever do a frequently asked questions page, the first one should be, how you doing?
The second one is...
I'm doing just fine.
The second one is, what really happened to Shawn Michaels?
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway,
we get that one 3 times a day.
The third is, that's a work, right? Anyway, I was just going to say, after the recent series of women's so-called matches on WWF TV, it just has really struck me that, of course, it'll never happen, but what they really need to do is take every one of those women off TV who they ever plan to have work another match, except maybe Stephanie, since she can't be removed for 6 months or so. But I would
and send her to Mexico.
No. I was thinking more Japan, or hell, just anyone who
they'll
can
die in
train.
Japan. Those women, except for Jackie and Terry Power, Tori, they'll die in Japan.
Really? But I was
Yes.
just thinking, they need to be taken off for about 6 months and just retaught how to wrestle. Brought up to something that could, in some joking manner, be called professional work. Because it's unwatchable. It's also
Same problem that WCW had, except they're a little bit better they're a little better trained than the WCW women. But there was this mentality that that women drive ratings, and in small doses, Sable did, and China and Lita are not getting killed in the ratings, but when you overdo it, boy.
Well, the thing is, when this feud is over, this division is dead, because to build up China, she's squashed everyone. And the thing is, in the 80s, you could squash people because there were a bunch of other people on the roster that you weren't squashing. But when you have 5 women and you squash all of them except one, what happens when the feud with that one is over?
Right.
Well, they'll bring Jackie back.
In terms of talent, I think the current fan, if you've just become a fan the last couple of years, doesn't expect a lot. Those of us who've been around a while obviously expect much more. But, I think the current fan, this is what they see, so that's what they expect. Not that it's good, bad, or indifferent. I think they just, okay, here's another girls' match.
The more I think about it, the more I think that American promoters are afraid to portray the women as competent workers. I think that they feel safer with the catfight spots and a woman whose gimmick basically is what kind of underwear she wears, than with a strong female who is portrayed as a competent worker. China squashes everyone, but it's not because she is a good wrestler, it's because she's a freak.
I can see maybe if they brought in a bunch of Japanese women that were better than the men, there might be a problem. But even if you had women that were just, equivalent to the lower card guys, I don't see why that would be a problem, but they're not even at that level.
Yeah. It's something that's been simmering in my mind ever since Lawler came on and said he didn't want to see women wrestle because it wasn't sexy. Which
I don't see anything wrong with women being athletically, having athletic ability. It's like female bodybuilders.
There is, though. I think there is a mentality in parts of wrestling. I don't know if it's that like a well-worked women's match doesn't serve a purpose, but guys want to see the women with the implants and the clothes ripping.
Right.
Well, I don't know why you can't have a nice body and be able to work too.
Mm-hmm. Right.
There is no law against that.
Chew gum at the same time.
Yeah.
2 more things. I'll be real quick and let y'all go. First of all, I would like to formally apologize for predicting a Dudley-Holly family feud last winter, since it's happening now. And second of all, just a quick plug. The Houston Museum of Fine Arts is running Gaia Girls next weekend.
Really?
Yes, next. I sent you an email about that, but it never made it onto the show. Next Saturday night, and then on Memorial Day in the evening, they are running the film. So I thought that for anyone in South Texas, I would get that out. And lastly,
let me know how the thing is, because I still have not seen that movie, and most people who've seen that movie rave about it.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to go. I want to so badly, but I can't.
Okay. If anyone's in that part of Texas, Houston area, and you're going, call us up, or you know what? If anyone
in the area has already seen it, San Francisco,
or anyone like in Boston or San Francisco where it's played, Chicago, I know it's played as well, and Toronto as well too. If anyone's seen it, because I'm just very curious about that movie, because again, like I said, I know people who say it's better than Beyond the Mat, so
hopefully it'll make it to DVD here. But
now I really at some point should.
Yeah, I really will let you go, but just from the natural heel heat conversation from earlier, I would like to add, I mean, I only saw about the last 5 years of his career, obviously, but 94 till 99, every time he went into any building I was in, Owen Hart just got booed out of the building. Even if he just kind of exuded this kind of whiny bitch thing, but he still backed it up.
He did real well in the Bret feud, but I wouldn't put Owen Hart, as far as main event, that kind of heat.
Yeah.
In the caliber of what I hear, and again, I never really saw well, actually I did see tapes of, but of a Buddy Rogers or
right.
Someone like that, or the Sheik, who I did see. Some of those guys. Boy, that's Sheik heat. That was a different kind of heat.
I will let you gentlemen go. Have a good weekend, and
okay.
Good luck with your guys, Les.
Thank you very much.
Hope to see them on TV soon because we need them.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thanks a bunch, Zach. I'm going to go a couple of emails, then we'll head to a break. This is Frank Trigg going to fight for Pride? He's not on this next show. And he was considered, but he's not on this next show. I don't know when he's fighting again. Is Tajiri going to be Chris Jericho's partner? It's an interesting name. I don't know who the partner's going to be, but
interesting team.
What? Yeah,
interesting team.
It'd be good. I think people would be happy with that as a surprise too.
Yeah.
There's a big. We got a big
Where are they at the pay-per-view?
What? Oh, in the tag team match.
I know, but where's the pay-per-view being held?
Sacramento, which would not, as far as geographically, that would not be like a perfect city for Tajiri, because ECW never came here and never had TV here, other than TNN. Because what are the chances of Rob Van Dam showing up at Judgment Day? I would think he'd be a perfect injection in the WF lineup to liven things up. They're very close to a contract. I don't anticipate him being ready by Sunday. But if they want him, he'll be there.
He really needs to be a WCW guy, though. They need a name like that there.
I agree, and I think that's what it is. Let's see. He goes, I had a chance. This is from Joey in Toronto. Goes, I had a chance to hear Carl DeMarco do a local radio interview. Could you please clear up a couple things he said last night? He said ratings in Canada have doubled since 1999, as have the number of advertisers in Canada. I don't know about the advertising in Canada. Ratings doubled since 99. I would doubt that. If you said doubled since 1996, I'm sure they have, because they have here. 99, I don't know.
Maybe 1899.
Then they have. He also said that 3 million Canadians watch Raw on TSN, which would be 10% of the country. I can't imagine that being anywhere close to the truth. It's not. That's why. There's only about 5 million that watch, 6 million that watch Raw in the United States, so there aren't 3 million watching in Canada. I think the number is closer to 750,000. It's the last I had heard. Let's see. Now that Tough Enough is over, any ideas when and how Tori may be reintroduced? Don't know. Lance Storm is Jericho's tag partner. They could do it, but I would really be shocked. I think that they'd try to keep him in the WCW side for sure. What are the chances of Jericho's partner being a WCW guy to jumpstart the invasion angle? Again, if that's the idea they want to go with, but I don't know. I haven't heard of any of those guys. Again, all it takes is one phone call if that's what they want to do. They want to get to a couple of emails, and then we'll get back to the calls. Someone else who wants Lance Storm to be Jericho's partner. I would bet against it. It is a possibility, but I would bet against it. And it says, not only are they a great team, but I think WF fans will buy them beating Triple H and Austin. That'd be unique. That'd be unique. I don't see it happening, but something's got to happen. So maybe. People don't think that a lot of this doesn't have influence on people in the WWF. Now, it may influence them negatively, it may influence them positively, but they know the sentiment. And there's people in the company and there's people on the writing staff. They all know the sentiment. The idea of, believe me, the idea of Benoit and Jericho beating Helmsley and Austin on Raw for the tag team titles has been presented as an idea, and I'm not sure. I don't know. I've even heard that Austin and Helmsley may be willing to do it. So who knows? Jim Ross's report line of the week says, quote, our business cannot exist without new and talented young stars being introduced on our TV shows in a variety of unique ways. See? Another person says it. It's the future. Seriously, the way TV runs through people, like we talked about 2 years ago, it seems like a million years ago in this business.
2
and
months
you
ago.
You got to constantly be creating new stars. The one good thing is that, they're doing stuff.
It just seems so weird to think of that simulcast. It almost seems like ancient history.
It does seem like a long time ago, doesn't it?
7 weeks ago. Unbelievable. Hey, think about this. The opening of the XFL season was only a couple months ago. February 3rd, 9.5 rating. Think of that. How quickly things change. This is, I've been watching the Wrestling Gold DVD the past couple of nights, which is the thing that Cornette and I did.
And who's the guy doing commentary with Cornette?
What? I'm the guy doing commentary with Cornette, yes. There's an 8-man tag team match that has Rick Rude wearing a dress, leading a team against what appear to be 4 enhancement workers, one of which is Tiger Mask. However, it wasn't who I was expecting. From listening to Jurgen Cornette's comments, I learned that the guy was Ken Wayne. What was the deal with this? I believe the match took place in Memphis. Has Satoru Sayama been through Memphis before? No. How did Ken Wayne get the gimmick, and how long did he use it for? What happened was Satoru Sayama was real big as Tiger Mask in Japan. It was actually a phenomenon at that point in time. And I think he worked in Madison Square Garden a couple of times, and one match with Dynamite Kid, and it was, by the standards of the time, it was pretty much a phenomenon. Something that his style was so quick and so acrobatic. It was something no one had ever seen before. It was an awesome worker. And so Ken Wayne went to Kansas City, actually, I think I got the promotion right. And Bob Geigel gave him the Tiger mask, and they pretended he was the original Tiger Mask, and he did topes and things like that, which nobody had ever seen before, but Ken Wayne was not Satoru Sayama. Then he went to Memphis, and they didn't even bother pretending he was Satoru Sayama, the original one. He was just Tiger Mask. And he wore that same mask as the Stray Cat in Georgia, too. There's one here for, just pushing for less. Okay, I'm going to get this one out here. How many hours of TV did Crockett do in the late 60s and early 70s before eliminating everything but the Wednesday Raleigh tapings? He goes, I personally saw shows from Charlotte and Raleigh, but I know that there were also shows from High Point and Columbia and many other markets. It sounds like an insane schedule with so much TV and so many house shows. How tough was the schedule? I know you were in and out of that territory.
Yeah, there's Raleigh TV was always on Wednesday night. Charlotte was always Wednesday night as well. Channel 3 in Charlotte was done Wednesday night, so he had 2 TVs on Wednesday night. Tuesday night was High Point Television. I never remember anything in Columbia. Roanoke had its own TV, which was Saturday. I think that was pretty much it.
So you were doing 4 television shows a week?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely, yeah. And then, of course, Charlotte wasn't bicycled. Raleigh was bicycled. Well, actually, in Raleigh, they set up 2 desks and used 2 sets of commentators and to double tape 1 match. And then it went into 2 different markets that way with 2 different sets of commentators.
Oh, so I see. Because they didn't have the technology to where they could voice over the tape.
Right.
So one set of commentators would be talking about matches in their city, and the other set would be talking about matches in their city.
Absolutely. And you'd be doing 2, and when you go to the interview breaks, then maybe I'd go to this desk and you'd go to the other desk. And then cross back over whatever. But yeah, we were doing it that way. Kevin Kelly and I were talking about that the other day. We used to do on Wednesdays in Raleigh, we'd start at noon, and each show had 2 2-minute and 20-second holes in it for commercial interviews. And we were in like 38 or 40 markets. And so we were doing, obviously around 80.
That's a lot of markets.
Yes, 82 to 20 spots. Plus, if we were sending the talent to somebody else's territory, might be doing spots for that, plus some 30s. And I might do 100 spots a day, plus do a show that night.
Wow. This is, no wonder guys got to be good on promos, huh?
Exactly. I'll tell you what, and this is true, we used to use the old photographer's back timer. They'd set it at 220. It was on a little rolling stand right under the camera lens, right next to my prompter. I used to write my own notes. We didn't have a teleprompter. But anyway, there's been times that clock would malfunction. And I've done so many of those spots that I could pick the time up in my head and get out of that spot without blowing it within a second or two once, at the right spot. I mean, we just had done so many of them, that I almost, it was like singing a song and having the rhythm and the tune. So I was even amazed about it.
Wow, that's really amazing. This is from Josh Up.
The production people today complain.
Yeah, because a couple of comments on Ohio Valley. I watched a lot of their shows since I live in Kentucky, and I think Jim Cornette's doing a superb job. They have a huge WWF OVW show coming up in late June. I think that Angle, Big Show, the Hardys, and some other WWF talent is going to be at it. I think the Dudleys, I don't know about the Hardys. The Dudleys, I think, Jericho might be there.
I think he's there. Big Show is there.
Kurt Angle and Undertaker.
Yes, Undertaker is there. Yes, because I know they were cutting spots last Tuesday for that.
Yeah. The Louisville radio stations are hyping it as the last show ever at the Gardens. In fact, it is. They're going to close the Gardens up right after the show.
Right.
I was wondering if you could get Cornette on soon to talk about it. There's actually a pretty darn good chance we may, if he's not free. We try to get him on before the big shows all the time. I think Brock Lesnar and Rico Constantino have great upsides, although Lesnar still needs to work on basic things, including his punches that look weak. Out of all the talents OVW, I think Randy Orton's got the brightest future, but he needs time. What's your thoughts? You've seen a lot of those guys now. What's your thoughts on the guys?
Randy's come along really fast. Brock's good. I think of the guys that don't get much press for whatever reason because they don't have whether they're not third generation or don't have the big amateur credentials, or Nick Densmore and Rob Conway and Flash. Yeah. All three are good workers.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, and Doug Basham, who is Danny's nephew, doesn't get a lot of pub at all. Doug's a damn good worker, too. So,
okay, go ahead.
There's several of those guys down there that I think, everybody's talking about Brock Lesnar today. No, not today. Yeah,
that's what I tell people, too, yeah.
Yeah, he's they see the shooting star press and they don't see anything else. But he wants to learn, and he's a sponge, and and he absorbs everything you talk to him about, and he's getting better every outing. But, yeah, he's not ready now.
I don't want to compare him to Lita in any way, but it's pretty much the same thing where people saw the Hurricane Rana and it was like, wow, look at this chick can work.
Yeah.
And then you see a match and all of a sudden it's like, no, she can't.
Exactly.
Actually, there is a similarity there because they see that big guy and they watch that finish and it's just like, oh my God. And then, in your mind, the guy's a tough guy, he's a national champion amateur and all that. But, he's very, he's just green. He's green.
The psychology of this business does not come easy. And that's the point. It's not learning the holes, but it's you can teach an idiot to do a moonsault. What you can't teach him is why he did it and where he's going from the moonsault.
That's true.
That's the thing. That's what, it takes the time. It's the psychology. And that doesn't come overnight. You can't force feed that to them. They've got it. That's something you find on your own. You find the groove and that's when you're ready.
Let's go to Sean in Pennsylvania.
You can teach an idiot to do a moonsault because you really can. You're just flipping over. Is it really that hard?
In fact, I know a lot of idiots, Brian, that do moonsaults.
Hey, Dave,
especially the light bulbs.
Yes.
Hey,
Sean, what's going on?
Dave, I had two quick things. One, I called in it seems like a year ago, but it was like probably 6 or 7 months ago. And expressed my concern about the way they were treating The Rock as far as jobbing him out, like week in, week out. And I think towards the end of this, towards when they were doing this Austin heel turn, the boos were kicking in. I think, and at the time, I think he said, business is still good, so, who are we to judge? Well, I think it kind of showed that, I think the turn might have worked better if Rock was stronger when Austin made the turn, but he wasn't. Rock was actually the guy on the decline, and Austin was kind of resurging.
Yeah, you're right about that. I think that I don't think that people expected the reaction to Rock to be what it is because then they started confiscating signs and things like that, because they were so paranoid about it. I think they thought that Rock was the young guy on the way up, and, usually people kind of want to see something new, so the old veteran usually can go heel in that situation, and it didn't work, I think, the way everyone expected. But I don't think that that's Rock doing jobs. I think that there was something about...
It was the way he was portrayed. He was portrayed as a dick.
Yeah, I think the whole thing with Rock was, I think that Rock was super, super cool, but I think that the people felt Austin was more one of them and Rock was more elite. And, he was cool elite. He was super cool, but it was like... He's Hollywood, and Austin is,
the redneck.
The redneck, and I think I don't know. Les, what's your thought as far as that whole psychology of the last month leading up to WrestleMania? As far as people all of a sudden that loved The Rock, all of a sudden kind of mixed reaction on him.
Yeah, they kind of go where you take them. You know, there's even a Stampede has a leader. And I think, you know, in that case, they, you know, I think, of course, Texas trying to turn Steve there, logistically was not a sharp call. I think they would tell you that. You know, that was tough. I think what they did with JR was, I think the fans were mixed simply because they went to their own basic instincts. You know, and maybe what they're telling you too is Rock is just on the cusp, like we were talking about the difference between genius and idiot, right? And maybe he's that easy. You know, Buddy Rogers, and this, I've never seen this happen, but I've been told by the old timers, Rogers in a 3-fall match could work babyface the first fall, heel the second, and go back to babyface the third. He was that good. That's
impressive. You know who could do that was Art Barr.
Well, see, so, I mean, you know, and maybe Rock, and here again, you know, we're talking about a guy, a phenomena, no doubt, but he's still learning. He is 5 years away from hitting his peak. If he's willing to continue to learn, as good as he may be today, when he learns how to control that lightning bolt, to put it in a bottle, then we can sell it better. And that, and,
he's going to have so many things going on in his life.
Oh, sure. Sure.
One other thing, Dave. I know you're running out of time. I have a thing. Mark Henry, all right? I know he's not one of your favorite workers, but I have a thing. About a year and a half ago, when he was doing the sexual chocolate gimmick and he was still wrestling with D'Lo, I felt he was really over. I know he's not a great wrestler, but we've seen big men and big men, little men teams before, but the big man's not a good wrestler, but he's with a little guy who is a good wrestler. So you come in and do the big man spots and still preserve whatever it is you got. I think Mark Henry was over, and D'Lo was over because he was with Mark Henry. I think they were really over before they did all the hand and the, you know, all Mae Young.
It got a little silly though.
Can I interject something here?
No, before all that stuff.
You know, I get to spend a little time around Mark because of our association with OVW. And I'll tell you what, Mark has a tremendous attitude. He works great with those guys. Everything's positive. Never mind the weight loss, which he has done in spades. But the fact that he's got such a good attitude, I think he's got a great personality. And again, he's never going to be Chris Benoit. You know, but that doesn't mean in the way the business is today, he certainly, you know, he could be a part of it. And I think just on his attitude and his work ethic of the last however many months he's been down there, I think he deserves a shot.
Okay, we are totally out of time right now. And I want to thank Les for being here tonight.
David, real quick, Tillman tickets go on sale tomorrow, Ticketmaster at noon.
Cool. And Chris Benoit, Steve Regal, William Regal main event?
Yes, and the Hardy Boys against X Factor. And we're going to have Carino defend the NWA title for the first time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Missy Hyatt and Elektra.
Yes, and you referee that.
Yeah. So anyway, that's August 9th?
That's August 9th, and of course the Mark Curtis Fantasy Camp. You can read more about that on CurtisCamp.com. That's the day before, on the 8th.
We will definitely have Les on, a couple of times between now and then. And in fact, we're going to talk, Les, the next time you're on, we should talk about, Mick Foley wrote a tremendous chapter in his book about Brian Hildebrand, and we should talk about him. I mean, because, I don't know, I want to.
Okay, let's do it.
Brian Hildebrand was a very unique guy that Les and I knew very, very well, and Mick Foley knew him better than we did, I think. But really, many of you saw him as a referee on WCW, but what a great, phenomenal wrestling fan, knowledgeable wrestling fan. I mean, he didn't live in a fantasy world about what wrestling was, but loved it for both its good and its bad. I mean, really, and what a positive attitude on life. I mean, I want to tell you something about an inspiration. That's thrown around, but that dude was an inspiration to me.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
And we'll be back Monday at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We got Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly with us, and we're going to be joined in about a half an hour or so by Max Payne, who had a very interesting film clip of a movie documentary that we talked about a while ago, and got a lot of controversy, so he's back, and he can answer all of your questions about that, or we can talk to him about any aspect of his pro wrestling career. Of course, he worked in his wrestling life. He was an amateur standout, went to New Japan, Ended up in both WWF as Man Mountain Rock, WCW as Max Payne, obviously. We're Memphis. There's a couple other circuits in there, but those were the main ones. But anyway, we can talk about that and musical career, all that kind of stuff. Brian, how are you today?
Doing good.
That's good. Just before we went on the air, and I don't want to comment more about this because I don't know more about it yet, but I got the word that the WWF they were running a house show at San Francisco at the Cow Palace on June 30th, and the show was canceled. And, that's really all I know. And I guess we'll probably talk more about it tomorrow because I'll probably know more about it tomorrow. But tickets were put on sale Saturday, and if it was canceled today, there's usually probably a pretty good explanation, which is probably not a good explanation. But anyway.
Still, that's a month and a half away.
I know. Very interesting.
If it were a ticket sale thing, it just seems like they were giving up awfully early.
The thing is, though, when it comes to tickets now, when it comes to wrestling, if tickets don't...
It's all first day.
It's pretty much... It's not all first day, but it's like 70% first day. Like, if the first day is a flop, you pretty much know that you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to come back. With WCW, it was the same way. It was like, they pretty much knew, what range they would be in on day one. I mean, you could pick it up a little bit. Sometimes, you get good late response for some shows. Usually not. And I think that's been the case, too, with because the people who want to buy tickets buy it the first day because they know that's when all the good tickets are available. And that casual audience, they really just don't seem to buy late much. I mean, obviously there's some. So, yeah. I mean, I remember I used to get with the WCW, like the day-by-day ticket sales. And, you might get like 60 tickets or 100 tickets, sold every couple days, which, over the course of, a month or so, could be a couple of thousand. But let's just say and I don't know what they started with. I don't know anything. So, anyway, just got that info. Let me see. Not a whole heck of a lot of news here, actually, today. Any big stuff to talk about that we haven't talked about?
I don't think so.
There's just the SmackDown tonight, and tonight's SmackDown is going to be very interesting. This is a number that we have to pay attention to because there's no reason that the number shouldn't be way up. If the number is, I think at this point in time, anybody will take anything up. Last week showed it a 4-0. People will take anything up as being a positive, but really the number, you can't. I'm not saying you can turn it around with one good TV on Monday, and you can't. Okay, so that's ridiculous. But it really needs to be about a 4-2 or a 4-3, just by the fact that there's no, there's no NBC comedies going against them. Everyone's in reruns. Survivor's gone. I mean,
Plus, Monday was a good show. I mean, if you put everything together logically, the number should be up tonight, but we've said it a million times, logic really means absolutely nothing as far as ratings and a lot of things in wrestling go.
Well, one of the things, and this was something that, happened with WCW, when you turn off a consumer, and it's very hard to get them back. You know what I mean? Because they're not, it's like, somebody wrote me about Monday's show, and they're going like, you're raving about Monday's show and everything. And believe me, it's better to do a good show than a bad show. But they're going like, all of those people they lost, they didn't watch Monday's show, so they don't know what they missed. Now, some of them are going to get it on word of mouth, but the amount of people who are going to get it on word of mouth, that's not enough to build the rating up that much. A little bit, but not much.
Well, one of the things we noticed, too, is, when things are hot, you can almost do no wrong, and when things are not hot, then whatever you do, it really isn't going to make a whole lot of impact week by week. I mean, there was a period when WCW was just sliding like crazy, and it'd have a good show every now and then, but in the grand scheme of things, it just did not matter. I mean, it has to be consistent. Every week has to be good, building towards something, or, just one show means nothing.
That's right. Building towards something is the key. There's got to be something that people want that's dangling in front of them to keep them tuning in. Let's see. Triple H, today was the surgery. Have you heard any update on that?
Nothing.
Okay, neither have I. Surgery on his torn quad and possible tendon damage as well in the knee, and we'll probably hear more about that probably today or tomorrow. Let's see. Here we got the poll question for yesterday was, of course, yesterday was the second-year anniversary of the death of Owen Hart. What was Owen Hart's best series of matches? A was Owen Hart and Ben Bastrop against the Viet Cong Express, which got 1% of the vote, which I think was Ben
Can
Basarab.
I predict this poll real quick as to what the winner will be?
Yeah.
Brett Noen.
You're wrong. Okay, anyway.
Really?
Yes. But I think it was stacked. So, I would think that the real winner should have been Brett Noen, too. But anyway, we'll get to that in a second. Owen and Ben Basarab against the Viet Cong Express. I think it was Ben Basarab and his ex-wife and a couple other people. Owen Hart and Hiroshi Hase, 1%. Owen Hart and Jushin Liger, 49%. Owen Hart versus Bret Hart, 45%. And Owen Hart against Shawn Michaels, 4%. Today's question is, who should the WWF move to the number 2 heel slot? A, Chris Jericho, which means a turn right away, which I would not do after last week. It's just way too soon. But a few weeks ago, I would have done it. So timing's everything. B, Kurt Angle. C, Undertaker, which would be a turn as well. D, William Regal. And E, someone not on the roster, such as someone in WCW or a free agent. So.
Are you telling me that 45% of our listeners watched the Owen Hart-Jushin Liger feud?
49. No.
49?
No, that's like I said. That I know. I didn't take that one.
We're trying to skew our polls.
You can't say that because that guarantees that they will for sure next time.
I know.
The psychology of this all. Let's see. What else do we got?
Only at a wrestling show would something like this happen, you know?
Probably.
You think Rush and Malloy do polls and people deliberately try to skew them?
I think they appeal to an older audience than we do.
Okay.
They don't get that many people that vote on the polls either.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they do on the WWF site polls. I mean, like, think about it. All of those people before the WrestleMania that voted like that Battle Royal was the match they most wanted to see. I mean, think about that. It wasn't. There was like not one interview for that Battle Royal. In the grand scheme of things, nobody gave a rat's ass about that Battle Royal. But according to the website, it was like a bigger deal than Rock and Austin. It's just like a whole bunch of people go, hey, it's so cool. Let's vote for the Battle Royal. So that's what happens. Anyway, we got this. I sent this to you the other day, Brian, but I wanted to read it on the air. This is the single worst. We will never top this one. The single worst example of journalism when it comes to professional wrestling of all time. Maybe not. Yeah, I think of all time. I'm going to read this to you. This is from the. What was
this
it?
should be the poll today. Can this article truly be real?
It is real because I got it from several sources.
It's just incredible.
Okay, it was a national cable magazine preview for the King of the Ring pay-per-view, as a matter of fact, and I think that you would have to work very hard and be very creative to have a better article than this. Anyway, it says, The Rock prefers film set to ring. There will be a new champion crowned at this year's King of the Ring. The 8-man elimination tournament is one of the WWF's most popular pay-per-view shows. So far, in the first 2 sentences, there's not one mistake, which I think is about as far as we go. Last year, The Rock slammed his way to the title, which, of course, Kurt Angle won, with 3 convincing wins, but you can expect such WWF stalwarts as Stone Cold Steve Austin, Triple H, and The Undertaker to play prominent roles in this year's show. June 24th at East Rutherford, New Jersey. The Rock, he's a victim of his own popularity. The official word from WWF World Headquarters in Stamford, Connecticut, is that The Rock, whose real name is Chris Jericho, has been suspended. The WWF, which surpasses the best soap operas for creating outrageous situations and larger-than-life heroes and cads, has pitted The Rock against WWF boss man Vince McMahon. As we all know, the boss isn't always right, but he's always the boss. But the real reason for The Rock's vacation is he's taking care of business. Jericho considers himself an entertainer, and he has branched out in recent years. His credits include an autobiography that appeared on the New York Times bestseller list and a CD that was less successful. He also made his mark in Hollywood with a feature role in Mummy 2, which is expected to be a box office hit this summer, which, in fact, it was. Jericho declined an invitation to defend his King of the Ring title because he's being paid, this is a good number, $45 million U.S. for another regal role as the Scorpion King in the film of the same name. $45 million.
I at least hope that maybe that guy at least wrote $4.5 million and it was a typo. How could anyone think that this guy was making $45 million for a film role?
Nobody makes that.
Who makes $45 million?
Nobody. I think that the top guys are getting about 20, and they're top guys with like huge track records.
Maybe Tom Cruise, when he did Mission Impossible and took like a cut, it may have been up there like 45
Yeah, that's
million.
true.
No one's getting paid that to do a role.
Yeah. The Rock did stick around long enough to tape Break Down the Walls, the WF Fanatic series, available on pay-per-view to Bell Express View subscribers. So anyway, just wanted to read that.
That's the most I don't even know. I couldn't even believe that when I read it. I was certain that was fake. That's how bad it was.
Yeah, that was amazing. Okay, let's get to some emails here. This is from the Reverend Ray Duffy, who says, I've noticed that most of the documents, this actually has to do with the phone call that we got the other day. I've noticed that most of the documented incidences of wrestlers dying in Japan have generally been ring-related accidents in Miko Kato, Masakazu Fukuda, and Plum Mariko. However, there doesn't seem to be a glut of deaths as a result of drug abuse like in the United States, Luis Piccoli, Gino Hernandez, Brian Pillman, Art Barr, Bobby Duncombe. And in the case of note that I could think of that were drug-related, they were David Von Erich, as you mentioned on the show, and Terry Gordy, who would go on to die a second time. Terry Gordy, by the way, just not to confuse anyone, is still alive. So he was not a drug-related death, although he did have a terrible drug problem that pretty much ruined his career. I'm aware that Japan has very strict drug policies with regard to recreational drugs, see why Paul McCartney couldn't come back to Japan. However, I'm not sure of how some other drugs are treated or classified in Japan. You know, Paul McCartney couldn't come back.
Baba had a lot of power.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Okay, so I don't have to say them. That's right. That's right. He sure did. For example, in the case of painkillers, I can't see how somebody like Kobashi or Muto doesn't wake up every morning and pour himself a bowl full of painkillers like they were cornflakes. With the style these guys work, the way they push themselves to perform in the tours they go on, I've got to imagine they are on some sort of medication. However, is it a case where in Japan they have certified painkillers and doctors that make sure the guys don't get too messed up on the medication they're taking? I don't know. You know what? We will ask Daryl Peterson that because he worked Japan. Anyway, not a case of the wrestlers taking pills by themselves without a doctor's prescription or finding someone who will give them the drugs they need under the table, or the promotion makes it their business to make sure their boys don't kill themselves. If they don't have their own medical staff, do they do any drug testing to make sure the guys are clean? I've never heard of testing for drugs by any promotion in Japan, but I have heard of HIV testing. I know that New Japan does that, but I think that's the only thing they do. As mentioned, there are some things that don't get checked for, like steroids, but do they check for things like cocaine or marijuana? You know, they don't. And if they do, is it just local talent, or the guy genes get tested as well? So anyway, we will talk about this.
What about painkillers?
What about them?
I mean, I kind of think that if a lot of those guys were taking a ton of painkillers, that they would fall apart even faster.
I know that they take them. I mean, it's just natural. I mean, you're not going to have any contact sport, baseball, football, basketball. I mean, even not so much baseball, but football, basketball, wrestling, boxing, kickboxing, you know, pride. Those, you know, painkillers are just a part of it because you just get hurt. When you get hurt, you know.
Yeah.
And the key is that you don't get hooked on them, and they're easy to get hooked on. And that's one of the problems of wrestling. This is from Bob Cook, who is a former pro wrestler that many of you probably will remember. Anyway, he was talking about yesterday, somebody asked about who trained Billy Gunn. And he says, I worked with Billy back in 1988, which is amazing because, you know, can you think, I guess it shouldn't surprise me, but Billy Gunn's been wrestling for 14 years? It's a long time. Anyway, a wrestler named Jerry Gray used to run shows in Florida. Back then, Billy wrestled as Kip Montana. He goes, strange, I think he was a better worker then. I know he worked out at Jerry's school, but I'm not sure if Jerry was the first guy to train him.
Luther was a better wrestler then.
Yes, yeah, but that's just because he got lazy. There's, you know, I'm not sure if Jerry was the first guy to train him, but do know for sure that Eddie Mansfield was not his trainer or the guy that got him in the business. So anyway, he started with Jerry Gray, it appears.
Maybe this letter really is from Eddie Mansfield.
No, he said that Eddie Mansfield definitely didn't train him. I know.
That's why the letter's from him. He doesn't want responsibility.
Yeah. Let's see. Don't you think that Paul Heyman is going to protect Tajiri as he's done with Rhino?
He really protected Rhino the last 2 days of TV that he wrote.
Yes. I think that putting him in with Regal means that he could be given a chance to help Regal as a silent assassin figure. Boy, I just don't see a silent assassin into Tajiri's future. Plus, being with Regal hopefully means he's going to be in the mix with the upper mid-card guys like Benoit and Kane. Oh, I can just wait for the Tajiri-Kane feud. Instead of jobbing for S.A. Rios on Heat. We'll find out. I mean, hopefully they'll use him well, but the Kane thing, I don't know about that.
We could do a kickboxing match if Russo were back.
Yeah. Let's see. Bill Eadie wrestled a few weeks ago on an independent show as both the Masked Superstar and Demolition Axe. I wonder if he got a double payoff. And he also manages for NWA Mississippi. In regards to the best trainers, we were talking yesterday about best trainers. We talked about Ultimo Dragon. He goes, what about Jaguar Yokota? Jaguar Yokota is an awesome trainer, no question. I've read she was heavily involved in the development of the All Japan Women girls in the mid to late 80s. She trained pretty much everyone, you know, in that era. And they turned out to be some of the best group of workers that anyone has ever seen. So, yeah, she's right on, you know, I mean, it's that whole, she wasn't the only trainer, but their training methods, while absolutely brutal, and it probably wouldn't be stuff that could work in this country because people wouldn't put up with it, they are effective. And he goes, also, I was wondering if you know if Ultimo Dragon and Chris Benoit ever had a standout singles match in Japan. That's a good question, and I don't know the answer off the top of my head. I don't remember one offhand. He goes, I've looked for one on tape for the longest time, but it seems like it's one of those dream matches that should have happened and it never did. But I would think that they must have mixed at some point in WCW, although it probably was like a 3-minute Nitro match, so they... Because I don't remember. They never did a pay-per-view, did they? Dragon and Benoit?
I don't remember. I don't even remember like a Nitro match.
I don't remember one offhand. I'm just thinking that they were, you know, around so much. I mean, I remember Dragon worked with Eddie Guerrero a bunch of times. He worked with, you know, Juventud.
You know, it could have been like one of those Saturday night matches, too.
Yeah, he worked with Dean Malenko. I would think that they wrestled just because they were both in the same company for so long. As Andrew, is it true that the NBA on TNT beat the WF on TNN in ratings? Yes, 4.4 to 4.2. It did. Let's see. Oh, here's another person who sent me the same article. So anyway, it's the magazine is made by TMN, Canada's HBO. It's called Feature Magazine. And the author is a guy by the name of Pat Hickey, who
Let's write this down. Pat.
And just in case we ever read another article by him. This is another...
Make sure he's not a subscriber.
Yeah, really. This is from Robert Rosenthal, who's answering something. Someone asked about Ken Patera. He goes, Ken Patera's gym went out of business a couple of years ago. He runs a wrestling school in Wisconsin. He trained Bob Sapp. I wonder if he wants credit for that one. As one of those guys that did one. What did he do? Like
soon saying he did not train Bob Sapp.
Yeah. Vern Gagne produced the most top-level guys: Ric Flair, Ricky Steamboat, Jim Brunzell, Brad Rheingans, the Nasty Boys. Vern Gagne didn't train the Nasty Boys. They were out of Allentown, I think.
How do you have a gym go out of business, by the way?
That happens all the time.
A few years ago when they were so damn hot.
You know, the gyms, that's Don Morocco. Vern did not train Don Morocco. Don Morocco was trained in Hawaii, and he was wrestling for 2 or 3 years before he ever went to Vern, although his first success was in the AWA. And then the third is, isn't Randy Orton more ready than the other new guys in OVW? I don't think he's more ready than Shelton Benjamin. His basics and ability to sell are far superior, and he seems to have surpassed even Rico Constantino in promos. I haven't seen Randy Orton do a promo in a couple of weeks, but 3 weeks ago, which was the last TV, he hadn't passed Rico Constantino yet. After Rico and Damage, he seems the most ready, but he has a better look, just an opinion. Let's see, best match on the history of Raw. Someone goes 1-2-3 Kid Bret Hart. That was a hell of a match. I remember that one. Shawn Michaels, Razor Ramon. I thought that the match last night would... I don't know which Shawn Razor match they're talking about, because that one just doesn't ring a bell, although I'm sure they had great ones. But the match last night, I thought, at least if we're comparing it to 1-2-3 Kid Bret Hart, I thought the match last night was better. Or Monday night, I should say.
You know what else was awesome that someone mentioned was that Rock-Austin match that they had like in September before their WrestleMania match.
Of 99, like in Louisville, the one with Mills Lane, where Mills Lane did the thing on TV right to order the match? Yeah, that was really,
really
good.
Something like that. And I think it had like a cheap finish or something, but the heat was just incredible.
Yeah. Let's see. Is Scott Hall done in the U.S.? Absolutely not. No way.
He'll never return.
The one thing about those guys, all of those guys, is that all of those guys will be back at some point. Let's see. What does this say? Since The Undertaker really doesn't have much to do, and he will probably go nowhere come King of the Ring time, why not turn him heel and feud him with Benoit? I don't like that. Just don't like it. They got it from, yeah. Let's see.
Say you have like a 40-year-old football player, and he really can't hang, but by God he works his ass off. You put him on the field.
It's not football though. In wrestling, the one good thing about wrestling is that you can compete after your physical prime, because your marketing prime and your physical prime are not the same.
You can't necessarily compete as far as being up to the level of some of these other guys.
Yeah, no, but he should be around.
I think there's a role for Undertaker, and I think there's a role like in the real upper mid card, but he doesn't need to be there on the top.
Yeah. No, I agree. I completely agree. See, this is from Eldon, who says, Kevin Nash stated that guys like Jericho and Guerrero can never be main eventers because of their size. After looking back, I can think of more than one time when Kurt Angle in the main event whooped Nash's booty in the ratings. Hey, Al Snow at the end, would have doubled Nash's ratings. And it's not Nash's fault. It's just like that's... that's what it was. I mean, there was a period, where, Psychosis and Ultimo Dragon, who were not big ratings draws, even though they were awesome wrestlers, were beating Steve Austin's ratings hands down. So, it's far more important which team you're on as far as, your rating as opposed to who you are. Who you are varies that little bit up and down, but the flat number, that's more determined on how popular the product is at that given moment. I mean, like let's say the other day they did a 4-2, okay? So, I mean, the fact that the main event did a 4-5 showed that it was more popular than the rest of the show, and in a sense, it's probably more impressive to do a 4.
Angle.
Yeah, no. The rest, okay, yeah. But it's probably more impressive to do a 4-5 for the guys on a 4-2 show than to do a 6-4 on a 7-1 show. But if the promotion's hotter, you can be doing a 6-4, and personally be like the dead part of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. About Scott Hall, there is no doubt he's the one who put Shawn Michaels over in the WWF with the ladder matches. Shawn was already over by then. But the guy, if he can get straightened up, could actually put a lot of people over if used correctly, like he did in WCW, as I recall.
I believe that we've heard that phrase, if he straightens up, for probably... How many years do you think it's been now? Quite a few.
Yes. And you know what? I'm not against them trying to sign Scott Hall, but again, when it comes to anyone like this, they better sign him with a zero-tolerance thing, and at the first sign of trouble, cut bait. Because if they, start trying to come up with their own excuses on why they shouldn't, that's the beginning of the end. This is a good one. The biggest reason that WWF is losing ratings is because it is on TNN. Thank you.
Wait, let me put that down for the fact.
What? You're gonna write that one down?
The frequently asked questions list.
Yeah. You better the whole ratings thing, and also the fact that less people get TNN than get USA, which isn't even true. Although, more people get TNN now than ever got USA at any time that the WWF was on USA, and even if they didn't, it has nothing to do with anything anyway when it comes to ratings, because ratings are a percentage, not a total. Let's see, a percentage of the audience that can get the station. I think I said that one 400 times so far.
You'll say 400 more by the time this show ends today.
Yes. I hope Jericho and Benoit get to run with the ball to establish themselves as top players. The Triple H injury has opened up the door for these guys. I think a title change would be healthy for the company. I know it won't happen, but to see Austin chasing Jericho would be something similar when Austin chased Bret Hart. I feel the fans would accept Jericho as their champion, as he should be allowed to keep the title for the summer and defend the title like Bret and Shawn did. Jericho brings drama into the story of the match due to him not being the biggest guy and the feeling that he can battle back. The time has never been so right for these guys. In a month or two, the WCW invasion could be underway, and I hope they don't get buried. They're not getting buried right now, that's for sure.
Jericho chasing Austin for the title is a lot better than a babyface Jericho being chased by a heel Austin. Makes no sense.
I don't know. I think it's about the same, actually.
Really? Why?
Yeah. Because with Jericho as champion, I think that there's this thing where he's really, really vulnerable, and people think he could lose it at any time. I think with Jericho chasing Austin, there's a feeling of he really can't beat him. That almost may be, why that's why he needs more than one. He needs at least one more pinfall on Austin before that match on pay-per-view in a tag. I mean, where he does it himself without somebody's sledgehammer, because. Yeah. Nobody,
if he beats him a couple of times, they could go the whole summer with that chase.
Do you think so? They don't really need to, though, because all they need to do is get this one pay-per-view, because July's the invasion, and then August, they're going to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
So, they just need to get the.
I'm talking about the whole summer as far as like house shows.
Yeah, because they're certainly not going to have Rock on House. I can't say certainly, but I would...
if they gave him 2 or 3 TV wins, maybe even just like 2 over Austin, he's already got 1, and give him 1 clean win over Austin, and then do a deal where, just have any goofball title change hands on a house show, the European title or whatever, and then just go with Jericho chasing him on the house shows.
It's got to be at least Intercontinental, because no one cares about European. It's not a bad idea to have the European title change hands on a house show and play it up real big.
And plug the hell out of it on TV.
Like have it on a Saturday night and plug the hell out of it that Monday, or even on a Sunday night. Yeah. Yesterday, this is from Brian Doherty. Yesterday, John Cena brought up he watched a lot of film of his matches, and I've heard other OVW wrestlers bring that point up as well. Sports teams have watched film and tape of their games and practices for decades, but I'm wondering how long that's been going on in pro wrestling. Is this fairly new development and is limited to OVW? When do you figure? I mean, guys, when I was around, almost nobody, started watching wrestling and started watching videos. Very few wrestlers that were active watched videos of other wrestlers. It was a rarity. As time went on, the younger guys who got into wrestling, almost all of them did watch videos. So I think it's just the generation thing. I think pretty much any wrestler under the age of about 35, maybe 40, probably grew, started watching a lot of videos. And if you watch, the younger guys now, I mean, obviously they've watched Mexican tapes and Japanese tapes, and they're our style has taken in things from other styles, which 10 years ago, the idea of if you did something like Mexican or Japanese, you were just told by, the booker that it's wrong. And why is it wrong? It's just wrong.
I don't know about indies around the country, but, I mean, just up here, I think I'm the only person that actually goes out of my way to make sure that everything that I do is on tape. I just see a lot of guys that they just don't even care. They just go out there and they do their match, and that's it.
No, that's different. That's watching your own match.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's watching your own match. That's not opposed to, actually watching tape.
I thought this guy what the guy was talking about as far as John Cena talking about watching his own stuff.
Let's see. That may be what he's talking about. That's something totally different. That is something totally different. We got Max Payne on the line now?
He's here.
Hey, Max, how you doing?
He's here.
How's it going, fellas?
It's going pretty good. How are you?
It's the best day ever. Absolutely
Really?
the best day ever.
Is the sun shining, or?
But you know what? Because I just am one of those guys who believes that every day above ground's a good day. There's no guarantees on the planet, and the present is all I have to live for. And every morning when I wake up and open my eyes and I go and breathe that first breath of air, I go, all right, man, I'm still here. Cool.
Yeah.
Got to be thankful for that.
Yeah. We had an email. It was a kind of interesting thing because you were in Japan for a long time.
Uh-huh.
And let me just see what the actual question was. It's basically about, like the guys, especially the top, it's basically drug use in Japan, but like with the top guys, that Japanese style is a very physically tough style. How compared to the United States, how would you compare painkiller use and just basically drug use? Is it any different in the two countries?
Well, first of all, the Japanese Society of Medicine is very difficult to penetrate, much as it is in Europe. In Europe, they just won't even give you, you got to beg them to get an antibiotic, for gosh sakes, and even then, you got to be really close to death before they'll even give you any kind of antibiotic. So the prescription mentality there is quite a bit different. So it's funny what drug use there is in Japan is kind of imported. The boys, I remember when I was there that, a lot of the Japanese wrestlers couldn't wait for the Americans to come over. They all had, very good friends within the ranks of, the wrestling world. And so, they would have the boys bring them Valium or, perks or whatever. And so what I saw of it, generally speaking, was imported, but traditionally the Japanese just don't, they just don't do and have that kind of a mentality. They think much differently. They think much more organic. They usually try to fix pain and things like that with some kind of a natural or homeopathic kind of medicine. So
herbs.
Yeah, it's not near as prevalent as it is here. Because quite frankly, here, you can get almost any doctor in the world, especially if you're a wrestler. You show up to a doctor and he takes one look at you and sees how beat up you are. I mean, they feel sympathy for you straight away. Here, let me just give you an open script for whatever you want. It's quite a bit different there. Besides the fact, the whole pain issue in Japan is treated sort of on almost a sacred part of the rite. I mean, these guys, if kids don't have cauliflower ear as amateur wrestlers, they stand and beat their ears with a locker door to make sure they've got it so everybody knows that they're a wrestler. So they look at pain
like that.
They look at pain quite a bit differently than we do.
Now, the guys there, there's a certain mentality. I mean, I've seen these guys, and you were around it, you've seen it too, where, I mean, they're hurting a lot. They're hurting really bad, and they just don't miss matches until, like, they're basically in a wheelchair.
Oh,
then they got
able
it.
to.
Yeah.
What am I? And something, the wrestling business, come on, let's face it, is very masochistic. And there's sort of a masochistic element to anybody who wants to be a professional wrestler. Because so much of the pain that you incur is self-inflicted. I mean, Mick Foley's got to be the poster child of masochism. And so when you consider that, I remember one night we were in Japan and we were on this incredibly difficult tour. We were like on all these and so Chris and I, we lived with the Japanese wrestlers, so we didn't get to sleep in the American style hotels. We slept on the floor and, no heat in the room sometimes.
That's why Benoit's so tough.
Yeah, it was
and when you grow up in the business like that, you just don't complain.
You don't. You just, if you do, there's something wrong. You feel guilty. I always did too. Whenever, I hear guys complaining about, not having hot soup at the shows, and it would just make me, it would make me cringe inside if they didn't spend any time in a dojo and getting the crap.
Did you ever get mad? Because I've gone to Japan many times, and when I would always get mad at Americans in Japan when they would do one thing, and when I was like, where's the McDonald's? And it's like, goddamn, you're in Japan.
How about trying some new stuff, man? How about trying some shabu shabu or some yakuniku or yeah. But what? I'll tell you what though. When you're there for an extended period of time, brother, I'll tell you what. I figured out all the Japanese food because I'm a fat guy and I'm good at finding the stuff that keeps you fat. But there are times when you pass those golden arches, and this particular tour I was telling you about was one of those tours, where you just couldn't wait to get to the golden arches, and I would have to say, I'm one of those guys who was guilty of that. But I also did get, a flavor of a lot of the culture of Japan. But what I was going to tell you is really funny about this story. I want to continue on that story because we're already still there. So we've done this really difficult tour in the south part of Japan, all these little towns, and we hadn't been home back to the dojo in like 3.5 weeks. And so after the show one night, Sakaguchi comes up to me and he says, "Pita, tonight, big party." And I'm thinking, what the heck does that mean? Right? So Chris and I are, big party. What does that mean? So we get back to the hotel, and really, the Japanese, when they throw a party, it's really pretty cool. So we're at this Japanese-style hotel, and it's one where you sit on the floor, and it's very traditional. And they're, shabu shabu, which is fresh cut, very thinly sliced beef that you dip in boiling water is being passed around. We're all eating, and just everybody starts drinking. Pretty soon, the boys all start drinking shochu and sake, and they're just really getting shit-faced. And pretty soon, these guys all stand up. They're yelling and hollering. And before you know it, they're punching each other in the face. I'm like, what is going on here? And Fujinami says, "Pita, Chris, come quickly. So we're like, oh, okay, we don't want to get punched in the face. What the hell is going on? So, we leave, go down to our room, and we can hear this insanity going on, and these guys are just drunker than Cooter Brown. And the next morning, Muta, Hashimoto, Fujiwara, what was the big Maeda? Akita Maeda, and then there was the biggest star of the UWF.
Maeda was the biggest star.
Okay, it was Maeda then.
Maeda Takada.
Yeah, and Muto, when he just come back from America, dude, they all looked like Rocky Graciano. Their eyes were all swollen shut, and they'd all stood there and punched each other except for Fujiwara, who was the one that started the whole thing.
He's doing arm bars.
Yeah, well, no, what he did, it was so classic. It was like one of the most classic things ever. He comes to me the next day and he goes, because they all speak it's amazing. They all do speak really good English. They just speak it with a Japanese accent. But
and they pretend they don't.
Comes to me the next day and he goes, "I was just smarter than everybody else." He said, we all said, okay, we're going to punch each other in the face 3 times, and whoever's left standing wins. So Fujiwara said, okay, I get to go first against Maeda. He punched the guy in the face 3 times. He says, "You know what? I lost," and left. And so it didn't let anybody punch him in the face, and they all just laughed about it, thought it was a good joke. But he was smart. He stayed locked in his room, never came back out. They flooded the hotel. There was toilet water running down the stairs, and Gooch just laughed that he had to spend like $50,000 to rebuild the hotel. But it was amazing. I'll never forget that. One of those moments where you just go, oh my gosh.
I got a couple of email questions that we got to
before
get
we go
to.
there, Dave, I got to tell you
Yes.
a quick story. This is I got to toot your horn a little bit because I owe you a big thanks. You know, when I did the first interview, I got to tell you, as you know, that was the first interview I'd done publicly for probably 5 years, and I was a little rusty, partly because there was some stage fright there. I don't think that ever goes away, and we had some bases to cover, but I got to tell you, the response from your fans and from the fans out there to my website and to the movie has been just phenomenal. And so I'd like to say to all the fans that have visited and wrote me emails, I read everything. I'm trying desperately to answer every single email. I promise you I will get to it. It may take me some time, but I will get to it. I'm not the ultimate computer geek, so it's going to take me a couple of minutes. But it's amazing the impact you've had on the wrestling world, and I have to tell this story. I already told you this once before, Dave, but I got to tell you this story about you and when we just got, you know, I didn't even know the name of your newsletter because we just always called it the Kayfabe Sheet. And the funniest person in the business was Sid. And he could not wait. I'll never forget this guy because Gary Young, when we were in Memphis, Gary Young took your paper, religion. I can't even go to the Observer. I have to just say it's just the Kayfabe Sheet. So, you know, here we are, and Gary would get it. I think it came out on Wednesday. Is that right? Or Tuesday?
I would mail it on Tuesday, so it probably.
Yeah, so we'd probably get it like. Sometimes we'd actually get it on Wednesday. We'd try to wait around and hope to get it, but Gary would always
How does this happen? Do you realize how great the post office used to be?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was amazing. But he'd have
mail for a penny.
And we'd show up whenever we'd show up to TV on Saturday or back to Memphis on Monday. Sid would be like a little kid in the dressing room, waiting for the Kayfabe Sheet to show up, and then as soon as it would show up, he would run to the bathroom, and we wouldn't see him for an hour. That always frightened me, quite frankly. I always
it frightens me too.
What in, you know, it's black and white. It's, you know, what can you possibly, you know, I'm not even going to go to the fantasy side of that, what he's doing in there, but it was always frightening the hour. So, you know, it was amazing. Sid, and you could always tell when you'd written a bad review about him because he would come out of the bathroom with his jaw, that huge jaw of his, in a wheelbarrow. He always carried a wheelbarrow with him for just kind of those kind of moments, but I'll never forget that. So I want to thank you. Honestly, you do the industry really a big favor, and it's very refreshing to know there's somebody out there that is, you know, at least giving it a huge shot of keeping a business that's a complete work in check. So thank you for what you do, and thanks to all your listeners and everything that's going on, because it's been the response has been phenomenal, and we got some exciting things coming up. So
I want to talk about that movie in just a second. I just want to get through a couple of emails. This is Brian. This one's for you. This is from Eric Aspel, who goes, "No wonder Jericho was being held back. He was already on top to begin with." This article really cleared everything up. Also, last night the poll was over 90% for Brett and Owen, so that poll was major rigged. Let's see. What do we have here? Something for, this is, why does WWF even bother showing heels live from WWF New York when they always get cheered? Well, they're going to pick that up. I think they've already picked that one up by now. There's one thing here from Max. Oh, here we go. This is actually a funny first sentence. It goes, since you are one of the only wrestlers out there that tell the truth because you're never going back. I was wondering what you thought of Shane and Stephanie. Were they always around the shows? And how did the wrestlers look at them back in those days?
Well, actually, Shane was at the building when Brian and I sang for his dad and Bruce Pritchard the first time. And how could
Did he dance?
Pardon me?
Did he dance?
Did he dance to the song?
They were boogieing, drinking some beers. No, they just sit and basically listen. I think that was a big sell point for Brian, because he was the guy's an amazing singer. So, at that point in time, I'm sure that you looked at both Vince and Shane at that point, and they were going ka-ching, 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 ka-ching. They were thinking that, and then they found out the reality about how tough sometimes it is to deal with Brian James, and maybe they didn't feel that way later on. But I know at that moment when they heard him sing and saw that, it was fine. I was glad to see Shane around there because he's a sharp kid. I mean, he's obviously his father's son, So I have respect for Shane. I think the fact that it's a tough position to be the booker's kid, I mean, Vince did it, but I think Shane's the kind of guy who has the ability to do just exactly what his father did, to take the wrestling business to another level, and who knows what that is.
Going back to Japan, did they have any kind of a thing as far as whether it be a foreigner or a native, if the drug thing got out of control, or did nobody get out of control? Like any kind, I know they don't drug. I know they didn't drug test or anything.
I actually have a really funny story about. I got a lot of funny stories about drugs in Japan and the Von Erichs and oh my God, I could just go on for literally hours and hours. But I'm going to tell you my favorite drug story in Japan because I'll never forget this one. So Chris and I's job, basically, when we were there, was to kneel at ringside. So we were really fortunate. I kneeled at ringside for, Inoki Live with Brody and Osaka, and then Inoki Live 2, I think it was, with Leon Spinks. And
oh my God, you were there.
Oh God, I was kneeling ringside. Are you kidding me? And I think it was the Spinks night that Lance Von Erich came. I think it wasn't Mike. What was it was Mike, I think. And the oldest one, not the oldest one. Yeah.
Kevin Carey. There's Kevin Carey, Lance,
Kevin
Mike.
was there, and this is the trip that Hazard was on as well. And
I know.
I was there for all that. That'll take a long time to tell that one. This one's a pretty funny one. And I tell you, nobody but Chris Benoit and Lance Von Erich and Kimura know this story except us. So the show comes, these guys come in the bus, right, and everybody's there. And Chris and I, our job is to go to the ring, kneel at ringside. As soon as the match is over, follow the gaijings. That's what the aliens. That's what they call us. The aliens back to the dressing room. So we come out, and in this particular case, it was Lance Von Erich's turn to come out, and he didn't come out. So Chris and I were kind of panicking, So we kind of ran back in the back room, and they couldn't find him. So we went back out to ringside. So they started playing Kimura's music, and he comes out to the ring, gets in the ring, does his shtick, and then they start playing Lance's music. And I believe this is in the Sumo Palace. In fact, I know it was in Tokyo. And Lance starts coming to the ring, and Chris and I are watching him come to the ring, and it's like the whole deal is in slow motion. And Chris and I look at each other and go, what the hell is going on here? And Lance finally gets there. It takes him 5 minutes to walk around the ring. He finally gets in the ring and starts to untie his robe, and he can't untie his robe. He's so fucked up. He is so blasted, he cannot get his robe off. And now, honestly, this is like 5 minutes. And Kimura can no longer take it. He runs over to him, grabs his robe, pulls it over the head of Lance, and kicks the ever-loving shit out of Lance. Lance is curled up in a ball in the middle of the ring, right? And all of a sudden, Kimura finishes kicking him, and they ring the bell because they counted to 10. Kimura raises his hand, jumps out of the ring in obvious disgust. Chris and I are standing there looking at each other as to, what is the guy going to do? How's he going to top this off? And he's laying there on his back, and we both look at each other and go, what's going to go on? We look at the guy, and he's still trying to untie his robe. He gets up, the robe finally comes off, Kimura's gone, he doesn't know it. He looks around, and Chris and I are going, Lance, the match it's over, come on, guy. He came out of the ring, got on the bus, went back to the Kyo Plaza, got on a bus the next morning, left Japan, never heard from him again.
Never. I think the last we heard, that guy was in South Africa.
Really? I think that was it. I think that was his last time.
At least when he took his robe off, he wasn't naked underneath.
Oh my God! It was. I don't know what he was doing. I'm sure he's probably in the back injecting Demerol, and he just got way too much, and I don't know what he was thinking. But boy, what a wrong time to not. The guy would have had a career. They loved the Von Erichs. They would have done anything for him, but unfortunately, that kind of burned a bridge for him. So I never saw the guy again. But that was a good moment, I have to say.
What were you thinking? Because that night was a pretty big night in Japanese wrestling history, because Maeda had the match with Don Nakai and Nielsen that was incredible, and then Inoki and Leon Spinks followed.
Yep.
And that match was Mick Foley actually wrote about how bad that match. He had some joke about how bad that match was in the new book. I forget what it was, but I was reading about the Inoki Spinks match that he watched on tape, and it was just hilarious about how how scared. I just remember watching it thinking God, what must Inoki be thinking? It's like he's in this thing and it's nothing's going on. And then that finish, I remember the finish. It was supposed to be a backdrop, back suplex and pin, and Spinks doesn't go up, so they both fall down. Inoki pins him, even though he never even got him off his feet. 1, 2, 3, and then Spinks jumps up way before Inoki, not hurt at all.
Yeah,
it's
well, you got to look at the one thing. See, Inoki knew he always had one thing going for him. Nothing could ever have sucked worse than him and Ali. So, once you've got that to deal with, you can only go up from there. And the guy was already a legend. And, I just got to say one thing. Inoki and honestly, there were times when, I watched, we called him the Chin. And we would watch Inoki, and Chris and I would go, well, what is it? And it was just one of those things. It was like Hogan. Inoki was just one of those guys who could literally go out there and just raise his hands for 15 minutes, and people would cheer for him until he raised both hands, and then they would really cheer and he'd leave, and they thought they'd got their money's worth. But the guy is amazing. I saw him do things personally that I would never in a million years believe this guy could do. Chris and I watched him put I don't even know how much this is, 5 45-pound plates on each side of a barbell and do reps with him. The guy can't. This was
on a bench?
Yeah, on a bench.
That's 495. There's no way.
I swear on my mother's soul. You ask Chris.
There's no way 495.
Both Chris and I stood there. Honestly, talk about the wheelbarrow thing. Both of us were just like, oh my God, because the guy looks so frail, but he has this.
And he's got such long arms.
Oh, and he's got this inner thing going on that I tell you, he's an amazing cat. I have to say.
Maybe
no
he
matter
is a
what,
god.
I know. I feel very fortunate to
between
have
that and being 60 years old and going with Brock Lesnar for 90 minutes.
I know it. The guy was just. I watched him work with Brody, and that was the thing with Inoki. If the opponent he was working with really understood him and knew how to do the deal, Inoki was down. He would do anything. And I watched him and Brody. I don't remember. I think that was the first Inoki live. Was in Osaka with Brody as the main event.
Yeah, at Osaka at the Castle Hall.
Yeah, and I remember this so distinctly. Sakaguchi, we were standing in the hall, and Sakaguchi came out of the dressing room and said to Brody, and Brody was, standing there with his hair dripping and everything, and Sakaguchi says, Brody, not too much outside ring, huh? And Brody looked at him and said, yeah, sure, Gooch, no problem. Dude, he was, the only time he was in the ring was when he was passing through it going to the other side of the chairs. He would go straight from one side. They fought all the way through that building, leveled. Every chair in the building was tipped over, and the finish happened someplace in Tokyo, and they were wrestling in Osaka. So it was just.
It's a double count as I remember it.
Oh my God, it was amazing. They just fought all over the building, and then it was over, and everybody went away clapping and happy.
Yeah.
So we quit trying to figure out how to. We never really tried to understand psychology in Japan because honestly, the Japanese fans are at the point where they clap for great high spots. Oh, great, a backdrop and a drop down and an international good one. Oh, that's a 5. So they. Hold up. I expected them to start holding up judging signs before too long on high spots,
Before we hit the break, I want to ask you the story about Rick Hazard and Kevin Von Erich.
Oh, my God. I'm not sure I can get how much time we got because I need to know a frame because I'll have to obviously paraphrase a lot of stuff to get it out. But
see if we can do it in 5 minutes.
Okay. So one of the most intriguing statements that Kevin Von Erich ever made to me, I'll never forget this. He goes, I don't understand people who do drugs. I thought that was an interesting statement. We were like in Osaka.
He said that to me once too.
Is that okay? So good. So I'm absolutely telling
this was in Texas, and it was David had already died, and he was at a spot show, and we were just talking about like the future of wrestling and this and that, and anyway, and he went to me, he goes, I don't understand, like, what we were talking about, I don't understand why anybody, life is too short. Why would anyone spend, 3 hours a day in the gym, to build a body?
Yeah.
And Kevin, lifted a lot in those days and probably did it, he probably spent like an hour. So, I mean, and I go, and he goes, like, something must be really wrong with someone like that. And I go, what does your brother do, Kerry? And he just goes, he's in the gym about 3 hours every day.
Yeah.
And then he was another one was like, he said the same thing he said about like, why would anyone ever want to do drugs?
Yeah.
So go ahead with that.
I walked by him the next day, and he's got like, we walked by the room. We were in a traditional Japanese styled dressing room where it was just bamboo on the bamboo mats on the floor. And he didn't expect, he was so messed up at the time, he didn't expect us to be walking by him. And we walked by as he was like fumbling for some of his pills in a bag. And it was one of those things where the statement of him saying, I don't understand people in drugs thing, was still like ringing in our ears, and we walked by and here he is, it's one of those, like a movie scene. You walk by and here the guy has got like every pill bottle he's got dumped on the floor, and there's like enough pills to sedate, half the population of Japan in front of him. And it's like, hey, Kevin, and it's one of those things where he just, spilled the pill. Oh, hey, how's it going? Vitamins. These are vitamins. That's what these are, right? It's like, yeah, right, whatever. The blue ones with the V in the middle, those are vitamins. That's what the V stands for, vitamins. So, I remember that distinctly. So anyway, Kevin and Scott Hall, Barbarian, Manny Fernandez. This is coming. The actual scene of the restaurant is coming secondhand, but it's pretty well documented secondhand because both Chris and I were there the next morning for all the stories on the bus and so on and so forth. So the tour is one night from being over. We have the Sumo Palace the last night in Tokyo. We're in Osaka the night before. These guys decide to go to a bar and drink. And whenever that happened, after I had another incident, we'll have to get into it another time with Samu. But I was very frightened of going with Americans to the bars because I had this incident with Sammy. And so Chris and I both forewent going with these guys this night because you could just see it was trouble. Scott had just received a care package from home. So he was, packed to the gills with all the accoutrements he needed for the evening's festivities. So they all go out to the bar, start drinking. Before they're done, they're going, remember Hiroshima, and pissing on the walls in this bar, and just destroyed this bar. The cops had to come. The whole scene got really ugly, and so on and so forth. And now there's a huge bill, like who knows. And so the next night we're back in Tokyo. And Hazard shows up with these, fake gig marks all over his chest and says somebody jumped him in the elevator and it was the mafia and the whole deal. And that was just a simple ploy to get the heat off of him so they didn't have to pay the big bill and the whole deal. But basically that's what happened. They all went to a bar, got way blasted, destroyed the bar, and had to come up with a working way not to pay the bill.
Wow. We get through a couple of emails. We'll get to some phone calls. Just a couple of questions. Brian, real quick, are you familiar with Yoshihiro Takayama of Noah? That's fighting Fujita.
Mm-hmm.
Like you've seen him on tape and everything.
Yeah.
I just gotta say, I got this email and he goes, "Do you think that the Fujita fight against the Japanese Fabio will be a work?" And I had never thought of that guy as Fabio for some reason.
Did the person that write that email, was their name Tony?
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
My brother-in-law Tony emailed me this morning, and he used that exact term, the Japanese Fabio.
That may be one of those terms that either some people on the internet or some full contact people came up with.
Yeah.
Because
must be like a general term because that was too weird to hear it twice in one day from two different people.
What kind of a question is something going to be a work too? I mean, in the wrestling business. Come on.
Well, actually, it is a legitimate question. Yeah, because it's supposed to be a shoot fight in Pride.
Come on, man. I mean, even the shooting stuff. I just, I think the NFL's a work. So that's how.
Oh, now you're getting out of control.
That's how cynical I am.
Hey, how about the XFL? Was that a work?
They tried, but they sucked at it, so they couldn't even make it a good work. So
it was a work in progress.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was a task to get rid of it. That's what it was.
Okay, Pat Hickey, who's the guy who wrote that Rock Chris Jericho article we read earlier in the show, is a sports journalist for a major Montreal newspaper. I feel even better now. Let's see. Brian, seriously, your frequently asked questions idea needs even more thought. Do you actually think anyone who asks the questions, like the ones you're referring to, are actually ever going to actually read and comprehend anything you write?
That's why you have to wait to read the answers.
Okay. Let's start doing the phone calls. We're going to start with Terry. Terry, what's up?
Hello, how you doing, Dave?
Doing great.
Okay, yes, I'm Max Payne. How did you like it working with Kevin Sullivan in WCW?
You know what? In honesty, Kevin really set forth to eliminate me. I mean, that was kind of the deal. He wanted to work with Mick and, wanted to get me out of there. So I didn't really, I was only a part of like 2 matches before I was done in the WCW. And in fact, the last 2 matches that I was on were just deals where I came to the ring and smashed the Nasty Boys in the head with a guitar. So, which was actually a great joy. But, so I really, in honesty, I can't say too much about Kevin. I didn't spend very much time with him, either as a booker or as a wrestler. So I can't say much.
Yeah, because I'm afraid you would stay in WCW. He would have tried to kill you like you did a lot of mid-carders.
Yeah, well, I wish I had more to say. I would be lying if I said too much more about Kevin because I just didn't spend very much time working with him. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I got a question for you too, Dave. What are your views of Kevin Sullivan also?
In what way? In what sense?
I mean, do you like him as a booker?
More not than did. I mean, it's like he had a million ideas, and I mean, some of them were good and some of them weren't. Some of them were too deep for the wrestling fans.
Yeah.
I remember once he went through this angle with me that he got about 1/3 of the way into, and then it was cut off back in like the 80s. Yeah. And I mean, the idea was brilliant. It never would have worked because it was far too confusing for wrestling. And the fact is like he had A, B, C, D, and E, but somehow on TV it went from like A to C back to B. And nothing made any sense.
You know what that is, don't you?
A lot of their TV did that with the taping schedule.
Yeah.
That's called the panic mode.
Oh,
yeah.
That's what happens when if you do an idea and you think it's supposed to be great, those guys got their fingers on the pulse of the Nielsen ratings, and if they do something and it doesn't draw, immediately they start backpedaling. Instead, that's one thing you got to give Vince a lot of credit for. He's a lot like Sony. He's willing to take something and work with it, even though initially it may not draw quickly, but he'll see something that he knows down the road once he's built the story and told the story will end up manifesting itself into something great. Unfortunately, the WCW didn't have that luxury because those guys were constantly trying to figure out how to bring the ratings up so they could be competitive.
The worst thing that ever happened to wrestling was people paying attention to ratings too closely. And I mean, believe me, I'm as guilty of it as anyone, but
yep.
It was so much better when they paid attention to the gates because I think the gates really told you a story.
Yeah.
Whereas the ratings, there's so many factors, including the margin of error, that go into those ratings to where, it's like it goes up from a 2.3 to a 2.7, and 1 week, and all of a sudden it's like we're on the right track, and it's like it may not mean anything.
Yeah, I remember. I remember it's just the excitement from Eric Bischoff and that whole crew when the ratings started to go up, and the first time they were higher than Vince's ratings, which at that time.
Well, that was a big deal when it happened.
Yeah, it really was, even though the business was still in the shitter at the time. So, the ratings were like 3 people were watching WCW and 4 were watching, or 2 were watching the WWF, so.
I don't think it's so much having too much concern about the ratings as much as putting too much emphasis on the ratings as opposed to everything else. You know,
Or
there's nothing wrong with checking the ratings and seeing how people are reacting to a TV show, but if you're living and dying by the ratings,
I think
and you have no concern about pay-per-view buy rates or house shows or anything like that, that's what, that was Russo's whole problem.
That was Russo's problem. The other thing is, it's you know what? Actually, you should be really concerned with the ratings, but it's like the trend of the ratings.
Yeah.
Because the trend of the ratings is important. I mean, like this WWF thing, that no one's underemphasizing this drop. I mean, that's a real story when it trends downward. But the week by week, sometimes the week by week isn't that important. But if you have like a 4-week thing where you can look back for 4 weeks and go, look at what's happening, then that's important, I think.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's what, whenever you're dealing with the high-pressure situation of, look at Russo, for example. I mean, here's a guy who comes into a situation that had been, it had been great, then it fell, and you're put in a position where you're trying to quick fix something. And, the guy was fighting people within the realm all the time, and I've said this before. That's the problem with WCW, and was the problem with the WCW. There was nobody in the WCW with a moniker on their desk that says the buck stops here. There just wasn't that guy, and if there was, he was somebody in the North Tower who knew nothing about wrestling. The boys called their own angles, and the guys in the back room, I'm not doing a job for him, and blah 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 blah. And I actually wrote a letter to the WCW 6 months ago and outlined what I thought personally was wrong with it, and that was it. They didn't care about the wrestling fans. They cared about personifying their own egos and how to get their own agenda fulfilled instead of worrying about what it takes to create great entertainment. That's what wrestling's about, is people walking away going, God, that was a great match. I can't wait till those guys are back in town again, and blah, blah, blah. So the pressure was so high and is so high. Unfortunately, they don't have a choice but to watch those ratings.
Let's go to Mike in Boston. Mike, you're next up. He's gone. Let's go to Wes. Wes. Is anybody here?
Hello?
Okay.
Hey, Wes, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, Max,
Going good.
First question for you. The Nasty Boys, I've heard a lot of people complain they didn't want to work with them because they kind of sloppy in the ring. What were your thoughts on that?
I got to say, originally, I had some really good times with Knobs and Sacks. I really did originally. And then as I started to work with them, those guys hurt me worse than anybody in the business. I'm a pretty tough. I figure myself to be a pretty tough son of a bitch. But those guys just did not take care of anybody. And I got to tell you, when I broke Knobs' shoulder, and that whole scenario went down, I remember, especially, I spent all my time. I used to hang out with the job guys because I loved them. They were just so real. They were the guys in the dressing room to me that were just so real because they weren't concerned about ego. They obviously didn't feel like they, had anything to shoot for except, they all had dreams of stardom in their eyes, which of course that's why they were there and willing to do whatever they were doing. But they were just such down-to-earth people, and I would watch them run to the list to see if they were working with the Nasties or with Leon. Because Leon and the Nasties had a horrible rep of hurting people, and they only hurt people that they knew they could hurt. They were the most classic examples of the playground bullies you have ever met. Because if a guy was badass and stood up to him and said, you know what, you guys kiss my butt, that's not what's happening, they kowtowed like a bunch of pussies, and they were all that way. And so I would watch those young, guys trying to further their careers, and I would watch them run to the night's agenda, and all you could tell by the look on their faces as they turned away from the page which one of them had to work with the Nasties or with Leon. And I'll tell you what, I had no respect for them in that capacity. When somebody's that way just because they take sheer advantage of somebody from a bully standpoint, I spent my whole life, trying to keep people like that in check. So the rumors of the Nasties is absolutely true, and I feel real fortunate I was one of those people that happened to say, you know what, I'm not taking your shit no more.
Also, what's the best, your favorite story of Foley?
I was just thinking about that when we were talking about Mick, and I'll tell you, we were driving through Alabama one night, And I looked over at Mick and I said, hey, Mick, I said, have you ever heard Tori Amos? You guys heard this story? Have any of you?
I don't know the story, no.
Dave?
I don't think so.
So I look over at him and I say, Mick, have you ever heard Tori Amos? And he goes, who? And I said, Tori Amos. He said, no. I said, man, I bought this CD, and I bought this CD of hers called, I think it's called Crucify, and it's like a 5-song mini LP or EP thing, and it's got 4 covers on it. It's got Angie and a Led Zeppelin song, and it's got a version of Smells Like Teen Spirit. So, Tori, when you get a boost from people running out to buy this, if you haven't heard it, I tell you, it is truly one of the most impressive covers of that song. And it really will bring you to tears. And I'm a big softie anyway. And I know Mick is. So we're driving down the road, and I said, well, here, let me play this. And I put it in, and I play it. And when I'm done, I push pause, and tears are streaming down my cheeks. And I'm a little ashamed of that until I look over at Mick, and I hear him go, and he's crying. He's like full-on crying, and there was kind of a bonding moment there for both of us because we actually used that moment in an interview at a later date where he, added to that when I had seen him crying, I smashed his head into the dashboard and said, "Wake up, we got a match to go to tonight." So that was just one of those moments in time where we were driving down the road and just shared I would call it a spiritual moment because it is really a great song. So if you haven't ever heard the song, get it and then listen to it, and then you can laugh hysterically at a couple of fat Twinkie eaters crying like babies driving down the road in a 79 Lincoln Town Car.
Have you read his new book yet?
I have not. I'm
No.
sorry,
Okay.
I have not.
Did you read the first one?
I've read most of it.
Okay.
It's Mick's just got that gift, doesn't he? He just
right.
He
tell a story.
Just tell stories, and he just has
Yeah.
that way about him where he's so approachable, and he always has that.
He is. I think that was his charm in like when the top 3 guys were him, The Rock, and Austin. It's like they were, like, for different reasons, not approachable, because Austin was theoretical, the badass that, you admired, but, and then Rock was like this movie star type of thing, and Mick was just like, the guy who lives next door to you that, was out there mowing his lawn every Saturday afternoon with his shirt off.
And is eating pizza after the match instead of back there, doing
push-ups
with his shirt off. Metarexes down,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he said not with his shirt off, right? Yeah, he never goes anywhere with. Yeah, he was funny because he never goes anywhere with his shirt off now because now that he's a big celebrity, he's afraid that like someone will take a picture of him with his shirt off and it'll wind up in the Inquirer or something.
Well, he's certainly not one of those guys that is known because of his physique. He's known because, and that's I'm very proud of Mick for that. I mean, I certainly felt I was one of those people that was in that category. I'm not, I was never attractive because of my physique. There had to be something more for guys like us and Mick. And I'll never forget Bill Dundee asking both Mick and I how we could ever believe that fat, ugly bastards could get over in the wrestling business. And I hope Bill Dundee's listening right now so that
how could a 5'4" guy get over?
Yeah, 5'4", the world's biggest midget, Bill Dundee. So, I'll never forget that. And so it was a great day to see Mick, rise to the level he rose to.
Bill Dundee rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
Well, whenever you're in a business that's a work and you're going out there, one of the things, Dundee was one of those guys who beat every guy that went through Memphis, including, the greatest people that ever, worked in the business because he was a Memphis stable guy. And, so, he was so hooked into Lawler. That was his deal. So, of course, everybody hated him. The Nasties, everybody just disliked the guy, so everybody couldn't wait to get a ribbon in on him.
My friend Buddy worked on a show with Dundee once, and Dundee came up to him and said, "What's your name, young man, and how long have you been working?" Buddy goes, 10 years, sir. And Dundee goes, "Really? I have never heard of you." And Buddy goes, "I've never heard of you."
All right, touche, man.
This is for Max. What's the status as far as like the movie you filmed when you were in the WWF?
Well, I'm currently doing all the finishing stuff. I actually am going to have to step away from it just for a moment. I'm going on tour with one of my bands this summer. I'm going to be the road manager, and so I'm really looking forward to that. I just one of those things, I have to do. I will actually still be working on it, though, on the road. I'm taking my laptop with me, and we'll still be doing the editing. I am right now working on the music that's going to accompany it, and I still don't know exactly what's going to happen. There's a tentative release date of I'm desperately trying to get into Sundance, but there are a number of other independent film festivals, and I still don't know what exactly is going to happen. You never know. But I'm almost at a point where I'm about ready to guarantee, no matter what, this thing's gonna sneak out, no matter what. So.
How many legal letters so far from the WWF?
You know what? I'm not even willing to talk about that right now, and I'll tell you why. Because I like the rumor mill way too much, man. It's way too fun to see what people are saying and what's going down the pipeline. So I'm just going to let that one. Sorry for the moment. I'm going to have to let that one lie. Normally, I will answer any question, but that's one I'm just going to have to let sit for a while and stew and cook all on its own.
Okay, now when you were in the WWF, it was actually one of the points you were there was one of the low points in there. As far as attendance and things like that. What was it like?
Horrible. It was horrible.
Yeah, what was it like as far as because WWF had been riding high throughout the '80s, and then from 92 to 95 was their low point. What was it like with the guys that had been there during the glory period? I mean, what were their thoughts of this? And did they have
or were
when
those
you're running
guys
around
left?
saying, when you're saying 94-ish, okay, or 93, whatever, 95 maybe?
95, yeah.
Okay, 94, 95 when you're there, and there's a lot of guys who were there from 91, 90, 89 when business was really big.
Yeah.
What excuses or thoughts or whatever did they have on exactly what happened to wrestling, during that period?
Well, I have my own opinion on this, but I think in retrospect, I think the world will look back at that time and realize the one who had done the most for the wrestling business, if you could say a single wrestler, let's just talk about one of the boys, the one who had done the most for the business at that time also did its worst.
We're talking about Hogan.
Yeah, of course. And I'll tell you what he did, in my opinion, that was the biggest mistake. And I've said this before publicly, and probably one of the reasons I am blacklisted in the wrestling business, was blacklisted when I was in it, because I wasn't afraid to talk shit about Hogan. I've never been afraid to talk shit about him. The guy is Hulk Hogan. Come on. It's Hogan we're talking about here. But that doesn't make him impeccable. And one of his biggest mistakes, in my opinion, he ever made was the addressing of the steroid issue on
the Arsenio Hall show.
If he would have just come on there and been big baby face and said, you know what, man, and cried and said, God, I did steroids, but they weren't illegal, and, everybody was doing them, and that's what I thought it took to be a great wrestler, but, what, I still believe in saying your prayers and eating your vitamins, and I'm steroid-free now, and, I'm back, I'm a different guy. Everybody would have forgive him. Everybody would have jumped on board. The wrestling business would have switched gears, because nobody gives a shit. They really don't. And I think he set the wrestling business back 5 or 6 years. I think that was in early '90s when Hogan did that interview. And
91. I remember the night for many reasons. But I'll tell you what. I remember that night because I'm watching. It was actually on tape delay. Because I'm on the West Coast.
And Arsenio
people were calling me up all night. They're going you won't believe this, you won't believe this. And I'm watching this with the girlfriend that I had at the time, and I'm going
banana.
It was the banana night, as a matter of fact, yeah. But this was before the banana. And I'm watching this, and I'm going he's killing the business. I just go it's like, you just have one of those revelations, kind of like the day that Jamie Kellner made that statement that we're taking the thing off the air. I'm going oh my God, this is irrevocable.
Yeah.
There's always things that go up and down, but it's this was the one where it just hits you.
I get nauseous in my stomach just remembering it right now because I'm thinking, oh, jeez, oh me, whew, that hurt.
Yeah, but I'm watching this. I'm going he just and it actually, as much as I thought it was going to hurt, it actually hurt it even more.
Oh, it did. I think it because. You know what it is? It's like somebody it's like somebody you've got. I'll tell you what. I think a great equation is, the L.A. the riots over the Rodney King thing. I mean, here these guys are obviously kicking the crap out of this guy. Everybody watched it happen, and they got off. I mean, and everybody knew that they were either lying or had just great attorneys, or, you know, O.J. Simpson, whatever you wanted to put it to, one of those travesties of justice where, you know damn good and well, the guy, here's the superhero for all the young kids in the world, and he's just sitting in front of them, bold-faced lying. And I think everybody that was watching that night saw right through his lies. And I think if Hogan had have had the courage at that moment to just really, if he would have buried the hatchet right there, you know, said, look, the wrestling business is the wrestling business. What I did was something in the past. I regret, you know, what I did or whatever, you know, however he addressed it, but at least be honest with it and say, hey, you know what, we've got to move forward from here. I made a bunch of mistakes. I'm not going to make them anymore. The wrestling business is still the greatest business on the planet, and I'm planning on not carrying any crap around in my pockets and moving forward. I think it would have done immeasurable repair to the already tainted look that was happening because of the homosexual allegations and the steroid dealing, all the court and trial things that were going on at that time. And so I just think that was one of the most critical moments ever in the wrestling business.
It's funny. Yeah. Let's go to Paul in Arizona. Paul, you're next up.
Hello, Paul.
Let's go to Dan. Dan.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hey, Dan.
First question was, I guess, interested in WWF contracts, basically with TNN. Now they're trying to go with the WCW thing. TNN looking to go long term with them, or just look at their ratings to jump in and dump them. That
Wait, as far as WCW, there's no deal.
Huh?
There's no contract. There's no deal.
Okay. Well, I mean,
they have a 5-year contract with WWF that's about it started in September, so you know it's like however many months in it is.
Okay. I mean, is there like any talk of them even going beyond that 5-year contract, or are they just looking, like I said, to...
Nah, you know, wrestling, people don't even look more than a month ahead in wrestling, so to talk about what's going to go on in 5 years...
Next week's a tough situation, let alone 5 years, for sure.
I know, I mean, who knows where the ratings will be and who knows where TNN will be. All I know is that if you take WWF out of the TNN equation, their primetime average is a 0.5, so right now I think they should be thrilled to death that they've got WWF. WWF may not be as thrilled with TNN, but that's another story.
Yeah.
Second question, rumor or not a rumor, did Goldberg sign for the WCW?
What do you mean?
We haven't even heard that rumor, but he hasn't.
But he hasn't. Okay.
Goldberg's got a contract with Time Warner.
Exactly. He's sitting on that contract.
He's sitting on that contract. Now, the only thing that they could do, they could either offer him like tons of money, to get him to, you know, like, give up his contract, which isn't going to happen. Or they may be able to, and I don't know the nature of Goldberg's contract, they may be able to just go to Time Warner and go, because they bought 24 contracts from Time Warner when they bought the company. So there may be a chance they could go and say, okay, we'll buy Bill Goldberg's contract for however many million.
Wait a minute. Possibly. Now, is the is this question, will the WWF buy Goldberg's contract? Is that what we're trying to get to? Is to get him so he can work for Vince somehow, or?
Yeah.
Is that what you're pretty much asking?
Him, you know, even to work in the WWF, I mean, let's get real here. I think everyone would love to see an Austin and Goldberg match.
Of course they would.
Wait, I want to ask a question here because I want to ask a question. Isn't it true that Goldberg refused to do the job for somebody? Isn't that a rumor that's
I'm sure there's plenty of people in that company that did that exact same thing.
Well, I got to tell you honestly, knowing Vince McMahon, I don't think if Vince knows what, I mean, I'm sure he's going to investigate attitudes, and I've met Bill a couple of times, but I'll tell you what, anybody who's in that boat, I would say you're going to be hard pressed to get Vince McMahon to buy somebody's contract.
7 weeks ago, for sure, everything's changed.
Yeah.
I mean, they're negotiating with some people that I never thought that they would negotiate with.
Really?
Just because I think they feel they need some new star power, and everyone's clamoring for Bill Goldberg, and you know, I'm sure that Bill Goldberg refused to do a lot of things.
Everybody, there isn't an everybody anymore, is
there? Yeah, I know it's only Vince. But even in that company, I mean, I hear it. It's just like we got it. You know, I mean, it really is important. We got to get Bill Goldberg on this TV, or else the WCW thing won't work. There's a lot of people who believe that. So, you know, as far as
can you imagine the ego clash in the dressing room with? I mean, they're gonna have to pull. They're gonna have to like flip a coin to see who's gonna do the job between Austin and Goldberg. You know, I mean, come
someone's
on.
just going to have to say, and there's going to be the one thing about every one of these guys coming in, and it's real important that Vince McMahon does this, and he probably will, is that I think that all of those guys have to be put in a position to where they're selling or humbling or something right away, everyone knows that they will. Because if they go in there and develop that ego that killed WCW and WWF, they'll kill WWF with it too.
You know what? You know, the classic example of what a great teacher Vince is when it comes to that is, I'll never forget, The Rock had just won a title at, like, WrestleMania or something. And the next night, on Monday Night Raw, the guy did the job in the middle of the ring, 1, 2, 3, and I thought, oh my God, Vince just really, I mean, he's obviously the king. But I'll never forget that, and I was watching it with some younger wrestlers at the time, and I said, look, take a look at this, because this is a very important lesson for people to remember about the wrestling business. The wrestling business is a work, and therefore, if it's a work, then, you know, there's no place for an ego, because we're not out there trying to decide who's the natural selection, Darwinistic better guy. You know, once again, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier, which is the deal is you're out there to entertain the people. And I've heard some rumors about Bill not wanting to do the job. I know Steve Austin pretty well, and in the course of a storyline, I know Steve's, you know, one of the boys. I haven't heard much behind the stuff lately on him, but you know, that's one thing you always have to take into account. And the first thing, you know, dang good and well, if Goldberg goes up there, you're right, Dave, he's going to have to straight away humble anybody who comes in there with an ego and say, you know, go out there and, you know, do a job for, I don't know if Barry Horowitz is still there.
With Goldberg, you can't do that, though.
He can humble him, but he can't make him do a job for a long time until he gets the big payoff, I think.
Yeah.
He's got to keep him.
My point being, regardless of where that comes, at some point, Goldberg's going to have to really go out there and say, you know, hey, because the reality of it with Vince is, in the end, I've watched countless, and you guys know this as well as I do, it's not whether your shoulders are down. It's always about what's next and what the future is. If you just go out there and get your butt kicked, then you know next week you're not going to be on TV and they're jobbing you out to get rid of you. But if the job is to continue and perpetuate a storyline, that's the kind of people Vince has to have on board. And so unless Goldberg is willing to play that game, you know, watch and see what happens. I mean, who knows?
Anything else, Dan?
Well, just a short comment on that, on your comment with jobbing. And I never did watch WCW when it was on. I did have a friend who did, and he loved Goldberg. Never seen him, but maybe if they brought him in, they could learn from the good old Undertaker. He's Mr. Businessman. So I mean, he would job for everything. Rock mentioned that in his book and everything, how business he was. So I just think it would be.
That's because the Undertaker's a pro, man.
I think he would be an immense buy rate for a pay-per-view. Maybe just sign him for just a pay-per-view, and that'd be it, you know.
Yeah, but see, now, then it doesn't work. No. It doesn't work out because you're talking about $7 million or $6 million, and it's not worth it for one pay-per-view. I mean, you got to get years.
You got to have the guy in the program, or you're not going to mess with him.
Okay.
The reality of it is, if you ain't got that guy on your ship with you, and you're going to spend that kind of dollars, I mean, I think that's the reality. I would.
Oh, I mean, he's got to be there for years, and on top for years to make it worth that money.
Absolutely. And that means you got to be a player, which means, you know what? Hey, as a baby face, you're going to have to do the job. That's all there is to it. Sooner or later, you're going to have to do the job.
Oh, sooner or later, everyone has to.
Absolutely. That's the deal. It's the way the business is. And these guys that sit in the back room and go, I'm not doing the job tonight. I'm so over. I don't have to. Come on. Get in another business. Go play professional. Go play professional football or baseball.
It's entertainment. Let's entertain the fans. And
that's what matters. Your job.
It's a good mentality, but there's way too many people in wrestling that just don't buy it.
Yeah.
Don't buy it.
And then but the problem is also is like.
Don't buy what though?
No, but it's a selfish business that being selfish gets you over. And that's, you know, that's one of the weird things. Is like, you know, if we talk about like this, you know, there's just like a lot of guys that have done things that are totally unprofessional, and you just go, man, that is so unprofessional, and somehow or other they've benefited from it.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, that's, you know, and pretty much everyone in WCW that stayed on top was like that.
But okay, that's a great point, Dave. But think about what you're saying there in and of itself. That mentality, in my opinion, what you just said right there, that's awesome because you hit the nail on the head. That mentality, in my opinion, single-handedly brought the WCW to its knees. because nobody in the back room was willing to go out there and go, okay, our goal is to all be pulling in this boat together to create a working environment where the fans walk away going, wow, what an incredible show. In the WWF, it doesn't work like that, because if somebody in the dressing room says, I'm not doing the job for him, Vince will look at him and go, oh, you don't want to do the job? You take your tights off and give them to him, because he does. He'll do what I need him to do, because as important as you are to this game, you certainly are not irreplaceable, no matter who you are. And that was the point in the Rock story that I told earlier, is that's the thing you can never forget as a player there, is that you have to be part of the team. And I think that's what brought the WCW down and created the environment. It was there when I was there 7 years ago, where there was these factions and cliques that, you know, by the time you got done dealing with them, it was like, oh my God, does anybody really get it in this company? And I think the answer has been a self-fulfilling prophecy. How many wrestling organizations are there now?
Yeah, I know. We also got Tom Zink on the line. Tom, what's happening?
Hey, great. Daryl, how you been?
Tommy!
I love it, brother.
What's going on, Double Dog?
We've been singing in Louisiana with Nick Patrick. Remember that?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it takes you way back, right?
Some of the great times. Tommy's one of those people, man, I got to tell you. He got me my job in WCW. He was always kind to me.
Yeah, but I tapped out. I thought you were going to break my arm. You didn't want to ruin my career.
Oh, well, you know, thank you, Tom. God bless you. I'll never forget, he went back in the dressing room after he worked with me, my debut, and he kind of sold his arm a little bit until I got back there, and all the boys were, like, looking at him going, oh, my God, he's killed you. You're dead, right? And Tom just was so cool and just put the whole thing over. And really, Tom really had a huge impact on me getting my job in WCW.
Hey, that's what it's all about. You know, one hand washes the other. But
that's
you know
right,
something?
Brother.
I think this Goldberg thing, without Goldberg, Mr. Vinny's in trouble. I think he bit off more than he can chew. I'm on the show tomorrow. You know, I think we're missing the boat here. We got to put the past aside and look out for wrestling. You know how much fun we had, right?
Yeah.
I think he needs Goldberg, right?
Do you think the Goldberg thing, but, you know, Tom...
Oh, yeah.
So, but what's going to happen if Bill, you know, I think about the chicanery that's going to go on if Bill goes there and doesn't cooperate.
Listen, it doesn't matter. He needs him. Listen, the big thing is, the big scoop that guys missed, NBC, as soon as Andrew Lack was the new president, they dumped McMahon. He puts the spin on stuff. He has all his big machine, all the BS. He bought WCW with no plan, but it makes it sound for the stockholders. He's got to grow his business. His business was 50% wrestling, and XFF failure. You know, he's got real. We got to put this aside. I know Meltzer's got bad blood or issues with him. I did too, but we got to help Vince out. I don't think he really knows. I really don't. This is serious.
Wow.
Big time.
Well, I mean, it's the next 6 weeks are going to be a major, you know, I mean, they're going to be 6 of the most important weeks in the business, because the WCW relaunch, if it goes good, it'll revitalize the business, but if it goes bad, I mean, I'm glad that, you know, it's going to be tough.
Oh, yeah. When are they going to relaunch it? No one knows. They've never said, not even the guys, the boys. I heard no one even knows. They haven't contacted it. They have no battle plan. They don't know what to do. Because if he fails again, like you said yesterday on your show, he's done. Everyone's going to jump off Vince McMahon's boat.
Come on, Tommy. Come on, wait a minute. Hold on, I got it. Tom, you know better than that.
What?
Come on, Vince McMahon is done. Come on, the Chameleon?
Yeah.
It's serious. We're talking about Vinny Mac.
Okay.
As much as
he's got to do his business. He's a publicly owned company. He's a publicly owned company. I put my money in Intel, stuff like that, you know? Not someone like Vince McMahon. No.
Well, and rightfully so. The
Especially with
business
that
doesn't work, so he can adjust the stock at any moment he wants to. But point being, you know, listen.
It's a slippery slope.
Absolutely. But the reality of it is, you can bet. I mean, first of all, Vince has never been in this position. He is in a position to have it all, or theoretically, like you said, lose it all. He's not going to lose it all. It could get bad. It could get ugly. You know, Red Bastien told me something about the business a long time ago. I'll never forget it, because he said something. You can kick it, you can beat it, you can stomp on it, you can throw up on it, but you can't kill it. And he was talking about the business. Vince relies on that and has relied on that. And Vince is one of those guys, remember one thing, And I said this to Vince when I met him and sat in his office with him. Hogan was not the pinnacle. The pinnacle has never been achieved because there's no such thing in a business that's constantly evolving. He did it again with Stone Cold, with Triple H, with The Rock. The business is going to go down again. It's inevitable. But that roller coaster may be necessary for the business to go on before it can come back to the top, because there's going to be some fumbling. As great as Vince is, there's no way around it. There's going to be some fumbling and some problems.
Okay, yeah, but it's a publicly owned company now. Wrestling's on a slide, right? Yeah. No one wants to touch wrestling. Even Dave knows that. But publicly
owned or not, I guarantee you, Vince still has a sign on his desk that says the buck stops here. And it can go down. There's no question about it. Yeah, it's publicly owned.
Oh, it's down.
Yeah, it's a whole different ball game. But you know what?
Martha Stewart does better than Vince.
He'd regroup and start all over again.
Really?
I really believe that. Vince is never going away.
The thing is with Vince, is that they have probably about $250 million of cash on hand.
Yeah.
That he's talking about.
So that's a lot of money, and they're never going to, they'll go down, but they're never going to lose $60 million.
Accounts in Switzerland.
Okay, no, I'm talking about company money. Okay, no, but the thing is, he's got a lot. I mean, he's never going to lose. He'll go down. And he could go down. He's going down quicker than anyone thought as far as like the last 7 weeks. I mean, it's been scary, but
it's going to be worse.
And the odds are it'll probably get worse. Okay,
you want to hear Max Payne's take on this whole thing?
Yes.
Here's my deal, guys. I'm gonna put my feelings out there. I personally believe, and I believe this with all my heart, the business has no choice but to go down, and I'll tell you why.
Cyclic?
And I think the business has to go down because it's fallen away from the fundamental thing that makes the wrestling business great. And Tommy, I think you'll agree with me on this, is that the art of the wrestling match, and Vince is one guy I never thought would succumb to this, has really succumbed to this, is not the
primary
essential part of the business.
Right. You've got, you know what it is, and you know what was so good? I don't know if you guys watched Monday's TV, but one of the things that was great about Monday's TV is they had a match, and who won and lost the match was of paramount importance, and that's one of the reasons why that match got over. But one of the reasons why things have slid is because you got to a thing where when the winner and loser of the match doesn't matter and the fans don't care, then ultimately they just don't care unless you have like some soap, unless you've got a soap that's good, strong, which they've had a couple of strong soaps. Right now they have no strong soaps.
You know what? Then it becomes as disposable as a website that won't load up fast enough on your computer. Oh, I'm going to go do something else. That's the mentality everybody's in right now. I think the wrestling business, I don't think it needs to go backwards. I think it needs to go forward, but forward in a different way. And I tell you, everybody's going to laugh at me when I say this, but I believe this with all my heart. Wrestling, professional wrestling, for the first time in its history, has the opportunity, and I'm going way out on a limb, everybody's going to think this is crazy, but I'm crazy enough to say it, so I'll say it. But the wrestling business has to go for even a more mainstream acceptance, and I'll tell you what I mean by that. High school professional wrestling programs, why don't they exist? You have to ask yourself that now, especially considering what people know about the wrestling business. There's no excuse for professional wrestling to not be an Olympic sport. It doesn't matter that it's choreographed or that you know who the winner or loser is. Everybody knows that about ice skating. You still tune in and watch it. I think the professional wrestling has to go all the way to grade school mentalities, start all over again, because here's the deal, guys. Once this whole thing happens and Vince is the king of the world, where is he going to get talent from?
That's why Ohio Valley's so important.
Where the hell is he going to get a talent from? Yeah, but one place, come on, Dave, one place is not enough to support an entire business with the superstars you need. You know, I just truly believe wrestling has to look at itself differently now. It's done the extreme, the quick fix, the TNA. It worked for a minute, which is exactly what you would expect it to do. But once the TNA glitz wore off, there were no substance stories there, and that's what wrestling has to do. It has to go reinvent the wheel and start all over at a very ground level and teaching kids the basics and understanding the fundamentals of professional wrestling as an art form.
But, Daryl, his bottom line is in danger, okay? These guys aren't marks that invested in a publicly owned company. They think he was a genius and this and that. His stocks, look at the slope. I'm on the internet right now. It looks bad. They want the stock graph to go up. He's got a real bad deal going on. Okay,
Tommy, I agree with you.
Before the big investors pull the plug, okay?
But
the magic
Vince has
is
never
worn
been a
off.
quick fix guy, though.
Yeah, we look at the Brian. Remember that Viacom stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
Viacom's selling
I
off.
think the quick fix thing. This is my opinion. I think the quick fix thing will get Vince in more trouble than it will if he takes his time, builds this thing correctly. He really has a shot owning the WCW to really create an incredible
plan.
When does a quick fix, though, ever really turn anything around, though? I don't think it ever has.
No. It never does.
Whenever they freak out and panic like that, it just does more damage.
Worse.
He has no plan. Name one guy that knows a battle plan that's been contacted by Vince McMahon for WCW. No one's been contacted yet. He has no plan. He's buying time. He has no plan. He can't afford 2 failures in a year, just like Dave said yesterday on the show. Right, Dave? And you
There's a lot of pressure on him not to fail on this one. That's one of the reasons why. It's one of the reasons why I'm glad he's not going to rush into it. Because if he rushed into it, there's more of a chance of failure than sitting back and start it when you're ready.
That's probably the only good thing that will ever come out of the XFL is he learned that lesson.
Yeah.
Well, the best situation you got,
$60 million, but
he can sit back.
The other good thing that he did, there's actually, the other good thing is that he learned not to believe what people wrote about him. Because he was reading that stuff about Vince McMahon's the world's greatest promoter. He can do no wrong. He's going to compete with the NFL with second string players.
Wait a minute.
And I'm sure he believed it. And all of a sudden, the reality is that he's part of this world. He's a great promoter, but. You gotta have a battle plan, or you can't just go in there and go, I'm Vince McMahon and I have all the answers. It's like you gotta have that plan.
Well, he got the big booyah on the first shot.
But Daryl, don't you think he was surrounded by yes men? All those guys, where are they going to go? Work a job? Look at all the guys. They've flooded the market. He was surrounded by yes men.
Yeah,
the king has no clothes. No, Vince, you're a genius. He's a Caesar, right?
But Tommy, what happens? What does Vince do? Let's think about this. What does Vince do whenever he's in this situation? And he's done it. I mean, look at the great leader. You look at what they've done in the past, and Vince has surrounded himself with those people consistently in the past. And every time it gets out of hand, what does he do? He withdraws from them, goes back to his core, which is Pat and Bruce and the guys that that really understand the art of the business, that understand the fundamental part of the wrestling business that makes it strong. Is a story that is as old as time. And that's when the business, they'll go back to ground zero. You watch Vince is one of those guys, he's smart enough to do this. He's not going to come out and be stupid. He knows the business like his back of his hand. He can take the downtime for a while, but I truly believe that the wrestling business, really, it's time. Take a step backwards. Let's figure out where we're going to go next, because the future is I believe, is always bright. There is no pinnacle. It hasn't reached its supreme achievement of success. There's something bigger out there once again. And you know what? There's a lot of failures. The wrestling business is about falling down. And guarantee you one thing.
And getting up too.
McMahon will get up again.
Well, the one thing, though?
50% of his business was wrestling, and he was going to grow it by the XFL movies, right? Correct, Dave? That was only half the plan.
On. You guys really believe for 1 second? Listen. I mean, whatever Vince is, I'm going out on a huge limb here, but you guys all know, and everybody that knows Vince McMahon. First of all, you know damn good and well he spent a lot of OPM when he did the NFL or the XFL.
Oh yeah.
So that's one thing. Two, whatever Vince spent on the XFL, you can bet your sweet behind that it certainly. He looked at that chunk and went, I can very easily piss this away and still walk away and work and live the rest of my life in Fort Lauderdale in the nicest house in the world, and you know what I mean? Vince did not sacrifice himself to the point with the XFL that he was.
No, he's not. They're not. They're years and years of. They're many, many, many bad years away from any financial trouble, especially by dumping the XFL.
Yes, and that's my point.
Yeah, I mean, but the one thing though is, like this thing can go up and it can go down, but you know what? If they do a Bill Goldberg and Ric Flair as the heads of WCW, people WWF, they have a huge money. I mean, they could be bigger than they ever were if that feud is done right.
And he can make all that money lost, and he pissed away on the XFL. So put the past behind, sign Flair and Goldberg, bite the bullet. You pissed away $70 million on football players.
I really don't think he pissed it away. I really believe there's a lot of people out there pissed off at Vince, because I'd bet money that a huge portion of that $70 million was somebody else's.
Oh, yeah, and NBC's.
Not of the 70 million, of the 120 million.
Half of it was NBC's and half of it was Vince's.
Yeah,
Okay,
no, I'm
we are-
with you. There's no question. But even the 70 million that was his, it was something that he got from someplace else that he went, this is easy money.
You don't
It has
think he's
no
burning?
effect on my business.
His ego's hurt. His ego, oh God, his ego's crushed.
You think so?
Oh, he's a big shot. Oh, yeah.
From an ego standpoint, this was a tough one, yeah.
I
had to
worked
be.
for a chemical company. They called and they said, NBC called, they were trying to get the stink of McMahon off the building, okay?
They got him bathing in Febreze, man.
Okay, you guys, we're totally out of time. This was a really fun show. Max, we want to get you on for sure. I want to remind everyone, Tom Zink will be on tomorrow. We're going to have Monday we'll have Bobby Heenan. It'll be a tape show because it's Memorial Day. Wednesday we got Bruce Mitchell. Thursday we got Mick Foley. And Friday we got Brian Blair. So the next week or so is going to be really hot programming. And we'll see you all tomorrow at 5.